Chapter 1. Boss, 2 meat sandwiches, please add more meat. In front of the meat sandwich stall, Chin Han exclaimed eagerly, his mouth watering. Rest assured old Zhang, have been making meat sandwiches for 20 years, and I have never skimped on the portions. They are always generous. The stall owner, a man in his 50s, replied with a beaming smile. However, I only have one ready at the moment. You will have to wait a few minutes for the other. That's fine, but please be quick. I'm not certain I can wait, Chin Han said, glancing at the time on his phone. He snatched the ready meat sandwich and, unable to contain his anticipation, took a bite right there at the stall. As he savored the sandwich, he also sipped on orange-flavored soda, the blissful sensation causing his eyes to involuntarily squint in delight. After finishing, he patted his stomach and joyfully remarked, "It's been years since I've tasted the delicacies of my hometown. This is truly delightful. If given a chance, I would genuinely wish to remain in my hometown for a lifetime. Alas, time waits for no one who knows when I might return." The stall owner, curious upon hearing this, glanced at him and asked, "My dear student, how is it that someone your age expresses such sentiments? Are you perhaps a student studying abroad?" Chin Han was momentarily taken aback, but quickly replied with a smile, "If I were abroad, it would be easier to return. However, some places, once you leave, it is likely you may never return." The owner listened with intrigue. And what place could be so extraordinary that returning is so difficult? Pointing to the azure sky above, Chin Han indicated his answer. Upon hearing this, the stall owner seemed to realize something, his expression shifting to one of sorrow. He regarded Chin Han with newfound caution, wary of unintentionally upsetting the young man. He then filled the remaining meat sandwich to the brim and solemnly handed it to Chin Han. When Chin Han reached for his wallet, the owner simply put away the payment code, a gentle smile gracing his aged face. "Child, there are some matters I cannot assist with, but you must be strong. Believe that everything will turn around. This meal will be my treat to you. If you ever return, come back to me, and I will treat you to another meat sandwich." Chin Han understood that the uncle had misinterpreted his words, yet he did not clarify. Instead, he smiled broadly. "Uncle, I will remember your words. Rest assured, I will return." The stall owner, upon hearing this, revealed a kind smile. "Good child, I will await your return." Nodding in gratitude towards the uncle, Chin Han walked to a nearby recliner and sat down, opening the last meat sandwich to savor it bite by bite. At that moment, the once azure sky suddenly darkened, and a golden scroll unfurled in the heavens. It bore a line of powerful characters radiating an unparalleled brilliance. "By the decree of the supreme existence, the eternal game commences." The golden scroll lingered in the air for merely seconds before exploding into countless golden particles. These particles, seemingly alive, scattered downward, with one notably landing upon Chin Han's forehead. Suddenly, the golden particles projected a screen before Chin Han, displaying a commanding message. "You have been selected to fight on behalf of your clan." Simultaneously, across the streets and the entire world, except for the vulnerable elderly, disabled, children, and pregnant women, almost everyone had a golden particle affixed to their foreheads. At that moment, a large countdown appeared in the sky, beginning from 50 and steadily decreasing. In response to this spectacle, people either panicked and fled in all directions or stood frozen in shock, while Chin Han calmly continued to enjoy his meat sandwich, his demeanor unruffled. As a former warrior who had once stepped onto the ultimate battlefield, he comprehended the significance of the unfolding event. The cosmic eternal game encompassed the vastness of the universe, spanning countless realms and infinite races. The number of participants would be measured in trillions, perhaps even surpassing the grains of sand in the Ganges. This game utilized the world as its chessboard, with sentient beings as its pawns. Whether from supreme divine realms or pinnacle powers, or ordinary civilizations and common folk, all will be swept into this grand game. The victors would attain eternal life. The vanquished would plunge into oblivion. However, those pinnacle races, inherently powerful, would see some of their elite already positioned on the ultimate battlefield at the game's inception, gazing down upon the masses like deities. In contrast, humans, mere specks of dust within this grand scheme, could only commence from the most rudimentary novice zone, gradually contending, eliminating, and struggling. He, through immense effort and extraordinary luck, had once ascended to the ultimate battlefield step by step. Yet, faced with those apex powers, the ancient and formidable entities that had existed for eons in the cosmos, he still found the journey arduous. Ultimately, he had narrowly lost in the contest for the supreme divine position, departing with endless regret, his demise tinged with bitterness. This was an utterly unequal contest. Humankind was but a mere backdrop in this game. Yet now he had been reborn. Reborn with the wealth of experience from having reached the ultimate battlefield. He had awakened this morning during school hours, and upon realizing he had returned to the eve of the game, he understood that this universe was on the cusp of his era. Regrettably, his return had been too abrupt. Otherwise, he could have relished more of his hometown's delicacies and basked in its vibrant scenery. In the recliner, Chin Han meticulously finished the meat sandwich, even finding time to toss the wrappers into a nearby trash bin. At that moment, the countdown approached its conclusion. 10, 9, 8, 7. Chin Han stood in the street, gazing at the bewildered stall owner, taking in the familiar streets that held his youthful memories, a hint of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. I will return. As the countdown reached its end, countless beams of white light flashed across the street, transforming the once bustling thoroughfare into a desolate expanse. Once again, a chilling message appeared in the sky. The chosen ones will fight for your clans. When the last person falls, your clan shall be eradicated. Moments later, the message vanished, the sky returning to its serene blue, as if the preceding events had never transpired. Yet, observing the empty street, it felt as if the entire world had aged overnight. At the meat sandwich stall, the old man stood dumbfounded, staring at the azure sky, his weathered face etched with gravity. The cosmic eternal game, Novice Village number 688, centered around a plaza adorned with the Tai Chi symbol, built from Qingxue. A blinding white light suddenly appeared, and 5,000 individuals clad in novice garments were transported in succession. Before the crowd could fully comprehend the situation, a small holographic screen manifested before them. World announcement. Welcome to the Eternal Game. You will contend against countless races across the cosmos and battle endless beasts. Here lies the chance for eternal life. Alongside infinite peril, risk, and opportunity coexist. Remember, life is singular, death is the end. Wishing you an enjoyable game. After a brief silence, the plaza erupted into a bustling commotion. What a joke. This is serious business. I thought I was entering some legendary virtual game, but I never anticipated the scale of this game. Engulfing the cosmos, it's terrifying. Who can deny it? Just the observable universe has a diameter of 93 billion light years. It's common sense that the civilizations within are as innumerable as grains of sand. We humans are likely the least significant among them. After hearing you say that, I feel we may not stand chance. What's there to fear? I'm just a screwed earner in life. Already living at the bottom of this game is, in fact, an opportunity, a chance to change my fate. Brother, you make a good point. We have nothing to lose since there's an opportunity to rise. Let's go for it. Without delay, let's explore the game. Many individuals eagerly prepared to venture forth. Yet, countless others stood in confusion, their previously comfortable lives having dulled their survival instincts. Some fragile souls even crouched down, weeping. I want to go home. I want to find my mother. Baby, where are you? I don't want to play this game. Meanwhile, Chin Han had already dashed toward the southern part of the village, recalling that in his previous life, several unique treasures had been claimed within the first day of the game's commencement. Each treasure held the power to alter destiny, and anyone who obtained them had nearly always risen to prominence across the realms. However, acquiring such treasures was impossible without top-tier strength and luck. Yet, one treasure's location was relatively obscure, and even with Chin Han's current frail level 0 capabilities, he still had a chance at obtaining it. If successful, his future journey would be significantly smoother. Hurrying there now, he might just make it in time. Beyond the village, a gentle stream meanders, shaded by lush green trees, leading onward to an expansive meadow. Within this meadow, scattered about, are wild buffalo, their ebony coats glistening as they leisurely graze on the verdant grass. Two nimble players, almost in sync with Chin Han, dashed towards the open field. However, upon spotting a solitary buffalo, they quickly encircle it, fists raised in readiness to strike. In an instant, a resounding crack echoes through the air as the enraged buffalo retaliates, effortlessly toppling both players with a powerful thrust. Oh no, I think my leg is broken. My ribs feel as if they've shattered. Fortunately, the buffalo refrains from launching another attack, casting a disdainful glance before returning to its meal. The two players beseech Chin Han, "Brother, could you lend us a hand?" At that moment, Chin Han's expression is inscrutable, his focus unwavering as he strides deeper into the meadow, not even sparing them a glance. He has pressing matters to attend to, far too significant to be distracted by such trifles. At the outset of the game, players are bestowed with merely a novice tunic, devoid of any equipment. These buffalo, being level 1 creatures, possess a relatively docile temperament, classified among the beginner-friendly monsters. Yet, regardless of their low level or gentle nature, they are not to be trifled with by two unarmed individuals. The Eternal Life game intricately weaves gameplay elements into a foundation of realism without suitable weaponry. They would likely struggle to even pierce the buffalo's hide. The wilderness is not a realm to be taken lightly. Even seasoned players like Chin Han must tread with caution. Fortunately, this area is merely designated for buffalo. Should other players arrive, these two might yet find salvation. Had they ventured into a more perilous territory, they would have surely been torn to shreds by now. However, learning from the misfortune of these two, Chin Han steels himself, fully alert as he advances into the depths of the wild. The buffalo meadow stretches vast, its depths extending several miles. After a combination of walking and running for approximately an hour, Chin Han finally reaches the edge of the buffalo territory. He spots a large boulder, sits down to catch his breath. The rigorous exertion has nearly pushed his body to its limits, and he must rest to recuperate for the challenges that lie ahead. Simultaneously, after an hour of gameplay, the players in the 688 Novice Village have undergone notable transformations. The basic weapons, such as long swords and bows available through quest, have been completely claimed. Aside from a few players engaged in tasks, the majority have donned weapons and surged into the wild to slay monsters and level up. In the Buffalo Meadow, a burly man wielding a long sword moves with remarkable agility, stealthily approaching a buffalo from behind. In a swift motion, the blade gleams and, with a muffled thud, plunges deep into the buffalo's carotid artery. A swift twist and pull, and with a resounding crash, the buffalo collapses, a white light immediately emanating from it and enveloping the man. Simultaneously, a village-wide notification abruptly appears. Congratulations to player Lu Kuang for being the first to reach level 1, rewarded with 1 constitution. The village chat function is now available, and the level ranking system is activated. As the public chat in the Novice Village springs. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Chin Han smiled wryly, shaking his head. Lu Kuang had evidently lost himself amidst the cacophony of formidable figures. Coupled with his slight enhancement in physique after leveling up, he had grown overly confident. However, the Eternal Life game was far from a mere monster-slaying endeavor. The initial strengths of various races across the myriad realms were distinctly disparate. On Blue Star, the average initial strength hovered around 10 points of physique. In lower martial worlds, the initial strength was approximately 20 points, with exceptional individuals reaching 100 or 200 points. Yet, some races perched atop the cosmic hierarchy boasted terrifying initial strengths exceeding 5,000 points, with the elite even soaring to a staggering 7,000 or 8,000 points. What does this signify? A physique of 20 points equates to double that of an ordinary Blue Star inhabitant. This implies that even the most inept individual in a lower martial world could, in terms of strength, contend with world-class martial champions on Blue Star. When considering those apex races, the disparity becomes even more profound. Even the most mediocre, commonplace player from a peak race, possessing merely 5,000 points of physique, could single-handedly obliterate all Blue Star players, not to mention those from lower martial worlds. The gulf in power cannot be fathomed by mere reasoning. This game is inherently unjust. The strong begin with preposterous advantages, while the weak are akin to ants from the outset. All races gain a fixed 10 points of physique with each level gained. With a starting physique of 10 points, the maximum level for novices is capped at 20, culminating in a meager 200 points of physique at the pinnacle. In other words, Lu Kuang's approach, which relies solely on leveling up, renders him minuscule compared to the initial physique of elite races. With such a feeble strength, he would likely struggle to survive the early stages of the game. Fortunately, the early game pits strength against strength and weakness against weakness, sparing humanity from facing those apex races until the final battleground, where beings from across the cosmos converge. Thus, the game still provides an opportunity for weaker races to grow and develop, though seizing that opportunity depends on individual fortune. Moreover, while the initial strengths may be inequitable, the game does afford ordinary races the potential to surpass their limitations. Numerous items exist within the game that can enhance power beyond conventional hierarchies, albeit with a dishearteningly low probability of acquisition. After a swift recuperation, Qin Han pressed onward, approaching a secondary wilderness teeming with underbrush. In the distance, he could see several wild wolves, their fur sleek and eyes fierce, prowling throughout the area, causing his heart to sink slightly. Beyond the bison grasslands, the wild creatures would actively attack humans, and with his zero-level strength, encountering a high-level beast would spell disaster. Steeling himself, he cautiously evaded the gazes of the wolves and continued his advance. As time gradually slipped away, he traversed a mountain shortcut, significantly reducing the journey to his destination. As more time passed, he found himself in an ancient forest where towering trees intertwined to form a canopy that obscured the sunlight. The atmosphere was eerie, with wisps of thin white mist weaving through the air, creating an unsettling ambience. Behind a tree that required 3 people to embrace, Qin Han stiffened, pressing his back against the trunk and holding his breath. On the opposite side of the tree, a colossal python, nearly 10 meters in length and as thick as a barrel, adorned with green stripes reminiscent of a watermelon, flicked its crimson tongue while its bulbous eyes scanned the surroundings. Even from behind the tree, Qin Han could detect the pungent odor wafting from its body. The forest python, a level 10 wild beast, was the tyrant of this forest. Given Qin Han's current capabilities, he was no match for it. If discovered, his fate would be sealed. Silence enveloped the surroundings, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. No insects buzzed, no birds chirped, and no wind rustled the leaves. The only sound was the faint thumping of Qin Han's heart. Seconds stretched into what felt like an eternity, and just as the tension became unbearable, a distant crowing of a rooster broke the stillness. The python's head swung in the direction of the sound, and it began to slither away, its massive body undulating. As the sounds of the python's movement faded into the distance, Qin Han sprang from behind the tree and sprinted up the mountain. Atop a flattened summit lay an archery training ground enclosed by a fence, its sparse decor featuring a few targets, a bow rack, and a solitary welcoming pine tree perched near the cliff's edge. Under the blazing sun, a man clad in leather armor, cradling an ancient longbow, leaned against the welcoming pine. Eyes closed in a semblance of slumber, Qin Han leaned against his knees, gasping for breath, his back dampened with sweat. Yet his gaze was unwaveringly fixed on the man wielding a bow and arrow, as if he were beholding a long-lost relative. After a day of arduous travel, he had finally arrived safely. After a brief moment of rest, during which his body regained some strength, Qin Han hurried over to the man, who was none other than the novice archery instructor, one of the fixed NPCs in the boundless novice village. Not only could he impart archery skills, but after a skills assessment, he would reward players with archery equipment based on their performance. Achieving excellence could even grant players a rare opportunity for a class change. Those whose assessment scores reached perfection would be bestowed with the highest class transition qualifications. Furthermore, the first player to attain a perfect score would not only receive the Premier Class token, but also a unique treasure. This location was far from the novice village, nestled within dense forests, making it exceedingly remote. Currently, it was likely that no one else from the village could find their way here, and certainly, no one from the nearly 1 million novice villages of the Blue Star civilization would be able to traverse this distance. Nevertheless, Qin Han aimed to surpass every individual in the infinite universe and countless novice villages. Although, in the early stages of the game, to ensure fairness, the strength of monsters in each novice village was dynamically enhanced. For instance, if an ordinary Blue Star citizen struggled against wild bulls, individuals from advanced civilizations would face a similar challenge. However, champions of combat on Blue Star, or individuals like Lu Kuang, possess superior physiques compared to the average person. Thus, when they began to play, they held an advantage over other players. In martial civilizations, the disparity between individuals could be even greater. For instance, in the lowest tier of martial civilizations, the average physique in a novice village ranged from 20 to 200. The game would enhance monsters only according to the weakest players, meaning those with a physique of 200 inherently started with a 20-level advantage over others. These individuals could explore further at the onset of the game, even if they were unaware of their surroundings. However, due to sheer probability, it was likely that tens of billions had already explored this place in the endless novice villages. Moreover, archery was a fundamental skill for many martial practitioners. The exceptional ones could shoot with precision, hitting every target. This meant that among these individuals, the majority would likely pass the archery assessment. Yet, Qin Han, a mere individual from the weakest civilization, dared to compete against billions of powerful contenders, and he had his own advantages. Suppressing his excitement, Qin Han rushed to the NPC and boldly declared, "Instructor, I wish to undertake the archery assessment." The archery instructor, taken aback, did not expect anyone to find him in such a secluded location. It seemed that destiny was inescapable. "Child, since we are fated to meet, I can offer you an opportunity for a class change. However, I see that you lack any foundational skills in archery. I recommend learning the basics of archery before attempting the assessment, as you only have one chance." "No need for that. I have already mastered the basics. Let us commence the assessment now." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Qin Han promptly complied, and the two proceeded to the designated target range. The archery instructor pointed towards several targets ahead. "Speaking with gravity. Before you lie 5 targets, positioned at distances of 50, 60, 80, 100, and 120 meters. You must release 5 arrows within 10 seconds. A score of 50 signifies perfection, 40 denotes excellence, 30 represents adequacy, and 20 is merely acceptable. Only by achieving perfection may you advance to the subsequent assessment. Remember, you have but one opportunity. Cherish it dearly." Qin Han nodded, grasping the training bow, and drew it back twice to reacquaint himself with its feel. As a player who had journeyed to the final battlefield of the game, his experience was nothing short of exceptional. He had dabbled in nearly every skill the game offered. With archery being an indispensable skill for nearly all players, he had honed his craft to near perfection. Taking a deep breath, Qin Han declared, "Let us begin." In the next moment, a countdown timer materialized in the air before him. 10, 9, 8, 7. The numbers rapidly diminished, and Qin Han's gaze sharpened as he bent his bow and nocked an arrow, focusing intently on the bullseye. Time seemed to slow dramatically, and even the countdown appeared to momentarily freeze. Holding his breath, he released his grip, and with a swift whoosh, the wooden arrow shot forth. Before the first arrow could even reach its target, Qin Han had already knocked a second arrow, and with another swift motion, it flew. His actions quickened. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sounds echoed in quick succession. In the next instant, Qin Han lowered his bow, and the muffled thuds of arrows striking the target resonated in the air. Looking up, he beheld that all 5 wooden arrows had found their mark in the bullseye. From the opposite side, the archery instructor's astonished voice rang out. 50 points, perfect. Your talent for archery astonishes me. Given time, you are destined to become an exceptional marksman. Within the assessment arena, the archery training instructor continued, "Child, the upcoming challenges will be even more demanding. Do you wish to proceed with the assessment? Should you choose to forfeit, I will present you with a fine hunting bow as a gift. Should you opt to continue, be aware that failure will yield no reward." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Qin Han's expression was relaxed. The speed of the moving target was constant, requiring merely an increase in lead to strike it effortlessly. For any exceptional archer, the challenge of hitting such a moving target is nearly equivalent to that of a stationary one. Holding his breath, he nocked the arrow, executing the actions in a fluid motion. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Thud, thud, thud. Unsurprisingly, all 5 arrows struck the bullseye. "Your progress has truly impressed me," came the voice of the archery instructor. "Child, should you choose to abandon this endeavor now, I will grant you a certificate for the novice archer class, enabling you to transition at the novice village's class-changing altar. This transition may yield unforeseen benefits. However, the upcoming assessments will become increasingly challenging. If you decide to continue, you may find yourself with nothing to show for it." With a subtle movement at the corner of his mouth, Qin Han contemplated the significance of class transition, one of the most pivotal aspects for players at the onset of their gaming journey. It serves as a pathway for weaker races to surpass their mightier counterparts. The primary archer class, the most rudimentary of professions, offers players a growth rate of 1.5 times for every level attained. For ordinary players, regardless of their initial prowess, the novice phase permits a mere 10 points of physical stamina per level. In contrast, the primary archer, benefiting from the 1.5 growth factor, gains 15 points of stamina for each level progressed. Consequently, advancing 2 levels as a primary archer equates to 3 levels for an ordinary player, and a 10-level ascent mirrors a 15-level rise for the latter. Over time, this disparity becomes increasingly pronounced. Transitioning classes imposes no level prerequisites. One can make the change even at level 0. The earlier the transition, the greater the advantages for the player. After all, levels are irreversible. Should a player delay their transition until level 5, the preceding levels yield no growth bonuses, resulting in considerable losses. Moreover, it is paramount to note that class transition slots within the Eternal Life game are finite. All players across the myriad realms vie for these limited opportunities on a first-come, first-served basis. The slots for the primary archer class, available through mentors, number in the trillions. A seemingly abundant figure. However, when distributed across the endless novice villages, this quantity dwindles to insignificance. In my previous life, the novice zone I inhabited ultimately boasted fewer than 10 individuals with a profession. The 1.5 times advantage of a primary class, in a one-on-one scenario, undoubtedly results in overwhelming superiority against non-professionals. Even in a 1 versus 3 confrontation, victory could be attained. Nevertheless, the limitations of the primary class confine one to being merely a minor adept within the novice village, where achieving dominance is challenging. Let alone contending with the formidable forces of the boundless cosmos, such aspirations would be laughable. Having been reborn, Qin Han is resolute in his ambition to become the unrivaled champion of all realms. Even if offered the primary class for free, he would not cast a glance in its direction. Qin Han gently shook his head and said, "Mentor, I wish to continue with the assessment." This time, the mentor refrained from further discussion and began to arrange the necessary resources for the evaluation. A minute later, he announced, "All is prepared. We may commence the next assessment." Qin Han raised his eyes and beheld 5 targets soaring through the sky like wild geese. He focused his gaze and declared, "Commence the assessment." As time passed gradually, within the archery training grounds, Qin Han repeatedly succeeded in the evaluation. At last, he was on the verge of completing the advanced vocational assessment. At that moment, the archery instructor appeared astonished and remarked, "My child, it has been a long time since anyone has demonstrated such exceptional talent as you. Among the many young individuals I have encountered throughout my career, you undoubtedly stand at the forefront. Provided you complete this assessment now, I shall bestow upon you a token of qualification for a high-level vocational transfer, as well as a remarkable longbow as a reward. However, should you choose to pursue further assessments, be forewarned that they are exceedingly arduous, with a significant likelihood of failure. Should you falter, all your prior achievements would be rendered null and void. Additionally, before the assessment, you must fulfill the preliminary tasks I assigned to validate your eligibility. You must ponder this carefully." Qin Han nodded and continued, "Mentor, I choose to proceed with the next assessment." The mentor mentioned that there was a prerequisite task, which did not trouble him. Rather, it filled him with joy. After all, as previously stated, among all players in the universe, those who had reached this point must number over 10 billion, and those capable of completing the advanced career qualifications would surely be at least 5 billion. If the archery assessment could be completed in one go, the final career slots would likely have already been claimed by others, leaving him with no chance. This prerequisite task was the key that allowed him to dare to obtain the elite archer's token before all other players. The archery mentor nodded, stating, "You are indeed a remarkably courageous child, and I hope you find greater success in the upcoming assessments. To prove your eligibility for inheriting the elite profession, you must hunt 500 forest pythons, 500 leopards, and 500 gray eagles within one day. Once you complete these hunts, you may return to continue with the final assessment." Even though Qin Han was aware of this prerequisite task, hearing it spoken aloud sent a shiver down his spine. The forest pythons, level 10 monsters, were solitary creatures. Although they roamed the forest in great numbers, locating and defeating each terrifying beast would consume a considerable amount of time, even with sufficient strength. Not to mention the 11-level leopards and 12-level gray eagles, should he attempt to eliminate them all. Even the most elite of factions would require the better part of a day. However, it was precisely because of this prerequisite tasks barrier that the elite archer token had remained unclaimed for so long. The reason Qin Han dared to approach was that he knew of a way to circumvent the task. In the later stages of the game, a cosmic-level forum would be opened, where many would share their previously acquired gaming strategies. Once, someone had shared that they found a book in the bandit leader's study at the novice village of Heian-Zhai, titled Tears of the Archer. It narrated the love story between an exceptional archer and a woman. By reading this book and discussing its contents with the archery mentor, one could elevate their favorability to a friendly level, allowing them to request a bypass of the prerequisite task. In the assessment arena, Qin Han quickly said, "Mentor, by a stroke of fortune, I came across a book titled Tears of the Archer, authored by a woman named Hong Ling." Upon hearing this, the mentor's expression instantly changed, her urgency palpable. "Hong Ling? Did you just say the author is Hong Ling? What has she written in that book?" "Qin Han, she mentioned that in her youth, she encountered a man named Min Hulu, and together they embarked on various adventures." Upon hearing this, the mentor's lips trembled. Min Hulu is a name known solely to the two of us. It is our intimate appellation. Furthermore, what else has she inscribed within? Did she elucidate the reasons behind her departure from me all those years ago? Qin Han nodded gently. Later, Hong Ling encountered the curse of aging and faced imminent demise. Fearing that Dun Hulu would witness her at her most unappealing, she quietly departed. In her final moments, she meticulously chronicled the fragments of their shared experiences in this tome. Although this sentence is succinct, and most might struggle to empathize, it struck the bowmaster profoundly. His body trembled, and tears welled in his sharp eyes. It dawned on him that her departure was rooted in this very matter. She had left out of concern for his sorrow. But did she not know the depths of my sadness in her absence? "My dearest beloved, regardless of how unappealing you may become, my heart shall remain steadfast, and I will stand by your side until the end." Observing the tears cascading down the bowmaster's cheeks, Qin Han suddenly realized, no wonder this book is titled The Tears of the Bowmaster. It all makes sense now. This woman named Hong Ling truly understood you, master. She must have foreseen that upon hearing this story, you would inevitably weep. The bond you share is indeed beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Upon hearing this, the bowmaster's emotions began to stabilize. His gaze towards Qin Han softened significantly. "Child, I never anticipated such a profound connection between us. I am genuinely pleased that you shared this with me. Please, if you have any requests, feel free to voice them. I shall fulfill any that lie within my power." System, Bowmaster's favorability increased by 60. Upon witnessing this, Qin Han felt a sense of reassurance wash over him. He promptly declared, "Mentor, I wish to bypass the preliminary tasks and commence directly with the final assessment." The mentor, taken aback by his words, replied, "Child, are you aware of my true capabilities? This promise I offer is exceedingly rare. To relinquish it for a mere preliminary task is, indeed, not worth it." Qin Han shook his head. "No, I urgently need to bypass this task." He was well aware of the archer mentor's true nature. As the game progressed, once the novice village was abolished, this archer mentor would become a free NPC, one that players would encounter later. Although he was not a deity, his prowess was formidable enough to challenge even the highest gods. Utilizing this promise during critical moments would yield significant returns. However, in comparison to the Supreme Class token and the unique treasure, it was evident that utilizing it now was the most advantageous choice. Upon hearing this, the archer mentor ceased his insistence and said, "In that case, I shall grant your request. Child, let us commence the final assessment." A minute later, after the mentor had set everything in motion, 20 targets began to soar in an erratic pattern before Qin Han. He had to hit them all within 10 seconds, striking the bullseye each time. The difficulty was staggering. Even someone as skilled as Qin Han, who had reached the ultimate battlefield, found it somewhat daunting. He recalled that in his previous life, the first player to obtain the top archer class token had done so around 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Now, however, the time was already nearing 12:50, leaving him in a race against time. A moment's inattention could cost him dearly. Taking a deep breath, Qin Han's expression turned grave. "Initiate the assessment." Simultaneously, in the Y520131 Novice Village, within the Archer Assessment Arena, a strikingly beautiful woman with a tall, slender figure and skin as delicate as jade was poised with a longbow. Her ruby lips parted slightly. "Mentor, I have completed the prerequisite tasks. I wish to begin the final assessment." In the Archer Assessment Arena, Qin Han focused intently, taking a deep breath. His vision sharpened to the utmost. He perceived the movement trajectories of the darting targets with clarity. Their seemingly chaotic motions appeared orderly to him, akin to a strategic formation. Now was the moment. Drawing the bowstring and nocking an arrow. He pushed his physical potential to its limits, the motion of drawing the bowstring leaving behind a faint afterimage. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of arrows slicing through the air resonated continuously. The arrows descended like a torrential rain upon the targets. Thud, thud, thud. A cacophony of impacts followed. In the next instant, the mentor's eyes widened in disbelief, exclaiming, "Child, you did it. You have passed the final archery assessment. You have achieved an unprecedented feat. In light of your impeccable performance, I shall present you with the top archer class token and an unparalleled bow. May it assist you on your forthcoming journey." With a flash of white light in the mentor's hands, a hunting bow, radiating a crimson hue and adorned with intricate carvings, appeared. The archer mentor extended the bow to Qin Han and produced a golden token, one side inscribed with the character for arrow, the other side embellished with elaborate patterns. I never anticipated that our fates would intertwine so profoundly. You have acquired my finest treasures, and I genuinely rejoice for you. With this class token, you may proceed to the village altar for your class advancement. Child, the sooner you transition, the greater the benefits will be. I hope that upon receiving the token, you will rush to the novice village altar without delay. At that moment, Qin Han's complexion was pale, sweat cascading down his face. His body felt unsteady, clearly having reached its limit. Yet, his face radiated excitement. He had finally succeeded. He had triumphed ahead of all the other experts in the myriad realms. His arduous journey of half a day had not been in vain. With slightly trembling hands, he accepted the items from the mentor. Simultaneously, a message appeared in the world notification section. Congratulations to player Qin Han for obtaining a unique treasure, awarded with 1 point of heavenly Dao value. As Qin Han is the first player in this game to acquire a unique item, an additional reward of 10 points of heavenly Dao value is granted. With the announcement, Qin Han's name resonated for the first time across the infinite universe, before all players. Meanwhile, in the Y520131 novice village, the mentor smiled broadly. Child, congratulations on completing the top-tier class assessment. You shall receive a top-tier class token and an exceptional bow. The stunning woman in white, having received the top-tier class token and the dark golden longbow, gazed at the world announcement, deep in thought. I have painstakingly earned a top-tier class token and a dark golden longbow. Yet I received no world announcement. This unique treasure must be something extraordinary. In this vast universe, hidden talents abound. Even as a member of a peak race, I must strive forward and not fall behind. At this moment, in the 688 novice village, the chat area buzzed with uncertainty. Brothers, I've discovered something significant. Just now, while perusing the level leaderboard, I noticed a player named Qin Han. Could it be that he obtained the treasure? Isn't that a bit of a stretch? Someone questioned. In this boundless universe, with countless players in the novice village, for a unique treasure to fall into the hands of a player here? I feel as though I'm dreaming. Come on, just because the name is the same doesn't mean it's him. Think of how vast the universe is. There must be millions of people named Qin Han. Do you really believe our village has such luck? That's a fair point. We've never even won the lottery, let alone have such a low probability of happening. I think this is highly unlikely. Whether it's true or not, let's just ask him privately. Good idea, brothers. Let's do it. In the next moment, a flurry of private messages poured in towards Qin Han like snowflakes. However, unsurprisingly, all these messages fell into silence. What should we do, brothers? No one is replying. I suspect the silence means there's something to hide. It must be him. Not necessarily. I don't think he is. I agree. If he were really a big shot, how could he still be at level 0? That doesn't make sense. Exactly. How could a level 0 player possess such abilities? Thus, the majority of players in the village concluded that such fortune was not meant for them. Simultaneously, a new announcement captured everyone's attention. Congratulations to village player Lu Kuang for being the first to reach level 2, rewarded with an increase of 1 in physique. The chat bar quickly shifted focus to this new development. Wow, I haven't even leveled up once, and Lu Kuang has already reached level 2. Indeed, his leveling speed is astonishing. Sigh. The first to level up with a physique increase of 1 means Lu Kuang will have a significant advantage as he levels up. The gap between us will only widen. Yes, I foresee Lu Kuang becoming the tyrant of the novice village. It seems that prophecy is about to come true. And that day will arrive swiftly. All is predestined, and we have little control. I just reached level 1, hoping to catch up to Lu Kuang. But seeing him at level 2, I feel disheartened. Perhaps it is best not to pursue him. In history, Liu Bang, a mere rogue from Peixian, became an emperor. Later, Lu Xiu, a farmer from Nanyang, rose to prominence, and Liu Bei, a weaver-turned-merchant, claimed a third of the realm. Now, Liu Kuang, a butcher, has an unlimited future ahead. Unbeknownst to many, the Liu lineage has thrived uninterrupted from the Han dynasty to the present, poised for resurgence once more. Liu Kuang, his heart ablaze with fervor, gazed intently at the unfolding events, pondering, "Am I truly as formidable as they claim?" The earnestness with which others spoke gave credence to the notion that this may indeed be the truth. Had he perhaps underestimated his own prowess? Perhaps it was time to set his sights on the ultimate treasure. With fervent anticipation, Liu Kuang ventured deeper into the wild bison prairie, where the experience gained from advancing from level 2 to 3 multiplied exponentially. He could already sense the arduous nature of leveling up. However, the deeper he delved, the more abundant the bisons became. With renewed vigor, he mused that perhaps he could ascend to level 3 today and earn a few additional attribute rewards. A sense of urgency enveloped him, for he felt that a splendid life beckoned him forth. After a lifetime of herding cattle, the days of hardship seemed to be drawing to a close. Previously, he had scoffed at the saying that those riding the winds could soar like pigs. But now he found it believable. How else could one explain why Zhang Fei, a butcher, became a grand general, or how Zhu Yuanzhang, once a beggar, achieved imperial greatness? Was it not all a matter of fortune? Now, that fortune seemed to smile upon Liu Kuang. Within the archery training grounds, Qin Han observed the global announcement and promptly concealed his name. A bitter smile graced his lips. In the Eternal Life game, competition was encouraged, and players who acquired significant treasures were publicly acknowledged, inciting rivalry among them. Presently, he remained weak. Should news of his possession of a precious item reach the ears of powerful beings from higher races, countless schemes would surely be devised against him, complicating matters immensely. Fortunately, the announcement displayed only names, devoid of specific starting village details. Moreover, in this vast multiverse, the name Qin Han was likely as common as grains of sand on a beach. As long as he refrained from self-identification, it would be some time before anyone focused their attention on him. Seizing the opportunity while the spotlight was elsewhere, he aimed to rise swiftly, at the very least acquiring the capability for self-preservation. By concealing his name, it would become exceedingly difficult for others to ascertain his identity, thus alleviating many potential complications. With a calm demeanor, Qin Han turned his gaze to the 11 points of heavenly Dao value. A cautious smile unconsciously emerged upon his face. As a seasoned player, he understood better than anyone that the heavenly Dao value was one of the most precious commodities within this game, potentially determining success or failure on the ultimate battlefield. The benefits of heavenly Dao value were boundless. For instance, should one accumulate enough, it could be exchanged for the exalted divine rank, instantly elevating one to become one of the mightiest beings in the cosmos. In his previous life, he toiled tirelessly, ultimately acquiring merely 1 point of heavenly Dao value. Yet now, having just been reborn, he found himself endowed with 11 points. The sheer exhilaration of this fortune invigorated him immensely, with excitement coursing through him. He directed his attention toward the top-tier archer class transfer token. The top-tier archer class token conferred a 5-fold growth value, along with a professional aura that augmented archery damage by 70%, speed by 70%, firing rate by 70%, and sharpness by 70%. Such 4 passive abilities and 1 growth value were exceedingly rare in the Eternal Life game, for those that could proportionately enhance attributes were few and far between. This token not only significantly bolstered his attributes, but also did not occupy an equipment slot, rendering it invaluable throughout all stages of the game. In the realm of gaming, beginner class tokens offered 5 times growth value, intermediate tokens provided 2 times, advanced tokens granted 3 times, and top-tier tokens yielded 5 times. Which meant that possessing a top-tier class token equated to gaining 5 levels for a regular player upon leveling up. As the game progressed, leveling became increasingly challenging, thereby amplifying the value of class tokens indefinitely. What does this mean? A regular player reaching the pinnacle of the novice village at level 20 would see an increase of 200 points in their constitution. Conversely, a player with a top-tier class would gain 1,000 points in constitution at the same level. The 5-fold disparity, coupled with the passive benefits of the professional aura, rendered the difference akin to a special forces operative facing off against a preschool child. One would easily dominate 1-on-1, 10-on-1, or even 50-on-1. Ordinary players in low martial worlds typically began with a mere 10 to 20 points of strength. This gap was insurmountable for an average inhabitant of Blue Star. Yet for players of top-tier classes, it was but a light drizzle. With a single level, they could effortlessly surpass their peers. Even those ordinary players from peak races could be matched by top-tier class holders once they reached over 100 levels, and, bolstered by their professional advantages, they could easily overwhelm them. Crucially, within the game, numerous dungeons and secret realms offered rewards in constitution and other attributes. Furthermore, personal dungeons dynamically adjusted in difficulty according to one's strength. The stronger the constitution, the more challenging the dungeon. This mechanism leveled the playing field, allowing class holders to benefit from their professional auras, thereby traversing further and reaping richer rewards than those without such advantages. Over time, this would further bridge the gap in constitution with peak races. To speak candidly, while peak races may initially boast 5,000 points of constitution, an intimidating figure, any top-tier class holder would ultimately dominate them with ease in later stages of the game. However, when one gazes across the vast multiverse, even the top-tier class token pales in comparison. The total number of top-tier class tokens across the entire game likely reaches 100 million. As the game progresses and the weak are eliminated, players may find themselves in a battlefield filled entirely with top-tier classes, at which point the term top-tier would become synonymous with ordinary. Transitioning to a class now would merely lead one down the well-trodden path of their predecessors. Moreover, among those peak races, their combat prowess far exceeds that of typical worlds. Should they acquire a top-tier class token, their combined strength would be nothing short of terrifying. His ambition was to surpass everyone in this celestial expanse. Relying solely on this foundation would be far from sufficient. Of course, top-tier classes are not the pinnacle of professional levels. There exist even loftier tiers beyond them. The combination of two top-tier class tokens could facilitate a transition to a sacred-level profession, propelling him further along his journey. This, indeed, would become his next aspiration. Qin Han took a moment to compose himself, placing the prestigious Archer's Class transfer token into his pocket, his gaze shifting to the God-slaying bow. The God-slaying bow, a treasure of exceptional growth potential. Attack power, 100, ignores defenses. The damage will increase with the wielder's progression. There exists a 1 in a billion chance for a guaranteed critical hit. No need for ammunition. Additional capabilities will be unlocked as it grows. The God-slaying bow lives up to its name, boasting a 1 in a billion chance for a decisive kill. Although the odds may seem infinitesimal, this attribute alone grants it the potential to slay even the highest of deities. Furthermore, as the God-slaying bow continues to evolve, this probability will only increase. One day, it may indeed deliver a single strike that vanquishes a god. The ability to ignore defenses is akin to true damage, a divine passive that even the top archers of his previous life seldom possessed. Moreover, the absence of the need for ammunition is a coveted trait that all archers dream of. With this feature, he would no longer fret over arrows. Bind. The binding of the God-slaying bow was successful. It became untradeable and indestructible. Should the master meet their demise, the bow would dissipate alongside them. In that instant, a profound bond of bloodline connection emerged between Qin Han and the God-slaying bow. Retrieve. With a mere thought, the God-slaying bow vanished from his grasp. Manifest. In the next moment, the bow reappeared in his hand. The treasure possessed a spirit. Once bound, it could be summoned or stored at will. Drawing the bowstring sent a wave of intoxicating smoothness coursing through him. Master, I must take my leave. With the God-slaying bow in hand, Qin Han prepared to depart. Yet, he found himself rooted in place, for within this archery training ground lay another precious item he was determined to acquire. Child, wait a moment. The archery instructor called out to Qin Han, astonished that he had managed to claim the God-slaying bow so swiftly. He must have received the blessing of the arrow god. By the grace of the arrow god, I have one more trial for you. Should you succeed, an unexpected reward awaits you. Qin Han smiled, for the hidden task had indeed arrived. He said, Mentor, please initiate the new assessment. I am fully prepared. Ah, my child, you possess a rather impatient spirit. Much like my own, chuckled the archery mentor. He then raised his index finger to his lips and, with a sudden sharp whistle, summoned a magnificent steed that materialized from thin air, cloaked in swirling black mist and with eyes aglow in crimson. My dear child, this is a mythical horse from another realm, named Nightmarish, endowed with extraordinary abilities and yet to find a master. With a flick of his hand, the mentor conjured 50 targets moving erratically in the sky. He continued, if you can tame Nightmarish within a minute and strike the center of each target while mounted upon it, I shall bestow Nightmarish upon you as a reward. Allow me to share a secret. Nightmarish is the proudest horse in existence, and conventional taming methods may prove futile, while failure in this challenge carries no punishment. This is your sole opportunity to claim Nightmarish. Qin Han nodded, his expression somewhat grave. He had perused the strategy guide and understood that the prerequisite for undertaking the nightmarish horse quest was the possession of the god-slaying bow. In the latter stages of the game, there would be the Myriad Realms Forum. Players would share their experiences, and as long as the game's judgments were deemed accurate, the more views a post garnered, the greater the rewards. The benefits obtainable from this forum were irresistible to countless formidable players. Thus, once the Myriad Realms Forum was established, innumerable players shared their enigmatic experiences within the game. The Nightmarish Horse quest was one that had been shared by a previous bearer of the god-slaying bow. This individual had attempted the quest but ultimately failed. They had previously divulged their conjectures regarding the taming of the Nightmarish Horse. A horse, proud beyond measure, would not tolerate anyone approaching it from behind to tame it, nor would it submit to a weaker being. To tame it, one must exhibit an even greater pride, demonstrating an aura that surpasses the gods and shatters the heavens. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. With a resolute step forward, Qin Han inquired, "Are you willing to be my companion in the conquest of the realms, sharing both glory and disgrace, life and death?" At that moment, the nightmarish steed raised its forelegs and emitted a joyful neigh. It then slowly approached Qin Han, lowering its head to nuzzle against his chest. "Good brother, let us fight together for the future." With those words, Qin Han mounted the steed and urged the nightmarish steed to gallop swiftly across the training ground. Although the instructor had not mandated that one must ride before shooting arrows, given the nature of mounted archery, he decided to embrace the challenge. In the realm of gaming, the most difficult tasks often yield the greatest rewards. He summoned the god layer bow, drew it taut, and a translucent white energy arrow materialized, soaring forth with his release. In a single, fluid motion, Qin Han struck all 50 targets with precision. "Excellent. Truly remarkable. Child, you have accomplished the task with the utmost standard. In recognition of your outstanding performance, I shall bestow upon you an additional set of dark gold saddles." As the instructor's words resonated, a brand new black saddle appeared on the nightmarish steed. Its exquisite leather shimmering softly, adding an air of mystique to the already dark creature. Qin Han's face radiated with joy as he swiftly bonded with the nightmare steed. The bond with the nightmare steed was successfully established. Nightmare steed, the singularly evolving divine horse, a treasure, the most proud and solitary steed in existence. It recognizes only one master throughout its life. Should the master perish, it will follow suit in a self-destructive act. Its base movement speed escalates in accordance with the master's advancement, with a speed enhancement of 100. It possesses boundless energy and the ability to traverse water. It can only perish through self-detonation. Additional capabilities will be unlocked as it matures. Equipped with Grey Eagle Saddle Set, a dark gold grade equipment. This increases the steed's carrying capacity by double and augments its movement speed by 30%. The saddlebag boasts a storage capacity of 1,000, allowing for retrieval and storage within a 50-meter radius of the steed through mere thought. Qin Han was overjoyed. Indeed, it was a remarkable turn of events. Even in its rudimentary state, it could easily outshine a multitude of excellent steeds. If it were to grow in the future, what extraordinary capabilities would it possess? Moreover, the Black Eagle saddle was quite impressive, particularly with its storage space of 1,000, which perfectly alleviated his pressing needs. Concurrently, the world announcement resonated once more. Congratulations to player Qin Han for acquiring a unique treasure, earning a point of heavenly Dao value. Gazing at the world announcement, people across the realms were left in a state of bewilderment. Had he not just entered the game less than half a day ago? Most were still meandering through the novice square like curious children, admiring the flowers and grass. Meanwhile, he had already obtained 2 treasures, a unique one at that. Along with a world report, it must be incredibly powerful. At this rate, who could possibly withstand him? Would there be any joy left in playing? Might as well lie down and await their demise. What sort of game was this? Almost instantly, Qin Han became the object of envy and disdain for all. In the Y520131 novice village, a stunning woman paused, her elegant brows slightly furrowing. If one instance could be attributed to luck, then 2 consecutive occurrences must signify true skill. This Qin Han would undoubtedly secure his place in the future across the realms. He warranted close attention. In the 688 novice village, people erupted with excitement once more. Another unique treasure, another Qin Han. It was highly likely they were speaking of the same individual. Was this person perhaps a favored child of the heavens? Such favoritism was astounding. This was a world-class announcement. Even in the ordinary online games I once played, players who triggered server-wide announcements were always the elite. Now, in this vast universe, to be acknowledged in such a manner, I dare say they must be in existence of such high caliber that it is beyond our imagination. Undoubtedly a pinnacle of super-civilization. Please, do not speak thus. I still harbor some hope that our Qin Han from the 688 village might be the one. Your words shatter my dreams. Our village? Let us be realistic. I checked, and that Qin Han is still at level 0, likely still wandering the village. Not yet grasping the game. As the game commenced, at such a critical juncture, how could he not be leveling up? Such a person surely has no future. Look at the esteemed Lu Kuang. He is the true powerhouse. I just heard someone mention that Lu Kuang didn't even have lunch, yet he continued diligently hunting monsters. He is the role model we should aspire to. Deep in the novice grasslands, on his way to the greater bison area, Lu Kuang casually opened the chat window. Seeing others discussing him, he smiled with pride but chose not to engage. Those world-class announcements mattered little to him. He had no interest in who Qin Han was. His focus remained on dominating the novice village. As the saying goes, a bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. Distant prospects are unattainable, and only that which can be grasped is truly valuable. The first upgrade, that modest boost in physique, was the genuine advantage. At the archer training ground, having reaped all the benefits, Qin Han decided not to linger any longer. Farewell, Minner, he said, mounting his steed. After a few swift strides, he suddenly turned back, exclaiming, I almost forgot one thing. Minter, if possible, when my strength is sufficient, perhaps I could help you find your beloved. The archer Minter trembled at his words. Are you saying, Hongling, she is still alive? Qin Han, although death is an irreversible fate, I believe that the soul transcends to a mysterious realm. Hongling's strength is not inferior to yours. Perhaps her spirit still lingers in some corner of the universe? Upon hearing this, the archery Minter trembled uncontrollably. Yet his gaze crystallized with an unprecedented resolve. If you can assist me in retrieving Hongling, I vow upon my life to remain loyal to you in this lifetime. System. Archery Minter's affinity increased by 20. Epic Quest. Redemption of the Lonely Soul. Please venture into the spirit realm to locate Hongling's soul. Lift the curse that binds her, and reunite her with the archery Minter. Upon observing this, Qin Han was immediately elated, as this was an epic quest. Throughout the entire history of the game, quests that could be deemed epic were exceedingly rare. Moreover, epic quests were unique. Completing the quest would at least yield some celestial Dao points, and might even result in acquiring a supreme treasure. Not to mention, this quest guaranteed obtaining a formidable figure like the archer Minter. His earlier remarks were merely prompted by the sudden recollection of a vast game world from the later stages of the game, the spirit realm, which served as the final resting place for the universe's powerful beings. Those who reached a certain level of strength would have their soul's journey to the spirit realm after death. He never expected that simply mentioning it would trigger an epic quest. It was an unexpected delight. Minter, farewell. After solemnly cupping his fist toward the Minter atop his steed, Qin Han turned his horse and galloped away. He rode his nightmare straight down the mountain. When he arrived, he was utterly penniless, possessing only a cloth garment. He had to evade even slightly stronger monsters. Now, with the sheer speed of the nightmare, he dared to traverse the novice village's monster zone. The path down the mountain was rugged, but under the nightmare's iron hooves, it was as smooth as a paved road. The ground beneath him flew by, and in what seemed like the blink of an eye, Qin Han arrived in the forest. Hiss, hiss. A familiar sound echoed as the departed forest python had returned. This domineering creature stood squarely in the middle of the road, like a highway robber. Upon seeing Qin Han approach, its eyes revealed a bloodthirsty glint. Someone had arrived, which meant food was here. Tonight's dinner was secured. Humans must be quite delicious. Without hesitation, it opened its maw and bit at Qin Han with lightning speed. Its ferocious teeth were determined to tear the enemy before it to shreds. However, times had changed. He who once feared the forest python like a tiger now felt no apprehension. Nightmare, evade. Qin Han's expression was relaxed as he promptly issued commands. The nightmare, true to its nature, was exceptionally agile. Upon hearing Qin Han's directive, it swiftly stomped the ground, allowing him to deftly evade an attack from Sun Meng while creating a substantial distance between them. Seizing the opportunity as Sun Meng turned, Qin Han summoned the Godslayer Bao and let an arrow fly. The energy arrow, impervious to defenses, pierced directly into Sun Meng's body. Simultaneously, Sun Meng's name became visible, adorned with a crimson suffix and a red skull emblem. The monster, 5 levels higher than the player, bore a red name, indicating its status as a mere ordinary creature. Following this, a damage notification of -101 soared into the air. With a subtle smile, Qin Han noted that his constitution was intrinsically linked to all his attributes. For every 10 points of constitution, he gained 1 point of attack and 30 points of health. Starting with an initial attribute of 10, he possessed 1 point of attack. Combined with the God Layer Bao's inherent 100 points of attack, his total attack power reached 101. Furthermore, the God Layer Bao's ability to ignore defense meant that the damage he inflicted was akin to true damage. Given that the forest serpent possessed approximately 3,000 health points, each arrow dealing 101 damage meant that roughly 30 arrows would suffice to vanquish it, a rather efficient prospect. Yet, even greater efficiency was within reach. Qin Han drew his bow, taking careful aim and anticipating the serpent's trajectory. With a resounding thwack, an arrow pierced the serpent's vitals. A resplendent yellow damage indicator materialized, -1010. A critical hit, dealing tenfold damage. Such formidable damage meant that merely 2 more arrows would be sufficient to dispatch the serpent. In the throes of agony, the serpent contorted its body, dragging its immense bulk as it sought refuge within the forest, weaving between the trees in a desperate attempt to exploit the terrain for escape. Alas, it had encountered a seasoned veteran. Such rudimentary predictive techniques were second nature to Qin Han. Regardless of the serpent's evasive maneuvers, Qin Han unleashed a radiant arrow that unerringly struck the serpent's vitals as it passed through the narrow gap between 2 trees. -1010. Another yellow damage indicator materialized. The sheer force of the blow left the serpent grievously wounded, causing it to writhe upon the ground in agony. Qin Han followed up with another arrow. -1010. Once more, the damage indicator appeared. In the ensuing moment, the serpent's colossal body succumbed, collapsing with a resounding crash. Subsequently, a small wisp of white light emanated from the corpse, entering Qin Han's body. Forest serpent slain. 500 experience points acquired. Your experience is sufficient. Ascend to the next level? Not at this juncture. Qin Han opted to decline. Should the player choose not to level up, the experience gained will be reset to 0. Confirm. Without hesitation, Qin Han chose not to advance in level. For a seasoned player like him, experience holds little value. It is something he can acquire at will, and he remains indifferent to it. Moreover, leveling up at this juncture would be akin to draining a pond of its fish. He would not progress until he has solidified his foundation. With a mere thought, he stored the corpse of the forest python into his spatial pouch. Although this level 10 python was merely an ordinary creature with unpalatable flesh, its skin was an excellent material for crafting leather armor, which could be reclaimed at the tailor's shop in the novice village. While its worth may be modest, as an experienced player, he had grown accustomed to seizing even the slightest advantage. Furthermore, the spatial pouch allows for the stacking of up to 99 similar items, taking up no significant space. Besides, with a saddlebag containing 1,000 slots, such trivial matters were of no concern. Nightmare, let us depart. With a gentle pat on his steed's neck, Qin Han prepared to move to the next location. At that moment, the nightmare steed's eyes glowed with an intense crimson light. Its gaze fixed upon the forest to the left. Following the direction of the horse's gaze, Qin Han smiled, spotting a vibrant red, perfectly round fruit nestled among a patch of verdant grass not far away. A crimson serpent apple, a low-grade spiritual fruit, capable of temporarily increasing one's health by 1,000 points and restoring 10 points per second for a full minute. I had forgotten that this forest is abundant with crimson serpent apples. If I could gather a few, the journey to the next destination would be much easier. Without hesitation, Qin Han dismounted and ventured into the forest, diligently searching for the spiritual fruit. These spiritual fruits are commonly found during the early stages of exploration. But after being harvested once, their respawn time becomes exceedingly long. After some time, Qin Han had acquired a considerable number of crimson serpent apples, finally content with his haul. Noticing the sun was at its zenith, he mounted the nightmare and set off towards his next destination. This time, riding upon such a divine steed as the nightmare. His speed was almost a blur. He swiftly traversed each wild area, the monsters that attempted to pursue him unable to even catch a glimpse of the horse's tail. Since his rebirth, he had finally experienced the exhilaration of galloping across the plains. He had endured enough of the weariness from his half-day's journey. North of the novice village, Bordering the Yellow Lion Plains stood a lush primeval forest, so vast that its boundaries were beyond sight. Qin Han rode directly into the forest, evading various monsters along the way, pressing forward until he arrived at a peculiar place. Here, the trees stood closely together, forming a quadrangle, like rows of pencils neatly arranged. Incredibly uniform, with only a passage wide enough for 3 people to walk abreast in the middle area. Qin Han, riding the nightmare, reached the entrance and immediately pulled on the reins. This seemingly harmless entrance appeared to him as an extremely dangerous place, a sea of blood, with the roar of evil spirits making people feel intimidated. The Labyrinthine Woods, a level 10 wild area, one of the most mysterious places in the novice village. In his previous life, during the entire novice stage, all players who entered the Labyrinthine Woods had only 2 outcomes. 99.9999% of the people wandered around, got lost, and retreated. And the remaining people, once they went in, never came out again. The players who did not come out were, without exception, all removed from the game, which also meant that these people were all dead. No one knew what those players had experienced before they died. Even fewer people knew what kind of existence was in the depths of the Labyrinthine Woods. It was not until the final battlefield that the mysterious veil of the Labyrinthine Woods was lifted. Living inside was a special boss, the ancient Witch Queen. The Witch Queen's initial strength was not strong, but she had an extremely terrifying ability: infinite killing to improve. In the endless world, as long as any Witch Queen clone killed a player, it could synchronously improve the abilities of all clones. The vast majority of novice players are not strong, and straying into the Labyrinthine Woods is just delivering food. Don't look at the complex structure of this Labyrinthine Woods, which is one of the most difficult mazes in the world. However, the base number of players is really too large, and countless novice villages. The players who stray into it add up to simply an astronomical number, using the lives of these players as nourishment, creating an extremely terrifying, peerless, fierce creature. In the final battlefield, the Witch Queen even fought the Supreme God alone without falling behind. In the end, the Witch Queen tried to devour the universe, which led several Supreme Gods to join forces to kill her. After the Witch Queen died, her autobiography revealed this terrifying secret history. Most importantly, the Witch Queen also had a unique treasure, the Voodoo Pearl, a treasure that countless people in the heavens coveted. If the Voodoo Pearl was not a treasure that Qin Han had to obtain after his rebirth, he would not have come to this place. Looking at the entrance, Qin Han perked up his spirits and rode in. Although this is only a level 10 wild area, it is because the entrance is hidden in the depths of the impenetrable forest. Not many people can find the entrance alone, let alone plus the maze that can be called hell difficulty. Moreover, the game has only been around for half a day. There are not many players who have found this place, and the players who can successfully enter will be reduced by several orders of magnitude. I hope the Witch Queen's strength is not improved too terrifyingly. Now this node is the only time he can fight the Witch Queen. Once he misses it, even if he becomes the Supreme God in the future, it will be difficult to fight. Tightening the God-slaying bow in his hand, Qin Han felt a little relieved. Although the Witch Queen is strong, I have the nightmare and the God-slaying bow, so it is not necessarily that I have no power to fight. Time passed bit by bit, and the Labyrinthine Woods was very complicated. Even those top puzzle-solving experts could not easily solve it. But as a reborn person, and even Qin Han, who knew a lot about the Witch Queen's deeds, knew the correct solution to this maze. However, even so, it still took him nearly half an hour to reach the central area of the maze. This is a large open space, and in the center of the open space, a small wooden house with curling smoke suddenly appeared in front of him. Before he could get close, he saw a woman in her 40s in cloth clothes appeared at the door. The woman's face was gentle. She was wearing an apron around her waist, and her hands were covered with flour. Anyone who sees this scene will think that this is a harmless woman. But Qin Han's heart tightened for no reason. It's not good. The Witch Queen's strength has improved faster than he imagined. I remember that the Witch Queen's autobiography wrote that the original Witch Queen was an old woman in her 70s or 80s, trembling, as if a gust of wind could blow her down. As her strength improves, her face will continue to become younger. Looking at her current appearance, it is obvious that she has killed many players. Countless players. There are more people who have successfully entered now than he imagined. At the door, the Witch Queen did not step out of the threshold, but leaned against the door, looking at Qin Han with a kind face. Finally someone came. I thought I would never see a living person in this life. Great. Child, come here quickly. I have something I want you to help me with. If ordinary players are here, I am afraid that they will really think that they have encountered an NPC mission. Qin Han lightly urged his horse, remaining unfold. The Witch Queen, possessing unparalleled mastery in both sorcery and poison, would surely lead him to misfortune if he were to enter her domain. To act recklessly would likely plunge him into a dire predicament. Qin Han, the steed is too lofty. It would be cumbersome to usher it indoors. Prithee, grace me with your presence instead. The sorceress queen paused, taken aback that the youth was not ensnared. In her most vulnerable state, she might have exerted considerable effort. Yet, now, having recuperated a fair measure of her strength, she held no regard for the insignificant, fledgling figure before her. Lo, the sorceress queen's eyes abruptly turned crimson, and she uttered in a measured cadence, "Child, thou art weary. Descend from thy mount and repose within. The bedchamber offers unparalleled comfort." Instantly, Qin Han's gaze grew vacant and unfocused. An ethereal compulsion arose within him, urging him to heed the command, to dismount and enter the dwelling. However, his past experiences in the gaming world had instilled in him an uncommon vigilance. With a jolt, he regained his senses. A curious development. "Thou art capable of resisting my hypnotic enchantment. Verily, the flesh of one so resolute in spirit shall prove more delectable." At that moment, the sorceress queen cast aside her guise, her countenance twisted in ferocity. She darted forth from the house, her movements betraying the agility of one far younger than her middle years. Now is the opportune moment. Qin Han's heart surged with exhilaration. If the witch queen had remained indoors, it would have posed a significant challenge to eliminate her, but now that she had emerged, the task became considerably more manageable. Nightmare. Intercept her. Do not allow her to cast any spells, and certainly do not let her retreat inside. With a loud command, Qin Han dismounted swiftly, creating distance as he raised the god-slaying bow, aiming it with precision. True to its name, Nightmare immediately comprehended the order and charged towards the witch queen. How dare a mere horse impede me? This is nothing short of a fantasy. With a swift motion, she conjured a sphere of toxic mist and hurled it towards the charging horse's head. On the open ground, the toxic mist was poised to strike Nightmare. However, Nightmare's speed evidently surpassed that of the witch queen. With a powerful lift of its front hooves, it abruptly kicked, causing the witch queen to stagger and interrupt her spell. As she stepped back, attempting to continue her incantation, she was once again thwarted by Nightmare. What kind of horse is this, that it does not fear my power? Well done, Nightmare. Upon witnessing this, Qin Han was filled with immense joy. Although the Nightmare's offensive capability was rather meager, nearly negligible, its infinite life and boundless stamina allowed it to incessantly disrupt the actions of the ancient witch queen, leaving her with no opportunity to attend to other matters. Suppressing his excitement, Qin Han focused intently, patiently awaiting the right moment, and then, with a swift motion, released an arrow. Thud. The arrow struck the shoulder of the ancient witch queen, and a vivid crimson numeral -101 materialized. Simultaneously, the name of the ancient witch queen was revealed. Adorned with a resplendent golden skull insignia as a suffix, Qin Han's gaze intensified. A crimson skull signified a common monster, a silver one an elite, and a gold one denoted a boss-level creature. Ordinary level 10 monsters possessed 300 health points, while elites boasted 20 times that amount, approximately 66,000. Boss-level monsters, however, dwarfed even the elites with 50 times their health, a staggering 3 million. Such immense health typically correlated with formidable attack and defense. A typical level 10 player facing a level 10 boss would likely find themselves unable to even penetrate its defenses, let alone defeat it. Fortunately, the God Layer Bao possessed the attribute of ignoring defense, granting Qin Han a sliver of hope for victory. Composing himself, he persevered, unleashing a barrage of white energy arrows like a torrential downpour, targeting the head, throat, and heart. Each arrow struck the witch queen's vital spots. A series of -1010 yellow numerals cascaded into view. The witch queen, writhing in agony, found her movements hampered. She was both alarmed and enraged, yearning to bypass the Nightmare and tear apart Qin Han, who was launching cold arrows from behind. Alas, the Nightmare's speed afforded her no such opportunity, leaving her to passively endure the onslaught. Qin Han seized the opportunity, releasing 3 arrows in a heartbeat, each one striking with lethal precision. The witch queen's vitality diminished visibly, plummeting before the eyes. After 10 minutes, a piercing scream echoed, and the witch queen collapsed, seemingly lifeless. Yet, the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive, as if a terrifying entity were on the verge of emerging from the earth. Nightmares returned swiftly. Qin Han swiftly summoned his steed, vaulting onto its back, maintaining a vigilant distance of 10 meters from the witch queen. With her health reduced to half, she had already entered her second form. Allowing the nightmare to distract her at this juncture would prove futile. After a mere 10 seconds, a dense green light began to emanate from the Witch Queen's form. As her body underwent a continuous metamorphosis, tendrils sprouted from her being, some burrowing into the earth while others danced in the wind. On these soaring vines, fleshy buds unfurled, blossoming into pink flowers in less than a second. As the vines swayed, a cloud of pink pollen wafted through the air, enveloping the entire space in a rosy hue. In that moment, Qin Han felt a surge of dread. With only 10 points of vitality, his health amounted to a mere 30 points. The toxicity of the pollen was inescapable, inflicting a relentless loss of 50 health points per second, enough to claim his life in an instant. Fortunately, upon entering, he had consumed a red serpent fruit, which had dramatically increased his health by 1,000 points, along with a healing effect that granted him an additional 10 points per second for 1 minute. He possessed an ample supply of red serpent fruits. Such trivial depletions did not intimidate him. Curse be it, you have forced me into this predicament, and I shall rend your body into fragments, binding your soul to eternal damnation. The cruel voice of the transformed Witch Qin Han felt a slight sense of relief as he raised the god-slaying bow and continued to unleash a flurry of arrows. The damage numbers fluctuated -1010, -1010, -101, relentlessly diminishing the Witch Queen's health. The open space in the center was considerable, and the number of vines was ultimately limited. No matter how furious the Witch Queen became or how swiftly she attacked, it was difficult for her to land even a single blow on Qin Han. As time passed, the Witch Queen's health dwindled to a mere 10th, and victory was within reach. However, at that moment, a dark cloud unexpectedly drifted across the horizon, plunging the sky into gloom. The forest was engulfed in a tempest, leaves and dust swirling chaotically, obscuring vision. Nightmares were nothing new. Navigating through darkness was a commonplace skill. Yet, as a mere level 0, Qin Han found it challenging to see clearly in this environment. The silhouette of the Witch Queen became exceedingly blurred, making it arduous for him to shoot with accuracy. His successive attacks struggled to strike vital points, resulting in a tenfold decrease in effectiveness. Fortunately, the Witch Queen's health was already critically low. Relying on her indistinct shadow and discerning her position by sound, Qin Han continued to fire. With the occasional fortunate hit to a crucial area, after 15 minutes, a despairing scream echoed, signaling the imminent downfall of the Witch Queen. I never anticipated that I would ultimately. Qin Han furrowed his brow. These green lights were highly toxic. A lethal poison unleashed by the Witch Queen at the cost of her own life. Even a mere touch would render it nearly impossible to expel. These malevolent spirits were undoubtedly the players slain by the Witch Queen, now metamorphosed into her final means of assault. Nightmare, rush into the house, swiftly, he urged Nightmare, propelling it at breakneck speed toward a nearby cottage, with the vengeful spirits and the toxic green light closely trailing behind. Inside, upon the altar at the very center, lay a gem radiating a mesmerizing blend of red and green luminescence. Regardless of the peril, Qin Han seized the orb. Simultaneously, a wraith and virulent toxins enveloped him. You are poisoned, health -200. You are attacked by a wraith, health -50. The insidious venom relentlessly gnawed at his vitality, while the specters, in their multitude, assailed him with alarming frequency, causing his health to plummet precipitously. Observing his rapidly diminishing life force, Qin Han promptly intoned, "Bind the Voodoo Orb." Voodoo Orb successfully bound. Voodoo Orb, unique artifact. Sustained by Voodoo, the bane of all Voodoo-based afflictions. Instantly, the Voodoo Orb emanated a radiant aura, shielding Qin Han and arresting the depletion of his health. Poison detected, Voodoo Orb automatically absorbing. Witchcraft detected, Voodoo Orb automatically absorbing. The pervasive venomous vapors within the chamber converged upon the Voodoo Orb as if drawn by an irresistible magnetism. Concurrently, the wraiths emitted agonizing shrieks as they were inexorably consumed by the artifact. Within a mere 10 seconds, tranquility reigned once more. The attributes of the Voodoo Orb had undergone a further metamorphosis. Voodoo Orb, unique artifact. Sustained by Voodoo, the bane of all Voodoo-based afflictions. Attacks inflict 200 points of venom damage per second for 10 seconds. Skill, soul accumulation, witchcraft, extracts the resentment of slain entities, which can be unleashed offensively. Concurrently, a global announcement reverberated throughout the realms. Congratulations to player Qin Han for the first vanquishing of the unique boss, Ancient Witch Queen. Reward, 2 points of Celestial Dao. Congratulations to player Qin Han for obtaining a unique artifact. Reward, 2 points of Celestial Dao. Within the myriad realms, denizens of novice villages were plunged into despondency. Even those who had diligently toiled to level up were demoralized. Is this even playable? I painstakingly grind to level up. Yet I haven't even acquired a single piece of equipment, while he continuously unearths treasures. I quit. I'm returning to the village to slumber. Just who is this Qin Han? Why does he consistently receive such boons? Is he the progenitor deity's favorite scion? In the Y520131 novice village, a ravishing beauty, her lips slightly parted in astonishment. Mused to herself, this Qin Han is even more formidable than I had imagined. I yearn to behold this individual who has repeatedly obtained such magnificent treasures. Within the wooden dwelling, Qin Han rejoiced. Indeed, it is a treasure. This perilous endeavor was not in vain. The fact that this voodoo orb alone merited 2 celestial Dao points underscored its exceptional nature. As the game progressed, insidious curses and arcane poisons would become increasingly prevalent, rendering them difficult to evade. A momentary lapse in vigilance could result in succumbing to their effects. As evidenced by the recent encounter, even with prior preparation, he nearly succumbed to the Witch Queen's hypnotic influence. This was merely a 10th level boss. Had it been more formidable, the outcome might have been drastically different. With the voodoo orb in his possession, he not only gained an additional offensive capability, but also rendered himself immune to all voodoo-based threats. Moreover, as the voodoo orb absorbed sufficient voodoo energy, his offensive capabilities would expand accordingly. In the latter stages of the game, the voodoo orb's intrinsic damage alone might prove overwhelming even for the exalted deities. With the venomous miasma eradicated by the voodoo orb, the courtyard was once again enveloped in tranquility. Qin Han emerged from the dwelling. The site of the ancient Witch Queen's demise was charred and desolate, her physical form having dissipated into ethereal smoke. However, amidst the scorched earth lay the spoils of her defeat. Initially, a mound of gold coins met his gaze, numbering approximately 10,000. Qin Han erupted in laughter. Securing the first kill of a unique boss monster was indeed a remarkable feat. The drop rate was simply astonishing. This was gold. 1 gold coin equaled 100 silver coins, and 1 silver coin equated to 1,000 copper coins. It is important to note that in the game, the drop rate from wild monsters was notoriously low. Slaying 1,000 wild bulls might yield not even a single silver coin. Thus, the most prevalent means of acquiring currency involved selling the carcasses of slain monsters or gathering resources such as or from the wilderness for sale. During the novice phase, players lacked sufficient inventory space, and even the space bags available in shops were quite scarce. Consequently, most individuals transporting treasures discovered from defeated wild creatures back to the novice village relied on the most laborious methods. For instance, the wild bulls near the village could be transported intact and sold to the butcher, fetching a mere 100 copper coins per bull. Considering the time spent on transportation, even exhausting oneself for an entire day would yield minimal profit. In the previous life, throughout the late novice stage, it was considered exceptional for top players to possess even 1,000 gold coins, while the average player scarcely accumulated a handful of coins. Let alone on the very first day of the game, where possessing 10,000 gold coins was nothing short of a dream. The sound of coins being collected resonated, an exquisite chime signaling the arrival of gold. It was a melody that could enchant the ears, pure bliss. Qin Han's eyes narrowed involuntarily. A fleeting temptation to scatter the gold coins and reclaim them washed over him. However, he ultimately resisted, deeming a mere trifle of gold coins inconsequential. Suppressing the impulse, his gaze shifted to the remaining items. Upon the scorched earth lay 3 pieces of equipment, a jet-black leather armor, matching breeches, and boots. Had it not been for the faint luminescence emanating from them, he might have overlooked them entirely. Retrieving each item, he examined them with mounting delight. Ancient leather armor, dark gold tier equipment. Defense, 100, poison resistance, 100, curse resistance, 100, lightning resistance, 100, stealth 1, night vision 1. Constitution requirement, 10 ancient leather breeches, dark gold tier equipment. Defense, 100, poison resistance, 100, curse resistance, 100, lightning resistance, 100, stealth 1, night vision 1. Constitution requirement, 10 ancient leather boots, dark gold tier equipment. Defense, 100, poison resistance, 100, curse resistance, 100, lightning resistance, 100, stealth 1, night vision 1. Constitution requirement, 10 note. This equipment is part of the ancient assassin set, left behind by an assassin who failed to assassinate the ancient Witch Queen. Assembling the complete set will activate its set bonus. Qin Han nodded. In the Eternal Life game, aside from special equipment, the fundamental requirement primarily hinges on physical attributes. Compared to heavy armor, The physique requirements for these leather armors are considerably lower. Even as a novice player at level 0, he could don them with ease. Once adorned with the equipment, he transformed entirely. The combined effect of the three pieces granted him enhanced night vision, allowing him to see farther and with greater clarity in the darkness. The 3 points of stealth effect lightened his body considerably. Furthermore, the garments emitted a faint glow on the ground but cast no reflection upon him, rendering them exceptionally suitable for nocturnal ventures. As for the defensive attributes, they were equally gratifying. Each point of defense could mitigate a corresponding point of attack. Unless faced with armor-piercing equipment, inflicting damage was nearly impossible without breaching defenses, except when targeting the unprotected vital areas of an opponent's head. The resistances to poison, lightning, and curses were formidable as well, collectively. The 3 pieces provided 300 points of resistance. Any curses, lightning, or venomous attacks not exceeding this threshold would not inflict any damage, and even exceeding it would only account for the surplus. Regrettably, he had not obtained the complete ancient set, which would have further elevated his attributes. However, defeating the unique boss, the Witch Queen, meant that all her avatars across the realms would lose their capacity for enhancement upon subsequent defeats. Once vanquished, she could be confronted repeatedly 10, 100 times. In the future, even if he could not defeat her again, he could always trade with others when the World Trading Channel opened. Regardless of the low drop rates, in an infinite world, there were always individuals who could unearth other components. After tallying his gains, Qin Han did not depart. Instead, he stepped with a sense of anticipation into the Witch Queen's chamber. As an ancient entity, her quarters ought to harbor valuable treasures, did they not? The room comprised 3 areas, a bedroom to the left, a living room in the center, and a kitchen to the right. The furnishings were quaint and unremarkable. He discovered an ancient dining knife. Should he take it? An ancient dining plate. Should he take it? An ancient recipe for flatbread. Should he take it? An ancient silk quilt. Should he take it? Circumnavigating the area, Qin Han discovered nothing of significant value. The so-called ancient artifacts were merely commonplace items of negligible worth. Furthermore, as these were once the possessions of the ancient sorceress, he felt disinclined to collect them. Just as he was about to depart in disappointment, he noticed a book emitting a faint glow upon the sorceress's bookshelf, an item nearly overlooked due to the absence of any system prompts. The book was slender, its leather cover embossed with the gilded inscription Land of Shifting Shadows. Upon opening it, he found an account of a remarkable experience in the sorceress's past. In ancient times, she had inadvertently entered a peculiar alternate dimension within the ancient god realm, where she obtained a shard of shadow crystal. This unique crystal possessed the extraordinary ability to create a doppelganger, an exact replica of its owner, even capable of mirroring their strength. In essence, any advancement in power, whether by the original or the duplicate, would simultaneously benefit both. As the sorceress was replicated countless times by the heavenly Tao to serve as a novice village boss, the shadow crystal was similarly duplicated, resulting in countless sorceresses across the myriad realms, all interconnected in strength and mutual advancement. It was this very phenomenon that gave rise to the peerless, formidable behemoth of the previous era. Upon witnessing this, Qin Han's breath suddenly became rapid. In the later stages of the game, the existence of divine essences, a pinnacle treasure, would allow one to ascend to divinity upon fusion. However, the average individual could only merge with a single divine essence. Yet, if one possessed this shadow crystal, would it not imply that the possibility of multiple divine essences for a single person becomes attainable? Such a precious artifact would undoubtedly surpass the worth of ordinary supreme treasures. This remarkable treasure is destined to shine brilliantly on the ultimate battlefield. Qin Han resolutely decided that in this lifetime, he must obtain it. Unfortunately, he recalled that the ancient divine realm was a late-stage existence, and he currently lacked the strength to venture there. For now, he could only pause his ambitions. Closing the book and placing it into his saddlebag, Qin Han rode off on his nightmare, racing ahead. He still had many matters to attend to. In the 688 Novice Village, deep within the wild bull prairie, Lu Kuang tirelessly hunted bulls to level up. He was fortunate to encounter a massive herd of wild bulls, and their abundant numbers allowed him to level up rapidly. Once he had vanquished the herd, Lu Kuang successfully reached level 3. Congratulations to Lu Kuang, the first player in the village to reach level 3, rewarded with an increase of 1 in his physical attributes. Seeing this, Lu Kuang paused and opened the leaderboard. His name was glaringly displayed at the top. Besides him, only 10 others had reached level 2, while the rest were primarily level 1, with a few still at 0. Meanwhile, the chat area was filled with players praising him effusively. Having grown accustomed to this attention, Lu Kuang now felt no shyness, smiling to himself and muttering, "Ah, truly. The solitude of a master." However, others were closing in fast. With the daylight still ample, it was time to continue leveling up. The experience required to advance from level 3 to 4 had significantly increased, and the experience gained from killing wild bulls would diminish further. It was time to explore new hunting grounds. At this moment, he found himself deep in the prairie, not far from the den of wild wolves, which appeared formidable and uncertain to hunt. Nevertheless, with his experience in hunting bulls, he felt confident that he could manage these wild wolves with a bit of trial and error. Filled with anticipation, Lu Kuang closed the chat area, brandishing his weapon as he approached the wolf territory. Just then, an unexpected village announcement flashed across the screen. Congratulations to Lulu, the first player in the village to change jobs, rewarded with an increase of 1 in physical attributes. This sudden news left all players momentarily dumbfounded, followed by a flurry of inquiries in the chat. Job change? What is that? It even warrants a system announcement. It must be something significant. Lulu, can you enlighten us? Unaware of the rarity of job classes, Lulu readily replied in the chat, "Brothers, job change means becoming a professional. Professionals possess job halos and growth value bonuses. I'm a novice professional, and according to the explanation, I simply need to level up to gain a 1.5 times growth value bonus. Wow. So that means you gain 5 extra points in physical attributes for each level. That's incredible. Can you tell us what the requirements for a job change are? How many levels do you need?" Lulu replied, "It's not complicated. There's a sword dojo 2 kilometers north of the village. I accidentally stumbled upon it while hunting monsters, and after training there, I took the assessment. As for requirements, it seems there are none. I'm still at level 0. That's amazing. I need to hurry and go." Lulu, a brother, asked, "I'm at level 1 now. If I change jobs, will my previously gained levels still grant me physical bonuses?" Lulu responded, "According to the instructions, probably not." "What? That means 5 points in physical attributes are lost." "Brothers, doesn't this imply that the correct way to play the game is to change jobs before leveling up? It suggests that our levels gained today are essentially a loss. Look at the leaderboard. Lu Kuang at level 3 has a 15-point physical attribute bonus from job changing, while his early upgrade reward is only 3 points. What a loss." Lulu added, "It shouldn't stop there, brothers. I've learned that novice professions are just the lowest tier. There are intermediate, advanced, and even higher levels. The growth multiplier increases as you ascend. Wow, this is outrageous. Why bother leveling up? We should swiftly change jobs. Heavens. This is surreal." In an instant, Lu Kuang, who was the top player, has become the bottom of the ladder. I can hardly bear to watch. What is there to pity? It's a game filled with surprises. I initially thought Lu Kuang would be the ruler of Novice Village, but now it seems he may become the village's laughingstock, a joke for those who once praised him. Indeed, just a bull-killing butcher who relied on brute strength to briefly ascend to the top. In a universe-class game that sweeps the heavens, can it be that simple? Through sheer force, one cannot go far. Brothers, let us hurry to change jobs. We must show certain players what it truly means to be a gamer. In the wolf area, Lu Kuang gradually discovered effective methods for hunting wolves, increasing his monster-killing speed. After slaying another wolf, he sat on a large rock, smiling as he opened the chat area, ready to share his newfound proficiency in the wolf zone, expecting a chorus of accolades from everyone. Although only a day had passed, he had grown accustomed to the compliments. In fact, he now felt slightly uneasy without them. However, upon seeing the messages, Lu Kuang froze in shock, his smile instantly faltering, sweat pouring down his forehead and back like a torrential river. A wave of humiliation and despair surged within him. Initially, he had planned to bask in the admiration of others upon returning to the village at night, even envisioning scenes where female players surrounded him like concubines. He had rehearsed countless times in his mind how he would greet everyone. Yet now, in an instant, following Lulu's appearance in the chat and the exposure of the job change, he was thrust from being the rising star and future ruler of Novice Village back to being a pariah, a figure of ridicule. Why had this happened? Lu Kuang felt tears welling in his eyes, discarding his weapon and burying his hands in his hair, sinking into despair. In the 520131 Novice Village, a stunning beauty clad in white, holding a top-tier archer job change token, prepared to return to the village to initiate her job change. On her way, she fortuitously stumbled upon the sword dojo. Before the dojo, a crowd of players clamored to enter. What is happening? The exquisite beauty approached with curiosity, her movements graceful and captivating, each step radiating elegance. As she appeared, someone in the crowd exclaimed, "The Empress has arrived." Instantly, the area fell silent, and all players lowered their heads, lacking the courage to even glance up. They all bowed and exclaimed, "Commoners, subjects, pay homage to the Empress. May your health be everlasting, and the great Xia endure forever." The beautiful lady gently raised her hand and inquired, "What are you all doing?" A player with a court hairstyle quickly stepped forward, bowing and saying, "Your Majesty, this is the Sword Dojo, where one can obtain a job change certificate." "Oh," the beauty replied, pondering. Having been fortunate enough to find the archer job change location in the game and acquire the top-tier archer job change token, she speculated that the Sword Dojo might offer something similar. If one top-tier job change certificate allows a transition to a top-tier professional, what might two do? Would they be different? Regardless of the disparity, an additional acquisition is invariably advantageous. Upon entering the game, she opted for circumspection, foregoing even the rudimentary act of leveling up on this occasion. After all, for her, ascending in power was an effortless endeavor, achievable at any given moment. Conversely, certain opportunities, once forfeited, prove irredeemable. Without protracted deliberation, the exquisite beauty offered a gentle smile. "Then I shall partake in this trial as well." A collective apprehension seized the assembly. Immediately, an official who had accompanied her stepped forward from the throng. "Her Majesty, the Empress, is to undergo the trial. All shall temporarily withdraw." Yet, another approached with hushed deference. "Your Majesty, this swordplay hall's trials are notoriously arduous. Our personnel have meticulously charted the experiences up to the 20th trial. Would your Majesty deign to observe before preparing?" The peerless beauty nodded with measured grace. "Then, let us observe first." In the nascent hamlet of 688, the testament of Lulu had effectively dissuaded any from engaging in the mundane act of monster slaying in the wilderness. Instead, the collective sought the hallowed grounds of vocational transition, with the swordplay hall, as proclaimed by Lulu, becoming the epicenter of fervent aspiration within the village. The majority converged upon it. Beneath the umbral hues of twilight, nestled at the base of a mountain not far west of the village, stood a swordplay hall of considerable grandeur. The hall's edifice mirrored the principal palace of an ancient dynasty, resplendent in its towering magnificence. Within, candelabras stretched into the distance, and crimson carpets adorned the floors. Outside, rows of tangerine lanterns hung suspended, heralding the nascent dusk. At this juncture, the hall's exterior teemed with a multitude of players, numbering no fewer than 1,000 at a cursory glance. And Qin Han, at this very moment, arrived in the vicinity. Outside the throng, Qin Han stowed away the nightmare and the god-slaying bow, proceeding forward with leisurely steps. Here resided the object of his next acquisition. The swordplay hall served as the training ground for fledgling swordsmen, a crucible of trial. Success in the first trial of swordsmanship yielded a rudimentary, unadorned longsword. Passage through the second trial bestowed a cerulean longsword. The third trial granted the novice swordsman vocational status, and the culmination of the 36 trials conferred the title of a top-tier swordsman, along with the corresponding credentials. Although its proximity to the nascent village rendered it accessible to numerous players, the 36 trials of swordsmanship presented escalating challenges. Each trial grew progressively perilous and intricate, with the slightest misstep potentially leading to demise. Without sufficient prowess and fortune, reaching the final trial remained an insurmountable feat. Moreover, the trials dynamically adapted to the challenger's capabilities, ensuring that even those paragons among the apex races possessed no inherent advantage beyond their combat experience. At the hall's entrance stood a display mirror, an immense replica of a circular vanity mirror, which showcased the ongoing trials of individuals within the nascent village. Before the mirror, players were seated, their gazes riveted, lest they miss even the most minute detail. Clearly, they were assiduously absorbing the experiences of others, endeavoring to advance further along their own paths. Qin Han shook his head, aware that these individuals were oblivious to the fact that the items obtained from the blade trials, starting from the first challenge, would be limited in quantity. If this delay continued, they would likely end up with nothing at all. In his previous life, he had also been among these people, only to panic when he learned that the slots for novice swordsmen had been filled. Ultimately, fortune smiled upon him as he discovered a hidden realm leading to the 36th challenge during the third round, securing his place as a master swordsman. Had it not been for this stroke of luck, he would have never reached the final battlefield in his past life. With a calm demeanor, Qin Han stepped into the blade hall. Inside, a portal stood at the center, accommodating only one player at a time for evaluation. In front of the portal, Numerous players were already waiting in anticipation. Throughout the hall, at the 36 training stations, a disciple of the Blade Hall was instructing newly arrived players in basic sword techniques. At the entrance, a steady stream of players was orderly registering. Qin Han found himself at the end of the queue. After waiting for half an hour amidst the throng of players, it was finally his turn. Seated at a table was a disciple of the Blade Hall. His gaze icy and indifferent. He spoke without enthusiasm. "Newcomer, take your training token. When your turn arrives, you may return for basic sword technique training." Qin Han demurred, opting instead to immediately register for the trial of blades. A subtle twitch betrayed the Sword Hall disciple's countenance, though he refrained from dissuasion. To undertake the trial without training was either audacious or imbecilic. In either case, the consequences were the individual's burden. "Take this token and await your turn in the queue. You may enter upon its illumination," the disciple instructed, tossing Qin Han a trial token with an impatient gesture. The token displayed a blinking numeral, 563. Over 500 aspirants stood ahead of Qin Han, awaiting their assessment. Under normal circumstances, the wait would extend until dawn. However, as a transmigrated soul privy to future events, Qin Han possessed the virtue of patience. He secured the token, settled beneath a sprawling tree, and adopted an air of indifference to his surroundings. Even those who espied equipment upon his person and sought to inquire were met with a stoic silence. A demanding trial awaited, and after a day's labor, he was keen to seize the opportunity for respite, disinclined to engage in idle chatter. Time ebbed, and a steady stream of individuals emerged from the portal, clutching either a white or azure longsword, invariably wearing expressions of dejection. Before the reflective surface, onlookers dissected their performances with perspicacity. "To falter at the initial 3 trials is sheer incompetence," one remarked. "Indeed," another concurred, "a mere feint would suffice to vanquish the guardian. Are their craniums filled with effluent?" After such protracted observation, a mere handful have surmounted the 3rd trial. I long to witness the subsequent stages. Perhaps, esteemedly, you might demonstrate your prowess and effortlessly clear the 3rd trial, granting us a glimpse of what lies beyond. Do you deem me a fool? The 3rd trial yields a rudimentary class token. What manner of class shall the 36th proffer? The individual offered a rueful smile, attempting to mitigate the awkwardness. Fortuitously, I share a similar aspiration to reach the final trial. Let us observe together. By all means, proceed. Ideally, the entire village would endeavor to clear the trials, allowing us to act subsequently. Even if the 36th trial proves insurmountable, we may venture further, guided by their precedent. The tortoise may lag initially, but ultimately overtakes the hare. The truly adept tend to exert themselves at the climactic moment. Ere long, we shall ascend to prominence within this fledgling settlement. Verily. Their discourse was abruptly interrupted by an urgent exclamation from the reflective surface. Behold the mirror. Within the 68th novice village outside the Sword Hall, a player had successfully navigated the 3rd trial. The onlookers gasped. Another aspirant to the ranks of the ordained? The 3rd in our village, perchance? Indeed, the 3rd. Or the 4th, including Lulu, who was the first to be ordained. Pray, continue forth, brother, and unveil the nature of the 4th trial. To their dismay, the player opted to forego further trials, choosing instead to cautiously withdraw from the assessment. What madness is this? To retreat at this juncture is utter cowardice. Nay, brother, temper your judgment. His travails during the 3rd trial were evident. To press onward would be folly. I, too, would have chosen to retreat. Alas, let us persist in our observations. Mayhap another shall grace us with a glimpse of the later trials. I am perplexed by the ineptitude of these wastrels. To fail at the 3rd trial is a source of profound embarrassment. Were it not for my desire to glean experience, I would demonstrate the true meaning of competence. As these words hung in the air, a calamitous revelation descended. The player who had surmounted the 3rd trial was denied a class token, or even the consolation prize of an azure longsword. The onlookers before the reflective surface were visibly shaken. Brothers, the rudimentary class tokens are depleted. What shall we do? What recourse have we? I have diligently observed, only to be denied a token. It was never intimated that these class tokens were finite. Despair not. The absence of a rudimentary class token is of little consequence. The trial of blades encompasses 36 trials. Surely, a higher grade token awaits those who venture further. Brother. With all due respect, the 3rd trial proved arduous. What hope have we of surmounting even greater challenges? Fear not. Every trial is surmountable with the correct approach. We shall persevere in our deliberations until we prevail. We must not yield to adversity. Remember, this is a contest against players from across the cosmos. We, the enlightened, must shoulder the burden of humanity. Agreed. Those who lack resolve may depart. Their absence merely diminishes competition. Disagreement arose within the group. Some departed, while others chose to remain. Meanwhile, those engrossed in sword training and awaiting their turn were of a different disposition. They congregated before the sword hall, a collective of indignant voices. How can they be depleted? So few have been ordained. Is the allocation of class slots limited to a mere handful per village? What fate awaits the remainder? This is unjust. I protest. How can we proceed under such circumstances? I renounce this game. A wave of agitation swept through the crowd. Many sought to storm the sword hall, demanding redress. However, a frigid voice stifled their ardor. Silence. The sword hall disciple who had registered Qin Han emerged. His face an impassive mask. The number of rudimentary swordsman class slots exceeds trillions. The novice villages of the cosmos engage in open competition. Failure to prevail is a testament to your inadequacy. I inform you that not only are the rudimentary slots depleted, but the intermediate slots are dwindling. You, who have barely surmounted the third trial, dare to protest. Cast a critical eye upon yourselves. Furthermore, the eternal universe game is not a pastime to be abandoned on a whim. You are mere ants. Who would heed your sentiments? Do you mistake this for child's play? Those who refuse to play may await their demise. The sword hall disciple turned away, leaving behind a throng of stunned players, who experienced the brutality of the game for the first time. They had assumed that each novice village possessed an equal share of ordination resources, leading to internal competition. The truth was far more savage. The eternal game deemed all beings as insects, forcing them to struggle for survival under its rules. The onlookers before the reflective surface were crestfallen, consumed by remorse. A grave miscalculation. We squandered our time observing, only to be confronted with this calamity. To overtake the hare, one must first possess the capacity to grow stout. In this contest of myriad realms, intermediate slots are being seized while we linger at the rudimentary level. Barely a day has elapsed since the commencement. By tomorrow, I wager, even the remaining slots will be claimed. Alas, our diligent study of strategies has proven futile. Who could have foreseen that the slots would be contested across the cosmos? I had assumed that each village would be allocated a fixed quota. Brothers, let us abandon this place and seek opportunities elsewhere. Opportunities are fleeting. Henceforth, we must seize any advantage without hesitation. I recall a sword hall located a league hence. Let us ascertain whether any slots remain. Regardless of the circumstances, strive diligently to seek out opportunities for career advancement. With a growth rate of 1.5 times for novice professions, once you transition, you shall distinguish yourself from the average players, paving a smoother path ahead. As the crowd departed in despondence, most of the remaining players discarded their assessment tokens upon realizing the absence of benefits. Among those who lingered, the majority were merely motivated by the reward of the basic long sword from the initial stage. Before long, the once bustling sword dojo became eerily desolate. Furthermore, with the absence of the basic longsword reward, the final group dispersed completely from the dojo's entrance. The chatter in the communication channel only amplified this transformation, turning what was once a lively locale into a barren wasteland. However, the collective decision to forego the assessment inadvertently expedited Qin Han's evaluation period. Soon, the token in his hand illuminated, the numbers upon it reverting to 0. He opened his eyes, rose to his feet, and stepped into the dojo. As a reincarnate, he was acutely aware of the unfolding events. Thus, he remained composed earlier. Had he been forced to wait until the following morning, he would have surely been unable to contain himself. Inside the dojo, the disciple who had just registered him approached. The disciple regarded Qin Han with a somewhat peculiar expression, astonished that he remained despite the exodus. Nevertheless, even if you chose to stay, it would be futile. I regret to inform you that the intermediate slots have been entirely claimed. To secure a position for an advanced transition, one must conquer at least 30 levels. Given your current capabilities, such an achievement is simply unattainable. I would advise you to reconsider your pursuit. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Qin Han offered no rejoinder, proceeding directly onward. The inaugural trial of the blade presented itself as an islet nestled within a lake, sparsely adorned with vegetation and a mere scattering of trees. The island, spanning less than a mile in circumference, allowed for immediate and comprehensive visual assessment. A sword-bearer, clad entirely in sable attire, leaned languidly against the solitary, gnarled willow tree gracing the island, eyes shut in repose. After Qin Han entered, he found himself 50 meters away, with a long blade planted before him. Above, The celestial screen displayed a countdown of 100 seconds, its numbers flickering relentlessly. Should the timer reach 0 without a successful defeat of the Guardian, the trial would be deemed a failure. In such a predicament, a typical individual would instinctively draw the blade before them and rush towards the sword wielder. However, Qin Han chose a different course of action. Instead of advancing, he retreated, leaping into the nearby waters. Outside the sword hall, a disciple who had been attending to Qin Han stepped out for a patrol. The mirror before him was momentarily devoid of any presence, save for the disciple himself. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of Qin Han's unusual movement in the reflection, which instantly piqued his interest. At that moment, Qin Han had just plunged into the water. What on earth was he doing? Why dive into the water? The disciple of the sword hall was taken aback. And as time slipped by, the countdown dwindled to a mere 10 seconds. Yet, Qin Han had yet to resurface. This was it, with only 10 seconds remaining. Even if he emerged now, success would be impossible. What was he thinking? Why not simply attempt to overcome the trial? The disciple surmised that perhaps Qin Han was aware of his inability to succeed and decided to take an unconventional route. He scoffed dismissively, thinking, what good is such flamboyance? Just as he resolved to turn away, a sudden splash of water caught his attention. The disciple witnessed a scene he would never forget. Qin Han erupted from the water like an arrow released from its bow, charging towards the sword wielder. Without breaking stride, he effortlessly seized the long blade from the ground, enhancing his speed even further. He was drawing closer, inching ever nearer to the sword wielder. The countdown on the celestial screen was nearing its conclusion. 5, 4, 3. Could he succeed? The disciple instinctively felt a rush of anxiety for this individual. 2 seconds passed in the blink of an eye. As Qin Han brushed past the sword wielder, a portal suddenly materialized, and he stepped through just as the final second chimed. As the camera shifted, the disciple outside caught a glimpse of the crimson line appearing on the sword wielder's throat. This sight sent chills down his spine, eliciting goosebumps all over. Terrifying. Utterly terrifying. While this individual's skills might not be extraordinary, his audacious confidence in timing his success was unparalleled. Such self-assurance. Even the formidable head of the sword hall could scarcely achieve such a feat. Soon, the disciple felt a surge of excitement. Perhaps this remarkable individual could progress even further. He wondered how far Qin Han could go. The scene in the mirror shifted, revealing a rugged dirt path in the wilderness, where 2 sword wielders awaited. The countdown continued its relentless tick. Surprisingly, Qin Han did not immediately engage. Instead, he darted into the nearby underbrush, where he unearthed a shovel and began to dig. Before long, a chest emerged, and as he opened it, the disciple observed with keen clarity that it contained a pair of boots gleaming with a dark iron luster. Curiosity sparked within him. How did this player know there was a chest here? However, didn't the trial's regulations state that aside from reward items, nothing else could be taken out? Why then, was this individual expending so much effort to seek something? Furrowing his brow, the disciple watched as the player once again pressed forward against the dwindling time, stepping into the third challenge. This stage was a dual arena, occupied by 3 sword wielders. The countdown was slightly longer this time, totaling 150 seconds. In the arena, Qin Han did not hesitate. He advanced decisively and swiftly dispatched the 3 opponents. A glowing portal illuminated the space. Instead of entering, he moved forward 10 paces, swinging his long blade to sever a statue. In the next instant, a piece of armor, radiating the same dark iron sheen, fell to the ground. A smile spread across his face. He was equipped and ready to proceed. With ample time at his disposal, he calmly approached an iron door at the far end of the arena. Finding a gap in the door, he braced himself and lunged forward, crashing through. Outside, before the mirror, the disciple gasped, covering his mouth in disbelief, trembling as he exclaimed, "What is he?" This was a peculiar realm, where the world seemed to dissolve into a mosaic. Qin Han pressed onward, his feet flashing with fleeting images, while above him loomed an abyss of darkness where enormous, serrated edges elongated and shrank. It was as if the very fabric of this world was unraveling. Indeed, Qin Han unexpectedly stumbled upon a glitch reminiscent of the wall-hacking exploits found in conventional games within the Eternal Life game. This anomaly serves as a means bestowed by the Heavenly Tao to empower weaker civilizations. In his previous life, numerous players from lower-tier civilizations achieved significant social ascension through this very method. It was the path he himself had traversed in the past. Now, in this new existence, he yearned to experience it once more. After all, the challenges behind the 36th gate only grew increasingly formidable, even with ample confidence in his ability to conquer them. It would merely amount to a frivolous expenditure of time. As time progressed, Qin Han suddenly halted his steps and gazed downward. In the apocalyptic wasteland, dozens of crimson-haired monstrosities armed with swords crowded a desolate street within a forsaken city, their bloodthirsty eyes incessantly searching for the prey they sensed. Yet, no matter how fervently they sought, they could not uncover the presence of their quarry. With a subtle smile, Qin Han advanced a few paces, revealing a secure chamber, accessible only by vanquishing the red-haired monstrosities, according to the rules. However, exploiting a glitch, he bypassed the conflict and leaped inside. The room was barren, save for a token etched with the character for blade resting upon a wooden table. A top-tier swordsman class transfer token. Outside the mirrored realm, the disciples of the Blade Hall widened their eyes, their bodies involuntarily trembling, their breaths catching in their throats. That was inside the chamber. Qin Han grasped the token, his face illuminated with elation. According to the guides of his past life, 2 top-tier class tokens could be brought to the novice village altar to synthesize a sacred grade class token. Sacred grade class tokens were exceedingly rare in the game, limited to a mere 36. In his previous life, nearly every recipient of a sacred grade class developed into a pinnacle of existence. However, he did not rush to depart, for there was still a treasure to claim. After stowing the token, Qin Han calmly donned the complete set of equipment acquired from the first 3 trials. In the next instant, he was enveloped in armor gleaming with the luster of dark iron. Even his eyes were shielded by a pane of glass-like sheen. Fully armored, Qin Han directly shoved aside the wooden table, revealing an iron clasp on the floor. Upon lifting the clasp, a downward passage was unveiled. A stone staircase came into view. Within the passage, waves of heat surged, and a cyan tongue of fire erupted like a dragon, instantly incinerating everything in its path. Yet, Qin Han remained unscathed. A marvelous treasure. This was a top-tier fire-resistant suit, capable of warding off intense heat and flames. He knew the location of the suit's components from his past life reading of the Myriad Realms guides. He painstakingly acquired this set of equipment from the first 3 trials with the aim of reaching the hidden level after the 36th trial. Composing himself, Qin Han descended the steps, one by one. Within the passage, raging flames filled the space, their vibrant hues obscuring vision. The terrifying heat made even wearing the fire-resistant suit unbearable. Gritting his teeth, Qin Han surged forward. From beneath his feet, above his head, to his left and right, flames spewed onto his armor from all directions. The original dark iron color gradually reddened. Hesitation would lead to defeat. Even the fire-resistant suit could not endure here for long. He pushed his speed to the limit. Just as the scorching temperature became unbearable, a world of clarity opened before him. Beyond the passage, a paradise of singing birds and fragrant flowers unfolded. Upon the ground, blades were scattered, piercing the embroidered earth. The sword graveyard, renowned for collecting the finest blades under heaven. Players who reach this place can freely select a blade to take with them, a choice that cannot be reversed. The attributes of the treasure depend entirely on luck. Gazing at the densely packed blades, numbering at least 10,000, Qin Han sighed. This stage was truly a trap. Unlike the Archer's Trial, where the first-place winner received a treasure, the Blade Hall, Sword Hall, and other trial locations did not offer treasure rewards, even for the first to pass, unless one reached such a hidden level. Like the fire-resistant suit from the first 3 trials, even with extreme luck, finding one component would be fortunate. Frankly, those who could reach this hidden level were among the luckiest in the Myriad Realms. It was said that those who arrived here had exhausted their luck for a lifetime. Yet even so, they were still subjected to such a trial. Although there were many blades here, most were likely dark gold-grade equipment, with few treasures. After all, in his previous life, those who came here had all chosen dark gold blades, with only one lucky individual obtaining a treasure. The person who obtained the treasure shared their experience, but the specific location was glossed over, making it impossible to pinpoint. These blades had now returned to their essence, appearing unremarkable on the outside. Even the best blade appraiser would struggle to find a treasure among them. In his memory, that person said the treasure was located in the northeast corner. Qin Han discerned his bearings and arrived at the northeastern location, where a small hillside lay before him, densely populated with nearly 1,000 blades. How was he to choose? The probability was a mere 1 in 1,000, an unequivocal exercise in futility. As Qin Han's mind raced, a sudden spark of inspiration illuminated his thoughts. He seemed to recall hearing that treasures possessed a spirit, and when 2 treasures were placed in proximity, they could resonate with one another. Perhaps this method was worth a try. Without hesitation, he summoned the god-slaying bow, drawing the string taut and surveying his surroundings. Yet, The blades strewn across the ground remained utterly unresponsive. Could it be that the god-slaying bow had not yet evolved into its complete form? Contemplating this, he retrieved the voodoo pearl. With a surge of will, a radiant red and green glow emanated, gently sweeping over the blades below. After several moments, the blades still showed no sign of reaction. What a farce! Was it possible that this legend was nothing but a fabrication? Suddenly, Qin Han chuckled to himself, realizing he had been deceived. After all, he already possessed the god-slaying bow and the voodoo pearl, yet he had not witnessed any resonance between the two. The so-called treasure resonance was merely a jest concocted by well-meaning jesters. It was utterly shameful for one of his stature, a rightful owner of two treasures, to fall for such a clumsy excuse. Calming himself, Qin Han found himself at a complete loss. Was he truly to rely on luck? Standing amidst the forest of blades in a daze for a moment, he ultimately resolved to summon the nightmare, adopting a desperate, last-ditch approach. Upon revealing itself on the hillside, the nightmare's eyes, glowing with a crimson light, curiously surveyed its surroundings. Qin Han tentatively inquired, "Good brother, please assist me in discerning whether there exists a treasure among the blades in this vicinity." The nightmarish spirit, surprisingly perceptive, seemed to comprehend his words. Its eyes blazed with a vivid crimson light, and as it twisted its equine head, it swiftly identified a particular sword. With a rapid stride, it approached and grasped the hilt with its jaws, extracting it from the earth. Upon emerging, the blade shimmered with a silvery radiance, shaking off all the surrounding soil. The nightmarish spirit's mouth appeared to be jolted by the force, prompting it to instinctively release the sword. This was a weapon reminiscent of a Miao sword, its entire form gleaming like moonlight in a silvery hue. With a swift motion, Qin Han grasped the blade in his hand. The renowned sword. Moon Shadow, dark gold grade, not unlocked, treasured artifact, boasted an attack power of 100, a total resistance reduction of 100, and an armor penetration increase of 10. And then, it was gone. Gazing at the lackluster attributes, Qin Han felt a mix of astonishment and uncertainty. This was not the sword he had anticipated. He recalled that in his previous life, others had obtained a flame blade, which could drag an entire realm into the depths of hell with a single strike. Yet this moon shadow had never been mentioned in his past experiences. The attributes appeared rather ordinary. Typical dark gold equipment generally had attack values around 100, rendering this one unremarkable. The armor penetration bonus of 10 was somewhat commendable, but it paled in comparison to the Godslayer Bao's ability to ignore defense entirely. The total resistance reduction of 100 points was also noteworthy, as standard equipment typically targeted specific elements for enhancement or reduction. A universal reduction could be seen as a jack of all trades. Yet such versatility often resulted in mediocrity. A reduction of 100 points might prove somewhat beneficial in the early stages, but would ultimately be negligible in the later phases. It would be far more advantageous to have a fixed reduction of 5 to 600 in a specific element. As a prestigious artifact, even if it remained locked, its attributes should not be so lacking. After some contemplation, Qin Han chose not to dwell on his disappointment. Since it was a treasured artifact, it must possess unique qualities, which he would discover once it was unlocked. At that moment, Nightmarish approached with a smug expression, affectionately rubbing against Qin Han as if to say, "Look at how impressive I am. I found the best one with just a single attempt." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Qin Han smiled wryly and shook his head. Since the nightmare had chosen Moon Shadow, perhaps it perceived Moon Shadow's abilities as superior. Meanwhile, the World Chat Bar issued another announcement. Congratulations to player Qin Han for obtaining a unique treasure, earning 1 point of Heavenly Dao value. Outside the Sword Pavilion, before the mirror, the disciples witnessed the entire event. Upon seeing the world announcement, they collapsed to the ground in disbelief. Not only had he cleared the levels, but he had also discovered a hidden stage. The equipment he sought in the first 3 levels was intended for this very hidden challenge. Qin Han, the treasure, the disciples murmured to themselves, convinced it was indeed him who had acquired the treasure. The previous 3 treasure holders were also likely to be him. Although he was an NPC within the game, he was still a living being, capable of seeing the game announcements. He understood well what it meant to continuously obtain treasures. One could say that if he were to survive, he would surely ascend to great heights in the future. Such an extraordinary individual appeared in what was arguably the weakest civilization among the realms, the 688 Novice Village. It was simply inconceivable. In the Novice Village rankings, a smaller number indicated weaker opponents. Compared to the treasures, even the top-tier profession tokens were insignificant. If he could befriend him, perhaps when the game concluded and they returned to their respective worlds, he might receive this person as assistance. The disciple of the Sword Pavilion whispered like a gnat. I may have been a bit rude earlier. Perhaps I should apologize? No, that won't do. Apologizing would only diminish my standing in his eyes. I must think of a better approach. Inside the Sword Pavilion, Qin Han shattered the token and returned. As he stepped out of the portal, the disciple who had previously attended to him stood nearby, still bearing an air of arrogance. Upon seeing Qin Han, he remarked, impressive. To have cleared 36 levels. You've proven yourself to be quite a skilled player. You have earned the right to be my friend. Qin Han was taken aback. What? Friends? I've earned the right? Perhaps others were unaware, but he was acutely aware of the origins of these low-level NPCs. The achievements that awaited top-tier professions were far beyond what this disciple could ever aspire to. What prompted him to utter such audacious words? After all, true friendship entails mutual assistance. This individual offered him no assistance whatsoever and would likely be of no help in the future. Yet he stood there with an air of pride as if it were a privilege to befriend him. Shaking his head slightly, Qin Han replied indifferently. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. What? The disciple of the Sword Pavilion was momentarily taken aback. Why was this player reacting in such a manner? In his experience with players, at least 99% treated NPCs with respect. With such words, most players would likely assume he had a quest to offer. Yet this man's reaction was entirely unexpected. Just as he was at a loss for how to respond, another disciple emerged from within the Sword Pavilion. This disciple, too, wore an arrogant expression. He glanced at Qin Han and, looking down from his elevated position, stated, the Pavilion Master is aware of your accomplishment in clearing 36 levels. He takes an interest in you. Come with me. You are to meet the Master. Qin Han was momentarily taken aback, but soon recalled certain matters. By obtaining the esteemed token of the top swordsman, he could gain an audience with the Master of the Blade Pavilion and receive a task to assess his skills at the Sword Pavilion. The task was straightforward. Without changing his profession, he was to infiltrate the nearby Sword Pavilion and acquire the token of a top swordsman. Upon securing this prestigious token, the Master of the Blade Pavilion would bestow upon him a set of dark gold equipment. The trial for swordsmen comprised 36 stages, with guardians at each level wielding blades. The difficulty was comparable to that of the blade trials. However, there were no shortcuts in the swordsman's trial. Furthermore, Qin Han had never perused a guide for the swordsman's trial. A wealthy heir does not engage in frivolous risks for a mere token. After contemplating, Qin Han replied, No, I have other matters to attend to. The newly arrived disciple of the Blade Pavilion was momentarily stunned, then suddenly sneered. You dare to refuse an audience with our esteemed master? I assure you, trouble awaits you. Trouble? Qin Han scoffed, his ambition soaring high. He was not one to fear trivial inconveniences. If your master wishes to trouble me, let him come forth. I shall be ready. With that, he stood tall and dismissed the self-satisfied group entirely. The Blade Pavilion. As Qin Han stepped out of the door, a notification appeared before him, indicating that he had declined the audience with the Master of the Blade Pavilion, resulting in a decline of the Blade Pavilion's favor towards him to a state of hostility. Qin Han touched his nose and smiled helplessly. The Master of the Blade Hall was truly petty. He remembered that in his previous life, upon acquiring the prestigious title of a top swordsman, he had undertaken a task at the Sword Hall. However, due to his limited capabilities, he had only managed to reach the third trial before failing. Immediately after the task's failure, the Master of the Blade Hall's favor towards him plummeted to disdain. Now, it had escalated to outright hostility. Yet, having obtained the professional token and the treasured artifact, there was little left to gain from the Blade Hall. Let them harbor their enmity. He would no longer have any dealings with them. With a carefree heart, Qin Han rode his nightmare steed back to the novice village. On the way back, a world announcement suddenly appeared. Congratulations to player Jiang Ningxue for being the first to transition to a holy level profession, earning 1 point of heavenly Dao value. Following that, another announcement rang out. Congratulations to player Jiang Ningxue for acquiring a unique treasured artifact, earning another point of heavenly Dao value. In the novice village Y520131, at the transition altar, the stunning beauty Jiang Ningxue held a pristine white longbow, radiating with the golden aura of her holy level profession. A smile graced her exquisite face. She had not anticipated that 2 professional tokens could indeed lead to a holy level class. Even more astonishing was that the first person to transition to a holy level profession would receive a treasured artifact. It seemed that her cautious approach had proven wise. Gazing at the attributes of the treasured artifact and the holy level profession, her expression was filled with astonishment. The snow god bow was a growth-type treasured artifact, a divine object from the boundless snowy realm. Its attack power was 100, with an additional 100 points of freezing damage for 10 seconds, boasting a 100 freezing chance against elite-level monsters and below. The ice element was reduced by 50. The rapid-fire feature allowed the bowstring's lightness to maximize draw speed, enabling the release of 12 ice arrows in a single shot. Additional attributes would be unlocked as she leveled up. The Arrow Saint profession was unique in the heavens, possessing a tenfold growth rate. Its passive ability, the Arrow Saint Aura, increased bow and arrow damage by 100, speed by 100, firing rate by 100, arrow sharpness by 100, and defense by 100. Such formidable powers from an incomplete treasured artifact made her ponder how awe-inspiring its complete form would be. The Arrow Saint profession was indeed remarkable, with a tenfold growth rate allowing for an impressive increase in physical strength with each level gained. The Arrow Saint Aura was even more potent than the treasured artifact itself, as the 5 enhancements combined could effortlessly double her strength, a benefit that would remain invaluable regardless of her future achievements. It was evident that the holy level profession was among the most significant elements in the game. Those who could attain such a position were destined for limitless potential. Unconsciously, Jiangning Shui recalled Qin Han's name. She wondered if he would also be able to transition to a holy level profession. Given his prowess, it seemed likely. In Novice Village 688, Qin Han sat atop his steed, his gaze fixed on the world announcement, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. So it was her. It appeared that the trajectory of the game had not deviated significantly aside from his own variable. Jiangning Shui, a saintess of the supreme divine nation, the Great Xia dynasty, was a formidable presence atop the cosmic hierarchy, typically reserved for the ultimate battleground. However, in his previous life, Qin Han had heard whispers regarding the supreme divine nation, where divine positions were passed down through generations. When the divine authority was transferred, the successor would undergo a period of vulnerability, stripping away old powers to infuse new ones. During this transient power vacuum, they resembled mere mortals. Jiang Ningxue had been deemed a novice by the game during the vacuum period of the Empress's coronation ceremony. Nevertheless, even without divine power, her physical strength would place her at the pinnacle among novice players. In the supreme divine nation, even the most ordinary players boasted physical stats around 4,000 to 5,000, while someone of Jiang Ningxue's stature would likely start with an initial physique around 8,000, making her one of the elite in the novice village. Furthermore, the regulations within the supreme divine nation were exceedingly strict. Had she entered any novice village under their banner, her subordinates would have undoubtedly sought every means to bolster her strength. It was entirely plausible that she would successfully acquire the holy level profession token. It was somewhat embarrassing that they had not crossed paths in his previous life. Yet, he had thoroughly read her post regarding the strategies for the godslaying bow. In truth, he had seized her opportunity. However, for someone of her esteemed background, such things were trivial. The artifact she possessed was likely another treasured item, the snow god bow, which could potentially plunge an entire realm into extreme cold when fully developed, an exceptionally domineering force. The moon emerged unbidden, casting its silvery light upon the ground, enveloping the surroundings in a shimmering sheen. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Qin Han replied affirmatively, and as he did, 2 tokens suddenly levitated from the stone table, intertwining in a vortex-like manner 3 feet above. They spun together for approximately 10 seconds before a brilliant golden light flashed across the altar. Soon, a radiant token inscribed with Sword Saint was fully formed, embodying the prestigious class. With this, Qin Han exhaled in relief. In the myriad realms, there exist countless top-tier class tokens, each capable of synthesizing into distinct holy class tokens. However, there are only 36 holy class tokens available. Thus, should someone succeed in synthesis before others, those who follow would be left with nothing. Fortunately, once synthesized, even if one does not transition to the new class, the token cannot be taken away by others. Although the class attributes remained concealed prior to the transition, Qin Han was aware of the attributes of the Sword Saint class. It is a holy class, unique across the realms, with a tenfold growth rate. It grants a 100 increase in attack power with blade weapons, a 100 increase in attack speed, movement speed, and sharpness of blade weapons, as well as a 100 boost in defense. With such growth potential, Reaching level 20 as a novice would yield 2,000 points in Constitution, and upon reaching level 100, one would possess 10,000 Constitution points. This alone, coupled with passive bonuses, would ensure that even if he chose to become idle thereafter, his future accomplishments would not be insignificant. At the very least, reaching the final battlefield would come with ease. With but a gentle flick of a finger, he could overpower any adversary, becoming one of the few distinguished figures across the realms. Nonetheless, even among the 36 holy classes, formidable individuals like Jiang Ningxue emerged, boasting a top-tier bloodline and an extraordinary background, starting with an astounding constitution of 8,000 points. They too had attained holy classes. If he were merely to remain a holy class, regardless of future opportunities, his ultimate achievements would likely only match Jiang Ningxue's, let alone when facing ancient beings that had lived for billions of years or more. Fortunately, holy classes do not mark the pinnacle of one's career. Beyond them lie divine classes. In his previous life, no one had ever attained a divine class. The information regarding divine classes was later revealed by the game system within the Multiverse Forum. The method of synthesizing a divine class is straightforward: a holy class token combined with a hidden class token. Beyond the overt class tokens, the game also contains elusive hidden class tokens, of which there are a mere 100. These hidden tokens possess a different passive effect, but share a 7-fold growth rate, superior to top-tier classes, yet inferior to holy classes. The means of acquiring these hidden class tokens is notoriously difficult, and each one is unique across the realms. In his previous life, players who obtained hidden class tokens typically stumbled upon them by sheer luck, whether by fishing and inadvertently catching one, defeating monsters and unexpectedly looting one, or wandering through dungeons and wild areas, unwittingly completing a quest that led to acquisition. In essence, hidden class tokens serve as a special boon bestowed upon players across the multiverse, regardless of whether one hails from a primitive or advanced civilization. The chances of obtaining a hidden class are equal. Therefore, for those who have acquired holy class tokens, the likelihood of obtaining a hidden class token is akin to winning the lottery 1,000 times in a row, an almost impossible feat. This explains why divine classes were non-existent in his previous life. However, exceptions do exist. Qin Han recalled that a hidden class token was located in a concealed spot on the Bison Prairie, with a moderate level of difficulty for acquisition. He remembered that this token had been discovered by a fortunate player about a week after the game commenced, and he had perused their guide. Now, having just begun, he felt confident in securing it. First, he would obtain the hidden class token, and only after transitioning to a divine class would his foundation be firmly established. At the altar, Qin Han stored the Sword Saint token in his backpack and turned to leave. However, upon exiting the altar, he noticed the village chief was still absent, which struck him as odd. Typically, whenever a player ascended the altar with a class token, the village chief would arrive within minutes. After all, the relationship between the village chief and players is symbiotic. The more capable the players, the greater the chief's potential achievements. Conversely, if players falter and the village is overrun, the chief's fate would likewise be grim, establishing a bond of shared fortune. The emergence of each class player significantly elevates the village, and the chief would not neglect such an event. Yet now, having synthesized his class and departed, at least 15 minutes had elapsed, and the chief had yet to appear. Something was amiss. A deviation from the norm often signals deeper issues. Qin Han sensed an unusual occurrence. Typically, NPCs exhibit peculiar behavior when tied to quests. The absence of the chief during such a significant transition suggested the presence of a substantial task. With this suspicion in mind, Qin Han departed. Just as he exited, the silver-haired village chief and the sword hall master emerged from the shadows. Leaning on his cane, the chief observed Qin Han's receding figure and sighed. "I had hoped to entice this young lad to return to the sword hall for the task you assigned him. Little did I anticipate that someone in this nearly weakest novice village could acquire a holy class token. No wonder he disregarded the task when it was offered. Without his assistance, who shall rescue my beloved granddaughter? If all else fails, we shall provide him with the teleportation token. Perhaps that may offer a glimmer of hope." The sword hall master, having shed his previous arrogance, nodded in agreement, realizing this was the only recourse. Before leaving the village, Qin Han stopped by the general store to purchase oil, torches, and other sundries, followed by acquiring some food and essential supplies from various shops, and then swiftly exited the village. At this hour, most players were either seeking class transition locations or resting in the village, on the path south toward the prairie. Scarcely a soul could be seen. Upon witnessing this, Qin Han no longer concealed himself, directly summoning his nightmare steed and swiftly racing towards the bison prairie. Before long, he found himself amidst the vast expanse of grassland. At this moment, under the silvery glow of the moonlight, the entire prairie was enveloped in a delicate haze of silver white. As a gentle breeze carried a whisper of coolness, a sweeping glance revealed that the once abundant bisons had been nearly eradicated within sight. The traces of these majestic creatures were almost non-existent. The wild monsters in the novice village of Eternal Life game possessed a finite number, and once vanquished, they would only respawn after 3 days. Nevertheless, even so, a handful of players meandered across the prairie in search of the scant remaining bisons. Riding the nightmarish steed, Qin Han galloped across the vast grassland, guided by the silvery glow of the moon. Soon, he arrived at the heart of the prairie, an unremarkable spot that seemed inconspicuous to any passerby. However, beneath the surface, 5 meters down, lay a mysterious burial ground shrouded in secrecy. According to a player's guide, there existed a singular method to unlock this hidden domain. One must eliminate 10 or more players in the vicinity to activate the magical array that would unveil the passageway to the underworld. Qin Han was indifferent to the act of killing. In his previous life, his hands had been stained with the blood of countless players, enough to potentially turn the Yangtze River crimson. Nevertheless, aside from taking lives, he had myriad methods at his disposal. As a seasoned veteran of the game, deciphering the magical array here posed no great challenge for him. By igniting the surrounding grass with oil, he could trace the array's intricate pathways and make slight modifications. In no more than an hour, he could easily unravel its mysteries. With that thought, he withdrew a few paces on his nightmarish mount, retrieving the oil he had meticulously prepared, ready to cast it upon the ground. Just then, a frantic voice called out from behind, "Brother, run. They are chasing us." Qin Han turned around, only to see 3 staggering figures hastily making their way towards him, desperately fleeing for their lives. Not far behind them, a dozen players brandishing weapons were fervently pursuing the trio. Thanks to the ancient set's night vision enhancement, he could clearly discern the features of the 3 individuals. Among them, 2 were unmistakably the brothers he had encountered at the game's outset, who had been toppled by a wild bull. It appeared they had found refuge at the village's free-healing location. However, it was peculiar to witness them being chased down in the dead of night by a throng of players intent on violence. Yet, as it was of no concern to him, he chose not to intervene. He stowed away his oil and, mounting his nightmare steed, moved a few steps to the side, opting to wait quietly until the 2 groups passed by. The significance of his concealed location outweighed the squabbles of these players. However, as the 3 drew near, he couldn't resist urging them, "Hurry, don't linger. Those people mean to kill. If you don't leave now, it will be too late." Qin Han's demeanor remained composed as he continued to ride his nightmare, patiently awaiting the unfolding events, seemingly unaffected by the chaos around him. Observing this, the 3 individuals prepared to flee once more. However, at that moment, a flurry of 5 or 6 arrows swiftly descended upon them. One arrow pierced the knee of a player, causing him to collapse with a thud, leaving one of the trio incapacitated. The remaining 2, witnessing their comrade's injury, initially intended to escape. Yet, confronted with the pitiful sight of their fallen companion clutching his leg, an unexpected surge of determination arose within them. They exchanged a resolute glance, and with a clenched jaw, they brandished their long knives, positioning them defiantly before their adversaries. At this juncture, the pursuing players, numbering over a dozen, quickly encircled the trio. It was evident that these individuals were well-trained, encircling their prey like hunters, effectively blocking all avenues of retreat. Meanwhile, Qin Han, still astride his nightmare, retreated a few steps, only to observe that the assailants seemed equally intent on not sparing him, as 5 players purposefully advanced towards him. Qin Han's expression remained serene. He had no interest in your grievances and suggested you resolve them elsewhere. "Do not bother me." However, the assailants disregarded his words and continued to encircle him. In response, Qin Han swiftly summoned the god-slaying bow, releasing 2 arrows in quick succession that pierced the thighs of 2 players with unerring precision. His voice was laced with an icy chill. "One more step forward, and you shall perish." The pursuers, witnessing Qin Han's calm demeanor amidst their numbers and his formidable prowess, hesitated. They were uncertain of his true capabilities, especially given his impressive equipment. At that moment, a girl with a ponytail emerged from the crowd of assailants, her face adorned with an innocent smile as she addressed Qin Han. "Dear sir, please do not misunderstand. We harbor no ill intentions. It is those 3 players who stole our equipment. You are not involved in this matter, and we will not trouble you." The three individuals ensnared within the circle immediately retorted, "Nonsense. You deceived 5 players in the village under the pretense of forming a party to hunt monsters. Once we reached the wilderness, you intended to kill us and seize our gear. Had we not reacted swiftly, we would have met the same fate as the other 2 players." The girl replied, "Sir, you must judge for yourself. How can one so unjustly malign others? It sounds as if we are heinous villains. Before entering the game, I had never harmed even a chicken. How could I possibly kill?" Initially, Qin Han was disinclined to engage with their petty disputes, but upon hearing about the killings and thefts, his expression turned frigid. In his previous life, he had encountered a group of vile players who masqueraded as ordinary gamers. However, once in the wilderness, away from prying eyes, they would prey upon solitary players, luring them into secluded corners to ambush and slay them. They even used the guise of dungeon raids to deceive players into forming parties, only to eliminate them in the dark and loot their belongings. In the Eternal Life game, there was no monitoring or moral judgment, and these scoundrels operated in secrecy, striking decisively when their victims were unsuspecting. Furthermore, they remained anonymous, rendering any pleas for help futile. These vile individuals amassed wealth and superior equipment without the involvement of any legitimate players, trampling over their kin to thrive in the game's mid-stages, their numbers swelling to hundreds at their peak. Had they not encountered formidable opponents later on, they would have continued their unchecked rampage. In his previous life, Qin Han had been engaged in a quest at the time of these events and had not participated. Yet, he could not condone such a blatant violation of human decency. He turned his gaze toward the 3 players being hunted, inquiring, "Did they just kill 2 players? Are their bodies still present?" Yes. They lie by the edge of the wild bull prairie. They must not have had time to dispose of them while pursuing us." The 3, encouraged by Qin Han's display of strength, placed their hopes in him. Upon hearing this, the assailant's expression shifted dramatically, and several prepared to strike. Yet, the girl with the ponytail maintained her disarming smile, appearing earnest. "Sir, do not heed their falsehoods. We have committed no such acts. If you wish to uncover the truth, we would gladly accompany you to inspect the scene. Your testimony could clear our names." Though her words seemed sincere, they were a classic manipulation tactic. She had successfully deceived several players into lowering their guard with this ploy. She anticipated that Qin Han would unwittingly step into their trap, becoming prey. Unfortunately for them, they were up against Qin Han. Such a naive attempt at deception could not ensnare him, and her statement only solidified his suspicions regarding their true nature. Without hesitation, he drew his bow and acted decisively. Swift arrows flew toward the throng, producing a flurry of sounds as they soared through the air. The devastating damage, exceeding 1,000, erupted under the moonlight, and before the assailants could react, 5 or 6 of them lay slain. The relentless onslaught caused the remaining pursuers to fall like wheat before the scythe, their expression shifting to one of sheer terror. "This fellow is no fool, by the heavens. He strikes harder than we do. What precision! We have encountered a formidable opponent. Retreat." Qin Han's gaze was as frigid as ice, his subordinate showing no signs of hesitation. The girl lay prostrate on the ground, her face no longer resembling the one it had moments ago, pleading, "Please, big brother, do not kill me. As long as you spare my life, I will do anything." Yet, her entreaty was met with an arrow that pierced her throat. With an expression of disbelief, her consciousness slipped into darkness. In mere seconds, all the pursuers present were annihilated. Only the 3 hunted individuals remained, their faces awash with confusion. A dozen players, whom they believed they could never defeat, had perished in an instant. Were it not for witnessing this with their own eyes, they would scarcely believe that such prowess existed in the novice village. "Esteemed one, thank you for saving our lives. I am Li Ran, and this is my brother, Li Hao." The one on the ground with an arrow in his knee is Lu Kuang. Clearly, after a day's passage into the night, the 2 had failed to recognize Qin Han. However, the figure on the ground was none other than Lu Kuang. In the previous life, Lu Kuang had merely made an appearance on the first day in the novice village before vanishing without a trace. Many had speculated that he had fallen prey to wild monsters in the higher level areas. It now seemed that he had been slaughtered like a lamb on the very first day. At this moment, Lu Kuang felt a twinge of shame. Upon learning about the job advancement, he had swiftly hidden his name and returned to the village, hoping to find an opportunity for a class change. However, not only did he fail to change classes, but he also encountered an angelic maiden and prepared to join her along with a group of free-spirited players to level up through monster hunting overnight. Yet, once they reached the wilds, the angelic maiden transformed into a demon, nearly devouring him whole. Having once been a renowned figure in the novice village for a day and subsequently facing a string of misfortunes, he found it difficult to meet Qin Han's gaze. Mumbling a thank you. In the realm of nightmares, Qin Han sheathed the god-slaying bow, nodding gently, yet his eyes remained fixed on the ground. At that moment, under the influence of the blood from the fallen players, the earth began to emanate an eerie dark red glow. The magic array had been activated. As the array came to life, the ground rumbled ominously, causing the three individuals in the central area to struggle to maintain their footing. What was happening? Could there be earthquakes within the game? Li Ran and Li Hao hastily supported Lu Kuang to the side. As they reached a safe distance, they witnessed the ground erupting with a thunderous roar, the bodies being pushed aside. Before long, a structure resembling a tomb gate emerged before them, with a staircase extending downwards into the unknown. It is coming. Riding the nightmarish steed, Qin Han descended without uttering a word. Outside, Lu Kuang and his companions exchanged bewildered glances. Lu Kuang remarked, "It is truly strange how a secret location has suddenly appeared here." Li Ran responded, "This isn't surprising. Given that this esteemed individual has coincidentally shown up at such a late hour, it is likely they awaited the opening of this secret place. We three have merely benefited from their fortune, narrowly escaping death." Li Hao inquired, "Brother, could there be great rewards below? Should we not venture down to investigate?" Li Ran shook his head, asserting, "This place was discovered by that esteemed individual. They surely have matters to attend to. It would be best not to disturb them for now. Moreover, Lu Kuang's knee is injured, and he must return to the village for treatment." Upon hearing this, Lu Kuang felt a surge of emotion, stating, "Just moments ago, I thought you two would abandon me. To my surprise, in this crucial moment, you chose to stay." Li Ran replied, "We are bound as brothers through adversity. Leaving you behind would weigh heavily on our hearts. At that moment, we acted impulsively without much consideration. Reflecting on it now is quite frightening. Had that esteemed individual not been present, we three would have perished here tonight." Lu Kuang nodded in agreement. "Indeed. It was this esteemed individual who saved our lives. Should the opportunity arise, we must repay their kindness." Li Ran added, "From the strength they demonstrated earlier, it is evident they are an extraordinary figure. Given our current capabilities, we are unlikely to be of any assistance. It would be a feat if we do not hinder them." Li Hao interjected, "Brother, do you not find it odd? This esteemed individual seems somewhat familiar, as if I have encountered them before." Li Ran paused, his mind racing, and suddenly recalled a scene, exclaiming, "By the grassland this morning." His words sparked Li Hao's memory as well. Yes, that was when we encountered that person who bore a striking resemblance to this esteemed figure. They did not conceal their identity. Their name was something like Qin. At the mention of the name, all three were taken aback, involuntarily uttering in unison, "Qin Han." After pronouncing this name, they felt a chill run down their spines, their hands trembling. Li Hao stammered, "Could it be? He is the one from the world announcement?" Lu Kuang speculated, "This esteemed individual eliminated over a dozen players in mere seconds. Such prowess is beyond any ordinary practitioner. I surmise he is indeed the one mentioned in the announcement." Li Hao, quaking with fear, exclaimed, "Is it possible that 688 conceals such a divine being? This is truly hard to fathom. What should we do now?" Li Ran advised, "Since this esteemed individual has concealed their name, they likely wish to remain anonymous. Let us feign ignorance and refrain from discussing them in public henceforth. Now, let us return to the village." As they prepared to leave, Lu Kuang glanced at the equipment dropped by the deceased players nearby, pondering their fate. Li Ran suggested, "We should gather it. Leaving it here would only benefit passing players. Since these items were claimed by the esteemed individual, they rightfully belong to him. Even if he has no interest in them, we must collect them. Once we return to the village and sell them, we can find a chance to repay him. Of course, if we find suitable equipment, we may don it ourselves. Strengthening our capabilities will expedite our leveling, allowing us to contribute more when the time comes to repay our debt." Encouraged by Li Ran's initiative, the three swiftly gathered the scattered equipment before escorting Lu Kuang back to the village for treatment and selling items. Meanwhile, as Qin Han galloped into the graveyard, the surroundings transformed into an expansive space adorned with massive support pillars constructed from sandy-colored stone. Each pillar bore a perpetual lamp illuminating the area, where black sheep aimlessly wandered. He knocked an arrow, casually shooting at one of the black sheep, triggering a critical hit of 1,000. Subsequently, the damage from the voodoo pearl manifested, inflicting poison as the sheep's health diminished by 200. Concurrently, the name of the creature emerged. Grave Sheep, Level 2, Health, 2,000. This was a creature inhabiting the graveyard, attacking anything unfamiliar. Upon being struck, the grave sheep turned its head and charged toward Qin Han, But after a few steps, the poison had drained its health completely. With a bleat, a surge of experience flowed into Qin Han's body. Experience gained, 100. Is it sufficient to level up? No, I shall not level up just yet. Qin Han opted against leveling, somewhat astonished by the sheep's absurdly high health, 5 times greater than typical level 2 monsters. Yet, the experience gained was remarkably high, 3 times that of ordinary level 2 creatures. Moreover, these grave sheep were rather simple-minded, making them easy prey. Their efficiency in training for novice players was unparalleled. However, this hidden graveyard, due to its remoteness, was seldom accessible from the newbie village of the 10,000 Realms. Were it not for the 10,000 Realms Forum, Qin Han would have been unaware of its existence on the Bison grassland. Such hidden locations offering substantial rewards were entirely reasonable. Surveying the environment, Qin Han continued his advance. This layer of the graveyard was vast. Even riding the nightmarish steed, it took him over 10 minutes to circle around. He discovered 5 descending passages along the walls. According to the guide written by another, this mysterious graveyard comprised 19 layers, with each layer featuring 5 downward passageways. One had to traverse each passage consecutively to reach the bottom. If not, the passages interconnected, and advancing aimlessly would lead one to wander for a lifetime without reaching the lowest level. He recalled the guide's instructions: left, left, right, right, left, 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 which was easy enough to remember. Otherwise, descending would be quite challenging. Striving to recall the guide, Qin Han proceeded downward. The creatures in this graveyard were peculiar. With each descending layer, the monsters' levels increased by 1, all of which were sheep, wolf sheep, lake sheep, beach sheep, yellow sheep, each distinct. Fortunately, these sheep were not particularly swift, nor were their numbers overwhelming. He encountered no battles along the way and arrived smoothly at the entrance to the 18th layer's passage. Drawing a deep breath, Qin Han prepared himself. The 19th layer housed the boss room of the entire hidden graveyard. The creatures here had reached level 19, and he anticipated that the boss room's monsters would likely be level 20. After a brief moment of rest, Qin Han urged the nightmarish steed to leap forward. Upon entering the boss room, Qin Han was nearly convinced he had entered the wrong chamber. Unlike the dilapidated stone appearance of the 18th layer, the boss room featured an expansive space adorned with crystal chandeliers and intricate patterned murals on the ceiling. Even the stone pillars were intricately carved with reliefs. A grand red carpet led the way, where 1,000 robust, long-haired white sheep knelt in reverent formation, resembling a vast square carpet. At the forefront, before a semicircular golden bookshelf, sat a creature with a sheep's head and a human body, crowned with a golden diadem, reclining upon a throne crafted from metallic chariots, pulled by 4 great white bulls adorned with golden horns. The bizarre sight left Qin Han momentarily speechless, astonished by the image of a half-human, half-sheep creature commanding oxen to draw a chariot. This is truly unprecedented. It seems that upon sensing Qin Han's arrival, the half-goat figure seated upon the throne of the carriage became instantly agitated, rising from his seat while brandishing a scepter. He pointed in Qin Han's direction, bleating twice. In an instant, it was as though a hornet's nest had been disturbed. Nearly 1,000 long-haired sheep in the room suddenly stood up, turning in unison to face Qin Han, bleating frantically as they launched a collective assault. Observing this, he swiftly knocked an arrow and shot. The White Sheep Guardian, level 20 monster. Health, 30,000. The White Sheep Guardians were exceptionally loyal, serving their king throughout their lives. Any adversary daring to challenge the king's authority would be obliterated beneath their horns. Gazing at that terrifying health total, Qin Han felt a chill run down his spine. Indeed, this sheep creature possessed significantly more health than the average level 20 monster, while he could dispatch a few without difficulty given his current attack power. Lacking area of effect skills meant that taking down 1,000 sheep would take him until dawn if he were to shoot them one by one. As the flock drew nearer, an idea struck him. He retrieved the oil he had intended for burning the prairie and hurled it furiously onto the ground ahead, scattering several canisters across a substantial area. When the sheep were about to charge, he ignited a torch and hurled it into the oil. Instantly, flames erupted skyward, yet the long-haired sheep appeared oblivious to the danger, rushing heedlessly towards the inferno. Their wool, being highly flammable, ignited upon contact with the fierce fire. In mere moments, the horrifying blaze swept across the flock. Countless damage notifications of -500 flashed before his eyes, as the health bars visibly diminished. However, regrettably, when the health bars dropped to 2/3, they abruptly halted. The source of the fire had been extinguished. At that moment, the oil was entirely consumed, and the long-haired sheep had transformed into crispy lambs, exuding a tantalizing aroma. Moreover, the half-goat figure on the throne, wielding his scepter, initiated a group healing spell. A radiant white light enveloped the flock, and green healing symbols began to emerge above their heads, indicating a 50 healing effect. It was evident that their injuries started to mend, and even their will began to regrow. This creature even possessed healing abilities, which was quite the predicament considering the sheep's high health and the limited oil available. Prolonging the battle would undoubtedly prove futile. Casting his gaze elsewhere, Qin Han, while maneuvering on his nightmare steed, seized an opportunity and aimed an arrow at the creature seated upon the throne. The god layer bow ignored defenses, and the energy arrow flew with remarkable speed, piercing directly into the monster's eye, inflicting a critical damage of 1010. Simultaneously, deep green poison damage of -200 continuously emerged. The creature's name revealed itself: Sheep Clan Guardian, level 20, boss level monster. Its health was a staggering 20 million, an explosive figure that made Qin Han's eyelids twitch. What was even more disconcerting was that after sustaining injury, the half-goat figure began to emit a green glow from above its head, with a continuous 200 healing effect materializing. In the blink of an eye, the lost health was restored. This was utterly absurd. With such damage output, it seemed as though he was merely tickling this formidable foe. Fortunately, the hidden class token could be obtained without vanquishing this creature. Otherwise, the exhausting task of depleting its health would be utterly draining. According to the strategy guide, there was a passage behind the bookshelves on the 19th level of the throne, leading to a wondrous place. The implication was that by reaching the world beyond and locating a fenced courtyard, one could easily acquire the token without further combat. At that moment, the Sheep Clan Guardian, having taken a hit from Qin Han, stood up in a fit of rage, bleeding furiously. Yet, it seemed the animosity was insufficient. It did not depart from its position, merely seething in impotent fury upon the throne. "If you will not come to me, then I shall unleash more arrows upon you." With that, Qin Han, perched upon his nightmare steed, drew his bow and unleashed a rapid volley of arrows towards the half-goat creature. Damage notifications of -1010, -200, and -101 repeatedly emerged. Even though the creature had a commendable recovery rate, it could not withstand the relentless accumulation of damage, and its health bar began to decline slowly. Finally, the creature could no longer restrain itself. It flicked the reins, and the four white bulls surged forward with reckless abandon, propelling the massive throne carriage away from the bookshelves. As Qin Han observed, he swiftly maximized the speed of his nightmare as the carriage approached, making a sharp turn to the side of the bookshelf. Standing before the shelf, he rapidly sifted through the books in a particular area. Suddenly, upon selecting one book, the entire bookshelf began to rotate ominously, revealing a dark passageway before him. The guardian of the Sheep Clan, witnessing this, nearly whipped the white cattle to death in a frantic attempt to reach him. Unfortunately, by the time it arrived at the bookshelf, Qin Han had already retracted the nightmare and slipped into the passage. Inside the passage, silence enveloped him, the emptiness broken only by the occasional sound of water droplets. The place appeared foreboding, prompting him to summon the nightmare again, and cautiously, the pair advanced further. After what felt like an eternity, a glimmer of light appeared ahead, indicating that he was nearing the location mentioned in the strategy guide. Minutes later, the brightness intensified, and as Qin Han emerged from the tunnel, a breathtaking world unfolded before him. Before his eyes lay a realm that seemed like a dream. Vibrant flowers bloomed, verdant trees provided shade, and a gentle stream flowed nearby, while rabbits frolicked on the ground and colorful birds occasionally soared above. The sky was an exquisite blue, almost surreal in its beauty. The contrast in this world was striking, resembling a vivid oil painting. Hidden location discovered. Peach Blossom Realm. Experience gained 100. Is it sufficient for leveling up? Approximately 2 hours later, Li Ran and his companions, under the cover of night, returned to this place. Observing the cave Qin Han had entered, they decided to follow him inside. If their esteemed companion had ventured in to accomplish something, it was likely time for them to investigate, and they intended to return the money they had earned to him. Should there be any scraps left behind by their benefactor, they would also see if they could assist in resolving that. Upon entering the first layer of the hidden ancient tomb, they were taken aback. From the outside, it seemed small, yet inside it revealed an expanse of wonder. The area was vast, but it appeared that the monsters within had remained undisturbed, indicating that their esteemed companion had not engaged in combat. Lu Kuang glanced around, unable to spot Qin Han. "Look, there's a downward passage." Our esteemed companion must not be on the first layer. Since the monsters on the first layer were of no interest to him, they decided to clear the area. Faced with an unfamiliar map and unknown creatures, the players were eager to level up. Silently, they located a lone black sheep and stealthily surrounded it, taking advantage of its unawareness to strike with their blades, inflicting damage of -9, -8, and -100, which floated up in red. Compared to the 2,000 health points of wild monsters, their attack power seemed rather meager. Li Hao exclaimed, "These are merely level 2 monsters. How can their health be so high? My attacks barely seem to scratch them." However, Lu Kuang, how is your damage so significant? Lu Kuang evaded the sheep's charge and quickly responded, "Attacking vital points yields tenfold damage. These sheep don't appear very intelligent. Aside from their excessive health, they are not much more formidable than wild wolves." Following Lu Kuang's advice, they redirected their attacks to the sheep's neck and abdomen, and indeed, the damage escalated dramatically. In no time, the black sheep succumbed to their relentless assault. As they noted the experience gained, they were astounded. Li Hao remarked, "Wild bulls outside supposedly grant 10 experience points each, and 100 points are needed to level up. If we were to kill 10 wild bulls alone, we'd achieve a level up. Yet this black sheep is even more rewarding. We split the experience 3 ways, and each of us ends up with over 30 points. Remarkable." Lu Kuang was equally delighted. Leveling up will only grow more challenging from here on. Although I managed to reach level 3 in a single day, it required a relentless effort, having slain hundreds of wild bulls. Moreover, transitioning from level 3 to 4 is a significant milestone, with the experience required increasing drastically. Normally, leveling up to 4 could take a day or 2, especially now with the emergence of professionals. As a priority level holder, I will soon fall behind. However, today's discovery of the hidden tomb presented a fortuitous opportunity. If they could be the first to reach level 4, they would gain an additional point in physique. Suddenly, Lu Kuang pondered a critical question and turned to his companions. "What do you think about our esteemed benefactor? His damage output is so high that leveling up for him should be as easy as eating and drinking. Yet, as of now, I remain the top of the leaderboard. Moreover, it appears he is still at level 0. Li Ran replied, "Our esteemed benefactor surely has his own understanding of the game. We shouldn't speculate recklessly. Today has shown us that this world is far more perilous than we imagined. Danger lurks not only from the outside, but also potentially from those around us. To survive, we must tread carefully." Upon hearing Li Ran's words, Lu Kuang and Li Hao paused, reflecting on their near brush with death earlier that day. They fell silent, each taking up their weapons and setting off to hunt monsters. Meanwhile, Qin Han rode his nightmare swiftly through the forest, the vibrant light and shadows lifting his spirits. The fresh air was imbued with a hint of sweetness. Following the guide, he continued alongside the stream, where fish leapt playfully, seemingly racing against the nightmare in a joyous atmosphere. Before long, he spotted a fenced yard, and within it stood a small stone cottage. This was the place. The individual who had mistakenly wandered here previously entered the house and retrieved a token without encountering any danger. Such a beautiful and safe location would make an ideal hideaway. Upon reaching the cottage, Qin Han found it unoccupied. He stepped inside and immediately noticed a verdant token resting on the table. He seized it with excitement. Indeed, it was the hidden profession token for the alchemist. Though he had yet to change professions, the properties of the token remained unseen. However, he was aware of its attributes from the guide. Alchemist profession token, unique in the heavens. Growth rate 7 times. Alchemist aura, healing effect increased by 90%. Health increased by 90%. Health regenerates 1% per second. Poison damage increased by 90%. Penalizes enemy healing by 50%. To be frank, should an ordinary person choose to become an alchemist, specializing in either poison or healing, or even both, the potential power in the later stages would be unimaginable. With such an ally, it would be akin to having a mobile spring of life at one's back, capable of hindering enemy recovery while enhancing output, a perfect scenario. Regrettably, once combined into a divine-grade token, the alchemist token would vanish. Yet, sacrifice often accompanies gain. In the face of the allure of divine professions, the alchemist token seemed trivial. It was time to head to the altar for synthesis. Now it was his turn to change professions. He eagerly anticipated the unveiling of the divine profession, which had never before been revealed. As he stowed the alchemist token into his backpack, a sense of anticipation coursed through him. However, just as he stepped out of the hall, he encountered an individual clad in black leather, with long hair tinged with red, wearing a menacing mask, and carrying a pouch of potions. Upon seeing Qin Han, This person erupted with fury. Who are you? How could you possibly enter my peach blossom realm? My alchemist token's aura has vanished. You must have stolen my token. As he spoke, the visage concealed beneath his mask appeared to tremble with fury. In a swift motion, he extracted a vial from his pouch and, with a decisive flick, cast it between the two individuals. Instantly, a noxious mist began to pervade the courtyard. At that moment, a crimson alert resonated from the system. You have been attacked by the malevolent physician, Hua Quebec. However, in the next instant, Qin Han's treasured artifact, the Voodoo Pearl, emerged with a resounding thrum, swiftly dispelling the toxic gas that filled the courtyard. Remarkably, he suffered no harm whatsoever. Moreover, after absorbing the toxic vapors, the Voodoo Pearl underwent a transformation. Voodoo Pearl, a unique treasure. It feasts on voodoo, rendering it the nemesis of all voodoo in existence. Its attack inflicts a lethal poison of 200 points per second, lasting for 10 seconds. Skill, Soul Absorption Technique, a sorcery that siphons the grievances of slain beings, allowing the user to unleash it during attacks. Skill, Deadly Malice, area of effect damage, reducing enemy life by 500 points per second, accompanied by a 35% lifesteal counter, sustained for 10 seconds. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. In a state of disbelief, Qin Han was equally astonished by the malevolent physician Hua Ke, who exclaimed in utter incredulity, impossible. You, a mere level 0 human, the weakest of your kind, possess such a pinnacle treasure as the Voodoo Pearl. Within the courtyard, as Hua Ke spoke, Qin Han swiftly mounted his horse and fled with frantic urgency. After dashing for a mere dozen meters and realizing he was not being pursued, he promptly turned back, nocking an arrow and releasing it with a swift draw. The energy arrow struck directly at Hua Ke's heart with a satisfying thud, inflicting a yellow damage reading of minus 1,010 points, while the toxic damage from the Voodoo Pearl registered not a trace. Simultaneously, Hua Ke's health bar appeared, revealing that he was a level 20 special creature, marked by an ominous orange skull icon. In the hierarchy of foes, there were silver skeleton elites and golden skeleton leaders, but the orange skull denoted a royal grade monster. Such creatures were seldom encountered throughout the Eternal Life game, each possessing the capability to wreak unspeakable devastation. Contrary to the guides that described this place as a veritable paradise, brimming with safety, the reality was starkly different. Were it not for the unparalleled protection of the Voodoo Pearl, any other adventurer would likely be reduced to ash upon the first encounter. Considering the dynamic scaling of monster strength in the game, Hua Ke's damage output was a staggering 688, with a per second potential of 500 points. In other, more advanced novice villages, the damage could easily escalate to 5,000 or even 50,000 in a heartbeat, with just a single attack. It seemed improbable that the entire novice village could elevate to level 20, clad in dark golden gear. Moreover, Hua Ke's health was astonishingly high, reaching a staggering 70 million points, an amount that was nothing short of alarming. Even more outrageous, as he sustained injury, a vibrant green aura materialized beneath him, and an ominous green numeral appeared above his head, signifying an addition of 1010. Qin Han, undeterred by misfortune, swiftly unleashed a barrage of arrows, depleting Hua Ke's health by over 10,000 points. Almost immediately, a staggering green number materialized above the opponent's head, revealing a terrifying recovery of 12,000. This shocking figure nearly breached Qin Han's defenses. The health he had painstakingly whittled away was replenished faster than he could inflict damage. What was the point of the struggle? In the courtyard, after enduring a relentless hail of arrows from Qin Han, Hua Ke's fury surged to its zenith. You fool. Do not think that with the protection of the Voodoo Pearl, you can act with impunity. Before I delved into the art of medicine, I was a master of the blade. With that declaration, the medicinal pouches adorning Hua Ke's body vanished in an instant, replaced by a curved blade gleaming with a crimson hue. Armed with the sword, Hua Ke's demeanor transformed dramatically. He seemed to morph into a warrior, charging towards Qin Han like a tempest. Nightmare, run. As soon as Qin Han's voice fell, the nightmares swiftly surged forth with an uncanny human-like speed. Yet this time, even the extraordinary pace of the nightmares was nearly matched by the Huajue. Fortunately, at a critical moment, Qin Han drew his bow and aimed once more at the creature's legs, releasing several arrows in quick succession, which momentarily hindered its speed. However, before Qin Han could catch his breath, The formidable recovery abilities of his foe allowed it to regain its swiftness within mere seconds. Alarmed, Qin Han hastily nocked another arrow. Thus, an exhilarating chase ensued in the fragrant paradise, stretching from midnight until dawn. The nightmare showed no sign of fatigue, and bolstered by its remarkable regenerative powers. The Huajiue grew ever more emboldened. Yet, seated atop the nightmares and merely shooting arrows without the need for movement, Qin Han found himself utterly drained. His body remained that of an ordinary human. After a sleepless night and without a drop of water, he felt the weight of exhaustion and dizziness upon him. Several times, his arrows veered off course, and he narrowly avoided being struck by the Huajiue's blade. The arrows he released in the dead of night would have made even Zhuge Liang, famed for his borrowing of arrows, feel a tinge of shame. Yet the Huajiue remained unscathed, not shedding a single drop of blood. Although the voodoo pearl countered his opponent, it was rendered ineffective in the face of level disparity and superlative recovery. Brother Wu, behold my steed. It is a transcendent creature from another dimension, capable of running for 1 billion years without fatigue. You cannot hope to catch me, so why not take a moment to rest? It appeared that Qin Han's words had an effect, for the Huajiue abruptly halted, plunging its blade into the ground before sitting cross-legged. Seeing this, Qin Han cautiously rode his nightmarish steed to a halt 10 meters away from the other party, his eyes filled with wariness. After observing for a while and noting the absence of any movement, he hastily retrieved a piece of beef he had conveniently purchased and began to savor it. Once he had finished the meat and regained some of his strength, he tentatively inquired, "Brother Hua, what must I do for you to let me go?" Hua Ke, with his eyes closed, replied coldly, "Return what you have taken, and I shall consider this encounter as if it never happened." Qin Han was instantly torn with indecision. This token held immense significance for me. Without it, I might never find a suitable replacement. How about this? Let us engage in a trade. You return the token to me, and in exchange, you may let me go. Once I have grown stronger, I promise to assist you with a task. Or perhaps I could help you locate a treasure of medicinal value. Hua Ke cast a sidelong glance at Qin Han and remarked, "With your feeble strength, even if I were to grant you the alchemist's token, it would not guarantee your ultimate growth surpassing mine. Your treasures, while commendable, still lack the depth necessary to assist me in my endeavors. Now, hand over the item." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Qin Han was momentarily stunned. As a seasoned player, he instantly grasped the truth of the situation. In that fleeting moment, he comprehended all the logical intricacies involved. The game could not possibly assign an unbeatable NPC in the novice village. There should be 2 methods to obtain this hidden class token. The first is to seize the opportunity when Hua Ke is away and make a swift escape. Should fortune betray him and he encounters Hua Ke at home, it would spell certain doom. The second method is to visit with a holy class token in hand, and Hua Ke would graciously present the alchemist token to him. The individual who crafted the guide was not necessarily the first to enter, but rather the one among the entrants who was the luckiest, managing to avoid any encounter with Hua Ke throughout. With this realization, Qin Han felt a surge of relief, as if he had survived a near-fatal encounter. Had it not been for his voodoo pearl and the nightmarish artifact, he would have undoubtedly met his end here. Without his holy class token, it seemed improbable that he could have secured the hidden class token. This moment ignited within him a fervent desire to hoard treasures more recklessly in the future. With a substantial foundation, even the most perilous places in the world would feel like a safe haven to him. Quickly adjusting his mindset, Qin Han inquired warmly, "Brother Hua, you mentioned waiting for someone wielding a holy class token. Could you enlighten me on this matter?" At this moment, Hua Ke shed his previous indifference, abruptly removing his mask to reveal a face horrifically marred by fire. "Years ago, I was thrust into the pool of 10,000 poisons by a fellow disciple. Though I miraculously survived, my visage has been irrevocably altered. The venomous liquid has ravaged my skin, and only the sap from the tree of life can restore it. However, the tree of life resides in a realm far beyond the reach of someone of my strength." Qin Han, so, you wish to seek an individual brimming with potential to engage in a transaction, waiting for that person to mature and assist you in acquiring the essence to heal your wounds? Hua Ke nodded, affirming that indeed, as long as you possess the holy class profession token and the hidden profession token, upon reaching the altar for your class change, you will instantly become one of the most formidable individuals among the celestial realms. In such a state, your accomplishments will be boundless, providing you with the assurance to fulfill my wishes in the future. if you can aid me in obtaining a single drop of the Tree of Life's essence. Not only will I allow you to take the apothecary token, but I shall also bestow upon you 3 of my life-s potions. Each potion consumed will grant you the ability to wield 50% of my powers for a day. Furthermore, should you assist me in eliminating the treacherous senior brother who seeks to harm me, I vow to pledge my eternal loyalty to you. Undeterred even by the descent of hell, with no regrets, no matter the cost. Upon hearing this, Qin Han felt a surge of joy within. In the realm of the game, finding individuals skilled in both healing and poison was not particularly challenging. However, most healers and poison masters possessed mediocre abilities. While they might suffice for ordinary players, the demands for healing in the later stages could reach tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of health points, far beyond the capabilities of a standard healer. The presence of a formidable medical expert like Hua Ke was akin to having a portable spring of vitality. One would find it nearly impossible to perish. Moreover, NPCs differed significantly from players. Even the most trusted players might betray you at a crucial moment. In contrast, NPCs with maximum loyalty could genuinely lay down their lives for their master when it mattered most. Without hesitation, Qin Han resolutely declared, "I agree to this matter. Should I ever possess sufficient strength, I will undoubtedly assist you in fulfilling your wish." To further demonstrate his sincerity, he playfully patted Nightmare's rear, eliciting a restless response and a hint of displeasure from the creature. A gentleman's promise is of utmost importance. Once made, it is not to be retracted. My word, as Qin Han, has always been my bond. Upon hearing his vow, Hua Ke's eyes glimmered with a flicker of hope. Then, he retrieved 3 fist-sized vials emanating a purplish glow from his medicine pouch. "Come closer. These vials are my life-s elixirs, and they now belong to you." Upon hearing this, Qin Han merely smiled, refraining from approaching easily. Instead, he cheerfully remarked, "Brother Hua, I am somewhat fatigued. Let us converse for a while longer." Even at that moment, he maintained a certain distance from Hua Ke, his vigilance heightened to the utmost. Hua Ke's gaze turned icy, and the atmosphere seemed to thicken with a palpable chill, as if the very temperature around them began to drop. "Do you not trust me?" "Qin Han, not at all. I am merely fatigued after such prolonged exertion. My body is experiencing slight cramps. I shall take a moment to recuperate." In truth, he had been anticipating the system's notification. An entity like Hua Ke is undoubtedly a special NPC that the game can place here, and his earlier words were almost certainly indicative of a quest. However, the two had shared words to such an extent, yet the system's task prompt had not materialized. As a seasoned player, he was acutely aware that Hua Ke had yet to fully trust him. To approach recklessly now could result in Hua Ke turning hostile, striking him down with a single blow, leaving him with no recourse for justification. After a brief pause, noticing the absence of the system's notification, Qin Han ventured, "Brother Hua, perhaps I shall forego these vials of medicine for now and revisit this later. Having toiled throughout the night, I must return to rest." As he spoke, he intended to turn his horse around and make his exit. However, upon uttering these words, the system's notification promptly appeared. Epic quest. Save the malevolent physician. Assist the malevolent physician Hua Ke in locating a drop of the Tree of Life sap. Branch quest. Aid Hua Ke in eliminating his fellow disciple. In that very moment, Hua Ke's tone softened significantly. "Indeed, you possess a degree of vigilance. The realms are fraught with peril. If one lacks even the slightest awareness of self-preservation, no matter how great your potential, your achievements will remain limited. In my day, I was widely recognized as a prodigy in the art of medicine. Yet it was my misplaced trust in my senior brother that led to my current plight. Do not follow in my footsteps." At this moment, Qin Han finally breathed a sigh of relief. The system's notification assured him that the matter was settled beyond doubt. He had finally extricated himself from the clutches of his nightmare and confidently approached Hua Quebec. With a swift motion, he tucked 3 vials of life elixir into his pocket, 3 invaluable treasures that, if utilized wisely in the early stages, could very well equate to 3 lives. Subsequently, he generously offered a substantial piece of cooked beef to Hua Ke, saying, "Brother, do try this. It is quite delectable." Hua Ke appeared momentarily taken aback, as though it had been ages since he had engaged with another. Nevertheless, he accepted the beef, savoring it at a leisurely pace. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Qin Han nodded thoughtfully and inquired, "By the way, are you familiar with the ancient tomb on the 19th floor outside?" There's a formidable creature lurking at the bottom. It might be blocking the exit. How am I supposed to leave? To be honest, while he was chasing after Hua Kei, the thought of fleeing through the passage had crossed his mind. However, he feared that the half-goat monster would obstruct his escape. Hua Kei, upon hearing this, nodded gently. That ancient tomb was constructed by my own hands. The creature you mentioned is indeed the guardian of the sheep clan. I modified it myself. The apothecary's token bears my essence. So as long as you carry it with you, it will not dare to impede your passage. Now, you must go. I shall not accompany you further. The road ahead is long, so take care of yourself. After finishing the beef in his hand, Hua Kei donned his mask once more, brushed off his hands, stood up, and turned to head back towards the room. However, after taking a few steps, his voice echoed back, "Oh, and thank you for the beef. It was quite delicious." Qin Han rose to his feet, expressing his intention to bring back some delicacies after his return. Hua Kei gently shook his head, remaining silent. His previous words had been abundantly clear. As long as Qin Han departed, it seemed that within the vast realms, he would be the only one able to traverse this place. This young man would undoubtedly be unable to enter. He assumed these words to be mere jest. After bidding farewell to Hua Kei, Qin Han retraced his steps along the dim passage. It was somewhat disheartening. In the Eternal Life game, most locations lacked shortcuts for departure. One had to retrace their steps, as the journey taken was the only way back. In the later stages, some maps could take months or even years to explore, and the time consumed in back-and-forth travel was immense. The treasures capable of teleporting between two locations were exceedingly rare within the game. Even upon reaching the final battlefield, he had scarcely encountered anyone possessing teleportation items. Fortunately, the current map was not particularly intricate, and soon he found himself back at the entrance of the 19th level of the ancient tomb, where the door remained ajar. To his astonishment, the half-human, half-goat boss awaited him, its goat-like eyes fixated directly on the passage. As Qin Han arrived, the creature began to brandish its staff and bleat wildly, nearly causing him to stumble in fright. It seemed that despite his long journey, the creature's animosity had not yet dissipated. Tentatively, he produced the physician's token, and upon sighting it, the goat guardian curiously sniffed the air. Suddenly, terror engulfed its face, and in an instant, it vanished without a trace. Goodness, such an impressive effect. Qin Han mused, realizing that Hua Kei must have encountered this creature numerous times before. Otherwise, it would not be so easily frightened merely by the scent. It was evident that a harrowing experience had left a profound psychological scar on this creature. This poor goat indeed had a tragic fate. With a twinge of sympathy, Qin Han boldly entered the hall, only to find the goat guardian abandoning its throne, retreating to the farthest corner of the grand chamber, trembling with its staff clutched tightly. Upon seeing Qin Han emerge, it buried its head beneath its arms, as though this was the only way to conceal its inner fear. Very well. Initially, the efficacy of the physician's token had sparked his interest in scavenging this pitiful creature for potential rewards, particularly the staff in its possession, which piqued his curiosity. However, upon witnessing its forlorn demeanor, so starkly contrasting its earlier bravado, his interest waned significantly. Perhaps it was wiser to return promptly and pursue a class change. The allure of a divine class far surpassed any treasures that could potentially exist here. In his reincarnation, many variables had shifted. Should an unforeseen occurrence arise, allowing another to seize the opportunity for a divine class change before him, he would be doomed. Mounting his nightmare steed, Qin Han swiftly galloped back along the path he had traversed. Meanwhile, the village's chat area erupted with another announcement. Congratulations to player Lu Kuang for being the first to reach level 4, receiving a 1 to Constitution. This news left the players, who had prepared to venture out for leveling early that morning, astounded. Lu Kuang had astonishingly achieved level 4 first. Could it be that he had also transitioned to a profession? Brother, don't be deluded. There are only a handful of professionals in the village, and I am well aware that Lu Kuang is not among them. To rank up first despite not being a professional, what remarkable skill indeed. This is nothing. He was the first to reach level 3. If he were diligent, reaching level 4 first would not be unexpected, considering the minor gap at the start for novice professionals. Moreover, the professionals only appeared yesterday, many of them still at level 0. It is not surprising that they cannot keep pace. However, as professionals gradually grow stronger, Lu Kuang will eventually find himself outmatched, unable to bridge the widening gap. You see things clearly, my friend. Lu Kuang simply lacks foresight. What use is it for an ordinary person to level up first? The meager increase to his constitution pales in comparison to the benefits of professional gains from a single level up. If only he could relinquish that constitution point to the professionals. It would empower the strong further. Indeed, the gaming world is harsh. Benefits should rightfully be bestowed upon professionals, enabling them to better protect the village and us. Some individuals are inherently selfish, showing no regard for the feelings of others. It truly feels like a stroke of ill fate to be in the same village as such people. Lulu interjected, "Please do not speak ill of him. His ascension to level 4 is a testament to his hard work." Lulu continued, "After my class change yesterday, I spent the night grinding monsters and barely managed to reach level 3. Let me tell you, the experience required to progress from level 3 to 4 has increased significantly. At my current strength, even if I were to grind continuously for 24 hours without rest, I could not possibly reach level 4. Wow, even Lulu, a powerhouse, speaks of the difficulty in leveling up from 3 to 4. But why is Lu Kuang leveling up so rapidly? Well, I actually know the reason. Early this morning, I ventured out with a few companions to hunt for monsters and inadvertently discovered a hidden location in the center of the wild bull prairie, teeming with black sheep. Killing just one yields 100 experience points. And Lu Kuang is leveling up there. Wow, why are you only sharing this now? The truth is out. Lu Kuang has found a leveling paradise. Brothers, this is an unprecedented opportunity. Let us hurry there and strive to level up today. Upon hearing such fortuitous news, even Lulu could not help but chime in the chat. Let's go together. A sycophant chimed in. Lulu, hurry over. With your prowess as the first to transition, you will surely reach level 5 first. Indeed, the constitution points awarded for being the first to level up should be utilized by a professional like Lulu. When Lulu becomes the highest level in the village, he will undoubtedly protect us. Just as Lu Bang, a petty criminal from Paisian, became an emperor, Lu Xiao, a farmer from Nanyang, became a great leader, and Lu Bei, a humble weaver, carved out a third of the kingdom. Now, Lulu has taken the lead in transitioning. He is destined for greatness. Brother, I recall you using that phrase before. That was a miscalculation on my part. I didn't expect Lu Kuang to be so disappointing. Why is there such a vast difference between two people sharing the same surname? It seems the fates favor Lu, not Kuang. As Qin Han returned from the 19th floor to the 1st, he found the area teeming with people. A cursory glance revealed that there were likely over 1,000 individuals present. It was a classic case of an overwhelming crowd with minimal peculiarities. Upon his emergence from the corridor, the strikingly handsome figure of the nightmare, adorned in ancient armor, captivated many. A throng quickly gathered around him, inquiring, "Brother, what is the situation down there? Is there something advantageous to gain? Is this war steed acquired from below?" Qin Han chose to ignore them. Yet he felt a tinge of frustration within. Had he anticipated such a multitude, he would have concealed his nightmare in advance. Now, before 1,000 players, mounted on his magnificent steed, he had unwittingly become the center of attention. Countless gazes were drawn to his visage. With a hint of social anxiety, he focused his gaze downward and, steeling himself, maneuvered through the throng towards the prairie. At that moment, an incessant stream of players emerged from the novice village, all heading directly for the ancient tomb, evoking the atmosphere of a gathering back in his homeland. More players continued to venture into the tomb, and aside from Qin Han, 3 others were quietly making their way back. They were Lu Kuang and his companions, seemingly seeking to evade the curious stares of the crowd. With Lu Kuang's name obscured once more. Like Qin Han, they had spent the night battling monsters and were now utterly fatigued, ready to return to the village for rest. Moreover, after a night of grinding, the black sheep on the first level of the tomb had dwindled to a mere few, and with so many players flooding in, there simply weren't enough to contend with. The creatures on the second level of the tomb boasted significantly greater health. Even combined, it would take them a considerable time to bring down a single foe. For the moment, they had no inclination to delve deeper. The trio watched Qin Han, who was elegantly riding away on his steed, feeling it was impossible to follow him. Li Hao remarked, "We battled monsters all night and never once caught sight of the expert. We assumed he had long since departed. Yet here we are encountering him at the break of dawn. Alas, we cannot keep pace. He is indeed extraordinary, even riding a horse with such grace." Lu Kuan added, "This ancient tomb possesses an eerie nature. We attempted to explore it in the dead of night, but the few passages proved futile, leading us back to the first level with little notice. After half an hour, we barely managed to reach the 3rd level, and any further descent was beyond our capabilities. I believe the expert must have a better understanding of the map below." Li Ran concluded, The world of the expert is beyond our comprehension. We should focus on ourselves. Come, let us hurry back. If we encounter him, we shall return the money earned last night." The three nodded in agreement and made their way toward the village. Observing the diverse array of players along the path, Li Ran suddenly felt reflective, noting that the game had only just begun, and the road ahead remained uncertain. "I even wonder how long we can survive. Lu Kuang, we have faced life and death together. Why not join us as companions from now on? So we can look out for one another?" Lu Kuang readily agreed. "Indeed, having faced peril together, I trust you both. From now on, my back is yours to guard." Meanwhile, Qin Han rode swiftly without pause until he reached the village, where players were noticeably sparse. At the altar, not a soul was in sight. Relieved by the solitude, he sought out an unoccupied corner, concealed his nightmare, and hastened toward the altar. Upon reaching it, wishing to avoid any lengthy delays, he promptly retrieved the Holy Grade token and the Hidden Profession Alchemist token, placing them upon the altar. This time, as before, the synthesis unfolded in a familiar manner, with the two tokens intertwining and colliding, merging into one. However, this time, the resulting token shimmered like white jade, emanating a mystical violet aura. Holding it in his hand, Qin Han felt a chill permeate his body, invigorating his weary mind that had endured a day and night of fatigue. Now, he awaited the arrival of the village chief, for only then could he undergo his career transition. He was filled with anticipation for the sole divine profession in this world, a vocation that no one in either his past or present life had ever attained. What extraordinary enhancements might it bestow upon him? Upon the altar, Qin Han languidly awaited. Although the village chief had yet to make an appearance since he ascended the altar, he remained unperturbed. After all, the token was firmly in his grasp, within the realms. No one could rival him. The difference between a few moments' wait mattered little. His thoughts were consumed by the possibility that the village chief was deliberately delaying him. What purpose could this serve? What tasks might the chief be harboring? Moreover, the chief had already missed an appointment with him once. Surely he would arrive this time. Indeed, just as Qin Han's reflections settled, he beheld an elderly man, his hair as white as snow and his steps unsteady, making his way toward the altar with the aid of a cane, each movement laborious and slow, comparable even to that of an elderly lady crossing the street. Qin Han cast a glance at him and chose to disregard him, allowing him to drag himself onto the altar. In his previous life, he had interacted with this village chief, who was remarkably robust, the kind of person who seemed to summon the wind with each step. This was in stark contrast to his current frail appearance, resembling a man on the brink of the grave. He recalled that in his past existence, this village chief even had an interest in the female attendant at the local clothing store, with players witnessing him clandestinely standing before her door in the dead of night on several occasions. In summary, his impression of the village chief was that of a greedy, lascivious miser. The chief's current antics were clearly a performance aimed at manipulating his own mindset. Since the chief was not in a hurry, Qin Han felt no urgency either. Time slowly passed, and after approximately 5 minutes, the chief finally made his way to the altar, hunched over with his hands resting on his cane, his throat wheezing like a bellows. Alas, old age takes its toll. He could barely manage those few steps. The village chief feigned a performance for a while before pretending to just notice Qin Han, exclaiming with feigned delight, "Ah, another child seeking to change professions. How splendid. Come, child, let me see what level of token you have obtained." Upon hearing the words, Qin Han restrained his emotions and directly produced the divine level token, which emanated a mist of purple aura. As the village chief received the divine token, his aged hands trembled uncontrollably. After all, this was a divine level token, the unparalleled profession token of the myriad realms. Even though he had arrived earlier and was aware of Qin Han's synthesis from the very beginning, his heart still quaked with an irrepressible excitement. The supreme order of the myriad worlds, such an existence could not merely be described as having boundless potential. One could fear that once this young man matured, there would be few in the heavens capable of standing against him. To speak candidly, a person of such caliber was beyond the grasp of a mere village chief like him. Under normal circumstances, he would have eagerly rushed to assist with the job transition. However, in light of certain unspoken difficulties, he could only choose to adhere to the plan he had previously devised to confront the situation, struggling to suppress his trembling heart. The village chief mustered a warm and amiable smile, exclaiming, "It is indeed a divine-level profession token. Who would have thought that our village 688 could produce someone as extraordinary as you?" Yet, he added, "Sometimes possessing a token of such high rank can be a burden as well. My child, if you wish to change your profession, You will need to provide me with 100 gold coins. Only then can I gather the necessary materials for your transition. Otherwise, it may prove challenging for you to change your profession." Upon uttering these words, the village chief felt his palms drenched in sweat. He could scarcely fathom that he would one day find himself in a position of extortion when confronted with an individual of limitless potential, destined to rise to the pinnacle of the realms. Upon hearing this, Qin Han furrowed his brows, recalling the reputation of the village chief from his previous life. Could this old man merely be a petty extortionist? Was there truly no task at hand? Did he intend to exploit Qin Han's capabilities during the job transfer? Goodness. Demanding 100 gold coins as a service fee was utterly outrageous. It was merely the second day since the game's inception. An average player might possess a few silver coins, which would already categorize them as affluent. 100 gold coins would undoubtedly drive one to despair. Even if he possessed such wealth, he would never part with it. "I'm sorry, if you do not intend to facilitate my job transfer, then I shall take my leave." With that, Qin Han snatched the token and tucked it into his pocket, appearing genuinely prepared to depart. Seeing Qin Han's evident irritation, the village chief chuckled amiably. "My dear child, there is no need for haste. As the village chief, I genuinely wish for exceptional individuals like yourself to transition into your new roles promptly. However, the matter of job transfer fees is not within my sole jurisdiction to decide. I find myself powerless in this regard. Furthermore, transitioning early offers you boundless advantages. Would it not be a pity if you chose not to proceed?" The implication was clear. Aside from my authority, where else could you seek a job transfer? Had it been an ordinary person confronted with such distressing circumstances, they would likely have resorted to pleading or invoking emotional appeals. At that point, the village chief could have seamlessly guided them into assisting him with his own issues. However, the subsequent remarks from Qin Han utterly dismantled the village chief's defenses. "Qin Han, changing jobs is a trivial matter. Why speak of it as if it were a monumental challenge? If you are unwilling to make the transition, I shall seek to relocate to another village." "Village chief, my child, this is the eternal life world. The matter of changing villages is not to be taken lightly. It is not something one can simply decide to do at will." "Qin Han, is that so? I have heard that the leader of the bandits at Xian Peak can be defeated for a chance to obtain the village transfer token. Although I'm uncertain of its veracity, I shall endeavor to test it. After all, your exorbitant class change fees are unbearable, and I can no longer remain in this village." Upon hearing this, the village chief's face turned pale, as if struck by lightning. Though Qin Han's understanding of his own strength may not be entirely comprehensive, he has certainly gleaned some insights. The Falling Cloud Peak, despite being a level 20 map, poses a threat even to ordinary rogues, who are far beyond the capabilities of the current players. However, for Qin Han, it may not be a formidable challenge. Should the adversary truly be driven away by his provocation, not only would the quest remain unfulfilled, but the absence of a person with boundless potential like Qin Han would jeopardize the village chief's own safety. Witnessing this scenario, the village chief appeared as wilted as a frost-bitten eggplant, his spirit deflated. He hastily sought to amend the situation, saying, I hadn't anticipated your fervent dedication to the matter of class transition. It truly touches me. I shall dig into my own pockets to facilitate your profession change." He assumed that such an offer would prompt compliance from Qin Han. To his astonishment, however, Qin Han's response was resolutely firm. "No, I do not wish to owe you a debt of gratitude, dear village chief. Let us part ways here. I believe the leaders of other villages would be more than eager to welcome me." The village chief, upon hearing this, fell into a stunned silence, finally grasping that a person capable of obtaining a divine-level token, even if currently feeble, was not someone he could easily manipulate. His expression shifted multiple times, and with a deep sigh, the village chief resigned himself to the truth. Well, since we have reached this point, I shall no longer conceal it from you. In truth, transitioning jobs does not necessitate financial expenditure. This was merely a necessity born of a burdensome secret. To be candid, the owner of the Knife Guild is my son." Upon hearing this, Qin Han furrowed his brows. Was the village chief seeking vengeance for his son? He had not anticipated that the origin of this incident lay in the task at the Blade Pavilion, nor did he expect that the master of the Blade Pavilion was, in fact, the village chief's son. The village chief hastily waved his hand and, with a tone of resignation, said, "Child, you misunderstand. If you allow me to explain, you will come to understand everything. This all began with my little granddaughter. From a young age, she has been mischievous and has caused trouble on numerous occasions. Yet with her father and me to protect her, she has remained safe. That was until one day last month when the little girl played a prank on a traveler who had come to the village tavern. In a fit of rage, the traveler abducted her, leaving behind a note that stated, "If we wish to rescue my granddaughter, we must seek him out in the Blackstone domain." Qin Han furrowed his brow, pondering the mention of the Blackstone domain. In his previous life, he had never heard of such a place. However, the game world is vast, and the realms of the unknown are boundless. Even if he had traversed to the final battlefield, it would be impossible to know every detail. He remarked, "Since they suggest seeking him in the Blackstone domain, with your prowess in the sword pavilion and the village chief's strength, wouldn't it be simple to just go and retrieve him?" The village chief shook his head and sighed. You're unaware. The temporal barrier at the entrance to the Blackstone domain is incredibly thick, and ordinary means cannot breach it. Thus, to shatter the barrier, one requires a divine artifact. Fortuitously, that artifact is in the possession of the Sword Pavilion's master, Jian Qi. Unfortunately, Jian Qi is resolute and unyielding, despite my son and I pleading with him repeatedly. He remains obstinate. Eventually, we manage to wear down his patience, leading him to propose a task that is nearly impossible to accomplish. Qin Han, do not tell me that the task involves the sword dojo, sending someone to undergo the trials of the 36 passes. The village chief, upon hearing this, could only offer a wry smile. Indeed, you are the sole individual from our village who has successfully completed the trials of the Blade Pavilion. Therefore, my son and I are in agreement that you may very well have the potential to conquer the trials of the sword dojo. It is a pity, however, that you have declined. Last night, I intended to exert some pressure on you, hoping to compel you to return and accept the task. Yet, upon witnessing that you have already forged a holy level token, I was compelled to abandon that thought. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Upon hearing this, Qin Han stirred with curiosity. Do tell, what solution do you propose? The village chief stroked his beard contemplatively. A year ago, the wife of the sword enthusiast was captured by the high priest of Thunder Poison Island. At that time, he proclaimed that whoever could rescue his wife would have any request granted. Regrettably, Thunder Poison Island is a perilous realm, fraught with tempestuous storms and enshrouded in toxic barriers. Only the island's natives can endure its treacherous conditions. No outsiders can survive there. The prospect of venturing into Thunder Poison Island to retrieve the sword enthusiast's wife is akin to an insurmountable challenge. Furthermore, that place is accessible solely to you players. Individuals like us lack the privilege to enter. Upon hearing this, Qin Han's body trembled with astonishment. He had indeed heard of the notorious Thunder Poison Island, one of the hellish difficulty dungeons for novices. The conditions for entry were exceedingly stringent. One required a Thunder Poison Island teleportation token, a rarity that was either obtained through a unique special quest related to the island or by an extraordinary stroke of luck during late-stage novice events, where the odds of acquiring such a token were minuscule. Throughout the entire novice phase, the number of individuals capable of entering the island across myriad realms was likely fewer than 10,000. Moreover, each teleportation token permitted only a single entry, once one returned. The prospect of re-entering became nearly insurmountable. Additionally, the island was rife with poisonous barriers and thunderstorms. Without adequate resistance gear against poison and lightning, entry would be tantamount to certain death. Yet, the more treacherous the location, the greater the potential rewards. Risk and reward often exhibit a direct correlation. And Thunder Poison Island was renowned for its abundant treasures. Even a casual stroll through the island could yield tens of thousands of gold coins. And with a modicum of effort in searching, one could easily amass a fortune exceeding 100,000 gold coins. Such prospects alone were enough to drive players into a frenzy. Furthermore, it was rumored that the island harbored numerous coveted treasures, including legendary artifacts. What was a perilous venture for others could very well be a land of fortune for him. With the voodoo pearl in his possession, he would be immune to all toxins, and his ancient set of gear provided a substantial 300 points of lightning resistance. Should he procure additional lightning-resistant equipment, the threat posed by thunderstorms would diminish significantly. Thus, with both formidable challenges addressed, even the most dangerous aspects of Thunder Poison Island could not deter him from daring to explore its depths. Regaining his composure, Qin Han continued, "Elder, are you suggesting that I venture to Thunder Poison Island to retrieve the wife of the sword madman, so that he may utilize that divine artifact to aid you in breaching the temporal barrier of the Blackstone domain?" The elder nodded, affirming, "Indeed. That is precisely the case. I happen to possess a teleportation token for Thunder Poison Island. If you are willing to assist, I shall entrust this token to you. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. At long last, Qin Han has come to an astonishing realization. In disbelief, he inquired, "Did you initially intend to leverage my job transfer?" Demanding 100 gold coins, and once I capitulated, seized that sum to offset the reward for this task? It seemed that his thoughts had been laid bare. As the village chief's face flushed crimson to the very tips of his ears. Had it been another person, they would likely deny such an embarrassing revelation to their dying breath. Yet, this individual, to Qin Han's surprise, nodded emphatically. Indeed, Qin Han was left astounded, his understanding of the village chief's miserly persona deepening once more. Truly remarkable, he thought, that such a method could be conceived. The village chief sighed. My child. You must understand, in order to save my dear granddaughter, I have exhausted my savings and sought information from every corner. Now, I find myself utterly destitute. Please do not hold this against me. Qin Han pondered, were it not for the fact that Thunder Poison Island is a treasure trove. He would have readily abandoned this task. Let those who wish to partake do so. The village chief, with a shameless demeanor, pressed on, "So, dear child, will you assist in this endeavor or not?" Upon hearing this, Qin Han let out a sigh and conceded, "Very well, I shall reluctantly accept this task. Consider it a benevolent act to save your granddaughter." The village chief's face instantly brightened with joy. "You, my child, are clearly a person of kindness. Good deeds will surely be rewarded." As he spoke, he produced a token crafted from sandalwood and handed it to Qin Han. "Child, while this matter is indeed urgent, Thunder Poison Island is fraught with peril. Ensure that you are well prepared before embarking on your journey." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Upon encountering the system's prompt, Qin Han was instantly unsettled. Could it be that this was an epic-level mission? What a jest. Any epic-level task is not only singular in nature, but the rewards are also extraordinarily bountiful. Take, for example, the previous tasks of the archery mentor and the nefarious doctor, Hua Ke. Their guaranteed rewards were nearly equivalent to that of a treasured artifact. Yet, the current mission merely entailed rescuing someone, and even the miserly village chief was unwilling to part with a single coin. How could this possibly be associated with the term epic? Filled with skepticism, he turned to the village chief and inquired, "Chief, is there something you are concealing from me?" The village chief, perplexed, replied, "Child, I assure you, there is nothing more to disclose. I have shared everything that is pertinent. All you need to do is go to the island and bring the person back." No, it cannot be so straightforward. Please, allow me a moment to reflect. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Qin Han nodded slightly, realizing that his thoughts might be overly ambitious. Every individual has their limits, and some things are simply unattainable, even at the cost of one's life. To wield such a threat against another would be to compel them towards their demise. However, if he could not withstand the sword maniac, what benefits could this task possibly yield? It certainly did not warrant the gravitas of an epic quest. After pondering for a moment, Qin Han inquired, "What exactly is the artifact possessed by the sword maniac? If I were to request it from him, would he acquiesce?" Upon hearing this, the village chief's expression grew noticeably solemn. "To be honest, I would not divulge such information to anyone else. Yet, given your status as a divine class profession, you are indeed entitled to know. The artifact in the possession of the sword maniac is known as the Celestial Shattering Stone. This object is indestructible and is said to have the power to breach any temporal barrier. It is extraordinarily valuable. If you were to insist on requesting it from the sword maniac, I believe, considering his character, he might just grant your wish. The Celestial Shattering Stone." Upon the utterance of those words, even Qin Han, known for his remarkable composure, found himself momentarily shaken. His pupils widened in astonishment, and his entire being trembled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Are you referring to the stone that can break through all temporal barriers, impervious to all forms of destruction?" The village chief, equally astonished, responded, "You have heard of it as well?" Qin Han was overwhelmed with excitement. He had not merely heard of it, but the knowledge resonated within him like thunder. In his previous life, he had often heard tales of a supreme treasure known as the Tear of Heaven, capable of transcending the boundaries of time and space, traversing through myriad worlds. Possessing the Tear of Heaven would allow one to navigate not only the realms of games, but also return to the reality of the world. Even more astonishingly, it was rumored that it could breach the confines of the universe itself, venturing into alternate realities. The Tear of Heaven comprised three components: the core, the shuttle body, and the Stone of Heaven's rupture. Regrettably, in his past life, only the core and the shuttle body had surfaced until the final battlefield, while the crucial component, the Stone of Heaven's rupture, remained elusive. He could hardly have anticipated that the information regarding the stone's whereabouts would emerge within this mission on Thunder Poison Island. Qin Han was well aware of how to obtain the core and the shuttle body, and he was confident in his ability to secure them. If he were to acquire the Stone of Heaven's rupture, he would be able to assemble the genuine supreme treasure, the Tear of Heaven. At that time, he could traverse the heavens and implement numerous plans to strengthen his power. He must obtain it. At the novice altar, Qin Han's emotions were tumultuous. Who could have imagined that such a pinnacle treasure lay hidden within a novice village? Simultaneously, he comprehended why no one had been able to acquire the Stone of Heaven's rupture in his previous life. Only by obtaining the highest tier professional token from the Sword Pavilion could one undertake the tasks assigned by the Pavilion Master. It was only by refusing that task and subsequently crafting a holy level token that one could accept the mission concerning Thunder Poison Island. Moreover, only those with the divine level professional token would learn of the Stone of Heaven's rupture from the village chief. This task was a series of intricate links. Had he not been reincarnated and had the presence of mind to inquire at a critical moment, the Stone of Heaven's rupture would have surely remained shrouded in obscurity for eternity. Seeing that Qin Han remained silent, the village chief urged, "Child, since the matter is now clear, why not hasten to change your profession? There are still many tasks awaiting me in the village." Upon hearing this, Qin Han immediately realized and handed over the Divine Class Profession token. The village chief took the token and pointed to the intricate magic array in the center of the altar, saying, "Child, stand in the middle and do not move." Qin Hanzhao complied, and then he observed the village chief placing a token upon the stone table. The chief pressed several times around the altar, reciting incantations that seemed to be a form of ritualistic prayer. After approximately a minute, the token on the stone table suddenly shattered, transforming into a swirl of purple energy that scattered into the magic formation. Immediately, the formation emitted a dazzling purple light, enveloping Qin Han entirely. The purple radiance persisted for a full 5 minutes before dissipating. Subsequently, it appeared as though Qin Han had undergone a transformation. Beneath his feet, an ethereal purple professional halo shimmered continuously. Even his entire being seemed to be shrouded in a hazy purple aura. At that moment, an announcement echoed across the world. Congratulations to player Qin Han for transitioning to the unique divine level profession, Martial God, earning 10 points of heavenly Dao value. As Qin Han was the sole player to transition to a divine level profession, he received an additional 10 points of heavenly Dao value. Unlike previous announcements, this one left the myriad beings of the realms astonished. However, they harbored no substantial thoughts about the treasure. Most had no clear conception of what it entailed. Given the scarcity of such treasures, they were indeed few and far between in the game. Yet, everyone had encountered professions to some degree, fully aware of the terror that professional players could wield. In this moment, every novice village across the myriad realms trembled. Once again, it was this individual named Qin Han. Just when they thought he would finally settle down, he revealed a grand move. Indeed, the title of divine level profession sounded formidable. Damn it. I merely attained a high-level profession and felt as though I had reached the pinnacle of life, with boundless prospects, yet in comparison to him, I felt like a mere country chicken. After witnessing Qin Han's announcement, a competitive spirit ignited within me. I had also attained a holy level profession and believed I would surely surpass him, only to discover that he had transitioned to a divine level profession. The hierarchy of professions, with each level representing a realm, would likely make it nearly impossible for me to surpass him from this point onward. What was it about this Qin Han? Did he save the universe in his past life? Why do all the benefits accrue to him, while I toil even to acquire a basic profession? Can anyone explain why? Within Novice Village Y520131, the stunning beauty Jiang Mingxue, who was currently slaying monsters, was taken aback upon seeing the announcement. Her beautiful eyes brimmed with astonishment. A divine level profession, and a unique one at that. He truly did not disappoint, far exceeding my expectations. My holy level profession rewarded me with a mere point of heavenly Tao value, while this divine level profession granted 10 points. It was evident that the power of a divine level profession far surpassed my imagination. Alas, the announcement did not disclose attributes. Otherwise, I would have eagerly awaited to witness them. Simultaneously, I looked forward to the day I might encounter Qin Han. If I could recruit him as an ally, the power of the great Xia in the realms would become even more unassailable. In Novice Village ZZ 549527, a peculiar man with white hair and black eyes, wielding a dark golden great sword, clad in resplendent golden armor, was training in the yellow lion grasslands. Surrounding him were a host of oddly shaped humanoid creatures, carefully guarding him as if he were an infant. Upon seeing the announcement, the peculiar man fiercely threw his great sword to the ground, his face a mask of frustration. He cast a scornful glance at the surrounding creatures, feeling a surge of resentment within. You worthless dogs. It would be better to raise a dog than to keep you lot. After entering the game, I had reached level 5 before you informed me about the existence of professional tokens. Just as I transitioned to a top-tier profession, I discovered there was such a thing as a holy level profession. Now, another divine level profession emerges. As the youngest son of the Demon Emperor, my veins flow with the most noble blood in the world, yet so many surpass me. Jiangning Xue is one thing. I hear she has become the Empress of the Great Xia, placing her above me. But who is this Qin Han? There is no surname Qin among the 6 pinnacle powers of the realms. Even among the first-rate powers, there is no Qin. He is merely an inconspicuous character. Yet, since the game's inception, he has consistently harvested treasures, with announcements surrounding him at every turn, and now he has achieved a unique divine-level profession. And here I am, having played this game without so much as a single announcement. I have reaped no benefits. If this were to leak out, where would I, the Demon Emperor's legitimate son, find my face? Regardless, I will give you 3 days. I expect to hear about treasures, at the very least. Otherwise, you worthless dogs have no reason to continue existing. At these words, the surrounding demons immediately knelt, trembling like leaves in a storm. The hierarchy among demons is strict. If this prince truly sought their lives, they could only submit to their fate without the slightest resistance. At that moment, a figure resembling a fox approached to report, Great Prince Feng Qianjue. Your servant Chu Xing sends his regards. Upon hearing this, Feng Qianjue furrowed his brow, urging, speak quickly and do not waste my time. Chu Xing replied, your servants have discovered a highly confidential location deep within the nearby forest. It is a labyrinth that is exceedingly difficult to navigate. However, we have skilled servants adept at solving mazes who are diligently advancing within. I believe it won't be long before we receive good news. If your highness enters the depths of the labyrinth first, you are sure to encounter great benefits. A labyrinth? Benefits? Feng Qianjue's interest was piqued. He seized his great sword and urged, let us go. Lead this prince to have a look. In Novice Village 688, the atmosphere was considerably quieter. Although everyone was astonished by the emergence of a divine-level profession, the concept felt distant from ordinary players like them. Most were engaged in exploring ancient tombs for monsters, largely ignoring this event. However, 3 individuals were not among the indifferent: Lu Kuang, Li Hao, and Li Ran. They had searched extensively for Qin Han, but found no trace. Undeterred, they happened upon the altar and witnessed Qin Han's transition, followed by the world announcement, leaving them trembling in fear. Lu Kuang stuttered, finally, we understand why this big shot remained at level 0. He was aiming for a divine-level profession all along. Li Hao nodded in agreement, compared to this esteemed individual. Our village's so-called professionals seem like mere jesters. Li Ran then spoke with newfound determination. Do you realize what this means for us? Lu Kuang replied, not really. It's just his strength, and it doesn't concern us small fries. Li Hao added, yes, we can only admire from afar. Li Ran shook his head, you're mistaken. The game of eternal life is becoming increasingly perilous. If we steadfastly follow in this big shot's footsteps, we too can ensure our safety and forge a further path ahead. Lu Kuang remarked, while that may be true, as mere non-professionals, I doubt this esteemed individual would even look our way. Li Ran shook his head again. Perhaps we are the only ones in the entire village aware of this esteemed individual's secret. That is our advantage. Even emperors have their foot soldiers. If we perform well, we might become this esteemed individual's subordinates. With this protection, we could go much further. Lu Kuang lamented, with our current abilities, though I am ranked first in level, it is only a matter of time before those professionals surpass me. In other words, considering the capabilities of the 3 of us, even in our novice village 688. We cannot command respect. What right do we have to assist this esteemed individual, and what assistance can we truly provide? Upon hearing this, Li Rant's spirits momentarily dampened. Yet he quickly rallied, realizing that without attempting, one could never ascertain the outcome. Since we need to repay our debts, why not give it a try then? At the altar, upon noticing the announcement, Qin Han felt a surge of joy. The transfer granted him 10 points of heavenly Dao value, with an additional reward of 10 points. Altogether, he accrued a significant total of 20 points of heavenly Dao value this time. If this trend continues, he might very well become the individual with the highest heavenly Dao value in the entire game. Should the utility of heavenly Dao value become apparent in the later stages of the game, he would undoubtedly draw envy from all realms. Regaining his composure, he turned his gaze towards his professional attributes: martial god, a divine-level profession, the only one of its kind in the myriad worlds. Growth multiplier of 30 times. Passive skill, martial god aura, a divine-level aura. Physical damage amplification of 100%. Sharpness increase of 100%. Attack speed enhancement of 100%. All resistance attributes amplified by 100%. Defense power increased by 100%. Movement speed augmented by 100%. Tenacity resistance of 100%. Lifesteal of 50%. Another passive skill, Martial Goddess Guardian, after receiving fatal damage, grants absolute defense for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 1 month. Upon witnessing such remarkable attributes, even Qin Han, who has lived 2 lives, could not help but tremble with excitement. Truly, it is the unparalleled divine-level profession. The sheer growth multiplier alone surpasses the combined growth of 3 saint-level professions. This means that with each level he ascends, he will possess 300 vitality points. 3,000 at level 10, 6,000 at level 20, and by level 100, a staggering 30,000 points. This far exceeds the highest vitality of even the most elite races, with the additional benefits of vitality points obtainable in the game. He could easily amplify this gap several times over. Moreover, each passive skill is exceptionally powerful. The overall amplification is self-evident, surpassing those saint-level professions that can only enhance specific categories by leaps and bounds. Notably, the lifesteal of 50% is remarkable in the Eternal Life game. Any equipment with lifesteal attributes is extraordinary. Yet, even the best lifesteal attributes he encountered in his past life only reached 25%. Achieving 50% lifesteal is akin to donning a super equipment that grants infinite healing, as long as he does not encounter a being capable of delivering a one-hit kill. Possessing this attribute renders him virtually indestructible. Furthermore, the passive skill of 100% tenacity resistance is even more formidable. In the later stages of the game, various insidious control techniques such as mind control, slow, freeze, mire, tidal, poison, hypnosis, illusion, and taunts proliferate. Even the most cautious individuals may fall prey to them. However, with 100% tenacity resistance, he would become immune to such control methods. The tenacity resistance, combined with 50% lifesteal, along with the God-slaying Bao's ability to ignore defense, makes him akin to an invincible cockroach. Finally, Qin Han directed his attention to the last passive skill, Martial Goddess Guardian. This skill provides a one-time fatal damage defense that can be activated once a month, resulting in 10 seconds of absolute invincibility. For an average player, such a brief period may seem inconsequential. Yet, for an experienced player like him, even a mere 3 seconds, or even 1 second, could turn the tide of battle. Naturally, this depends on the opponent. If faced with an overwhelmingly powerful entity, even 10 minutes of invincibility would be futile. However, should he acquire the Celestial Needle, those 10 seconds would allow him to effortlessly escape, utilizing its capabilities. In such a scenario, even the mightiest beings in the cosmos would find themselves powerless against him. Realizing he could touch upon this astonishing secret of reaching the limit, Qin Han became restless, eager to commence planning all matters related to this limit. Village Chief, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Having completed his class change and obtained the teleportation order for Thunder Poison Island, he felt it was time to attend to other matters. After exchanging a few words with the village chief, Qin Han turned to descend from the altar. However, his hurried demeanor caused the village chief to feel a twinge of anxiety. Could it be that this young lad was merely feigning interest? After all, he initially took advantage of the situation, providing nothing in return. It is only natural for anyone in such a predicament to harbor resentment. Although the task was successfully completed, what if he were to become negligent and cause the mission to fail? Should the mission fail, others would emerge unscathed. But his hope of rescuing his beloved granddaughter would vanish. With this thought, the village chief grew increasingly anxious and promptly called out, "Qin Xiaoge, please wait a moment." Having reached the base of the altar, Qin Han merely glanced back without turning completely around. He had pressing matters to attend to and did not wish to waste time here. His tone instinctively laced with a hint of dismissal. "Is there something else?" The cunning village chief instantly picked up on the impatience etched on Qin Han's face. That dismissive attitude sent his heart plummeting. How remarkable! It seemed his initial suspicion was correct. This young man had likely not taken his task seriously at all. His demeanor was reminiscent of a scoundrel who, after benefiting from someone, refused to acknowledge his debt, taking the teleportation order without showing any pretense of gratitude. However, circumstances were beyond his control, and he had indeed erred. The village chief could only grit his teeth and patiently say, I almost forgot. After your class change, I, as the village chief, have also received a considerable number of rewards from the game. Among them are 5 advanced vitality enhancement orders. Do take a look to see if they might be of use to you." Advanced vitality enhancement orders? Upon hearing this, Qin Han directly accepted the enhancement token, feeling a surge of surprise within him. The stronger a novice player became, the more they engaged in activities that would bolster their foundation. As the village chief, who shared in the glory of his fellow players, he too would be favored by the game, receiving numerous benefits. Although he had only been playing for a little over a day, he had already received multiple world announcements. He was aware that village chiefs could obtain certain minor advantages bestowed by the game, but he had never anticipated that the chief would acquire something as remarkable as an enhancement token. It truly took him by surprise. The enhancement token was essentially a diluted version of a profession token. In simpler terms, it only provided passive attribute enhancements. The advanced enhancement token corresponded to the physical growth of a high-level profession, granting a 3-fold increase in physical attributes with each level gained. However, lacking the professional passives, the disparity in strength compared to true professionals was significant. This meant that the growth potential of the advanced enhancement token was at most comparable to that of a mid-level profession. Nevertheless, a 3-fold increase in physical attributes was still an extraordinary treasure. Moreover, this item did not require a class change at an altar. It could simply be shattered and utilized at any moment. While it might not compare to legendary treasures, it was certainly not something that could be acquired with mere money. The fact that the village chief could offer him such an enhancement token indicated a considerable investment on his part. As you know, this token is only useful to players. For me, as the village chief, giving it to someone else is essentially the same. However, my understanding of players cannot match yours. You should take it. Perhaps it will assist you. The village chief continued, "I must admit, I possess little of value myself. I only hope that this small token of goodwill will encourage you to put forth extra effort in saving my granddaughter. With your abilities, achieving this should be a matter of ease." Upon hearing these words, Qin Han found himself amused. An epic-level quest guarantees at least a modicum of heavenly merit. Not to mention the inclusion of the extraordinary breakthrough stone, a component of unparalleled value. How could he possibly let such an opportunity slip by? Yet, it was true that a single breakthrough stone, if wielded wisely, could become an indomitable weapon. Furthermore, the combined form, the super treasure breakthrough shuttle, was of immense significance. A fact the village chief seemed utterly oblivious to. Otherwise, how could a miser like him ever part with even a single feather? Rest assured, dear chief, every word I have uttered holds weight. I shall endeavor to fulfill that matter for you post-haste. After reassuring the village chief with a firm gaze, Qin Han departed, elated with the 5 newly acquired enhancement tokens. Upon exiting the altar, Qin Han promptly concealed the divine aura he possessed, for it was far too conspicuous. Akin to a celestial being descending to earth, drawing unwarranted attention. If he were to flaunt such an aura, he could forget about enjoying a peaceful existence in the future. Fortunately, even in its hidden state, the aura continued to function, alleviating his concerns. Stepping out of the altar, he made his way directly to the commercial street, the very heart of the village, where virtually all items could be found. Apart from the initial phase of the game, where players could claim basic whiteboard equipment for free, this area also served as a hub for task postings, albeit the quests were sparse and the rewards mediocre, leading most players to refrain from returning after a cursory visit. At that moment, the commercial street was nearly deserted, occupied primarily by a handful of players engaged in trade and a rare few undertaking quests, the majority being NPCs. After all, with the game still in its infancy and players lacking funds, few could afford to indulge in purchases here. As he walked a few steps further, He spotted a golden screen in a corner of the street. A bald proprietor clad in resplendent attire beamed as he observed the passing players. Come one, come all. Dark gold equipment giveaway. For just 1 gold coin, you can take a chance. The promise of a dream fulfilled for merely a gold coin was enticing. Yet the cost deterred all but the most intrepid players. Nevertheless, even in the absence of customers, the bald owner maintained a serene smile, leisurely engaging in his sales pitch. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Qin Han felt a sense of perplexity. What could these 3 individuals possibly want from him? Were they here to express gratitude for the events of the previous night? Such trivial matters scarcely warranted his concern. With a slight shift in his thoughts, Qin Han said, "You have 1 minute to articulate your purpose." Upon hearing his words, the trio abandoned their meticulously prepared speeches, fumbling for words. Clearly unsure of how to convey their intentions as time slipped away rapidly, Li Ran hastily interjected. "We are here to express our heartfelt gratitude for your life-saving assistance last night. This is the money we collected from selling the equipment we acquired from those players. We took a few items for ourselves and included their worth as well." As he spoke, he presented 32 silver coins. Qin Han cast a glance at the coins in the hands of the 3 individuals, finding them rather intriguing. 32 silver coins were quite a sum in the current novice village. If utilized wisely, they could create a significant advantage over other players. Remarkably, these 3 did not succumb to greed and returned the money instead. While he deemed this amount inconsequential, he accepted it nonetheless since they offered it. "Very well. I have accepted the coins. You may leave now," he declared, turning to walk away. Upon witnessing this, the trio grew anxious, with Li Ran taking a deep breath and hastily exclaiming, "Wait, there's more. We wish to ally with you." As these words fell, an air of silence enveloped them, with the 3 gazing earnestly at Qin Han, too apprehensive to utter another word. Qin Han was somewhat surprised. In his previous life, he had always walked alone and never had any subordinates. However, this life was different. If he aspired to reach the pinnacle of the myriad realms, he needed to consider all aspects of the game, including the development of his forces and the handling of trivial tasks, all of which required manpower. If he were to manage everything himself, he would inevitably waste a considerable amount of time. Those top-tier powerhouses each commanded legions, governing countless subjects. The more subordinates one had, the greater the access to information. Many matters could be resolved even from the comfort of one's home, where individuals would readily present offerings. The fact that these 3 could resist temptation and offer him their earnings from selling equipment, while it might carry the suspicion of ulterior motives, demonstrated their commendable mindset. Coupled with their respectful attitude towards him, they indeed presented a favorable prospect from a recruitment standpoint. Last night, when Lu Kuang faced danger, the other 2 risked their lives to step in, further affirming their character. Perhaps they could be nurtured as a foundational team. Most importantly, the village chief had bestowed upon him 5 enhancement tokens, which he had no use for. As time progressed, their value diminished. Utilizing them sooner would allow him to cultivate 5 capable subordinates. In his solitary existence, acquaintances from his previous life among the Chinese were exceedingly rare. And even those he did know were primarily professionals who would not benefit from the enhancement tokens. Therefore, the arrival of these 3 was akin to a timely gift. Yet, obtaining enhancement tokens and securing the loyalty of subordinates was not a trivial endeavor. It was not something to be easily granted. Qin Han's expression softened slightly. Li Ran quickly inquired, "Are there any additional conditions required?" API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Upon witnessing this, Qin Han could not help but reveal a faint smile. The task he had assigned was not arbitrary. During the novice phase, there were indeed collection missions. The first individual to submit within the myriad realms would receive a generous reward in the form of physical enhancement points. As he aspired to achieve the ambitious goal of 100,000 in physical capacity, he would undoubtedly seize every opportunity. The collection tasks, albeit trivial and bothersome, lacked any significant technical demands, thus delegating them to his subordinates would alleviate much of his burden. Casting a glance at the gradually vanishing figures of the 3, Qin Han turned his attention towards the golden screen ahead. At this moment, there were few players passing by, and the bald proprietor immediately fixated on Qin Han. At first glance, the equipment adorning his figure seemed rather unremarkable, yet upon closer inspection, it revealed intricate details that spoke of exceptional craftsmanship. The enigmatic patterns on the leather armor subtly pulsed with energy. This ensemble was at least of dark gold quality, and judging by the design, it appeared to be a complete set, an undeniable prize. Young man, come, try your luck at the card game. The bald man exclaimed with a beaming smile, his heart brimming with delight. Qin Han smiled faintly. All right. The individual known as Iron Bull was a renowned card dealer in his past life. Here, one could draw prizes using gold coins, with a plethora of rewards ranging from miscellaneous items to equipment and elixirs. At this moment, the golden screen displayed 10 pieces of dark gold-level gear and treasures. Players could spend a gold coin for a chance to draw one of the 10 treasures. However, the odds of winning were uncertain. In the previous life, it was calculated that to exhaust all 10 dark gold-level treasures, one would need to spend a staggering 100,000 gold coins. What does 100,000 gold coins entail? In the later stages of a novice's journey, the market price for a single dark gold-level weapon hovered around 500 gold coins, while slightly cheaper armor could be acquired for around 300 gold coins. A complete set of 7 dark gold equipment would total approximately 2,300 gold coins. Hence, 100,000 gold coins could easily purchase 30 to 40 complete dark gold sets elsewhere. For an ordinary player donned in a full dark gold ensemble, they could effortlessly engage in combat with novice-level players equipped with similar grade gear without losing their edge. 30 to 40 sets essentially equated to the prowess of numerous novice players. Unless a player was devoid of reason, they would never squander their wealth on such a losing endeavor as card drawing. Yet, there always exist individuals with both wealth and folly. In the past life, after the novice phase, within an immensely powerful mid-tier region of a certain world, all the earnings of the players were stored in a guild warehouse, overseen by a noble who was notorious for his indulgence in wine, gambling, and revelry. One fateful evening, inebriated, he recklessly withdrew all the funds from the guild's treasury and squandered them at the card dealer's establishment. With 100,000 gold coins poured in, the screen was cleared, and indeed, all 10 dark gold treasures were delivered. Ordinarily, depleting the guild's treasury for 10 dark gold treasures would spell disaster for anyone, noble or not. However, following the clearing of the screen, an event of colossal significance unfolded, one that would reverberate throughout the realms. Once the dark gold equipment was exhausted, new treasures and gear would be made available. Astonishingly, among the 10 items, there appeared a supreme artifact. This was a treasure that could firmly secure a spot among the top 3, if not the very first, of all celestial artifacts. It was an item so powerful that even the most exalted deities would tremble at its might. The pinnacle of uniqueness, the heavenly Tao-esque gift, the tenfold amplification card. The tenfold amplification card could be utilized only 10 times each day. It possessed the capacity to amplify attack power tenfold, increase drop rates tenfold, and enhance luck tenfold. Most importantly, it could amplify the attribute multipliers during player level-ups. What does this mean? Even for a divine class profession like Qin Han, a single level would grant a mere 300 points of constitution. However, with the tenfold amplification card, that constitution boost could be multiplied tenfold, resulting in a staggering 3,000 points. At level 20, a novice could achieve an astonishing 60,000 points. If he were to obtain this item, he would ascend to godhood. No one could challenge his supremacy. Only by acquiring this artifact could he strive for the seemingly impossible task of reaching a constitution of 100,000 points, a feat labeled unattainable in both past and present. The tenfold amplification card was so valuable that even if it required all of Qin Han's current treasures to exchange for it, he would do so without hesitation. Gazing at the golden screen, Qin Han's heart raced with anticipation. 100,000 gold coins. He currently possessed none. However, by spending a mere 100 gold coins at the card dealer, he could acquire a card drawing machine. This would allow him to draw prizes anytime, anywhere, with rewards being credited in real time. Moreover, with a personal drawing machine, his prizes would be exclusive, ensuring no one could seize his belongings. This was indeed his purpose for coming. Before the drawing screen, Qin Han took a deep breath and feigned nonchalance, saying, "Boss, let me draw for 100 gold coins." Iron Bull, upon hearing this, nearly had his eyes pop out. 100 gold coins. He even doubted his own hearing. According to his knowledge, in this nascent stage of the game, especially in this almost weakest novice village, even in the most elite novice villages across the realms, individuals capable of casually producing 10 gold coins were exceedingly rare. Yet, this young man could produce 100 gold coins. Such a feat was simply unimaginable. Brother, are you jesting with me? Without offering an explanation, Qin Han directly produced 100 gold coins and handed them over. The sound of the shimmering coins, a delightful clink, was almost intoxicating to the ears. Tainyo, exhilarated, cradled the coins in his hands. With their transaction complete, he instantly learned the other party's name, Qin Han. It was clear, without a doubt, that such a lavish display could only belong to the most prominent figure on the world announcement leaderboard, one capable of casually producing 100 gold coins. Come, let us proceed with the draw. Our odds of winning are exceptionally high. You will certainly not regret your investment, Tainyo exclaimed, as he set up the screen and pointed to the draw button. Now, will you press it, or shall I assist you? I shall do it myself. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Qin Han paid him no mind. Others might be oblivious. But he understood all too well that the probability of extracting these shattered fragments increased incrementally. The first piece had a 50% chance of being drawn, while the subsequent ones became progressively more elusive. By the time he reached the final fragment, it would take thousands, perhaps even tens of thousands of attempts to procure it, an endeavor akin to chasing a mirage. Were it not for the necessity of drawing lots to acquire the treasured items, he would never have deigned to enter such a dismal place. With patience, he continued to press the button. Beep, 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 beep. The prizes emerged in rapid succession: a broom, an iron basin, a shovel, a white iron sword, a white bow, a white long knife. It was only after the 7th attempt that a blue bow appeared. On the 10th attempt, yet another fragment of a dark golden sword materialized, followed by a pile of worthless scrap. By the time he reached 100 attempts, he had managed to extract a mere 5 blue items. 3 fragments of the dark golden sword, while the remainder consisted of white items or other detritus. With such a dismal probability of winning, even a dog would shake its head in disbelief. Upon exhausting 100 gold coins, Iron Bull sighed, shaking his head. Alas, what a pity. Just 7 fragments, short of obtaining the dark golden long sword. Why not try a few more times, my friend? You might just strike luck. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Qin Han remained unmoved. I wish to play more, but I truly have pressing matters at hand. Perhaps next time. Tainyo gritted his teeth and, with great reluctance, said, Boss, you appear quite busy. How about this? Allow me to gift you a small trinket, which you may shake occasionally in your leisure moments. In a corner of the novice village's commercial street, Qin Han gazed at the newly acquired card drawing machine, a faint smile gracing his lips. With this device, he could draw cards at any time and place, thus saving precious time from unnecessary travels. The card drawing machine resembled a tablet computer in the real world. Its features mirrored those of a large screen, and the treasures displayed were identical as well. The sole distinction was the addition of a progress bar. In this card drawing game, every player possessed a personal progress bar that filled as they drew more coins. Even those with particularly poor luck need not fret. Once the progress bar was entirely filled, all equipment could be obtained. Moreover, it was crucial to note that even if Qin Han updated his treasures on the screen, it bore no consequence for others. For anyone else wishing to update their screens, they would first need to expend a hefty sum of 100,000 coins. After casually drawing a few times, the machine chimed with a series of sounds, yet again. A plethora of worthless items emerged, not even a shard of a dark gold-grade greatsword. He grimaced and placed the card-drawing machine into the saddlebag of his nightmare steed, then stepped into the novice village's accessory shop. He sought to discover if there were any lightning-resistant gear available for sale. He had already made plans, once adequately prepared. He would set off for Thunder Poison Island, a place abundant in gold, ideal for amassing wealth. With sufficient funds, he could procure a tenfold amplification card, paving the way for his eventual upgrade. Inside the accessory shop, a space nearly 200 square meters was divided into 3 sections: the ordinary zone, the mid-range zone, and the high-end zone. Each section had a sales associate standing by. The ordinary zone offered attribute-less accessories or white trinkets that provided minimal attribute boosts. Due to their affordability, this area attracted the most players, and the sales associates were busily attending to customers. The mid-range zone featured blue accessories, priced between 1 silver coin and 1 gold coin. Given the current level of players, few could afford these items. Only those with time to spare and no intention of purchasing wandered this area. Conversely, the high-end zone showcased accessories priced above 1 gold coin, with costs so steep that scarcely anyone could afford them. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Qin Han paid little heed. His gaze fixed intently upon the wares displayed upon the counter. Among them, he noted the poison ring, a golden piece of equipment. It bestowed an additional 29 points of poison damage per second, enduring for a duration of 10 seconds. Furthermore, it granted a boost of 5 to Constitution and 1 to Stamina recovery. Its selling price stood at 51 gold coins. Qin Han smiled faintly. In the early stages of the game, the equipment is categorized into white, blue, gold, and dark gold tiers. As an experienced player, he possessed a profound understanding of the equipment mechanics. The attack attributes of white equipment typically ranged from 1 to 9 points, while blue equipment ranged from 9 to 20 points. Gold equipment boasted attack attributes between 20 to 50 points, and dark gold equipment ranged from 50 to 100 points. The gold ring, with its 29 poison damage, could only be considered mediocre. Thus, its price of 51 gold coins was indeed exorbitant. In the later stages of the novice phase, its value would hardly exceed 30 gold coins. He continued to browse, encountering the healing spatial ring, a gold item. It offered a spatial capacity of 66 and restored 2 health points per second, priced at 66 gold coins. Upon examining its attributes, Qin Han couldn't help but smile. It was, astonishingly, a gold spatial ring. Regardless of the era, spatial equipment is a coveted treasure for players. The wilderness is vast, and in the later stages of the game, some players might take months or even years to traverse it. Thus, possessing spatial equipment is indispensable, even in the novice phase. The efficiency of completing tasks with spatial equipment compared to without could differ by dozens or even hundreds of times. For instance, outside the novice zone, a single unit of space could accommodate up to 99 wild bulls, allowing players to gather sufficient resources before returning. Without the spatial ring, one would be forced to rely on the most primitive methods of transportation, leading to an immense disparity in efficiency. In his previous life, during the later stages of the novice phase, a single unit of space had even been traded for as high as 10 gold coins. This ring, with its 66 units of space, could potentially be sold for 660 gold coins, a value surpassing that of an ordinary dark gold weapon. "Hello, I will purchase this ring," he declared. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. As Qin Han continued to peruse the items, he found that most of the equipment did not quite meet his expectations. Furthermore, each individual could only wear 2 rings, and any additional ones would lose their efficacy. Just as he was nearing the end of his search, a ring shimmering with a violet radiance captured his attention. What a remarkable find. Thunder Ring, golden equipment. Inflicts an additional 36 points of lightning damage upon attack. Lightning resistance of 38. There is a 2 chance to paralyze the opponent for 1 second with each attack, and effective against elite level monsters and above. Price, 61 gold coins. Qin Han promptly purchased the ring and adorned it on his hand, replacing the sharp healing ring. Indeed, the Thunder Ring provided an impressive boost of 38 points to lightning resistance. Coupled with the ancient leather armor's 300 points of lightning resistance and the passive ability of the War God's Halo, his lightning resistance soared to a staggering 676 points. However, in the hellish dungeon of Thunder Poison Island, a minimum of 700 points of lightning resistance is required. Even a slight deficiency in resistance would result in a loss of health by 1 point per second upon entry, and a moment's inattention could lead to a swift demise. Thus, achieving full lightning resistance is imperative. He still needed an additional 24 points. Fortunately, the space ring offered a healing boost of 2 points per second. If necessary, he could also seek out equipment that provides an additional 22 points of lightning resistance. Qin Han's gaze continued to wander downwards. Within the jewelry store, he searched thoroughly but could not find a single piece of jewelry that offered resistance to the gale. Just as a sense of disappointment began to settle in, he noticed the sophisticated sales assistant retrieving a dazzling gemstone, the size of a pigeon's egg, radiating a spectrum of colors. "Oh, what is this?" he exclaimed, hastening to investigate. Friendly detection gem, a unique item, one of a kind across the realms, that allows one to ascertain the level of friendliness from all beings within a 10-meter radius. Simply placed in the backpack, its effects take hold. Price: 1,000 gold coins. The exorbitant cost would likely dissuade most players. However, for him, 1,000 gold coins was a trifling sum. With a swift gesture, he purchased it outright. This was indeed a remarkable item. In the vastness of the realms, with countless beings, one could never truly know what lay beneath the surface of another's demeanor. Many skilled actors might appear congenial, while secretly plotting to deceive. Even the most cautious could find themselves ensnared in a trap. With this gem in hand, many risks could be avoided. As its utility grew with time, its value would become incalculable. Based on his appraisal, in the later stages, it could fetch a price of 100 million gold coins, yet remain elusive in the market. Such an object, wielded by high-level players, could wield tremendous influence. With a heart full of anticipation, Qin Han turned to the sales assistant across from him, who was smiling warmly. A thought crossed his mind. Scan. Jewelry store senior sales assistant. Chu Lan, friendliness level, disgust. Very well, he replied, returning a dazzling smile, though feeling somewhat disheartened as he exited the jewelry store. The assistant, maintaining her professional demeanor, waved goodbye as he left. Sir, please take care, and we welcome you to visit again. Hearing this, Qin Han felt his spirits sink further. He decided it was best not to dwell on a mere shop assistant's sentiments. Nevertheless, sometimes knowing another's true thoughts could be more burdensome than beneficial. This gem, unless absolutely necessary, he would prefer to use sparingly. Passing the jewelry store, he entered the adjacent clothing shop. This establishment was quite expansive, likely covering 500 square meters, and was divided into several sections: everyday clothing, white gear, blue gear, and golden gear. The inventory ranged from cloth armor and leather armor to plate armor and even vine armor, with hats, masks, leg bindings, gauntlets, and shoes all meticulously arranged. Qin Han directly approached the area of golden equipment. This time, he did not browse on his own. Instead, he inquired, "Do you have any hats that increase lightning resistance?" The attendant in the golden equipment section was also a beautiful young lady, whose smile, for some reason, appeared far more charming than that of the salesperson in the accessories shop. Clearly well-versed in the merchandise, the young lady enthusiastically elaborated, "Indeed. We have 2 hats that enhance lightning resistance. One is a leather cap that provides an additional 15 points of lightning resistance, while the other is a fabric hood that offers an impressive 37 points. Upon hearing this, Qin Han felt a surge of joy as he reached for the hood. The young lady, responding promptly, swiftly entered the equipment zone. In less than 10 seconds, Qin Han found himself in possession of a black hood. This hood was entirely obsidian in hue, crafted from a material reminiscent of cotton, devoid of color and scent, and remarkably soft and breathable to the touch. It even featured a face shield designed to cover the nose. The attributes were commendable. Shadow hood, a golden-grade equipment, offered 37 points of lightning resistance, along with enhancements of +1 to stealth and +1 to night vision. As he attempted to don the shadow hood, obscuring his face, he instantly transformed into a figure akin to an enigmatic assassin traversing the darkness, his demeanor imbued with an additional layer of chilling allure. Qin Han felt an immense satisfaction within. Indeed, the enhancement of night vision, alongside the bonuses to stealth and lightning resistance, was a treasure seemingly tailored for him. Although it could not compare to the ancient set, it would suffice until he acquired the hat from that legendary ensemble. Furthermore, it obscured his face, making his movements through the village considerably more convenient. The young lady also complimented, saying, "This hood harmonizes beautifully with the attire you wear, sir." Qin Han exclaimed, "How much is it?" The charming vendor cheerfully replied, "The shadow hood is 56 gold coins." With a beaming smile, the saleswoman, an expert in equipment, quickly discerned the extraordinary quality of Qin Han's gear. Each piece was undoubtedly worth far more than the finest items in her store, leaving her unconcerned about his ability to pay. After promptly settling the payment, Qin Han donned the hood, obscuring his features, and stepped out of the clothing shop. With the ancient set enhancing his lightning resistance by 300 points, the lightning ring adding 38 points, and the shadow hood contributing an additional 37 points, his lightning resistance surged to an impressive 375 points. Coupled with the warrior god's passive ability, his actual lightning resistance astonishingly reached 750 points, surpassing the threshold of Lightning Poison Island by 50 points. Having adequately prepared his equipment, Qin Han then entered a fervent scavenging mode. Embarking on a journey into the vast unknown, uncertain of when he would return, he needed to address the essentials of food, clothing, shelter, and other necessities for the road ahead. With this in mind, he promptly set out to gather supplies from every vendor in the novice village. He purchased 10 large crystal jars to store clean water, each capable of holding 20 liters. He stockpiled an ample supply of grains, oils, condiments, and seasonings without a hint of financial restraint. He acquired significant quantities of prime meat from wild wolves, wild bulls, wild rabbits, and wild chickens, hoarding a substantial stash. In addition, he bought multiple sets of pots, pans, tents, blankets, and torches. He also gathered a fair amount of wild fruits and vegetables, resembling a squirrel hoarding its provisions. Time swiftly passed, and before he knew it, nearly 11 o'clock had arrived as Qin Han approached the southern gate. To his surprise, several stalls had sprouted up at the village entrance, selling beef and fresh roasted beef that was crispy on the outside and tender within, prepared with a unique secret recipe at 2 copper coins per pound. Over a primitive bonfire, a wild bull's leg sizzled while a pot of rich white beef soup simmered nearby, the vendor skillfully turning the meat as he called out to potential customers. Many passing players were drawn to the enticing aroma of the roasted meat, while nearby stalls offered wild fruits and assorted goods. Qin Han offered a faint smile, reflecting on how humanity, regardless of the setting, possesses an uncanny ability to transform their surroundings into familiar comforts. Merely a day had passed, and already individuals had commenced their enterprises. The presence of these stalls instilled in him an immediate illusion of returning to the world he knew. Enveloped by the enticing aroma of grilled meat, the weary and famished Qin Han felt a sudden surge of appetite. "Boss, I would like 2 jin of beef. And please pack another 10 jin for me." He settled onto a makeshift stool, crafted from a wooden stump by the stall owner, and patiently awaited the arrival of his grilled delicacies. "Here it comes, here it comes." The proprietor of the barbecue stall, upon hearing the substantial order of 12 jin, beamed with delight and promptly brought forth a platter brimming with beef. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Upon hearing this, Qin Han revealed a faint smile. "It is not your fault. I did not specify the meeting location. It is only reasonable that you took some time to find me. Please, set down your belongings." The 3 individuals, upon hearing his words, promptly unloaded the contents of their backpacks, and 1,000 pairs of thick cow horns swiftly accumulated into a small mound before the stall. Upon witnessing this, Qin Han waved his hand, and all the bull horns were effortlessly collected into the Nightmare's backpack. A total of 1,000 pairs of horns occupied 11 compartments, amounting to 1,053 pairs, exceeding his initial claim by 53. The 3 onlookers, astounded by Qin Han's calm demeanor as he gathered the horns, were left in disbelief. Wasn't he merely at the first level? How could he collect such a massive quantity without exhibiting any signs of exhaustion? However, they dared not speak freely in his presence. It was the owner of the barbecue stall who, in astonishment, inquired, "Young brother, what level are you? How is it that you can carry so many bull horns without breaking a sweat?" Qin Han instinctively remarked, "Space items bear no weight. Even if one were to place a mountain within, would it not be the same?" However, upon uttering these words, he couldn't help but chuckle, quickly grasping why the 3 individuals appeared breathless and fatigued. In the Eternal Life game, spatial equipment is categorized by levels. Unlike spatial rings that offer 1 grid per gold coin and can bear limitless weight, the white spatial backpack, sold at 500 copper coins per grid in the shop, presents a significant drawback. While a single grid can accommodate up to 99 pairs of horns, it possesses weight, capable of diminishing only up to 90% of an item's heft. Each pair of horns weighs no less than 20 pounds, and even after a reduction of 90%, 2 pounds remain. Each of the 3 must carry over 330 pairs of horns, equating to more than 660 pounds. Fortuitously, all 3 had leveled up multiple times, endowing them with a physique several times stronger than ordinary humans. Yet, these horns would undoubtedly exhaust them. As one progresses, the weight reduction increases. The blue spatial backpack, priced at 10 silver coins per grid, can diminish weight by 99%, while golden tier equipment and above nullifies weight entirely. Throughout both his past and present lives, Qin Han had scarcely encountered such inferior spatial gear, nearly overlooking this fact. He briefly elucidated the attributes of spatial equipment, concluding with a suggestion that gravity-free spatial gear would become increasingly desirable, speculating that reselling it could yield tenfold profits. If you find yourselves with wealth, consider stockpiling some. Upon hearing this, Li Ran and Lu Kuang nodded earnestly, committing the information to memory, while the stall owner, with a pained expression, lamented, 1 gold coin per grid? I sell beef, and with monster hunting, I might earn a silver coin in a day, yet 1 gold coin equates to 100 silver coins. As the owner grumbled, he served Qin Han a bowl of beef soup. Qin Han waved his hand, inviting the three to sit. This meal is on me. Owner, bring 6 pounds of roasted beef and 3 bowls of beef soup. During the meal, the atmosphere grew tense. Qin Han remained silent, and the trio dared not speak, resembling 3 quails sitting quietly. Once the meal concluded, Qin Han led the three towards the residential district. The village boasted designated resting areas for players, where one could recuperate energy and stamina swiftly. However, it required payment. The accommodations were categorized into 3 tiers. The first level, a small wooden cabin, provided rest for an hour equivalent to 2 hours of outdoor sleep, albeit with shared facilities and a lack of washing areas, rendering it rather rudimentary. The sole advantage was its affordability, costing merely 10 copper coins for a day's rental. The second level featured a small courtyard, complete with a private restroom and washing facilities, offering 1 hour of rest equivalent to 3 hours outdoors, priced at 100 copper coins per day. The third level consisted of standalone villas, of which there were only 3 in the entire village, boasting a recovery rate 10 times faster than the outside. However, this luxury came at a steep price of 10 silver coins per day. Along the route, Li Ran produced 3 gold coins along with some silver and copper coins, even retrieving several spatial backpacks. This is our surplus. Those horns aren't particularly valuable. Many sell them for just a few copper coins. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. With a chilling tone, Qin Han shifted the conversation. When you work for me, there are 2 imperatives that must be adhered to: loyalty and diligence. Those who betray from within shall be executed. Those who feign compliance yet lack commitment shall also meet their demise. You must contemplate this carefully. Upon hearing his words, the 3 individuals were taken aback, their expressions a mixture of shock and realization. Qin Han's declaration deepened their understanding of the perilous nature of the eternal life game. This was not a mere workplace where one could resign at will. Betrayal would lead to fatal consequences. Once one acknowledged Qin Han as their leader, they bore his mark, an indelible symbol of allegiance. A flicker of hesitation crossed their faces as their eyes exchanged silent communication. Finally, Li Ran gritted his teeth and spoke first. I am willing to follow you, and I vow never to betray you. Seeing Li Ran's resolve, Lu Kuang and Li Hao also solidified their determination, declaring in unison, We too are willing to follow you, and we shall never betray. Upon hearing these words, Qin Han's expression finally softened considerably. Since you have chosen to follow me, you shall dedicate yourselves wholeheartedly, and as your leader, I shall not treat you unfairly. He then produced 300 gold coins and handed them, along with 3 tokens, to Li Ran. Each token was to be crushed and utilized individually, and the distribution of wealth should commence. It is advisable to acquire more zero-gravity spatial equipment, as it will facilitate our future endeavors. Furthermore, apart from the collection tasks involving horns, there are also those requiring the gathering of wolf fangs, eagle feathers, and snake skins. I shall provide you with a comprehensive list for your reference, enabling you to assist me in gathering while combating monsters. I have already added you as friends. You may reach out to me through private messages henceforth. Additionally, my name must remain confidential. It should not be disclosed to anyone. Having said this, Qin Han turned and walked towards the villa district, leaving the 3 individuals behind, gazing at each other in bewilderment. Trembling, Li Ran divided the items and, following Qin Han's instructions, crushed the high-grade enhancement token in his hand. Instantly, a flash of white light enveloped him, and he felt his mouth twitch in astonishment. This enhancement token could actually triple his physical growth. I recall that even novice-class players only experience a 1.5 times increase in physical growth, don't I? 3 times. Is this a jest? The other 2 hastily crushed their tokens, drenched in cold sweat. Lu Quan exclaimed, I can hardly fathom it. Previously, I sought after that novice class and was left wanting, yet unexpectedly, with a single decision, I have acquired such a treasure. Li Hao inquired, Could it be that we are now class players? Li Ran shook his head. We are not class players. To my knowledge, class players possess passive enhancements, whereas our enhancement tokens do not provide such benefits. Lu Kuan countered, what does it matter if we lack them? Our threefold increase in physical growth far surpasses the novice class S1. 5 times. Even with their passive abilities, they cannot contend with us due to our physical superiority. Li Hao mused, I recall that there are only a handful of novice class players in our village, which means, aside from the leader, we 3 should be among the most formidable individuals in the village from now on? Li Ran nodded affirmatively. Indeed, that is correct. Li Hao suggested. Let us find a place to rest for a while, and then promptly level up. Lu Kuang insisted, sleep? Let us go right now. Li Ran interjected, no. Even if we rest for just an hour, our energy will replenish, thus enhancing our efficiency in monster hunting. Have you not noticed that the leader has also gone to the villa district? Lu Kuang relented, then let us sleep for an hour. As Qin Han proceeded forward, a villa district reminiscent of a garden soon came into view. This was the most upscale residential area in the novice village, surrounded by lush greenery and clusters of vibrant flowers, creating a breathtaking spectacle with an utmost degree of privacy. Additionally, all residential units not only allowed for recuperation of energy through rest, but also facilitated the restoration of vitality and healing of physical injuries. Although the village offered free treatment options, their availability was limited, and the process was time-consuming. As more players sustained injuries, the waiting list grew increasingly long. Consequently, many players opted to recuperate in the residential area, particularly for bodily restoration. In the case of lower-grade wooden cabins, severe injuries such as amputations would require a month for complete recovery, while mid-tier wooden houses necessitated 2 weeks. In stark contrast, the luxurious villas could fully restore a gravely injured individual within just a day. For someone like Qin Han, who often danced on the edge of danger, possessing the right to reside in a high-end villa was imperative. There were only 3 such villas available, one of which was not for rent, meaning that merely 2 villas were accessible for players to lease throughout the entire novice village. Upon arriving at the entrance of one of the villas, a prompt immediately appeared. Would you like to rent the novice villa? The daily rental fee is 10 silver coins. Without hesitation, Qin Han responded affirmatively, selecting a 100-day rental period. The rental contract was instantly activated, wishing him a pleasant stay. With a swish, 10 gold coins were seamlessly deducted from his inventory. Qin Han smiled faintly as he pushed the door open and stepped inside. Once rented, this place was exclusive. No one else could enter without a key, allowing for immediate occupancy. The villa consisted of a quaint 3-story building, constructed entirely of blue stone, adorned with a new Chinese aesthetic that radiated simplicity while exuding elegance. The lighting was enchanted, illuminating at the mere thought of it. The kitchen, equipped with familiar amenities such as faucets, evoked a sense of returning to modernity. Undoubtedly, the most significant feature within the villa was the bed in the master bedroom. In this opulent chamber, maintained at a constant temperature by magic, the expansive soft bed shimmered with ethereal light. Approaching the bedside, Qin Han felt an instant refreshment wash over him. Without a bath, he shed his gear and dove into the embrace of the soft goose-down quilt. Soon, he drifted into a deep slumber. An hour later, Qin Han awoke in the spacious room, feeling invigorated and clear-headed, his physical condition reaching its zenith. After a refreshing shower, he donned a new undergarment and equipped himself with an ancient set of armor, pulling up a black hood that cloaked him in an air of mystery reminiscent of an assassin from a bygone era. With everything in place, he stood in the resplendent living room and crushed the teleportation token for the Thunder Poison Island dungeon. Instantly, a portal flickered to life before him, radiating a purplish-red glow. Without hesitation, he stepped through. In an instant, darkness enveloped him before giving way to blinding light. When his vision cleared, he found himself standing on an expansive meadow, where countless cattle and sheep grazed leisurely. In the upper left corner of his vision, a teleportation marker appeared, indicating a one-time use token that would return him to his starting point. At last, he had arrived. He hoped Thunder Poison Island would not disappoint. His ability to accumulate wealth depended on this place. However, according to the guide, there was still a considerable distance to the island itself. He wished to reach its outskirts before nightfall. With that thought, Qin Han summoned his nightmarish steed and galloped into the seemingly endless expanse of grasslands. Although the dungeon was named Thunder Poison Island, he understood that this was, in fact, an authentic microcosm, complete with mountains, rivers, lakes, grasslands, and deserts, with monsters ranging from weak to formidable. The island lay hidden within this vast realm. As he ventured deeper, traversing the grasslands, crossing deserts, and passing through forests, the wild beasts he encountered gradually increased in strength, from ordinary wild bulls to more powerful adversaries. Despite the speed of his nightmarish steed, he ran throughout the day until sunset bathed the landscape in golden hues. He arrived at the entrance of a canyon, a profound chasm stretching a kilometer wide, seemingly dividing the land into two halves. The canyon roared with fierce winds, akin to a demon's howl, and the terrifying pathways of wind were visible to the eye. After a day of travel, he finally reached the Brave Canyon. Beyond it lay the proximity to Thunder Poison Island. As the name suggests, only those possessing unparalleled courage could traverse to the other side of the canyon to claim the treasures hidden beyond. Qin Han picked up a stone the size of a human head and hurled it into the gorge. To his astonishment, that heavy rock, under the ferocious wind, soared away as if it were but a feather, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. The ferocity of the wind was terrifying. Even the most aerial of beings could not hope to traverse it. Yet, Qin Han remained unfazed, sprinting along the canyon's edge, attuned to the wind's direction. Eventually, he came upon a protruding platform where the wind behaved differently. He noticed a current of air blowing upward. This is the spot. Taking a deep breath, Qin Han urged his steed to leap, and in an instant, his body was engulfed by a powerful upward gust, lifting both him and his horse 1,000 meters into the air. Gradually, they began to descend, and with a soft thud, they landed on what appeared to be an invisible pathway suspended in midair. Peering into the abyss of the canyon below, a wave of helplessness surged through his soul, reminiscent of a primal instinct. Were this to continue, he would succumb to weightlessness, trembling uncontrollably. However, the high resilience inherent to his warrior's vocation swiftly dispelled such negative effects, allowing him to regain control of his body. Cautiously, he instructed, Nightmare, proceed straight across the gorge without swaying left or right. At that moment, a peculiar glint appeared in Nightmare's crimson eyes, an unmistakable sign of excitement. This precarious path, which even Qin Han approached with trepidation, seemed to pose no challenge for Nightmare, who traversed it with ease, as if the pathway were visible only to her. Soon, the pair reached the opposite side of the bridge, where the very essence of time and space felt transformed. They stood upon a platform, 100 feet square, blanketed in snow. Bathed in the last rays of the setting sun, Qin Han surveyed the surroundings, noting the towering cliffs draped in white, while their platform rested atop a mountain peak. A narrow trail meandered down to the foot of the mountain, where snow creatures resembling snowmen rolled about in boredom. These creatures were formidable, all level 20 dungeon monsters. Venturing down now would likely result in being caught in darkness halfway through, obstructing visibility and inviting peril. After a day of exertion, Qin Han resolved to rest here for the night, planning to explore at dawn. Determined, he retrieved a broom and shovel, clearing away the snow to set up a tent. As the sky darkened, accompanied by the demonic roars from the neighboring gorge, Qin Han nestled within his tent. Outside, a campfire crackled, simmering a pot of beef soup. He occasionally lifted pieces of meat, savoring spoonfuls of the broth, his face alight with contentment. It had been long since he had experienced such a rustic existence, and he found himself nostalgic for it. Nightmare lay nearby, chewing on a carrot with a disinterested demeanor. Yet her red eyes remained fixed on the pot of creamy beef soup, drool trickling from her mouth. Occasionally, she emitted a disgruntled huff, seemingly accusing her master of favoritism. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. As Qin Han observed its contentment, he hastily picked up his chopsticks, eager to indulge further. Atop the peak, delicate snowflakes began to descend, their sparse forms illuminated by the flickering firelight. The solitary man and his steed engaged in a delightful exchange over their meal. Suddenly, an announcement materialized before them. Congratulations to player Li Fei of Novice Village 110755 for being the first to reach level 5. You have been awarded 1 point in Constitution. The diplomatic chat channel is now open. The leaderboard has been merged. Captain's Quest initiated. Captain's Quest. The first player to reach level 10 from either Novice Village 110755 or 688 will receive the Captain's Token. Specific rewards can be inquired about with the respective village chief. Confronted with this unexpected notification, Qin Han found himself momentarily stunned, realizing he had nearly overlooked this matter. The sudden announcement sent a wave of excitement rippling through the entirety of Novice Village 688. What was the situation with Novice Village 110,755? Why was their report overlapping with theirs? Lulu remarked, this likely signifies a pivotal moment. The theme of Eternal Life game was established upon entry, a contest among myriad races, battling against monstrous beasts. In essence, our purpose here extends beyond mere monster slaying and leveling up. We must also confront the unknown adversaries of countless realms. It appears that Novice Village 110755 may be our first foe. Foe? Are we to engage in battle akin to ancient warfare? Lulu replied, it seems so. That is terrifying. Before entering the game, I had never even killed a chicken, and it has only been 2 days since we started. Are we truly prepared to face unknown enemies? If a confrontation arises, can we achieve victory? Lulu responded, I cannot say. The disparity between levels 4 and 5 is considerable. Those who reach level 5 first will undoubtedly possess a significant advantage over us. Lulu's assessment was accurate. A glance at the leaderboard revealed that apart from Li Fei, who held the top position, the other 7 spots in the top 10 were dominated by them. As for the subsequent rankings, the gap was even more pronounced, clearly indicating their superior levels. Upon hearing this, a wave of despondency swept through the players of 688. Someone timidly inquired, what if we fail? Will they kill us? If war is unavoidable and we lose, it could spell doom for all players in our village. Even if we survive, life would be unbearable. Imagine the plight of prisoners. In the depths of the ancient tomb's 3rd layer, where players were few, the monsters proved slightly more challenging to defeat. However, the trio of Li Ran managed to cooperate effectively, continuing to level up through their efforts. They glanced at the chat column, unaffected by the prevailing pessimism around them. Regardless of their leader's formidable prowess, their combined strength would only amplify as they progressed. When the day of battle arrived, they would ensure that their adversaries faced a formidable challenge. At that moment, the diplomatic chat channel opened, and a barrage of crimson text began to flood the screen. Fueled by the confidence of the leaderboard, the tone of these messages was overwhelmingly arrogant. Your levels are significantly lacking. Your strength appears rather unimpressive. Observing your novice village number, 688, I must say, I was startled by its smallness. But upon glancing at the leaderboard, it is evident that you are nothing but a bunch of weaklings. Is it true that a lower village number equates to lesser strength? Are your village members merely a bunch of untrained commoners? Look, there are even players here with a level of 0. How utterly absurd. Even a mere novice should manage to scrape together at least a level 1. I eagerly anticipate the day we meet. I wonder if I could single-handedly dispatch all of you. Initially, the players of 688 recognized their own inadequacies and refrained from speaking up. However, when Qin Han was openly insulted, Li Ran and his companions could no longer contain themselves. They could tolerate insults directed at themselves. But an affront to Qin Han was more painful than a slap to their faces. Filled with righteous indignation, the trio retaliated in the diplomatic chat. Watch your mouth. You uncouth wretch. Indeed, such disgraceful behavior. If I were you, I would have drowned myself in a chamber pot long ago to spare myself the embarrassment of growing up. So you've merely gained a single level? That is hardly an accomplishment. Your little advantage is laughable. Let me tell you, I will surpass you eventually. Mark my words. The response incited the opposing side further, the insulted player seething with rage. How dare you publicly humiliate me? If you have the guts, reveal your names. When we meet, I will show you how I deal with you. Let me introduce myself. I am Lindong, the young master of the Lin family from Xiang Mansion. I hold the 2nd position on the leaderboard. If you dare not reveal your names, know this. When the day of battle arrives, I will wipe out every last player in your village. His chilling words sent a shiver through the hearts of many in Novice Village 688. This individual, a young master and the 2nd-ranked player, did not seem like an adversary to be taken lightly. If he could boldly utter such threats, it was evident that he had the capability to follow through. Seeing this, Li Ran and his companions wasted no time in the diplomatic chat. Remember this name. I am Chow Man. Keep an eye on your wives. Mark my words. I am El Phonstan. Watch your fathers. Take note. I am Yuan Bin Chu. My sword is not to be trifled with. They refrained from using their real names, as even a minor exposure could place them under the scrutiny of others. Should their leader choose to reprimand them, they would find themselves in a difficult predicament. Upon witnessing the trio's words, the players of Novice Village 688 instinctively chuckled, alleviating the previously tense atmosphere. Meanwhile, the opposing side continued to scrutinize the leaderboard, but they could not find any mention of those 3 names, no matter how many times they looked. Lin Dong, exasperated, exclaimed, Damn it, are you deceiving me? How can such prominent names be so elusive? You ought to have your vision checked. I wonder how old you are to have such poor eyesight. Atop the mountain, observing the banter, Qin Han merely glanced at the exchange before closing the chat window. In his previous life, as a top-tier class, he had dedicated himself to monster hunting, becoming the first to reach level 5, thereafter continuing to advance vigorously. In this life, However, he had prioritized building a foundation, nearly forgetting about the captain's quest. The role of captain may not be fully understood by others, but as an experienced player, he was acutely aware of its advantages. Becoming the captain of the village not only granted him the right to reside in a villa within the village, but also provided a 10% experience boost for monster hunting. Moreover, he would collaborate with the village chief to establish player regulations and even have the authority to expel errant players. The power and benefits were indeed substantial. Furthermore, among the two villages, the captain would gain control over the fortress gate at the border as players progressed toward the later stages. In essence, whoever held the captaincy would wield the reins of the battlefield. Certainly, these matters did not captivate Qin Han significantly, whether in defense or offense. He regarded those individuals with indifference. However, there was a more substantial advantage to obtaining the title of captain. Only after acquiring this prestigious title could one engage in the competition for noble ranks. The noble rank, one of the most coveted treasures in the Eternal Life game, is, in a sense, even more desirable than the most exquisite artifacts. For even the lowest rank of Baron not only receives a stipend but also enjoys the privilege of divine immunity. This divine immunity mandates that any NPC faction within the realm of the Eternal Life game must respect the Baron, uphold a duty to protect him, and even grant him amnesty for certain offenses. All territorial factions within the Eternal Life game, upon reaching a certain level of nobility, can traverse freely, unencumbered by restrictions. Most crucially, even the most modest noble rank confers a fief, an independent domain that no one may intrude upon. Possessing an independent fief allows one to establish a permanent abode within the game. It is solely through the possession of a fief that one can create a stronghold and cultivate a faction. The opportunity to attain a noble rank is singular. Qin Han was determined to seize it. As the game progressed, leveling up became increasingly arduous. In his previous life, a player named Li Fei achieved level 10 only 7 days after the game commenced. With 5 days remaining, he pondered. Yet, one who does not plan for eternity cannot strategize for the moment. This lifetime differs from the last. With my butterfly effect, it is conceivable that the adversary might ascend to level 10 a bit earlier. Thus, I must allocate no more than 3 days to earn 100,000 gold coins to acquire an enhancement card. Qin Han turned his gaze towards the shadowy expanse below, a flicker of resilience shining in his eyes. He then retreated into the tent, surrendering to sleep amidst the crackling of the campfire. The night passed in silence, and as dawn broke, the snowfall ceased, leaving the air imbued with an even more biting chill. Qin Han packed the tent and utensils into his spatial backpack, washed his face with snow melt, and after consuming a red snake fruit, he mounted Nightmare and leapt onto the rugged path leading down the mountain. With utmost vigilance, he navigated the treacherous cliffs, evading the ambushes of the snow monsters. Suddenly, a snowball the size of a fist struck his back with a resounding thud, the immense force nearly unseating him from his steed. You have been attacked by a snow monster. Health -100, cold damage -10. At this moment, Qin Han was shivering uncontrollably, his teeth chattering. These snow monsters were truly repulsive, not only launching ranged attacks but also inflicting icy damage. No matter how skillfully he dodged, he was inevitably struck. Fortunately, he had consumed a red serpent fruit earlier, temporarily boosting his health by 1,000 points. Otherwise, that blow would surely have been fatal. Moreover, his high resilience spared him from staggering. Otherwise, he might have been frozen solid by now. Gritting his teeth against the discomfort, he struggled to direct Nightmare to continue its descent. Bang, bang, bang. In the confined space, Qin Han was repeatedly hit. Yet he was fortunate to have Nightmare by his side, allowing him to navigate the dangers with relative ease. After 10 minutes, he finally descended the peak, revealing a vast expanse of icy plains below, sparsely vegetated and seemingly endless. Nightmare, accelerate. In this terrain, it was as if Nightmare reigned supreme, free to roam as it pleased. Here, he could move without restraint, no longer needing to tread cautiously in the face of such indignities. With a flick of his reins, he urged Nightmare to its utmost speed, charging toward Thunder Poison Island. After merely an hour, Qin Han arrived before a vast, misty lake, stretching endlessly before him. Although the water was crystal clear, upon closer inspection, one could discern faint purple arcs of electricity surging within. This was the Thunder Lake, the outer barrier of Thunder Poison Island. The waters not only harbored the power of thunder, but also concealed countless lightning creatures, lurking within, poised to devour any beings daring to cross the lake. It was said that a terrifying dragon lay in slumber deep within the lake's depths. Gazing further, He could faintly see a large central island at the horizon's edge. That was Thunder Poison Island. In both his past and present lives, this was his first visit. He hoped it would not disappoint. Taking a deep breath, Qin Han rode Nightmare onto the lake's surface. True to its nature, Nightmare glided effortlessly upon the water. As its hooves touched the lake, a white energy field automatically emanated, allowing it to traverse the surface as if it were solid ground. However, as Nightmare's hooves first made contact with the water, the thunderous elements contained within began to converge relentlessly. Crackle. Buzz. The faint purple arcs coalesced into a force field, enveloping both horse and rider completely. Being a divine steed, Nightmare was impervious to all harm, while Qin Han boasted an impressive 750 points of lightning resistance, filling him with a sense of security. Crackle. Countless high-voltage arcs assaulted his body, yet the formidable resistance to the thunder elements formed an absolute defense around him, rendering him unscathed despite the tumultuous currents. Excellent. How fortuitous it was to be well prepared. Anyone else attempting this would likely struggle to even cross the lake. With the electric arcs no longer a threat, Qin Han's spirits lifted as he urged his horse toward the distant island. As he made his way, monstrous lightning creatures resembling crocodiles, stretching 3 meters in length and adorned with electric glows of various hues, erupted from the waters, their gaping jaws snapping ferociously, intent on devouring both Qin Han and Nightmare. Alas, Nightmare's speed was unmatched. Not only did it evade their bites, but the ferocious force shattered their own teeth upon impact. Qin Han felt a rush of exhilaration. These thunder beasts, with their thick blood and formidable defenses, were tragically slow. With such tortoise-like speed, the notion that they could ever strike him was utterly fanciful. A gentle smile graced his lips as he advanced, retaliating with his god-layer bow by loosing a powerful arrow. The arrow flew forth, piercing the eye of one thunder beast with unerring precision. The damage indicators floated up, a striking yellow -2020, signifying high damage, followed by a deep green -200, representing toxic harm. Additionally, there was the 30-plus points of lightning damage from his lightning ring. However, the thunder beast remained unfazed by the electric assault, as if its defenses were impervious, even to force damage. With an astonishing health exceeding 50,000, these beasts posed a formidable challenge. Were a typical level 20 player to face such a creature, even if they bound it to a tree, it would take them an eternity to whittle down its health. Yet, under the aegis of the Godslayer Bao's ability to bypass defenses, the Thunder Beast's armor felt as fragile as parchment. Coupled with the venomous assault from the Voodoo Pearl, a flurry of arrows soon sent the beast's vitality plummeting, reducing it to a state of near death in no time. Ugh ugh. The Thunder Beast, in agony, twisted and plunged into the water. He hurriedly loosed 2 more arrows. But the creature's descent was swift, and it soon disappeared into the depths. What a pity. He had nearly vanquished it. Shaking his head with a sigh, he was just about to proceed when a game notification appeared before him. You have slain a Thunder Beast. Experience gained, 2,000. Your experience is sufficient. Would you like to level up? Not leveling up. Qin Han dismissed the thought outright, his mind still fixated on the Thunder Beast, which had likely succumbed to the lingering toxins of the Voodoo Pearl. However, the Thunder Beast possessed a remarkably dense physique. Upon its demise, it would inevitably sink to the lake's depths. Despite my extensive range for retrieval, the absence of the creature's carcass rendered my efforts futile. What a pity. These Thunder Beasts thrive in the thunderous lake, their bodies brimming with elemental resistance to lightning. Armor crafted from their hides requires no enchantment to exhibit formidable resistance against electric attacks. Should one venture into extreme storm zones clad in armor fashioned from Thunder Beast hides, a profound sense of security would undoubtedly be attained. Those capable of traversing the Thunder Poison Island dungeon are already scarce. Thus, as time progresses, the value of Thunder Beast hides escalates to astronomical heights. They are notoriously elusive, with tough skin and considerable cunning. When gravely injured, they burrow into the depths of the lake, making the procurement of their remains a daunting challenge. To effortlessly obtain a Thunder Beast's carcass, one must strike with lethal precision before it escapes. Alas, my current offensive prowess is insufficient. For now, I shall seek wealth, and upon enhancing my strength, I will return to confront it. As Qin Han pondered, the waters around him surged, as if myriad entities were converging towards him. A glance revealed a multitude of Thunder Beasts encircling him, creating a scene reminiscent of 1,000 horses galloping forth. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted as Qin Han sought an appropriate place to disembark. A piercing cry of an eagle reverberated from above, its colossal shadow sweeping across the water's surface like a primordial beast. Raising his gaze, he beheld a magnificent golden eagle with a wingspan nearing 20 meters, its cold eyes fixated upon him, as if regarding him as mere prey. Indeed, it was a golden eagle. His fortune was remarkable. This creature, a level 20 elite monster, boasted nearly 500,000 health points, characterized by its solitary and haughty demeanor. Legend spoke of this eagle residing on sheer cliffs, its nest brimming with treasures of gold and jewels. Moreover, the likelihood of this beast dropping coins upon defeat far exceeded that of ordinary elite monsters. Even the wealthiest of fortune bringers would seem impoverished in comparison. With his heart racing at the thought, Qin Han swiftly drew his god-slaying bow, preparing to unleash an arrow. At that moment, the golden eagle dove downwards, regarding the zero-level human as a potential dinner. The eagle's eyes glimmered with malice upon noticing Qin Han daring to shoot at it. How audacious for such a diminutive creature to stand its ground. In that instant, Qin Han's gaze mirrored the glint of gold, envisioning a bounty of flying coins. Drawing back the bowstring, he released an arrow with a swift whoosh. The energy arrow soared through the air, striking the gap in the eagle's right wing bone with a soft thud, inflicting a paltry -202 damage, accompanied by an additional -20 from poison. The meager damage was laughable, even to a dog. Feeling the tickling sensation of the attack, the golden eagle's icy gaze flickered with a hint of arrogance. Having resided on Thunder Poison Island for an extended period, it possessed considerable resistance to poison and lightning, rendering such elemental damage inconsequential. The 220 physical damage was negligible against its vast health pool. Moreover, its regenerative capabilities were formidable. Within moments, the health it had lost was restored. Little human, prepare to become the meal for the great eagle, and that horse of yours appears quite delectable as well, perfect for an evening feast. Undeterred, Qin Han remained steadfast, unflinching as he continued to fire arrows at the same spot. The golden eagle descended closer, its massive shadow eclipsing the sun. 100 meters, 50 meters, 30 meters. At a mere 20 meters, a sharp crack echoed as the eagle's right wing suddenly dipped, causing its flight to falter. This cunning human has struck me. It realized that if it continued its dive, it risked crashing into the lake, where its considerable bulk would surely pull it under, overwhelmed by the intensifying electrical forces below. Reluctantly, the golden eagle altered its dive angle, ascending sharply to avoid disaster, raising its trajectory by 10 meters. As the human and the eagle passed each other, the eagle's underbelly lay exposed beneath Qin Han's arrow. A splendid opportunity. He lifted the god-slaying bow, unleashing a flurry of arrows aimed at the eagle's vulnerable abdomen. Damage figures in excess of 2,000 erupted in brilliant flashes. Cursed voodoo, he activated, a skill derived from the voodoo pearl absorbed during an encounter with the malevolent physician. Quebec. Its effects were immediate. The once resplendent golden eagle was suddenly cloaked in a ghastly green hue, suffering from continuous poison damage while its healing abilities were hindered. By the time it regained altitude, it had lost several thousand health points, feeling its strength waning. The golden eagle's eyes burned with fury. This wretched human shall not escape my wrath. I vow to consume you today. It circled above Qin Han, its gaze growing colder, determined to seize another opportunity to strike. Below, Qin Han smiled with satisfaction. In this game, though health points were a factor, as long as they weren't fully depleted, one would not perish. However, should a person's legs be severed, they would be rendered immobile, vulnerable to slaughter. With the eagle reliant on its wings for flight, the injury to its right wing would undoubtedly impair its ability to soar. Unlike before, the golden eagle's altitude and speed had diminished significantly, placing it well within the range of Qin Han's bow. He drew back the bowstring with precision, releasing a barrage of energy arrows that rained down upon the golden eagle, each inflicting further damage. Interspersed among them were poisoned arrows designed to prevent healing, causing the eagle's health to plummet. Gradually, it began to sense the imminent threat of death, contemplating the terrifying notion that this seemingly feeble human might indeed be capable of ending its life. To flee or to fight, just as it wavered. An energy arrow struck true, piercing its right eye. The searing pain ignited a burning rage, leaving only thoughts of vengeance as it dove downwards, intent on shredding this human to pieces. Observing the reckless charge of the golden eagle, Qin Han remained composed, recognizing the folly of impulsiveness. With its wing and eye injured, the eagle's speed had dwindled to an insignificant level, making it no match for him. Any forward charge was tantamount to courting death. Moreover, as they drew closer, his accuracy increased, a most fortuitous circumstance. In midair, a stream of high-damage figures erupted, The golden eagle's health began to plummet, yet it stubbornly pressed on, enduring the explosive damage as it barreled forward. The distance between them shrank to less than 10 meters. In an instant, Qin Han deftly pulled the reins, guiding Nightmare to swiftly evade the eagle's collision. The creature, burdened by its own weight, struggled to turn, nearly plunging into the Thunder Lake, only to attempt another reckless charge at Qin Han. However, against the already nimble Nightmare, these maneuvers proved futile. A mere shift allowed Qin Han to evade once again, all while his barrage of arrows continued unabated. After 2 such charges, the Golden Eagle's health fell below 50%. At this juncture, the Golden Eagle appeared utterly deranged, launching itself in a desperate, suicidal assault. Once, twice, thrice. Amidst their relentless exchanges, the Golden Eagle's health dwindled dramatically, with a grievous status affixed above it. It could neither heal nor withstand the gradual loss of health. At this rate, it seemed that Qin Han would not need to lift a finger. The creature would bleed out and perish. Boom. The remnants of its consciousness sparked a final flicker of rationality within the Golden Eagle. This time, it refrained from charging forward. Instead, it turned, dragging its battered form shakily back towards the island. It sought refuge in its nest, a sanctuary where it might mend its injuries and secure its survival. Golden blood dripped from above, painting a trail of crimson droplets across the ground. Qin Han sheathed the god-slaying bow, refraining from further action as he leisurely rode the Nightmare, trailing behind the Golden Eagle. With a sudden leap, the Nightmare alighted upon the island's soil. The densely wooded island was shrouded in a faint mist, and after only a few steps, Qin Han detected a subtle, elusive fragrance. Instantly, his mind grew hazy, and his steps became unsteady. At that moment, the voodoo pearl emitted a radiant aura, enveloping him. Detecting the toxic barrier, it began to absorb the poison automatically. After a few seconds, the properties of the voodoo pearl transformed once more. Voodoo pearl, a unique treasure. It feeds on voodoo and serves as the bane of all voodoo in the world. Its attacks inflict 200 points of lethal poison per second for a duration of 10 seconds. Skill, soul-gathering technique, voodoo, absorbs the grievances of slain beings, which can be unleashed during an attack. Skill, deadly malice, area damage, reduces the enemy's life by 500 points per second, with a 35% life regeneration counter, lasting for 10 seconds. Passive skill, toxic barrier aura. Upon activation, enemies within a 100-meter radius will suffer continuous poison damage of 100 points per second, while their movement speed is reduced by 50% within the barrier. Seeing this, Qin Han smiled with satisfaction. Truly a precious treasure, one that can always be relied upon. It brings such peace of mind. Moreover, the newly emerged poison barrier aura is exceptionally formidable. Although the toxin damage has diminished somewhat, the 50% deceleration is indeed a miraculous technique. In future battles within 100 meters, activating the poison barrier aura will undoubtedly grant him a significant advantage. Lost in thought, he noticed the Golden Eagle ahead, which had already soared over several small groves and was heading towards the distant mountains. Regaining his focus, he quickly pursued it. As time passed, the Golden Eagle arrived at a steep cliff, home to its nest. It cautiously surveyed the surroundings, ensuring no enemies were in pursuit before it slipped into the nest and lay down. Feeling a mysterious force within the nest mending its wounds, the Golden Eagle finally relaxed. Those wretched humans, once I recover, I shall return with vengeance, relentless in my pursuit to tear you asunder, even if I must scour every corner of the earth. I will sun-dry your flesh, savoring each morsel as I tear it apart. Just the thought of future retribution sent waves of excitement through the Golden Eagle, invigorating its spirit and hastening its healing process. Suddenly, at the entrance of the nest, a person and a horse leapt inside. How absurd! The angle of this cave is quite treacherous. I nearly tumbled off the cliff. Alas, climbing back up will pose a challenge. Qin Han let out a deep sigh, conversing with himself at the cave's entrance. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the interior of the cavern, where a dazzling array of golden light rendered his eyes nearly blind. Golden cups, golden spoons, golden pots, and golden bowls. Everything within sight was crafted from pure gold. Remarkably, the legends held true. It seemed he was on the verge of a significant windfall. In an instant, a piercing cry of an eagle echoed, signaling that the Golden Eagle had discovered him. Although the cave was not small, it was woefully inadequate for the massive form of the Golden Eagle, leaving it with scarcely any room to maneuver. The only escape lay at the entrance. Witnessing Qin Han draw his longbow once more, the Golden Eagle's eyes blazed with fury as it summoned its last ounce of strength to charge forward. In this moment, the only path to survival was through the exit. Qin Han was fully immersed, his fingers flying as he unleashed arrows aimed at the vital points of the golden eagle, its eyes, its throat. The golden eagle, already on the brink of defeat, fell to the ground with a thunderous crash before it could even reach the entrance. The sound of coins bursting forth echoed in Qin Han's ears. You have slain the elite monster golden eagle, gaining 19,562 experience points. With experience points sufficient for an upgrade, a notification simultaneously appeared in the chat bar of both the 688 novice area and the 110,755 novice village. Congratulations to player Qin Han for achieving the first kill of the elite monster golden eagle, earning a bonus of 1 to Constitution. As the first player to slay this elite monster, an additional 1 to Constitution is awarded. Upon hearing the announcement, the chat areas of both villages erupted with excitement. 688 novice village. Wait, did our village's Qin Han really kill an elite monster? This must be a joke. One player recalled an adventurous individual who had ventured deep into the wilderness just yesterday, discovering a high-level monster, a gray eagle, estimated to be at least level 11 or higher. The golden eagle, with such a name, must possess considerable strength, especially being an elite monster. It's likely far more powerful than anything we've encountered. Could it be that our village's Qin Han is indeed the one mentioned in the world announcement? Impossible. The Qin Han in the world announcement has long since advanced to a god-tier profession and is probably at a much higher level by now. A glance at the rankings revealed that their village's Qin Han was still at level 0. I suspect that Qin Han has been waiting for the opportune moment, honing his skills in an advantageous position until he finally defeated a high-level elite monster. This might explain why he has remained unseen among players and hasn't leveled up yet. But wait, the experience needed to level up from 0 to 1 isn't substantial. Even the most inexperienced players can easily achieve this. An elite monster surely grants ample experience, likely enough for several levels. Yet, despite the announcement's presence, he remained at level 0. Could it be that he wishes to suppress his level? Refusing to level up would mean losing all accumulated experience. Such a waste. This matter was indeed perplexing. Haha. I see it now. This individual must not have advanced classes, hence the deliberate suppression of his level. He likely still harbors dreams of a class change, believing that without it, he cannot level up. However, at this point, all class tokens might be depleted, leading him to an empty pursuit. This person was the complete opposite of Lu Kuang, who had rushed to level up, while Qin Han clung to unrealistic dreams at level 0. Don't bother looking, brothers. This individual is surely doomed. In the depths of the ancient tomb, taking advantage of the absence of other players, Li Hao remarked, Brother Kuang, look, they're even calling you his opposite. Lu Kuang, no longer the bewildered giant he once was, paused from slaying monsters and shared a profound observation. Both boldness and caution can lead to success, while those who waver and hesitate will merely drift along. Though I started as a pawn in this game, following the leader ensures my development will surpass that of these others. Li Hao nodded in agreement. You're right. We will undoubtedly surpass them. Nearby, Li Rant's discontented voice cut through. You too. Can you at least consider my feelings while chatting? Here I am, single-handedly fighting off monsters. Lu Kuang sheepishly scratched his head, apologizing. My bad. It's just my habit to speak while I'm not engaged in action. Meanwhile, the 110,755 novice village buzzed with excitement over Qin Han's announcement. Qin Han? That name seems familiar. Haven't we seen it multiple times in the world announcements? I recall discussions about him before. No, wait, this time it's a village announcement. I think I saw that name when the village rankings were first introduced. Lin Dong chimed in. I've seen it too. This Qin Han is a player from the 688 novice village, currently still at level 0. Lin Xiao. You're sharp as ever. But do you think this player could be the same one from the world announcement? Lin Dong replied, probably not. There are many named Qin Han. I know at least 3 in our Xiang mansion alone, and they likely entered the game too, just in different villages. Li Fei added. That's true. I've heard plenty about the Eternal Life game from local villagers. The universe is vast, and the diversity of races exceeds our imagination. To put it bluntly, the world where our Xiang mansion resides is but a grain of sand in the infinite cosmos. Even a minor character like me can quickly rise to level 5, while true powerhouses have undoubtedly reached unimaginable heights, far beyond the capabilities of a level 0 player from a neighboring village. Lin Dong remarked, Fourth young master. You're here too. You're the strongest in the village, an intermediate profession, and have explored further than anyone. Do you know what elite monsters are like? Are they formidable? Li Fei responded, I haven't encountered one, but I'm now strong enough to slay monsters in level 11 or 12 areas. I've seen some gray eagles, and they're not particularly powerful. I can dispatch them with ease. I imagine even an elite gray eagle would fall before me. Lin Dong contemplated. Your words have illuminated my thoughts. If the opposing village coordinated their efforts to slay the golden eagle, only for Qin Han to deliver the final blow, it would naturally credit him in the announcement. Could it be that they intend to use this Qin Han to intimidate us? With this revelation, the 755 novice village erupted once more. Lin Xiao's insight had enlightened many, showcasing his ability to see through the opposing village's scheme. Lacking strength. They resort to trickery to intimidate us. They truly miscalculated. Li Fei declared, friends, the universe is boundless, and we cannot predict our future steps. Regardless of what schemes they may employ, we must ignore them, focus on leveling up, and enhance our strength to advance further. Well said, fourth young master. We shall heed your words. Within the lair of the golden eagle, Qin Han stored the creature's carcass in his saddlebag, gazing at the gold strewn across the ground. His eyes widened in amazement. Indeed, the golden eagle, an elite monster, had yielded an astonishing bounty of coins, roughly amounting to 10,000 gold pieces. This was comparable to the treasure dropped by the ancient Witch Queen. The Witch Queen was a being of immense power, while the golden eagle likely paled in comparison during its prime. Even the feeble ancient Witch Queen pales in comparison to a mere golden eagle. The fact that such insignificant creatures can yield rewards akin to those of the ancient Witch Queen speaks volumes about the bountiful treasures at hand. Collect. The sound of coins being deposited resonated, a melodious chime that felt like a celestial symphony. How exquisite! Qin Han instinctively squinted as he gazed at the incoming 10,000 gold coins, a smile unable to be restrained blossoming upon his face. After a considerable time, he extricated himself from the delightful sensation, his eyes drifting towards the other treasures of gold and silver within the lair. Much like pirates encountering a trove, his eyes widened once more, captivated by the resplendent gold that filled his vision. The hue of the gold suggested it was undoubtedly of the finest quality, pure and unblemished. The design of these artifacts indicated they were crafted for human use, likely pilfered from the hands of the island's inhabitants by this golden eagle. Over time, it had amassed such a wealth of treasures. He picked up a golden cup and stored it in his spatial ring, examining its attributes. Golden cup, an item originating from the possessions of the affluent, of considerable value, capable of being decomposed into gold coins. Weight, 200. Upon witnessing the scene, Qin Han smiled. The standard weight of a gold coin is 10, thus, a golden cup like this can be directly decomposed into 20 coins. He glanced once more at the treasure-filled lair, pondering the potential value of all these golden items. With a heart brimming with excitement, he swiftly began collecting within the nest. As time passed, he spent quite a while clearing and decomposing all the items, ultimately obtaining a total of 13,906 gold coins from the deconstruction, coupled with the coins in his backpack. His wealth now exceeded 32,000 gold pieces. He chuckled again, for Thunder Poison Island truly lived up to its reputation as a land of gold. Such a bountiful haul upon his arrival filled him with great anticipation for the journey ahead. Casting a final glance around the lair, he prepared to leave. The once vibrant nest was now devoid of any golden presence, littered only with a few tattered remnants like bones, scraps of cloth, and rotten wood. Suddenly, something caught his eye, a red wooden plaque, adorned with the totem of the Cloud and Thunder Beast, exuding an air of significance. In his eagerness to find gold, he had overlooked this remarkable item. Upon picking it up, his spirits soared. It read, Ancestral Blessing, Special Rune Plaque. Health 1000, Healing 10 per second, Poison Resistance 1000. This blessed rune would activate upon being placed in his backpack. What a treasure it was! While the poison resistance was rendered ineffective due to the presence of the voodoo pearl, the addition of 1000 health was precisely what he desperately needed. After all, he was still at level 0. Even with the recently acquired 2 points in Constitution, his actual health barely reached 36 points. A slight mishap could easily spell disaster. Although the red snake fruit could also restore health, it was merely a temporary fix, fading after a certain duration. And his supply of red snake fruits was dwindling. Each one consumed meant one less. Yet now, with the permanent addition of 1000 health, his margin for error had significantly increased. The additional 10 points of healing were also commendable, and combined with the 2 points from his spatial ring, he could recover 12 health points every second. Consequently, barring any major battles, he could afford to conserve his healing potions. Truly a remarkable find. As he placed the rune plaque into his backpack, He instantly felt an overwhelming surge of vitality coursing through his body, filling him with a profound sense of security and boosting his confidence for the journey ahead. After thoroughly inspecting the lair and confirming that no treasures remained to be claimed, he resolved to exit. 10 minutes later, he climbed a vine to reach the cliff's summit. Just as he was about to land safely when a sudden change occurred, a piercing sound sliced through the air, and a poisonous dart shot toward him at an imperceptible speed. Instinctively, Qin Han rolled forward, yet his back was still pierced by the toxic needle. A red damage notification of -30 immediately appeared. Fortunately, the ancient armor provided substantial defense, rendering the poison's impact minimal. With over 1,000 health points and a regeneration of 12 points per second, he faced no significant threat. As the neural toxin was detected, the voodoo pearl automatically began to absorb it. The voodoo pearl, a unique treasure, feeding on curses, the bane of all voodoo. Its attacks inflicted an additional 200 points of poison damage per second, lasting for 10 seconds. Skills included: Soul Gathering Technique, a voodoo skill that absorbs the resentment of slain beings, which can be released during attacks, and deadly venom. A Group Damage skill, reducing enemies' health by 500 points per second, with a 35% health recovery counter, lasting 10 seconds. Also present was the Paralyzing Toxin, which inflicted neural poison, capable of immobilizing opponents, dealing 320 damage per second for 10 seconds, and a passive skill, Toxic Barrier Aura, when activated. All enemies within a 100-meter radius would suffer continuous poison damage of 100 points per second, with their movement speed reduced by 50%. Neural Toxin? Qin Han's gaze sharpened as he contemplated the nerve toxin, which typically originated from the highly venomous king cobra. Its extraction was arduous, and once utilized, it was rendered entirely ineffective, classifying it as a rare toxic affliction within the gang. This particular poison had the capacity to paralyze an adversary, exhibiting a formidable potency. The audacity of his opponent to employ such a precious toxin at the outset suggested an intent to bring him to the brink of death. In a swift maneuver, Qin Han feigned the effects of poisoning, collapsing onto the ground, motionless, while a narrow slit in his eyes remained fixed on the direction of the impending assault. At that moment, a man with braided hair, reddish skin, and clad in burlap emerged, brandishing a dagger. Upon spotting the seemingly lifeless Qin Han, the man's expression transformed into one of elation. After years of saving this poisoned needle, it has finally found its purpose. You, lad, are destined for misfortune. Prepare to meet your demise. Perched atop a cliff, the man reveled in his anticipated victory. He had witnessed this individual trailing the critically injured golden eagle into its lair and returning unscathed. This implied that the treasure of the golden eagle had undoubtedly fallen into the hands of this very man. With that thought igniting a fervor within him, he advanced step by step towards Qin Han, who lay on the ground, suspended between life and death, a cold smirk spreading across his face. Prepare to perish. The burlap-clad man lunged, dagger poised, as he crouched low to swiftly slash at Qin Han's throat. In that instant, Qin Han summoned the long and used famed blade, Moonshadow, conjuring the treasure from his spatial inventory. The action was not only lightning fast, but executed with an elegance akin to the graceful movements of an antelope, striking with precision. Caught off guard, the burlap-clad man found himself inflicted with several wounds as crimson numbers indicating damage appeared above him, 200 in red and -150 in green. Simultaneously, his personal information materialized before him, resident of Thunder Poison Island, level 20. In the face of Qin Han's assault, the burlap-clad man, despite his robust physique, staggered back in disbelief. How are you unscathed? You've been struck by the venom of the king cobra. His composure shattered, he struggled to comprehend the unfolding events. Qin Han, what you should be concerned about now is whether you have any issues of your own. The man in the tattered garments, upon hearing this, was about to respond when suddenly his body stiffened, collapsing to the ground with a thud. It seemed he had recalled something, his face turning pale as he exclaimed, "The venom of the king snake. You actually possess the venom of the king snake." The man in tattered clothes was utterly bewildered. The venom of the king snake is exceedingly rare and precious. He had only managed to acquire a single drop by chance. Had it not been for witnessing the individual before him obtaining the treasure of the golden eagle, he would have been reluctant to part with it. Qin Han remained silent, wielding the renowned blade, Moonshadow, and struck once more. The neurotoxin in the game diverged from reality in certain aspects. While it could incapacitate the opponent, it possessed a temporal limitation. Once the time elapsed, the enemy would regain the opportunity to retaliate. Nevertheless, a subsequent assault could further paralyze them. Swish, swish. With a flurry of strikes, the adversary's health plummeted to a perilous threshold, teetering on the brink of death. Spare me! Spare me! O noble warrior, I beg for mercy. I acknowledge my wrongs. Faced with the imminent threat to his life, the man from the Ma'i finally cowered, uttering desperate pleas for forgiveness. A killer is relentlessly pursued by death. Earlier, you sought to take my life without affording me a chance. Thus, meet your demise. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Chin Han squinted his eyes. For this was his first visit to Lida Island. Although he had perused the guides, many areas remained unfamiliar to him. Should he stumble about like a headless fly? It would likely result in a significant waste of time. A guide might prove to be beneficial. This individual possessed limited strength. Even at full health, he posed no threat. And in his current injured state, he was even less of a concern. After a moment of contemplation, Chin Han continued, I inquire of you. I seek to acquire gold. The more the better. Do you possess a means to assist me? The man in the coarse robe, upon hearing this, was filled with elation. A demand signified a favorable opportunity, indicating that this person harbored no immediate intention to harm him. He hastily responded, Indeed, there is. Within a 10-mile radius lies a gold mine, the richest on Lida Island, known for its astonishing annual output of gold. Should you venture there? You are certain to reap great rewards. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Chin Han cast a deep glance at him, pondering thoughtfully. Very well, lead the way. At that moment, the effects of the neurotoxin had worn off, and the man in the hemp attire shakily rose from the ground, gesturing towards the mountain below. Let us proceed. Thus, the two of them ambled towards the mine, one in front of the other. The journey of 10 kilometers took a grueling 2 hours due to the man's severe injuries. Although their pace was slow, Chin Han managed to reap considerable rewards along the way, discovering numerous treasure chests in the wilderness that yielded nearly 3,000 gold coins. The abundance of gold on Thunder Poison Island left him in awe once more. At long last, they arrived at the entrance of the gold mine, where a mouth that could accommodate 5 people side by side came into view at the foot of the mountain, extending into the heart of the mountain, its depths unknown. Outside the entrance, a formidable contingent of 30 individuals clad in vine armor, armed with swords and longbows, was strategically positioned. Chin Han and his companion concealed themselves among the nearby thicket, observing the scene. The man in the coarse robe remarked, Behold, this is the golden mine. Those individuals outside are the high priest's guards, tasked with ensuring the security of the gold mine. Previously, there were only 10 guards stationed outside the cave, however. With the high priest currently organizing a wedding and preparing to construct a gilded abode for his future bride, the demand for gold has surged significantly. Consequently, a substantial number of miners have been deployed, and the contingent of guards has consequently increased. Chin Han narrowed his eyes, pondering the implications of the high priest's imminent nuptials. This individual was the very one who had abducted the wife of the swordsman. It was quite audacious of him to seek marriage, and it seemed he intended to keep a hidden beauty as well. The question remained, who would his new bride be? If it turned out to be the swordsman's wife, the situation would indeed become intriguing. As his thoughts shifted, Chin Han contemplated the next course of action. The adversaries were plentiful, and engaging them directly would inevitably trigger a cascading series of reactions. Should that occur, the gathering of more foes would place them in a precarious position. The man in the tattered robe reassured him, Do not worry, we need not confront them head-on. My father oversees the operations in the mine. I can first enter and secure a position as a miner. You can then stride in confidently under the guise of a laborer. Once inside, you will have the freedom to pursue whatever course you desire. Chin Han remained silent, his expression calm as he fixed his gaze upon the man in the hemp garment. The man in the hemp garment, noticing his demeanor, spoke. What is the matter? Do you doubt my sincerity? Since you agreed to release me, I have relinquished my hatred. Now, I feel nothing but gratitude towards you. There is absolutely no trace of animosity. As he spoke, the man's vitality had visibly improved along their journey, and his face had taken on a healthy flush, conveying a sense of earnestness. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted on the surface. Chin Han appeared unfazed. The animosity directed towards him was entirely expected, for he had come solely for the gold and had never truly believed the words of his adversary. Now that he had arrived at the designated location, he played his part, suppressing his inner thoughts as he feigned nonchalance, saying, Very well, you may proceed. I shall await your return here. Upon hearing these words, Ma Xing was elated, thinking how easily he had deceived this man with just a few casual remarks. As long as he could approach the high priest's guard, he would be safe, and at that moment, leveraging his father's status, he could command the guards to reclaim the scene. With this thought, Ma Xing was overwhelmed with excitement, unable to contain the smile that spread across his face. As he prepared to leave, he offered a seemingly benevolent warning. Brother, do exercise caution while you remain here. Do not let the guards discover you. Rest assured, I shall return swiftly. And with that, he plotted to orchestrate your demise. Qin Han's expression was calm. All right. Take care of yourself. I shall take my leave then, Ma Xing replied with a slight smile, glancing back 3 times as he moved forward. As he approached the great priest's guards, he trembled with anticipation, feeling a rush of exhilaration at the thought of safety. I am safe now. I have escaped death. This sensation is simply sublime. However, in that fleeting moment, he turned back to survey his surroundings, and what he beheld sent a jolt of terror through him. In the dense forest outside the golden mine, as Ma Xing looked back, he caught sight of an arrow hurtling towards him. He attempted to evade it, but it was already too late. In his widening pupils, the arrow grew increasingly larger until, with a dull thud, darkness enveloped his vision, plunging his world into silence. Thud. His lifeless body fell onto the thick grass, disappearing without a trace, unnoticed by the guards stationed before the mine. From within the thicket, a message appeared. You have slain a level 20 inhabitant of Thunder Poison Island, gaining 1900 experience points. Qin Han's gaze was indifferent. There existed a distinction between these indigenous people and the monsters. Unlike the latter, these natives, while capable of providing experience, were fundamentally genuine humans. However, they lacked the various abilities possessed by players and could not slay monsters to level up. In fact, they were not even NPCs. Ordinary NPCs possess some knowledge of the game's intricacies, whereas these natives were entirely oblivious to the existence of the game and its players. On the entire Thunder Poison Island, it seemed that only a select few, such as the High Priest, were aware of the game's nature. To Ma Xing, Qin Han was merely an accidental outsider who had stumbled into this place. Although a life had been taken within the realm of the Eternal Life game, violence was the prevailing theme. The death of a minor character would scarcely ripple across the surface of his heart. At this moment, he was intently observing the 30 or so guards outside the cave, contemplating a strategy for infiltration. Thunder Poison Island was a level 20 dungeon, and these guards were likely around that level, clad in armor and wielding bows. Despite sharing the same level, their strength was evidently far superior to that of Ma Xing. Unlike monsters, humans exhibited organization, with their skills in evasion, tactics, and stealth. Engaging them in combat would undoubtedly prove troublesome. Moreover, initiating a conflict would likely trigger a domino effect, summoning reinforcements from across Thunder Poison Island, unless he could eliminate or subdue the entire population of the island. A head-on confrontation would be the height of folly. Entering a drawn-out battle, even if he were to emerge victorious, would consume an inordinate amount of time, rendering the captain's orders obsolete. After a moment of contemplation, an idea sparked within Qin Han. He summoned his nightmare and whispered a few instructions into its ear. The intuitive creature immediately understood and swiftly departed. Half an hour later, the ground trembled violently in the vicinity, echoing with the roars of countless monsters. A 3-meter-tall pangolin, resembling a small mountain, surged towards the guard's defensive position, accompanied by several nearly 10-meter-long crocodiles. In an instant, chaos erupted outside the mine. The guards were thrown into disarray. Damn it, a monster riot. Quick, assist us. We mustn't allow them to breach the mine. Otherwise, we shall incur the High Priest's wrath. Thus, all 30 guards unhesitatingly plunged into battle. Beside Qin Han, the nightmare god stealthily returned, nuzzling his shoulder with its horse-like head, exuding an air of seeking praise. Qin Han gently patted the creature's head, bestowing upon it an encouraging glance. Well done. He then retracted it, seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos of guards and monsters battling, and quietly slipped into the depths of the mine. The golden mine was a labyrinth of winding paths, enveloped in impenetrable darkness, coupled with the ancient leather armor he wore, which inherently possessed cloaking properties. He seemed to merge seamlessly with the shadows. As he advanced deeper into the abyssal tunnel, 3 passages emerged before him. 3 passages. Which one should he choose? The mine was extensive, and a wrong turn could prove to be a significant waste of time. For a moment, Qin Han found himself at an impasse. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed, and one of the passages illuminated with a flickering light. Qin Han swiftly concealed himself behind a mining cart, revealing only his vigilant eyes as he quietly observed. Soon, two guards emerged, brandishing torches. They had seemingly heard a noise from outside the cave and contemplated whether to investigate. Perhaps we should refrain. Our duty is solely to monitor the interior of the mine. And whatever transpires beyond is of no concern to us. However, the presence of an external disturbance raised the possibility of intruders. The batch of extracted gold had yet to be secured, and any mishap could result in dire consequences. The paramount task at hand was to safeguard the gold. You were correct. We must hasten to inspect the gold storage, for my mind is troubled. After their brief discussion, the two guards proceeded down the leftmost passageway. Upon witnessing the scene, Qin Han swiftly pursued from behind. He trailed the two individuals until they arrived at a chamber adorned with a formidable iron door. One of the guards retrieved a key from his pocket and unlocked the entrance. In that instant, the room was illuminated by the flickering torchlight, revealing a dazzling pile of gold ingots that gleamed like a mountain. The gold is unscathed. Our concerns were unwarranted. Let us depart, remarked one of them. After surveying the surroundings and confirming the safety of the gold, they prepared to leave. At that moment, Qin Han, concealed outside, made a decisive move. Brandishing his god layer about to unleash a flurry of arrows. The first two arrows struck true, piercing the throats of the guards, rendering them speechless and coupled with a neurotoxin. They collapsed helplessly to the ground. Without granting them a chance to resist, he swiftly loosed several more arrows, ensuring their demise. You have slain the guard of the gold mine, gaining 2,100 experience points. You have slain the sentinel of the gold mine, gaining 2,100 experience points. Upon witnessing the situation, Qin Han let out a sigh of relief. The depths of this mine were shrouded in mystery, and he was uncertain how many guards were present within. If the sounds of combat were too loud, it would surely attract unwanted attention, leading to complications. Fortunately, most of the indigenous people's health points were not particularly high. And with the god-slaying Bao's ability to ignore defenses, coupled with the neurotoxin from the voodoo pearl, he was endowed with the capability for silent and swift eliminations. After discarding two guards to the side and closing the door, Qin Han's gaze fell upon the heaps of gold bars before him, his eyes brimming with delight. Collecting gold bar, rough ingot, weight 600, can be decomposed into gold coins. Although these gold bars were merely semi-finished products from crude refining and lacked high purity, their sheer quantity was remarkable. Rough estimates suggested that he could refine at least tens of thousands of gold coins from them. It was simply incredible. Suppressing his excitement, Qin Han quickly gathered the gold bars for mass decomposition. As time passed, the room was cleared of gold, and he had decomposed them all. His gold coin count surged by a staggering 73,000, bringing his total to approximately 106,000 coins when combined with the previous 33,000. What a remarkable fortune, especially since he had only just entered Thunder Island. It was hard to believe that during his entire novice period, he might not find another place with such a bounty of gold coins. It seemed that within 3 days, he had a real chance of drawing the tenfold amplification card. Moreover, having surpassed 100,000 coins, it was time to clear this first screen, wasn't it? In the empty storage room, Qin Han concealed himself in a corner, took out the lottery card, inhaled deeply, and focused intently on the screen, repeatedly tapping to draw. This time, he would draw to the maximum, 10 times at once. Congratulations. You've drawn an iron broom, a tent, a blue longsword, a white bow and arrow. As time elapsed, prizes continued to be drawn, mostly consisting of miscellaneous items and whiteboard equipment, with occasional blue and golden gear. Each draw yielded at least one item, despite some duplicates. The sheer number of draws filled his inventory of around 3,000 slots, which would typically be considered ample for an average player. However, for him at that moment, it was woefully insufficient. Before long, his inventory was overflowing with an array of equipment, miscellaneous items, and even food. It seemed imperative to find an opportunity to acquire an ultra-large storage ring. While these subpar items might be ordinary, they could prove useful in the future. With a sigh, he reluctantly discarded most of the miscellaneous items and whiteboard gear he had drawn. Even so, his storage slots remained inadequate. Fortunately, at this moment, the lottery progress had reached its zenith. Drawing again, he heard the delightful chimes as the remaining dark gold equipment on the screen was suddenly revealed. Golden heavy armor set, 7 dark gold components, helmet, chestplate, leggings, boots, gauntlets, longsword, cloak. This set of armor gleamed with a rich golden hue. Even the cloak was embroidered with golden threads, making it exceptionally eye-catching. Set attributes: defense 1,200 points, Health increased 1200 points, attack power 150 points, ice resistance 500 points, poison resistance 500 points, health regeneration 50 points per second. Required constitution 300 points. This armor was a prime example of heavy gear, boasting commendable attributes. After all, it was acquired from a draw amounting to 100,000 gold coins, far superior to standard dark gold sets, qualifying as an elite dark gold set with high defense. An ordinary player relying solely on basic physical attacks would find it nearly impossible to breach its defenses. In a densely populated battlefield, donning this heavy armor would enable one to withstand the front lines with formidable defense. It would be a challenge for even intermediate players to counter. However, the requirements for wearing this armor were rather steep: 300 points of constitution, roughly equivalent to a novice player reaching level 20. Additionally, heavy armor was cumbersome, inevitably reducing speed. Unless engaged in a life-and-death struggle, anyone attempting to flee would likely find themselves unable to escape. This was essentially a quintessential tank's armor. While its attributes were impressive, and it certainly looked striking, it held limited utility for Qin Han. Shifting his focus from the gold and heavy armor set back to the lottery card, he noted that the screen was now a swirling chaos, the interface constantly morphing. It seemed something extraordinary was on the verge of manifesting. In the storage room of the golden mine, Qin Han clenched his fists, his breath seemingly suspended. His gaze fixed intently on the lottery card screen. Though his recent developments had unfolded as he had envisioned, the unpredictability of fate loomed large. True assurance would only come when he had laid claim to the treasure himself. This item was the core of his attainment of the maximum constitution limit of 100,000 points. Losing it would spell trouble. As the screen continued to transform, the chaotic display abruptly parted like clouds revealing the moon, refreshing the entire interface. Adorned with auspicious clouds and ink-like hues, the fixed prizes had been reset. Once again, a dark gold armor set formed the foundation, accompanied by several dark gold accessories. Qin Han's eyes searched the interface eagerly. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened as he noticed a card in a corner of the screen. It was a plain, ink-colored card that seamlessly blended with the overall color scheme, making it nearly indistinguishable unless one looked closely. The card bore a prominent inscription: the blessing of the heavenly path, tenfold amplification card, treasure. This treasure, a manifestation of the supreme law, possessed unfathomable capabilities. Acquiring it would bestow the protection of the heavenly path, applicable wherever its reach extended. Gazing at the card's description, Qin Han's heart raced with exhilaration. He had truly found it. Draw, I shall utilize all my gold coins to draw. With only 6,000 coins remaining in his pocket, it was not a considerable sum. Yet, based on the card's placement, the probability of acquiring the tenfold card seemed low. Nevertheless, he hoped that perhaps 6,000 coins could yield a chance. Gritting his teeth, he fixed his gaze on the screen, ready to commence the drawing. Ding, ding. Congratulations. You've obtained a dark gold armor fragment, a blue longsword, a white cloth garment, a pair of blue boots. As the prizes continued to be drawn, this batch was slightly superior to the first interface, though still not significantly different, with white and blue gear emerging in abundance. Qin Han tirelessly cleared his inventory, discarding any items deemed unnecessary. Time steadily slipped away, and his remaining gold coins were nearly depleted. This last draw had to yield results. It had to. Sorry, your balance is insufficient for a draw. Please acquire more gold coins in return. Bang! With a fierce punch, Qin Han struck the clutter beside him, cursing the wretched probability that only ever brought disappointment. The most excruciating experience in the world was to have a peerless treasure before him, yet remain unable to grasp it. Nevertheless, he resolved that even under the harshest conditions, accumulating 100,000 gold coins would surely allow him to draw it. After all, this was a gold mine. And gold was abundant. He would simply have to search further. Suppressing his excitement, Qin Han departed from the storeroom and stealthily made his way deeper into the gold mine. Before leaving, he stripped the clothing from both of his guards, preparing for any unforeseen circumstances. It is worth noting that these indigenous inhabitants, not classified as NPCs, though they did not drop equipment, possessed garments and items that were spoils of war, and they also provided experience, making them far superior to ordinary monsters. Within the gold mine, having exited the storeroom, Qin Han chose a random passage and quietly ventured inside. The tunnels twisted and turned, and the further he delved, the more guards he encountered. Yet, adorned in ancient attire complemented by the obscuring effect of a black hood, he became a specter in the night. The mine was inherently dark, and on several occasions, he nestled into a corner, nearly brushing past the guards, who remained blissfully unaware. As he ventured deeper, the mine gradually became livelier, filled with the clinking of mining tools, the soft sobs of despair, and the boisterous reprimands of supervisors echoing through the air. Suddenly, he found himself in a brightly lit expanse, revealing a vast cavern teeming with a dense crowd. Several guards stood tautly with swords drawn, while ragged miners, disheveled and weary, mechanically repeated their labor. A foreman in white wielded a whip, his watchful eyes scanning the scene, occasionally punishing an unfortunate soul with a lash to assert his authority. In the open space among the guards, a mine cart brimmed with gleaming gold. Qin Han nodded slightly. The presence of others indicated that he had arrived at the correct location. This must be the site of the mineral deposits. Observing the quantity of gold within the mining cart, it appeared that if refined, it could yield nearly 10,000 coins. However, given the unpredictable nature of the lottery system, even that some seemed unlikely to guarantee a win. Now was not the opportune moment to act. It was prudent to seek out additional gold first. He raised his gaze to the crowd, noting the meandering mine shaft ahead, which appeared to be quite expansive. Perhaps within its depths lay the potential for even greater riches. The most strategic approach would involve infiltrating the area to ascertain the remaining quantity of gold within the cavern. Yet, time was of the essence, after all. He had already emptied the treasure room, and should anyone investigate, it could spell trouble. The area ahead was brightly lit, making stealth virtually impossible. With a swift change of thought, Qin Han retreated to an unoccupied corner, donning the attire of a guard. To enhance the disguise, he even smeared his face with a touch of red pigment, then strode confidently towards the mining sector. However, after taking only a few steps, he was startled by the clanging sounds emanating from the mining area. The unexpected noise momentarily alarmed him, as he feared it signaled the discovery of the theft from the gold storage. Just as he pondered this, a guard carrying a torch approached him. Upon spotting Qin Han, the guard greeted him, "Brother, off to eat? I heard that tonight the last batch of gold will be ready. Once we gather it, we'll be heading back. So this meal is a special treat." Qin Han let out a soft sound, realizing that they might have a meal soon. He felt somewhat reassured, as the so-called alert seemed to indicate mealtime. It made sense. The storeroom was at the opposite end, and an alert could not possibly resonate within the mining area. Calming his thoughts, he walked alongside the guard at a leisurely pace toward the mine. After a few steps, the guard suddenly turned his head to glance at Qin Han and remarked, "Brother, you look rather unfamiliar. Are you new here?" Qin Han replied lightly, "Ma Xing and I share a bond of life and death." Upon hearing this, the other party immediately displayed a hint of flattery on his face. "Ma Xing is the son of the overseer. It seems, my brother, that you have a profound connection with the overseer. I am Liang, a guard temporarily assigned from the Black Stronghold. May I ask your name, brother?" Qin Han narrowed his eyes and said, "I am Ma Chao." Upon hearing this, Liang immediately responded, "So you are also surnamed Ma. It seems you are either a relative or connected to the overseer. Henceforth, I hope to receive your guidance." Well said. Qin Han deliberately walked slowly, constantly engaging in conversation with the man named Liang, who readily answered all his inquiries. Before long, he had gathered a wealth of information. It was similar to what Ma Xing had previously mentioned. The high priest was preparing to hold a grand wedding ceremony at the headquarters in Heizhai in 2 days. His fiancée, reportedly a woman discovered by the high priest during his travels in the outside world, was said to possess remarkable beauty. However, this woman had an extravagant penchant for gold, insisting that her residence be entirely constructed of gold, even down to the toilet, which must be fashioned from the precious metal. The high priest seemed utterly infatuated with her, agreeing to all her demands without hesitation. Consequently, the gold mines across the island were working tirelessly, and the high priest had mobilized countless guards from Heizhai to oversee the transportation of gold. These mines were rigorously extracting gold, sending batches as soon as they were refined. Thus, the current state of the gold mines left little beyond the meager supply of gold ore in the mine carts and the reserves from the storage room. Presently, the only place on the island with a sufficient supply of gold was with the high priest. Upon hearing this news, Qin Han felt his motivation evaporate. He contemplated finding an excuse to slip away. Yet, at that moment, the two had already arrived at the mining area. The place was teeming with people. In the center, 2 long tables were laden with a sumptuous array of dishes. In front of the tables stood a robust middle-aged man clad in white satin, holding a whip, who was arrogantly listening to a gray-clad elder beside him. "The overseer," the elder began, "the workers in the 9th mining district are causing a commotion again. They claim they have heard the sounds of a beast deep within the mine and insist we send guards to investigate." The overseer, cracking the whip in his hand, wore a disdainful expression. There are only minerals deep in the mine. Where could such a beast be howling from? I believe these fools have simply lost their wits from confinement. The gray-clad elder insisted. They have reported this several times. It seems there might be something unusual. Shaking his head, the overseer remarked, these people are truly bothersome. If it weren't for the high priest's benevolence and his reluctance to take lives, I would have dealt with them long ago. As he spoke, his gaze swept the area and suddenly landed on Qin Han and Li Yang. He immediately commanded, you two, accompany Steward Liu to the 9th Mining District. If there is indeed a beast cry, report back. If not, each of those rascals shall receive 10 lashes to remind them of their place. Upon hearing this, Li Yang promptly thumped his chest and assured, rest assured, overseer, I will not fail in my mission. I shall diligently fulfill the task you have assigned. The overseer nodded, then it shall be a laborious endeavor. Qin Han initially contemplated fleeing, but upon hearing the gray-clad elder mention the eerie sounds of a creature emanating from the depths of the mine, his expression shifted to one of deep contemplation. Could it be that entity lurking within? If it truly is that kind of being, this venture could indeed prove lucrative. As they ventured deeper into the mining area, the elder guided both Qin Han and Li Yang through a labyrinth of mining zones. To Qin Han's astonishment, the expanse of this gold mine was far greater than he had imagined. The multitude of workers likely numbered in the thousands, and the security personnel approached 200. Regrettably, as Li Yang had remarked, the existing gold reserves within the mine were woefully scant. Aside from the overseer's portion of over 10,000 gold coins, the remainder amounted to perhaps no more than 9,000 coins. After traversing further, the temperature within the mine seemed to rise by nearly a dozen degrees. At last, the trio arrived at their destination, the number 9 mining sector. Situated at the deepest recesses of the gold mine, the entrance bore a formidable gate forged from fine iron, resembling not a mining area, but rather a prison cell. Though Qin Han felt perplexed by the identity of those imprisoned within, he refrained from inquiring further so as not to arouse suspicion. However, his companion Li Yang, driven by curiosity, asked, I heard from other brothers that there exists a section deep within the mine sealed off by an iron gate. Initially, I was skeptical, but it appears to be true. Manager Liu, why is this place secured with an iron gate? Is it to prevent the individuals inside from escaping? The elderly man in gray, his expression inscrutable, hinted at the gravity of the situation. The 9th mine houses some serious offenders, individuals who should rightfully face execution. However, out of compassion, the great priest has chosen to spare them, granting them a chance at survival. Nevertheless, what you witness and hear must remain confidential. You must act as if you know nothing, understood? Both men nodded immediately. Satisfied by their compliance, the old man in gray produced a key from his pocket, unlocked the iron gate, and with a forceful pull, the heavy door creaked open. Upon hearing the noise, the miners within ceased their work, their multitude of eyes turning towards the newcomers, reflecting a mix of anger, fear, resentment, and oppression. Among the crowd, an imposing elder with a head of white hair approached cautiously, his demeanor wary. Upon recognizing the old man in gray and Qin Han, a flicker of recognition crossed his face. Ah, Manager Liu has arrived. The old man merely nodded coldly and gestured towards Qin Han and Li Yang. You may enter. I will await your return outside. Once the two stepped through the threshold, the gray-clad elder unexpectedly shut the door behind them with a decisive click, locking it firmly, and retreated to the side, his expression devoid of warmth. Inside the 9th mine, as the door fell shut, the miners gathered around, their collective gaze fixated on Qin Han and Li Yang, a palpable tension in the air as if they bore a deep-seated grudge against the newcomers. Startled, Li Yang stepped back, exclaiming, What do you intend to do? Are you planning an uprising? I am a guard of the great priest. If you dare to act recklessly, you will meet your demise. Despite his bravado, fear was evident on Li Yang's face. In contrast, Qin Han remained unfazed. Although the crowd appeared numerous, each individual bore a pale complexion and a frail frame, evident signs of prolonged malnutrition. Such a ragtag assembly did not concern him in the slightest. He turned to the elder with white hair and stated plainly, We have been sent to investigate the source of the beastly cries. Please lead me to where they originate. The elder, perceiving the rudeness of the crowd, turned to admonish them. What are you all doing? Return to your tasks at once. At his command, the miners reluctantly dispersed deeper into the mine, yet they clutched their pickaxes, their eyes lingering on Qin Han and Li Yang with predatory intent. Li Yang, feeling a shiver of fear, whispered, Brother Ma, these offenders seem to harbor ill intentions. It may be perilous for us to follow them. Perhaps we should leave? Qin Han gently patted Li Yang's shoulder, expressing his concern about the task assigned by the foreman. If we proceed like this, we'll surely face misfortune. How about this? You stay at the entrance to keep watch. If anything goes awry inside, swiftly inform Manager Liu. Rest assured, once we accomplish this task, the fruits of our labor will belong to both of us. I swear, I won't disclose anything outside. Li Yang was touched and replied, Brother Ma, you are truly kind. Upon hearing this, Qin Han revealed a smile imbued with deeper significance and stepped forward to follow. In the 9th Mining District, liberated from Li Yang's constraints, Qin Han felt considerably more at ease. He swiftly approached the elder with white hair and engaged him in conversation, saying, Old man, what exactly does that monstrous creature sound like? Is it a howling cry or a more subdued owl? The elder pondered briefly before replying, Neither. I recall it sounding like a distinct moo. Upon hearing this, Qin Han's face instantly lit up with profound astonishment. He now possessed an 80% certainty that the monstrous cries emanating from the depths of the mine were unequivocally that entity, and moreover, in its complete form. This time, he was certain that he would reap substantial profits. The white-haired elder remarked that each time the creature called out, the walls of the 9th Mine District would tremble slightly, occasionally causing minor collapses. Thus, to prevent any harm to the children, he had no choice but to implore them to investigate. Children? Qin Han's gaze sharpened, his attention captivated by the elder's words. Were there truly children within the mine? Seemingly to corroborate his inquiry, as the two ventured deeper, they encountered not only frail young men but also numerous elderly and weak women and children. The elderly appeared to be in their 70s or 80s, while the youngest were mere infants. Each individual bore a pallid complexion, and although it was mealtime, none possessed even a morsel of food. One child clutched a smooth stone, licking it as if it could satiate his hunger. Qin Han mused to himself, the individuals here do not appear to be prisoners. Rather, they resemble members of a family. These people are confined here by the high priest, and they likely harbor numerous secrets that, if uncovered, might prove advantageous in future confrontations with him. However, the most pressing matter at hand is to locate the beast. We can address this topic upon our return. Suppressing his thoughts, Qin Han followed the elder deeper into the 9th mining area. Suddenly, a faint yet resonant mooing sound seemed to emanate from the depths of the mine, a sound that was profoundly dull. Simultaneously, the surrounding walls of the mine appeared to tremble slightly. However, the source seemed somewhat distant, although the sound was familiar. It was not entirely clear. Qin Han quickened his pace, and after 5 minutes, the two halted before a wall of the mine. The elderly man ran his fingers along the wall at the end of the mining area, saying, A month ago, when we were mining here, we heard that eerie cry. I deemed it unwise to advance further in that direction. Yet, even if we refrain from digging, the strange sound has been drawing closer with time. You heard it just now. It won't be long before that creature breaks through the wall. A deep sorrow clouded the elder's face. Qin Han remained silent, pressing his ear against the mine wall, patiently awaiting a sound. Suddenly, a deep bellow resonated. The creature roared once more, and this time, Qin Han heard it distinctly. A surge of joy washed over him. It was indeed the legendary purple crystal beast. This mythical creature nourished itself on gold mines, delighting in burrowing into veins of gold, consuming one before moving on to the next. Over time, as it feasted on gold, purple crystals would gradually sprout along its back. These crystals were recognized by the divine order of the game, with a single piece capable of being deconstructed into a staggering 100,000 gold coins. However, the true value of these purple crystals far surpassed that of mere gold in the later stages of his previous life. A single crystal could fetch nearly 500,000 gold coins in the realms. This illustrates the rarity of such crystals. When Qin Han first learned of the purple crystal beast's existence, he had thought he misheard, for the creature was notoriously selective, often snubbing ordinary gold mines. Although the mine before him was rich, it paled in comparison to the grand gold mines found throughout the realms. The mere fact that such a creature could be lured here was nothing short of miraculous. In the golden mine, Qin Han smiled faintly. It seemed that as the first to arrive at the Thunder Poison Island instance, fortune smiled upon him. Judging by the sound of the purple crystal beast's call, akin to an old bull, it was likely in its complete form, possessing at least 3 purple crystals. If he could acquire them, the tenfold card would surely be within reach. With this thought, Qin Han wasted no time. Under the astonished gaze of the white-haired elder, he donned an ancient suit of armor, summoned the god-slaying bow, stepped back 5 paces, drew the bowstring taut, and aimed at the mine wall. The elder gasped, Guardian, what are you intending to do? Do you mean to breach the mine wall to uncover that creature? This wall is constructed of precious stones. Even a dozen young men would require at least a day to breach it. Surely, a bow and arrow cannot suffice? As the elder spoke, a stunning arrow shot forth, effortlessly piercing the seemingly indestructible mine wall, as if it were mere tofu. What is this? The elder trembled in fear, astonished at the existence of such a razor-sharp bow. Such a treasure should not be wielded by a mere guardian, and in an instant, he began to doubt Qin Han's identity. Yet, Qin Han paid him no mind, continuing to unleash arrow after arrow at the mine wall. The god-slaying bow disregarded defenses. Capable of penetrating nearly anything with a single strike, he intended to utilize this ability to carve through the wall. 1 arrow, 2 arrows, 3 arrows. The wall gradually yielded, creating numerous hollow openings. Simultaneously, in the 688th starter village, on the Wild Bull Prairie, the sun blazed overhead. After 2 or 3 days of slaughter, the wild bulls had been completely exterminated, leaving many low-level players in a dire situation, with no monsters left to hunt. Surely, the game's creatures wouldn't cease to respawn after being killed, would they? Who could say? This game offered no guidance, leaving everything to speculation. Initially, I had hoped to wait for the bulls to respawn, relying on hunting them to reach level 3, but now, not a single bull was in sight. Several players lamented, their grievances echoing across the prairie. Suddenly, look, what are those red lights? At that moment, several players noticed beams of red light emerging across the Wild Bull Prairie. Players with particularly sharp memories would recognize that these red lights marked the locations where bulls had been slain, as if drawn by an unseen force. The red lights began to converge towards the center of the prairie. What was happening? Could a treasure be manifesting? Regardless, they hastened to pursue the lights. On the prairie, players raced toward the luminous phenomenon, converging towards the central region. As time passed, at the heart of the Wild Bull Prairie, near the ancient tomb, the accumulating red lights coalesced into a massive crimson energy orb. As the red light intensified, a silhouette of a wild bull emerged within its center, growing increasingly defined and larger. Suddenly, the energy orb erupted, revealing a bull towering like a 2-story building. Its crimson hide shimmered with an eerie glow, and its black eyes gleamed with a cruel glint. The red bull swung its head, surveying the surrounding players, before releasing a thunderous bellow moo. The deep bellow reverberated across the wilderness, its sound wave reaching even the nearby wild areas, prompting players to turn towards the source of the noise, eager to uncover the cause. What was happening? Such a loud call. At that moment, a notification flashed in the chat of the 688 starter zone. An elite monster, the Wild Bull Commander, has spawned in the center of the Wild Bull Prairie. Defeating the commander will yield significant experience points and a high probability of acquiring a golden set. Players are encouraged to engage in the battle. Once defeated, the monsters in the Wild Bull Prairie will respawn. Wow, an elite monster. Finally, we can witness the appearance of an elite creature. According to the system prompt, not only is the experience substantial, but we could also obtain a golden set. Goodness. I recall that aside from the blue gear given for quests in the village, there has been little equipment found in the wild. To think a golden set could drop here is simply unbelievable. Surely, the rewards are proportional to the difficulty. I suspect it won't be an easy feat to conquer. Haha. You're being overly cautious, my friend. Remember, a player named Qin Han managed to defeat a golden eagle at level 0. I doubt this elite monster is particularly formidable. It's just a wild bull elite. It can't be that strong. With so many of us, we can surely overpower it. Charge forth, brothers. First come, first served. In an instant, countless players surged toward the Wild Bull Prairie. Meanwhile, at the center of the prairie, nearly 100 players surrounded the Wild Bull Commander. Most were players who had been grinding in the ancient tomb. Upon hearing the news, they rushed out, gazing at the massive figure with a mix of trepidation and excitement. Such height, reminiscent of ancient behemoths, could we truly defeat it? Perhaps we could. Why not give it a try? The bull appears large, yet it may be merely a fade. That sounds reasonable. How about you take the lead? No way. Perhaps we should all go together? Just as the players hesitated, the Wild Bull Commander charged, targeting the densest cluster of players. With a powerful leap, it launched itself like a cannonball. Boom. Several players were caught off guard, sent flying several meters away. Bang, bang. Players fell to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. Most were low-level players with minimal health. And this collision obliterated their life bars. They were dead. They were dead. Observant players caught sight of the carnage and were instantly struck with terror. Run, run. This bull is too strong. We can't possibly defeat it. Split up. Faced with the threat to their lives, the players scattered in all directions. The Wild Bull Commander, witnessing the fleeing players, was briefly confused before it locked onto a single player and pursued relentlessly. With terrifying speed, it closed in, ready to strike. Suddenly, another player rushed in from the distance, pushing the targeted player out of harm's way. Then, this brave individual fell to the ground, narrowly avoiding the commander's charge, which leapt over him. Now was the moment. With a resolute heart, the individual abruptly slashed the knife toward the abdomen of the bull leader. The fluidity of the movement left the newly arrived players in awe, their eyes wide with astonishment. It was Lu, the renowned expert. I have seen him before. This maneuver resembled a scene from a cinematic masterpiece, truly impressive. At that moment, beneath the bull's belly, a sharp clang resonated. The tough hide of the bull, akin to steel, deflected Lu's blade with ease, leaving but a mere scratch on its surface. A red damage indicator of -10 emerged. Simultaneously, information about the bull leader appeared. The bull leader, level 5 elite monster. Health, 55,000. Its defense was formidable, even targeting the weak point of the abdomen proved ineffective. Elite monsters were 100 times more terrifying than anticipated. Lu's heart sank to the depths of despair. This bull was far beyond his capabilities to contend with. Hastily rising from the ground, he retrieved his knife and decisively fled into the distance. Much like the 688 novice village, the 110,755 novice village had also spawned the bull leader, their collective strength surpassing that of the former. Consequently, the newly spawned bull leader was even more powerful. In a single encounter, the opposing village lost over 10 players. This terrifying creature swiftly became a nightmare for the novice village. Upon hearing the dreadful news, Lin Dong, the young master of the Lin family, rapidly assembled the elite among the 200 players, confidently leading them toward the bull leader. If they could not defeat this mere bull leader and had already suffered such losses, those idle players were truly a ragtag bunch. As he walked, he even had the audacity to boast in the chat, proclaiming that their village had spawned elite monsters, and surely, the neighboring village had as well. However, allow me, the young master, to claim the first kill of this elite monster. The members of the Xiang mansion were united and organized, this time. They would show those rural folk from the neighboring village how effortlessly one could slay an elite monster. Upon reading his words, the players of the 688 novice village were instantly filled with trepidation. The chat exploded with concern. The bull leader was currently prowling the grasslands, searching for players, and anyone who crossed its path met with death or injury. How could this creature be so powerful, as if the bull demon king had returned to the world? We simply could not contend with it. Wasn't there a player named Qin Han from our village who had once slain an elite monster? Should we not seek his wisdom? What nonsense. I messaged him just now, and he promptly blocked any communication from strangers. We can't reach him at all. So what shall we do now? If the opposing side claims the first kill, our village will be forever shamed. Moreover, the reward for the first kill, the golden set, will surely not be ours to claim. What else can we do but resign ourselves to our fate? As time passed, a sudden report reached the 110755 novice village. Lin Dong, the young master of the Lin family, led 200 players to confront the bull leader. In merely one encounter, the entire team suffered countless casualties. Lin Dong sustained broken arms and 3 fractured ribs, ultimately losing consciousness and requiring rescue back to the village for treatment. Before fainting, Lin Dong instructed others not to inform the opposing side, lest they lose face. Subsequently, the strongest player of the novice village, Li Fei, personally ventured to the wild bull grasslands to confront the bull leader. Although the two sides battled several rounds, and Li Fei, with his agility, initially gained the upper hand, the bull leader's resilience and regenerative abilities rendered it impossible to whittle down its health. Reluctantly, he had no choice but to retreat, warning everyone to steer clear until a viable strategy to defeat the bull was devised. Simultaneously, a pervasive atmosphere of despair enveloped their novice village. Young Master Lin was a beginner class and nearly met his demise, while young Master Li, a top-tier expert of an intermediate class, also failed to subdue the beast. This elite monster exhibited an absurd strength, yet the neighboring village's Qin Han had previously recorded a kill against an elite monster, despite being merely a level 0 player. Upon regaining consciousness after treatment, Lin Dong admonished the gathered crowd, do not inflate another's ambitions while diminishing our own. Qin Han may have slain an elite monster, but it was merely a stroke of luck. If he truly possessed skill, why has he not dispatched the bull leader? Time had passed, and I have already seen the announcement of the neighboring village's kill of the bull leader. This only proves that Qin Han is utterly incapable. Just wait and see. The first kill of the bull leader shall undoubtedly be ours. Meanwhile, in the depths of the golden mine, within the 9th mining area, Qin Han glanced at the chat and felt a twinge of embarrassment. The bull leader, which had not existed in the last cycle, was an unusual spawn. Typically, wild monsters respawn normally. After all, a level 5 elite monster was far beyond the capabilities of the current players to confront. On the wild bull grasslands, players would be unable to farm monsters. Even top-tier classes equipped with powerful gear would find it extremely challenging to defeat monsters of the same level. Below top-tier classes, it was impossible unless one possessed a super weapon specifically designed to counter the bull leader. The appearance of the bull leader should be related to his activation of the hidden location, the ancient tomb. And the opposing village's bull leader likely benefited from the 688 village's circumstances, following the principle of fair competition. The elite monsters spawned in 688 would also spawn in the other village. Given the strength of the opposing village, which boasted only a few intermediate classes, they stood no chance in battle. It would be best for me to return and deal with the bull leader later. Rubbing his nose, Qin Han redirected his gaze back to the mining wall. After a period of shooting, the wall was riddled with countless arrows, resembling a sieve. Another arrow was released, and with a resounding crash, the wall collapsed, revealing a deep cavern. He scanned the area, finding the cavern reminiscent of a real-life lava cave, with numerous passageways leading in various directions. At that moment, the creature's figure had vanished entirely. Where could it have fled? Summoning his nightmarish companion, Qin Han encouraged it. Nightmare, my good brother, go find out where that amethyst beast has scurried off to. The nightmare's crimson eyes glowed ominously as it swiftly locked onto a path. Well done. Let us proceed. The cavern was exceedingly spacious, easily accommodating both a person and a steed. Qin Han swiftly mounted his nightmare and pursued without hesitation. Once he departed, the white-haired elder and the others who had arrived behind him exchanged bewildered glances. A middle-aged man inquired, Uncle Lei, do you truly believe this individual is merely a guard? Elder Lei shook his head, remarking, this person's origins are shrouded in mystery, and there are numerous inexplicable traits about him. That bow and arrow pierce stone as if it were paper. I have never encountered such a phenomenon in my lifetime. Furthermore, the ability to summon that horse seemingly from thin air is nothing short of astonishing. Such a being likely possesses a status far beyond that of a mere guard in a small mine. The middle-aged man continued, Uncle Lei, do you think this individual might be connected to the information that suddenly appeared in our minds a few days ago? Elder Lei's eyes brightened. Little tiger, are you suggesting he is a descendant? The middle-aged man nodded. It is highly probable. Otherwise, the enigmatic attributes he possesses would be utterly inexplicable. However, descendants can be both benevolent and malign, and we cannot ascertain how he might react upon discovering our identities. Elder Lei's brow furrowed deeply. Our leader was slain by the high priest, and our entire clan has been imprisoned here. Had the high priest not sought to extract our secrets, we would likely have been exterminated long ago. Yet, in our current predicament, with clansmen perishing from hunger and exhaustion daily, even if the high priest refrains from killing us for now, our endurance is waning. We have reached a dire juncture. There is no worse outcome possible. We must draw close to him, assist him. Regardless of whether he is friend or foe, our hope for survival rests solely upon him. Little tiger, take 50 children with you, and don't forget to bring the weapons we secretly forged. Go and offer your aid. Understood. The cave was deep and unfathomable. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Qin Han suddenly smiled, realizing that the amethyst beast's crystalline body was far superior to his initial predictions. Suppressing his excitement, he summoned the god-slaying bow and equipped the attack-enhancing ring he had purchased from the accessory shop. The sharp healing ring, a golden equipment, granted an attack increase of 39, a health boost of 50, and a regeneration of 2 health points per second. With the god-slaying bow inflicting 100 points of damage, the ring adding 39 points, and an additional 1 point from his constitution, he amassed a total of 140 points of attack. The martial god's aura doubled his physical damage, resulting in an astounding 280 points of attack. Nodding slightly, Qin Han drew the bowstring taut, unleashing the skill, Paralytic Toxin. A brilliant arrow shot forth, piercing directly into the amethyst beast's head. A yellow damage indicator of -2,800 materialized, accompanied by a -1 from the nerve toxin. Simultaneously, a health bar appeared above the beast, adorned with a silver skull, signifying its status as an elite monster. However, Qin Han understood that such legendary creatures should not be judged solely by their insignia. The amethyst beast, having long consumed gold mines, had evolved to an almost indestructible state, boasting an alarmingly high defense. Moreover, this creature, nearly energy-formed, was resistant to ordinary elemental and toxic damage, rendering most attacks ineffective. Frankly, even if 5,000 level 20 elite players were to besiege this beast, they would likely fail to bring it down. Without the god-slaying bow, Qin Han would undoubtedly flee at the first sight of the amethyst beast, avoiding it like the plague. Moo, moo. The slumbering amethyst beast awoke in pain from the damage, growling in indignation at the interruption of its rest. It sought to locate the source of the attack, but its once agile body felt sluggish, as if the simple act of lifting its head took several times longer than usual. Qin Han, observing from a distance, smiled. This must be the effect of the nerve toxin. The venom from the king snake was indeed potent, while it could not inflict direct damage on the amethyst beast. It did slow its neural responses, granting him a precious opportunity. Without hesitation, he swiftly drew back the bowstring, releasing a flurry of arrows toward the beast. The substantial damage visibly depleted the beast's robust health bar. Within the cave, as the amethyst beast sustained injuries, its scales erupted violently. And with a powerful push from its legs, it charged toward Qin Han with the speed of a vehicle. Realizing the imminent danger, Qin Han quickly mounted his nightmare steed to evade the onslaught, barely escaping the collision. Remarkably, despite its massive size, the beast moved with astonishing agility. This was even after the effects of his attack's nerve toxin had slowed it down. If it weren't for the nightmare, he would have been unable to evade at all. Thus, Qin Han activated the newly acquired passive skill of the Voodoo Pearl, Toxic Barrier. Upon activation, enemies within a 100-meter radius would suffer continuous toxin damage of 100 points per second. With a 50 reduction in movement speed, he hoped this would further diminish the amethyst beast's speed, lest he be caught in its charge. As the toxic barrier enveloped the area in a faint pink mist, the amethyst beast sniffed, seemingly unaffected, and once more barreled toward Qin Han like a freight truck. The relentless assault left him no moment to breathe. He maneuvered the agile nightmare to evade, continually dodging the beast's attacks. Yet, he keenly sensed that the beast's movements had slowed even more since their last encounter. Although the effect was minimal, it was still a welcome sign. He had not expected the toxic barrier to fully incapacitate such a legendary creature, but any reduction in speed would decrease the likelihood of being struck. Calming himself, Qin Han expertly guided the nightmare in evasive maneuvers while unleashing precise shots from the god-slaying bow. Swish, swish, swish. Blood loss indicators erupted from the amethyst beast's head in rapid succession. Gradually, its health dwindled to half, and with a thunderous crash, the massive creature collapsed to the ground. An oppressive atmosphere began to permeate the air. From its colossal form emanated eerie purple light. Unlike typical elite monsters, this one seemed poised to enter a second stage. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Qin Han swiftly distanced himself from the amethyst beast while mounted on his nightmarish steed. He promptly consumed a red serpent fruit, causing his health to surge by an additional 1,000, which, along with the 1,000 granted by the rune, brought his total health to an impressive 2,000, providing him with a modicum of reassurance. On the ground, the amethyst beast underwent a dramatic transformation, its body elongated. Claws sharpened to a lethal point, and antlers sprouted from its head. Its gaze turned a furious crimson. Moo. The transformed amethyst beast, with its mighty tail thrashing, sought out Qin Han's whereabouts. As it turned, their eyes met, a moment of enmity igniting the air. The beast's eyes blazed with anger, shifting from red to a deep purple. In an instant, two beams of purple light, akin to lasers, shot toward Qin Han with ferocity. Buzz. The beams carved through the air, piercing the solid rock wall opposite them and creating two unfathomable chasms. Were they to strike a human, the individual would undoubtedly be reduced to vapor in an instant. Fortunately, Qin Han had already evaded the assault as the beast began its incantation, his Godslayer bow continuing to unleash a barrage of arrows. Whoosh. Thud. Arrows flew forth like shooting stars. Moo. Realizing its attack had missed, the amethyst beast's fury intensified. It leapt into the air, then forcefully stomped down onto the ground, unleashing an invisible shockwave that radiated outward. The speed of this shockwave was astonishing, and it struck indiscriminately. Qin Han bore the brunt of it. Both he and his steed were propelled back 5 meters, suffering -1,500 damage, soaring high into the air. Fortunately, The nightmarish steed remained steadfast, not faltering in the least. Thanks to his high resilience, Qin Han remained agile and unyielding, quickly regaining his composure. He realized that the amethyst beast possessed yet another attack. Thankfully, he had consumed the red serpent fruit. Otherwise, he would have surely triggered the passive ability of the war god. Once more, he consumed a red serpent fruit, his health gradually mending and restoring. Qin Han did not dare to waste a single moment. He drew his bowstring and relentlessly whittled away at the creature's vitality. At this juncture, the amethyst beast, having failed to subdue its opponent once again, was utterly frenzied. Its eyes glowing red as it charged towards Qin Han. This time, however, it was different. As it drew near, its razor-sharp tail swept fiercely. Fortunately, the nightmare reacted swifter. As the tail lashed toward them, it leapt abruptly, evading the lethal strike, while the sturdy wall of the mine behind them bore the brunt of the blow, creating a profound gash with a single, powerful sweep. Meanwhile, a shaken Qin Han hastily retreated to the opposite side of the cavern, continuing to maneuver cautiously. Time slipped away once more, and under the nightmare's swift movements, Qin Han narrowly dodged successive attacks. At this moment, the amethyst beast's health was reduced to a mere thread. Suddenly, Old Lei arrived with a group of people, all wielding crude swords and knives, their eyes locked onto the colossal creature before them. Upon spotting Qin Han engaged in combat with the amethyst beast, Old Lei immediately commanded, "Children, it is our turn to take the stage." With a wave of his hand, the group charged towards the massive form of the beast. Simultaneously, he shouted to Qin Han, "Young hero, we have come to assist you." Qin Han, obstructed by the beast's immense bulk, stepped forward upon hearing the voice and finally saw the approaching crowd. In an instant he urged, "Quickly retreat. You must not help." But it was too late. A few young men, armed with their weapons, had already reached beneath the amethyst beast, swinging their arms with great effort, the clanging sound echoing incessantly. Yet, even in its weakened state, the beast was impervious to their assaults. Their crude tools merely grazed its hide, akin to a tickle. This is disastrous. The creature's body is incredibly tough. We cannot inflict any damage. Old Lei, what should we do? Should we continue attacking? Meanwhile, the massive head of the amethyst beast swung around, its crimson eyes fixated on the unwelcome intruders. Did these mere ants dare to challenge it? In a fit of rage, it lashed its tail with ferocity. With a thunderous crash, akin to autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves, more than a dozen young men were sent flying, their bodies crashing against the wall before collapsing heavily to the ground. As their breaths waned and their pupils dulled, they met their demise. Old Lei's eyes bulged in horror. Howsy, lazy. Riding the nightmare, Qin Han continued his relentless assault, barking commands. Hurry up. You are no match for it. If you wish to avoid death, retreat far away. Yet, despite his words, his attack speed reached an astonishing peak, with the bowstring drawn so taut that it seemed to create afterimages. And arrows rained down like a torrential downpour. At last, amidst a cacophony of despairing wails, the amethyst beast collapsed with a thunderous crash. A burst of white light piercing into Qin Han's body. You have slain the elite monster, amethyst beast, gaining 25,923 experience points. Experience is sufficient. Would you like to level up? No. Simultaneously, a notification popped up in the chat bars of both 688 Beginner Village and 110755 Beginner Village. Congratulations to player Qin Han for the first kill of the elite monster, Amethyst Beast, rewarded with 1 constitution. In light of this, all players in both villages were utterly bewildered. They had just witnessed an elite monster, its terrifying power. Even if the entire village banded together, they could not defeat it. Who exactly is Qin Han? Just this morning, he had vanquished a golden eagle, and now, in the afternoon, he had slain an amethyst beast. The very name held more prestige than that of the bull leader. 688 Beginner Village. What a ridiculous joke. A level 0 player has killed 2 elite monsters in a row? I refuse to believe that someone so formidable exists in 688. Is the game glitched, or is there some kind of interference? With thousands of us scattered across the wilds, none have encountered the golden eagle or the amethyst beast. I even doubt their existence. Moreover, look, he has just slain another elite monster, yet he hasn't leveled up. It's truly unfathomable. 110755 Beginner Village chat area. Lin Dong, bandaged across his chest, stared at the announcement, nearly leaping off his bed in excitement. Another elite monster? Who is this Qin Han? Even mid-tier players like young Master Li are powerless against elite monsters. How can Qin Han continuously defeat them? A sidekick quickly reassured him. Lin Xiao, do not worry. This person must have discovered a method to kill elite monsters. Furthermore, I suspect that his ability to slay elite monsters comes at the cost of not leveling up. Otherwise, it would not explain why he is yet to advance. But as a level 0 player, no matter how good his equipment, as we level up, the gap will only widen. He poses no threat to us. Lin Dong instinctively felt this was impossible, yet he did not want to admit that there were individuals from the neighboring village who were more powerful. He opened his mouth. But surprisingly, he did not refute the claim, seemingly acquiescing to his sidekick's words. Within the cave, as the amethyst beast perished, all the amethyst shards fell from its body. Qin Han swiftly gathered the shards and disposed of the corpse, beside which lay a statue resembling a simulated version of the amethyst beast. The statue radiated a potent purple aura, tinting the entire space with a hue of violet. Without further contemplation, Qin Han quickly stored the statue in his spatial ring. He then promptly retrieved an amethyst and selected the disassemble option. Would you like to disassemble the amethyst? You will receive 100,000 gold coins upon disassembly. Yes, immediately. A delightful sound of clinking echoed, and upon inspection, his backpack revealed a staggering total of 100,000 gold coins. Such a terrifying quantity left even Qin Han, who had lived 2 lifetimes, somewhat astonished. Such immense wealth, even in the mid to late game, would be rare for players to possess. Suppressing his excitement, he quickly took out a card drawing machine, maximizing his draw to 10 at once. Ding, ding, ding. The sounds of equipment being drawn were incessant. Congratulations. You have obtained a blue long sword. You have received a white long sword, a complete set of white armor, a blue bow, a dozen healing potions, a dozen energy potions. Ding, ding, ding. Congratulations, you have obtained a tint. Congratulations, you have acquired a fragment of a dark gold staff. Congratulations. You have received a bottle of poison, a bottle of spring water, and a piece of nut bread. In his backpack, equipment and miscellaneous items surged forth, quickly filling his limited space of over 3,000 points. With no other option, he had to repeat his previous action, discarding unwanted gear and items onto the nearby ground as he continued to draw cards. Meanwhile, Elder Lei and his companions were left dumbfounded. The items in this newcomer's possession were astonishing. With just a few taps, a multitude of items appeared, and this young hero seemed quite discerning, discarding many of them. In mere moments, food, drink, clothing, weapons, armor, bows, and arrows piled up into a small mountain on the ground. Observing the heap of fine equipment, Elder Lei quietly suggested, "Young hero, if you do not want these items, I could assist in disposing of them." Qin Han was entirely focused on the lottery and instinctively replied, "Sure, take it." Elder Lei, upon hearing this, was overjoyed and immediately began to gather equipment with his subordinates. It is worth noting that each lottery ticket cost 1 gold coin, and at least 1 item is guaranteed with each draw. Even if it were merely ordinary clothing, a handful of cooked meat, or basic equipment, Qin Han had no interest in them and discarded them without a second thought. However, to Elder Lei and his companions, these items were treasures beyond measure. In fact, some of the young men covertly snatched up pieces of cooked meat, devouring them while collecting equipment. With over 50 individuals present, they had already lost a dozen or so members, and now with even fewer remaining, they soon found themselves overwhelmed by the piles of items. Lacking any storage equipment, they could only watch helplessly as the items continued to accumulate on the ground. In desperation, Elder Lei quietly called for Huzi to return and bring everyone back, for the goods here were sufficient to equip all the people in the 9th mining district. Meanwhile, within the mining area, at the overseer's office, a guard rushed in, panic evident in his demeanor. "Overseer, it's bad. The gold in our storage room has vanished, replaced instead by a warehouse full of debris. Next to the debris, we discovered the bodies of 2 guards." Upon hearing this, the overseer's expression changed drastically. He lashed his whip against the nearby dining table with such force that it splintered into 2. His face was a mask of fury as he turned and stormed toward the storage room. Shortly thereafter, the alarm signaling a gathering echoed throughout the mine, and the overseer's enraged voice seemed capable of shaking the very foundations of the mining district. "Search, even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground. I will uncover the thief. If I catch the scoundrel, I will ensure he suffers a fate worse than death." At the entrance of the 9th mining district, Li Yang was startled by the news. The sound of the alarm meant that something grave had transpired. According to protocol, upon hearing such a signal, all individuals must abandon their tasks and assemble immediately. He hesitated, contemplating whether to call out to Ma Chao, when suddenly the iron door swung open, revealing the stern-faced overseer. "Where is the other person?" The overseer has issued the assembly order. There is no time to waste. Everyone must come at once. Liang stammered, still preoccupied with his tasks inside. The overseer frowned. The 9th mining district was quite expansive, and searching for someone would consume precious time. With a resolute gaze, he pulled Liang out, locking the door behind them with a decisive click. We must go to the assembly first. Within the mine, Qin Han's sole focus remained on the lottery. Anything deemed undesirable was casually tossed aside, and surprisingly, Elder Lei stood vigilantly by his side, catching each item as it was discarded, all the while wearing a beaming smile. Thus, their actions became a seamless assembly line. Qin Han drew, discarded, and Elder Lei caught, working in perfect harmony. Suddenly, a voice announced, "Congratulations! You have received the Heavenly Tao's blessing, a tenfold amplification card, treasure." Perhaps out of habit, Qin Han instinctively began to throw away the newly acquired card. As he let it slip from his fingers, he noticed Elder Lei's obsequious expression, his hands outstretched to receive it. In that moment, realization struck him like a bolt of lightning, sending a chill down his spine. He thought, what a close call. If this old man gets hold of it and uses it, where would I seek justice? After all this effort, to lose the card would be a regret too great to bear. Taking a moment to compose himself, Qin Han examined the tenfold amplification card. Its inky surface appeared unremarkable, devoid of any unsettling energy fluctuations. Yet, it was undeniably one of the most exceptional treasures across the realms. With it, transcending the physical limits of the novice village would become a possibility. Suppressing his excitement, he fixed his gaze on the card and silently uttered, "Use." As the card was activated, the Heavenly Tao's blessing confirmed. The tenfold amplification card, treasure, is irreversibly bound upon use. If the host perishes, the card will vanish. Do you wish to proceed? Qin Han nodded emphatically, urging, "Continue." Ding. The card was successfully used. In the next moment, a fleeting ink aura enveloped Qin Han. If one did not pay close attention, they might not even notice the occurrence. Yet, upon closing his eyes, he could feel an inky card swirling in his mind, seemingly imbued with boundless power. At that moment, his entire being trembled with excitement. Having lived once more, he never dared to dream that he would reach such heights, an extraordinary profession, numerous treasures, and this tenfold amplification card. At last, he could advance. Simultaneously, a global announcement reverberated across the myriad realms. Congratulations to player Qin Han for acquiring a unique top-tier treasure, rewarded with 10 points of Heavenly Tao value. The game had commenced for several days, and many had achieved global announcements, hidden professions, treasures, and saint-level careers, all capable of garnering such recognition. However, for the vast majority, even if they made it to the global announcement, the Heavenly Tao value rewards were but a mere point. Besides Qin Han, the most accomplished among them had merely earned 2 points. Previously, when Qin Han transitioned to the unique divine profession, he was rewarded with 10 points of Heavenly Tao value, plus an additional 10 points. This caused a stir across the realms. Yet now, after a brief lull, he had once again secured a treasure worth 10 points of Heavenly Tao value. For ordinary individuals, this might go unnoticed, but for other formidable beings who had acquired treasures, their feelings at this moment could not merely be described as bittersweet. In the Y520131 novice village, Jiang Ningxue, rapidly slaying monsters with her precious bow, suddenly halted her actions. When she obtained her treasure, it had only granted her a single point of Heavenly Tao value. Over these days, she increasingly recognized the might of treasures. Qin Han, however, had astonishingly acquired a treasure yielding 10 points of Heavenly Tao value. The disparity was staggering, tenfold, indeed, a chasm that could hardly be articulated. This individual had consecutively procured treasures, and his rise had become an unstoppable tide. In the game of eternal life, sweeping through the realms, it marked a monumental shift unseen in eons. Qin Han's ascent suggested that before long, the very fabric of the myriad worlds would be rewritten by his hand. At Novice Village ZZ549527, outside the mysterious forest, Feng Qianjue emerged, ragged and cursing as he clutched a hood. "You bunch of incompetent fools. It took you ages to break a single formation. And after slaying that ancient witch, all we got was this pathetic hood, just a mere dark gold equipment." Yet that Qin Han has now secured another treasure. Behind Feng Qianjue trailed a group of similarly tattered demons, including Chu Xing. They had originally entered with over 1,000 comrades, but after the battle with the ancient witch, their numbers dwindled by 90%. At that moment, Chu Xing lowered his head, trembling, fearful that this noble prince might lash out in frustration. In a bid for self-preservation, he hurriedly stated, "Your Highness, I recall that on the day the game began, The global announcement revealed that Qin Han was the first to slay the ancient witch. Alongside the treasure announcement, I believe the unique treasure in this game belongs to whoever first defeats the ancient witch. Who would have thought that on the very first day of the game, Qin Han not only navigated the complex mysterious forest, but also vanquished such a formidable foe? Upon hearing this, Feng Qinjue, initially fuming, gradually regained his composure, even feeling a tinge of shock. We, over 1,000 strong, with a prince as skilled as myself, suffered immense losses yet managed to kill the ancient witch. Yet Qin Han, on the first day of the game, without even changing professions, accomplished the same feat. Are we to believe that this one Qin Han surpasses us all? Xu Xing reassured, Your Highness, do not be troubled. I remember that before Qin Han defeated the ancient witch, there were announcements of 2 treasures. This implies that he faced the ancient witch with the aid of those treasures. Feng Qinjue felt slightly reassured by this notion, but soon became agitated once more. If treasures are indeed so powerful as the heir of the demon emperor, how can I be without one? Go. Find me another treasure within 3 days. No, within a day. I demand to see traces of a treasure, or you fools shall have no reason to live. Hearing this, Xu Xing's complexion turned a shade of deep purple. Treasures were exceedingly rare within the boundless universe. Finding one within a day would be akin to finding a noose at home. In the 9th mining area, Qin Han's gaze fell upon the statue nestled within his backpack, Amethyst Golem, a special rune item providing elemental resistance of 1,000. Passive, Warning Aura, illuminates all hidden units within 100 meters. Gold Seeking, emits guidance when gold items are nearby. The more gold, the stronger the indication. This special rune statue radiated extraordinary abilities, activating simply by being in his backpack. Upon reviewing its attributes, Qin Han's expression brightened. Another rune item. This object required no equipment space and granted a significant 1,000 to overall elemental resistance. This single attribute rivaled an entire set of dark gold equipment, making it immensely beneficial for future ventures into special areas. Furthermore, the statue's most formidable feature, the Warning Aura, provided protection against numerous stealthy units within the game. Without detection methods, one could easily fall victim to ambushes, yet with this aura, his defenses were considerably enhanced. The gold-seeking ability was also quite advantageous, as no one would turn away from wealth. In the later stages of the game, opportunities for expenditure would arise in abundance. Overall, to have acquired such a substantial reward upon entering Thunder Poison Island far exceeded his expectations. Afterward, he merely needed to retrieve the wife of the Swordsmanship Guild's master, and this venture would be deemed a success. With a gentle sigh of relief, Qin Han produced the lottery device, casting it to the ground and crushing it underfoot. Even with 20,000 gold coins remaining, sufficient to clear the screen for a new dark gold set, he felt no regret. This item would never again see his hand. Young hero, why have you destroyed such a precious treasure? If it is of no use to you, I would gladly take it. Old Lei gazed mournfully at the shattered lottery device, fully aware that all the items on the ground had originated from it. Qin Han cast a glance at Elder Lei, choosing not to elaborate. This contraption was exclusively available to invited players of the Eternal Life game, rendering natives like Elder Lei ineligible to partake. However, being ineligible was not necessarily a misfortune. Aside from the dubious existence of a tenfold amplification card, this lottery machine was nothing more than a blatant scam. In his previous life, during the mid-game phase, when news of the tenfold amplification card spread, it incited a frenzy of lottery drawings across the realms. Anyone with even a modicum of strength sought to seize the opportunity to spin the wheel multiple times before their peers, each yearning to uncover a treasure akin to the tenfold amplification card. Among these hopefuls were many prominent figures from the realms, including a future supreme deity. The stature of a supreme deity was unparalleled. They were the true apex of power within the game, possessing immense wealth, billions, hundreds of billions, indeed, an infinite sum. This particular supreme deity exhausted all their resources, accumulating debts that left even their fellow supreme deities impoverished by association. Yet, despite their relentless pursuit, they never managed to obtain a single treasure. Even as Qin Han was reborn, the supreme deity's lottery journey remained unresolved. They stubbornly continued to seek funds for the lottery, illustrating just how deceptive this endeavor was. Sometimes, the influence of a role model can lead one to ruin. Returning to the matter at hand, Qin Han inquired of Elder Lei, "Did your high priest capture a woman from outside a year ago? Are you aware of this incident?" Upon hearing the question, Elder Lei's expression faltered momentarily. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Alas, it is indeed true." Within the cave, Elder Lei gradually divulged the information he possessed. Upon hearing this, Qin Han felt a sudden sense of clarity. The individuals in the Ninth Mining District were once the kin of the former island lord of Thunder Poison Island. 2 years prior, the former lord had summoned a man of extraordinary magical prowess from afar. He not only revered this individual as the high priest, but also complied with his every command, entrusting all defensive forces to the high priest's leadership. Initially, the high priest seemed to refrain from any reckless actions, yet a year ago, he ventured forth and returned with a woman, at which point events took a sinister turn. The high priest first embarked on extensive construction to erect a grand mansion for the woman. Before long, he audaciously staged a coup, assassinating the former island lord and imprisoning the lord's family within the confines of the Ninth Mining District. Subsequently, preparations for the high priest's imminent nuptials began. Elder Lay implored, "Young hero, the high priest has confined us to this lightless abyss, where our rations have been halved while the demands for mining intensify. Each day, children perish from starvation. We beseech you, show us mercy and rescue us, the wretched." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Chin Han. There is no need for cryptic hints. If you choose to remain silent, I shall not involve myself in your affairs. There is no such thing as a free lunch. If you desire my assistance, you must demonstrate your sincerity. Upon hearing these words, Elder Lay felt a pang of difficulty in his heart. Yet, thinking of the suffering endured by his kin in the Nine Mine District, he clenched his teeth and declared, "The high priest has confined us here to torment us, seeking to extract the whereabouts of a precious treasure from our lips." However, Elder Lay fixed his gaze intently on Chin Han, hoping that once the young hero learned of the treasure's location, he would refrain from silencing us. "Chin Han, it is merely a treasure. I am not so depraved as to slay you. A gathering of the elderly, the weak, and women and children." Elder Lay nodded. "For this treasure is a precious heirloom passed down through generations on our island, said to summon the wrath of the heavens, capable of annihilating the world. My ancestors wielded this artifact to conquer distant lands, establishing the foundation of our Lake clan. It takes the form of a staff, its base intricately carved from purple wood, crowned by a resplendent purple orb. In a bid to safeguard this treasure from theft, my forebears concealed the orb and the staff in separate locations. Centuries ago, a white, four-legged serpent infiltrated our clan's heart to pilfer the orb. During the ensuing struggle, the purple orb fell into a lake. In that very instant, the waters, once indistinguishable from any ordinary source, erupted with thunderous lightning, transforming into what is now known as the Thunder Lake. Upon hearing this, Chin Han was momentarily taken aback. The mere presence of a single orb could transform the entire lake into a realm of thunder. This alone indicated that the artifact's quality was, at the very least, akin to that of a treasured relic. Could it be that the orb still lay beneath the lake? In response, Elder Lay shook his head, stating that the four-legged serpent had plunged into the water as soon as the orb fell. With the lake brimming with lightning, we dared not venture into its depths. And thus, the matter had to be abandoned. What we believed to be the conclusion of the affair took an unexpected turn a decade later, as tumultuous winds stirred the surface of the lake, and astonishingly, the four-legged serpent had transformed into a colossal beast of 1,000 meters. Remarkably, it sought out our ancestors, speaking in human tongue, and revealed a location, advising us that if we wished to reclaim the precious artifact, we should seek it there. Having delivered its message, it ascended into the clouds and vanished. After the high priest seized control of Thunder Poison Island, he appropriated our clan's staff as well. His intent in imprisoning us was to extract the precise whereabouts of the orb. Upon finishing his account, Elder Lay fell silent, seemingly awaiting Chin Han's response. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Upon witnessing the scene, Chin Han was poised to engage in further conversation regarding the intricacies of the island when, unexpectedly, he heard a commotion outside the passageway. A group of individuals was approaching, and at the forefront was the very maiden he had encountered earlier. Her countenance was etched with terror. "Grandpa Lay," she exclaimed, "the overseer has arrived with all his guards, and he comes in a furious rage. He has already slain over a dozen of our kin." Upon hearing this, Old Lay's expression tightened, and he turned to the young hero. "What shall we do now?" Upon hearing the words, Chin Han felt a twinge of surprise. It appeared that the matters concerning the storeroom had been discovered, and perhaps his identity had been exposed as well. However, these individuals arrived at an opportune moment, as he had just reset the experience from the Amethyst Beast, and he had yet to level up. Thus, let the experience from his first upgrade in this lifetime fall upon the overseers. With this thought, Qin Han stepped outside, his gaze calm and his confidence unwavering. As he walked, he declared, "Let a few of you guide me. The rest may attend to your own affairs." Upon hearing this, Elder Lei was filled with joy. "Young hero, I shall accompany you." Meanwhile, within the 9th mining area, Li Yang followed closely behind the overseer. Speaking timidly, "That individual named Ma Chao claims to know young Master Ma Xing. Thus, I dared not further investigate his identity." The overseer's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and resolve. It was inconceivable that one person could easily steal all the gold from the storeroom unless they were an invader. He had been by the high priest's side and had heard whispers of invaders' mysterious nature. Their capabilities far exceeded common imagination. Should a confrontation arise, the outcome would be unpredictable. Yet, the gold was specifically requested by the high priest, and failing to recover it in full could lead to dire consequences for him. This individual has concealed his identity to gain entry. It stands to reason that his strength is not as formidable as anticipated. If I possess the power to dominate this place, I could simply eliminate everyone in the mine without the need for subterfuge. As this thought crossed his mind, the overseer's tension eased slightly. Nonetheless, wary of unexpected developments, he instructed the other guards to lead the way while he positioned himself among them. Suddenly, a sound akin to the tearing of space echoed from the passage ahead. Before the overseer could react, he witnessed one of the guards being struck in the neck by an arrow, green light emanating from his body as he fell, rigid and lifeless. Following that, several sharp arrows whizzed through the air, embedding themselves into the fallen guard. At that moment, in the darkness, a familiar notification appeared before Qin Han. "You have slain a guard of the gold mine. You have gained 2,100 experience points." Experience was now sufficient. "Would you like to level up?" Qin Han's face was alight with excitement as he activated a tenfold amplification card to upgrade. In the shadowy recesses of the mine, a beam of white light erupted from beneath his feet, heralding a transformative shift within him. As the sole possessor of a divine class profession, his physical attributes surged 30-fold. While ordinary players gained 10 points of physique with each level, Qin Han's divine profession escalated his physique to a staggering 300 points. After utilizing the amplification card, this figure multiplied tenfold, resulting in an astonishing increase of 3,000 points from merely one level up. This was not the end. The bountiful experience propelled him to ascend 3 more levels, bringing his physique to a terrifying 9,000 points. At that moment, his vision sharpened remarkably. Even in the dimly lit cavern, he could discern every detail with ease. Everything around him became vividly clear, and his body transformed into a paragon of perfection, capable of harnessing immense physical power with every motion. It felt as though he could shatter the mine walls with a single blow. The sensation of regaining such power was simply exquisite. Since the beginning, he had treaded cautiously, confronting formidable monsters. Despite possessing treasures, he had always danced on the edge of danger. Yet now, everything was different. Gazing at his attribute panel, Qin Han was filled with unrestrained joy. Player: Qin Han level 3 profession, martial god physique, 9013 health, 28089. Each point of physique grants 3 points of health. Enhanced by passives and equipment. Attack: 2080. Each 10 points of physique grants 1 point of attack. Enhanced by passives and equipment. Defense: 2402. Each 10 points of physique grants 1 point of defense. Enhanced by passives and equipment. Resilience: 100 lifesteal, 50 health recovery, 14 points per second poison resistance, supreme curse resistance, supreme lightning resistance, 2676 other elemental resistances. 2,000 treasures, voodoo pearl, god-slaying bow, tenfold amplification card, legendary blade, moon shadow mount, mythical nightmare runes, ancestors protection, amethyst puppet equipment, ancient set, 3-piece, shadow hood, sharp healing ring, healing space ring. At a mere level 3, possessing 9,000 points of physique surpassed Jiang Ningxue, making him the undisputed champion of physique in the novice village of the Myriad Realms. With nearly 30,000 health points and over 2,000 defense, he felt an overwhelming sense of security. He could stand still and trade blows with a crystal beast without fear. However, this was merely the beginning. Surpassing Jiang Ningxue was trivial. He would soon face ancient beings that had existed for millions, even billions of years. To subjugate such formidable foes, he must reach the utmost limits of power. A staggering 100,000 points of physique. The cap for novice players is level 20, and achieving this goal before the novice phase concludes is essential. Presently, he gains 3,000 physique points per level. By level 20, he could accumulate a total of 60,000 physique points. This still leaves a gap of around 40,000 points to reach his target. Yet, the most challenging part was behind him. Though initially gaining a level or defeating an elite monster only awarded minimal physique points, the game would soon host several grand events at the novice level, with more substantial rewards for higher rankings. Given his prowess, attaining a commendable position would be an effortless endeavor. Young master, what has happened to you? Just as Qin Han pondered, the cautious voice of Elder Lei broke through his thoughts. To Elder Lei, it seemed the young master had undergone a remarkable transformation, not only appearing more handsome but also exuding an aura that instilled a sense of reverence. The overseers are approaching. What should we do now? Elder Lei spoke as 5 guards cautiously advanced, wary from previous attacks. They raised their vine shields for protection. Qin Han lifted his god-slaying bow, unleashing arrows at lightning speed. Far swifter than before. Before Elder Lei could react, 5 sharp energy arrows surged forth, piercing through the guards' shields and striking true at their throats. In an instant, a devastating yellow damage notification erupted, and the 5 guards fell, their bodies rigid with disbelief. Experience is sufficient. Shall I level up? Level up. His terrifying strength turned the battle into a one-sided slaughter. Qin Han dashed forward, quickly spotting the overseer encircled by guards, alongside Li Yang. Though the overseer remained oblivious to the demise of the 5 guards, he maintained a strong demeanor, believing his numbers would prevail. It's you. I recognize you despite your lack of guard attire. Hand over the gold, and perhaps I can grant you a swift death. Qin Han would not waste his breath on these individuals. In response to the foreman, a series of sharp arrows soared forth. In an instant, 3 arrows pierced through the foreman's heart in rapid succession, inflicting a terrifyingly high amount of lethal damage. Within merely 3 seconds, the foreman met his demise. You have slain the foreman of the Golden Mine, gaining 3,000 experience points. Observing this, Qin Han felt a tinge of disappointment. He had initially believed this foreman to be an elite-level character, yet he was taken down so easily with just 3 arrows, yielding a mere 3,000 experience points. It seemed this individual was nothing more than a figurehead, a small fry wielding borrowed authority. With the foreman dead, we stand no chance against him. Retreat quickly. The guards were instantly thrown into disarray. Now they thought of fleeing. It was likely too late. Qin Han's cold voice echoed as he raised his god layer bow once more. He would not let a single one of them escape. Should even one manage to flee and report back to the high priest, it would undoubtedly complicate their upcoming tasks. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless arrows whistled toward the guards. Each arrow was capable of extinguishing a guard's life, had it not been for the narrowness of the mine shaft. With its winding passages obstructing visibility, these guards would have already been wiped out by Qin Han. Unfortunately, many of the guards at the back sensed danger and hastily scattered throughout the mine, leaving Qin Han to rely on his unparalleled speed to pursue them. Simultaneously, as the number of guards Qin Han dispatched increased, his level continued to rise on the 688 leaderboard. This scene was witnessed by numerous players from both villages. Suddenly, exclamations erupted in their respective chat channels. Something big has happened. Look at the leaderboard. The chat rooms of both villages exploded with excitement. Countless players watched in astonishment as Qin Han's rank surged rapidly. Just moments ago, he had been at level 0, but in the blink of an eye, he rose to level 3. Even more astonishingly, shortly after reaching level 3, he ascended to level 4. With over 9,000 players across the 2 villages. Within this brief moment, he surpassed more than 90% of them. His leveling speed was akin to riding a rocket. Moreover, observe how the experience required to advance from level 4 to 5 had increased significantly. Currently, those high-level players were all at this rank. However, the accumulation of experience varied, and thus their rankings differed. Watch how Qin Han's rank continues to rise with each refresh. He was almost at the top of level 4. And moving up to level 5 would place him among the highest tier of players in both villages. If he were to ascend to the top rank in such a short time, it would render the efforts of many players over the past few days a mere joke. Indeed, previously, young Master Lin had claimed that Qin Han would remain at level 0 and could not level up. Yet, how quickly things had changed. It was evident that those capable of slaying elite monsters were truly extraordinary. Lin Dong, witnessing this, felt a sharp sting of humiliation. As if he had been beaten by a dozen men in succession. Gritting his teeth and lifting his chin, he spoke again. Impossible. The experience required to progress from level 5 to 6 increases exponentially. It's an insurmountable barrier. Young Master Li has been grinding tirelessly in high-level areas and has yet to reach level 6. No matter how formidable Qin Han may be, it is impossible for him to reach level 6 in such a short span. Whether he can even attain level 5 remains uncertain. Just as Lin Dong finished speaking, someone in the chat began to exclaim, "Look, Qin Han has already reached level 5. Hearing this, Lin Dong was so agitated that he nearly tore off his bandages. It felt as though his reputation had been irrevocably shattered, just when he wished to sink into the earth and never show his face again. An announcement popped up. Congratulations to player Li Fei from Novice Village 110755 for being the first to reach level 6, earning 1 point in Constitution. Upon seeing this, Lin Dong promptly dismissed all previous thoughts and began to boast in the chat. Young Masterly, the undisputed top player of our Novice Village, has effortlessly crossed the daunting chasm from level 5 to 6. Truly remarkable. In the depths of the wild, while slaying forest pythons to level up, Li Fei noticed his rank soaring on the leaderboard. He released a sigh of relief. The difficulty of progressing from level 5 to 6 was immense. Over the past few days, many had reached level 5 alongside him, although he understood that the experience gap was vast on the leaderboard. They all appeared to be of equal standing, which caused him some anxiety. The recent rapid leveling of Qin Han had instilled a sense of urgency within him. Fortunately, fortune favored the diligent, and at a crucial moment, he finally leveled up. He was well aware of the experience required to advance from level 5 to 6. Despite tirelessly hunting high-level monsters day and night to achieve his current status, it would not be so simple for Qin Han to catch up. Alas, he could not comprehend why Qin Han had remained at level 0 for so long and why he could now level up so effortlessly. He also struggled to understand how Qin Han had slain elite monsters. Regardless, he resolved to work even harder, with only a single level separating them. Any lapse in diligence could allow Qin Han to overtake him. The experience gained from forest pythons was insufficient. It appeared he would need to venture deeper into the wild for greater challenges. After collecting the python's corpse, Li Fei prepared to head deeper into the wilderness. But shortly after closing the chat, chaos erupted once more. Look, Qin Han has leveled up again. He is now at level 6. He was still progressing, surpassing young Masterly. No. He's already at level 7. Indeed, the next moment, an announcement erupted in both Novice Village chat rooms. Congratulations to player Qin Han from Novice Village 688 for being the first to reach level 7, earning 1 point in Constitution. Li Fei, caught midway, gazed at the announcement with wide eyes, nearly on the brink of collapse. His body trembled with disbelief. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could he leap from level 5 to 7 in such a brief time? It has even been a quarter of an hour. The leap from level 5 to 6 was already exceedingly difficult, and the experience required to progress from level 6 to 7 was several times greater. Why was this happening? With a thud, Li Fei collapsed beneath a tree. Meanwhile, Lin Dong, in his sickbed, closed the chat, covering his head in despair. In his simplistic worldview, strength was intrinsically linked to level. The stronger one was, the more formidable the monsters one could defeat, and thus the faster one could level up. Qin Han's ability to kill elite monsters led him to believe that the latter must have taken shortcuts. However, seeing Qin Han's level far surpassing their own left him with little excuse. No, Qin Han must have found an excellent spot for farming experience. He must have cleverly slain 2 elite monsters and acquired outstanding equipment, hence his remarkable performance. Yet, he reasoned, I am merely a novice, while young Masterly is a mid-tier professional. Such professionals are exceedingly rare. He surely could not obtain mid-tier gear and, once levels increase, that equipment would lose its efficacy. Eventually, young Masterly will surely surpass him once more. And so it was. Utilizing his formidable strength, Qin Han swiftly eradicated all the guards, allowing his level to effortlessly reach 5. Upon his command, Elder Lei instructed the clan members to confiscate the weapons of the guards and seal off the gold mine, ensuring that not a single miner could escape. Fueled by an overwhelming sense of exhilaration, he swiftly mounted his nightmarish steed and made his way to the nearby Yinlei Lake, where the corpses of the thunder beasts had long occupied his thoughts. Although his absence from the lake had not been prolonged, his prowess had undergone a remarkable transformation. Bolstered by his newfound strength, he unleashed devastating attacks upon the thunder beasts, leaving them with no chance to evade. With a single arrow, he claimed one after another, and in a matter of moments, his backpack brimmed with the carcasses, filling 3 compartments, while his level ascended to a striking 7, even surpassing that threshold. Yet, just as he contemplated continuing his hunt, he observed a peculiar phenomenon. The once teeming surface of the lake, filled with thunder beasts, suddenly grew desolate as they all dove beneath the water. In an instant, The lake transformed into an eerie calm. How curious it was. There must have been tens of millions of these creatures, yet after only a few slaughters, they had all vanished. Was it due to my overwhelming strength? Or had some unforeseen circumstance arisen beneath the lake? Fixating on the depths of the lake, which shimmered with a profound electrical aura, he noted that the further one ventured down, the denser the concentration of thunder elements became. Despite his commendable resistance to lightning, he feared that descending to the lake's bottom would leave him severely incapacitated. Nevertheless, he resolved to focus on more pressing matters. At the gold mine, Elder Lei's clan members donned the Guardian's armor and the discarded white gear previously owned by Qin Han. With their augmented strength, they assumed control of the mine. Upon Qin Han's return, he found Elder Lei and several clan members stationed at the entrance, before them kneeling a ragged figure, bound and gagged with a piece of gray cloth. It was none other than Li Yang. How could you still be alive? Qin Han exclaimed, astonished. This individual had been near the foreman when he had loosed an arrow, and he distinctly remembered him collapsing. Yet now, he appeared to be in surprisingly good condition. Elder Lei elucidated, I have interrogated him. This man feigned death at the first sign of peril and later managed to disguise himself among the miners. Had it not been for the miners' reports, he likely would have escaped undetected. Upon hearing this, Qin Han felt a twinge of surprise. It was remarkable that one could survive under such circumstances. This Li Yang is truly a person of talent. Elder Lei continued. However, after this individual was captured, he began to plead for mercy, expressing his willingness to defect and abandon the darkness for the light. From that point onward, he stood irreconcilably opposed to the high priest. Qin Han, what role can a mere little guard play? The high priest resides in the Black Village. We can simply proceed there directly. Old Lei, young hero. You may not be fully aware of the circumstances surrounding Leidu Island. This location is considerably distant from the Black Village, and the journey is fraught with perilous toxic barriers and dense forests. There exists but a singular path to reach the Black Village. Along this route, numerous checkpoints abound, and the populace is quite dense. A moment's inattention could allow the high priest to receive advance notice. In such a case, chaos would surely ensue in the Black Village, jeopardizing both the staff you seek and the woman you mentioned. Conversely, this individual is different. He hails from the Black Village. With his guidance, we may navigate our way there with greater ease. Once we ascertain the situation, we can then proceed with our plans, ensuring everything unfolds favorably. Upon hearing this, Qin Han nodded slightly, indicating his agreement with Elder Lei's statement. Half an hour later, Qin Han, Elder Lei, Huzi, and Li Yang donned in their guardian attire. Listened as Elder Lei explained that while all guardians wore standard uniforms, many weapons were self-provided. Often, the mere sight of a weapon could reveal its owner. To avoid any unforeseen surprises, Qin Han deliberately took out his renowned blade, Moon Shadow, and affixed it to his waist. They procured 2 ox-drawn carts and loaded them with gold ore, setting their course towards the Black Stronghold. After traveling a mere 5 miles, they encountered the first checkpoint. As Elder Lei had described, the checkpoint was heavily guarded, and beyond it, numerous small villages could be seen, with plenty of civilians traversing the roads. Fortunately, with Li Yang leading the way, they concocted a story about the furnace in the gold mine being damaged, intending to transport the ore to the Black Stronghold for smelting. The guards, suspicious of nothing, allowed them to pass without incident. As night fell, the moon hung high in the sky, round and luminous like a white jade plate. Moonlight spread across the ground, resembling a silver sheen. At this moment, the famed blade, Moon Shadow, glimmered under the moonlight. Strangely, as the moonlight touched the blade, it produced an unusual phenomenon. The moonlight seemed to come alive, enveloping the blade in a hazy glow, as if shrouded in a warm amber light. Suddenly, while engrossed in the journey, Qin Han felt a vibration at his waist. He looked down, his face reflecting a hint of astonishment. The blade. Moon Shadow, dark gold level, treasure, attack 100, all resistance decrease 100, armor penetration 10, currently unlocking, progress at 1%. He gazed up at the moon, deep in thought. Could it be that the true function of the blade, Moon Shadow, is to absorb the power of moonlight? Had I inadvertently stifled its potential by placing it in the treasure space? What transformation awaits upon its complete unlocking? Qin Han felt a surge of anticipation. As time elapsed, the night gradually waned, and the moon descended. The unlocking progress of Moon Shadow had reached an impressive 49%. However, without the moonlight, the progress came to an abrupt halt. After a night of steady advancement, it seemed that just another night bathed in moonlight would suffice for complete unlocking. This pace was, after all, not too slow. By around 9 o'clock the following morning, under the bright morning sun, the group successfully entered the Black Stronghold. Remarkably, the stronghold was located on a slightly flattened hillside at the northernmost tip of the island. Looking down, one could easily see a vast expanse of beach, with the Thunder Lake just beyond. The entire stronghold was quite spacious, adorned with countless hexagonal wooden houses, home to a population that could reach up to 100,000. Upon entering, one could immediately spot the highest structure in the stronghold, a circular building entirely gilded, shimmering in the sunlight like a celestial palace. Following Qin Han's line of sight, Li Yang elaborated, "My lord, the building up there is the residence crafted by the high priest for his future wife. Everyone refers to it as the Golden House. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Qin Han, where does the high priest reside? Li Yang, the high priest used to dwell in the residence of the former island master, located near the Golden House. However, the high priest is elusive and is said to venture out for a few days from time to time, leaving no one aware of his activities. Qin Han, I shall visit the Golden House shortly. You investigate the whereabouts of the high priest. As soon as you uncover any information regarding the high priest, inform me immediately. Li Yang, rest assured, my lord, I shall accomplish the task." As they traversed a desolate area, Qin Han discreetly seized the gold mine from the carriage. Subsequently, they arrived at Li Yang's residence in the Black Stronghold. Li Yang's family was absent, and he typically resided there alone. The surroundings were lush with trees, and the neighbors were sufficiently distant, making it a suitable temporary base. Having devised a plan, Qin Han and Li Yang parted ways. He felt a degree of confidence in Li Yang's ability to venture alone, having witnessed his prowess. He believed that as long as Li Yang remained level-headed, betrayal was not in his nature. Moreover, using the friendly detection orb, he discerned that Li Yang's attitude towards him was one of fear. Elder Lei and another companion remained indoors. Clad in guard attire, Qin Han roamed the stronghold with impunity, his identity going unchecked as he smoothly reached the Golden House. This structure was a magnificent circular edifice, approximately 5 stories high, encircled by a stone wall. The perimeter was heavily guarded, boasting over 20 sentinels. However, the courtyard was sparsely populated. Qin Han stealthily maneuvered to the rear of the compound and scaled the wall. To him, the 5-story building seemed as flat as the ground beneath his feet. With a slight exertion, he leapt to the 5th floor. Since the woman was within the building, he resolved to commence his search from the topmost level. Yet, upon silently entering through a window, he beheld an opulent interior. Before a sumptuous vanity crafted of gold sat a woman clad in a flowing white gown, her skin pale as snow, her neck elegantly elongated, and her features quite striking. As she gazed into the mirror, lost in self-admiration, Qin Han discreetly retrieved the friendly detection orb to investigate. The mistress of the Lost Sword Dojo, Lan Xin, exhibited a friendliness level of indifference. She appeared utterly unaware of his presence, showing no regard for him whatsoever. Indeed, it is her. Having identified his target, Qin Han promptly approached her. In his perspective, this remote and impoverished black stronghold was hardly an appealing place, with inadequate sustenance and attire. Even an abundance of gold would serve no practical purpose if one could not procure necessities. Although Li Yang had mentioned that this woman had threatened the high priestess to secure a golden house as a condition for marriage, Qin Han suspected it to be a mere stalling tactic. After all, the status of the Sword Dojo in the celestial hierarchy far surpassed that of the so-called high priestess. It was clear that anyone with a semblance of intelligence would never choose to be a bandit's wife. As Qin Han approached Lan Xin from behind and was about to speak, she caught sight of his reflection in the mirror. In an instant, she sprang to her feet and instinctively rushed towards the door, reprimanding him as she went. "How dare you, a mere guard, enter my chamber? If the high priestess were to discover this, she would surely have you killed." API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Qin Han found it hard to believe that this woman would remain for such a trivial temptation. "If you are being coerced, just blink," he said, "for no one on this island could possibly match my strength. Rest assured, I can ensure your safe departure. Lan Xian's face was adorned with scorn as she replied, Do you truly think I jest with you? Return, for my affairs are none of your concern. If you continue to pressure me, I shall take my own life before you, forcing you to carry my lifeless body to that sword fanatic. With that, she seized a sharp hairpin, pressing it against her neck, her expression resolute. Qin Han was somewhat taken aback. Is the position of the chieftain's wife truly so significant? Why not this? Instead of continuing your dalliance with the sword fanatic, I could offer you 10,000 gold coins, or even allow you to pack up everything here and depart. You could establish your own residence and lead a life of leisure, which is far superior to living under someone else's roof. One must understand that a poet's affection diminishes with age. Can you truly guarantee that the high priest will cherish you for a lifetime? Speaking of the high priest, a hint of bashfulness unexpectedly appeared on Lan Xian's face. He will love me for eternity. The bond we share is beyond your comprehension. You should leave. If you linger any longer, I might truly take my own life. As she spoke, Lan Xian's hands began to exert pressure, and a streak of crimson appeared on her snow-white neck. Do not be hasty. I shall depart, but I implore you to keep our meeting confidential. Witnessing this, Qin Han had no choice but to relent for the time being. Lan Xian remarked, Humph. If I were to reveal your visit, it would surely displease the high priest, and I am not so foolish. Qin Han nodded slightly, then turned and, with a few graceful leaps, vanished through the window with remarkable decisiveness. As he made his way back to Li Yang's residence, a sense of perplexity lingered in his mind. Judging by the task at hand, the sword enthusiast held his wife in high regard. With the sword enthusiast's formidable prowess, if she truly desired a life of luxury and abundance, she could effortlessly achieve it with a mere utterance. What could possibly compel her to venture into this remote and impoverished land, subservient to a chieftain in pursuit of wealth? This situation undeniably bore an air of the uncanny. Upon returning to the dwelling, Li Yang was also present, bearing unsettling news. The high priest had departed yesterday and had yet to return. Upon hearing this, Qin Han felt an even greater sense of perplexity. The high priest was about to marry, yet instead of attending to the wedding preparations at home, he had ventured out at such a crucial moment. Reflecting on the unwavering demeanor of the sword enthusiast's wife, Qin Han sensed that there must be some hidden secret involved. Furthermore, the inscription on the friendly detection orb, referring to a lost person, deepened his confusion. Old Lei, does your village possess any form of sorcery or object that could lead someone astray? Upon hearing this, Old Lei's expression turned somewhat peculiar as he glanced at Huzi and cautiously replied, Young sir, as I mentioned previously, the staff capable of summoning lightning has lost its precious orb, greatly diminishing its control over thunder. However, the wood from which the staff is crafted is said to be a divine tree that can manipulate the hearts and minds of others. Merely holding the staff can imperceptibly influence those around the wielder. Over time, this will surely engender unwavering loyalty from those nearby. This is a sacred secret of my clan, and I possess this knowledge solely due to my status as an elder. The means to counteract such influence is quite simple. Should the bearer of the staff be slain, their power to sway others will vanish. Upon hearing this, Qin Han suddenly experienced a moment of enlightenment. No wonder the wife of the sword-obsessed man had been acting so strangely. She had been manipulated by others. Very well, in that case, we shall await the return of the high priest, for I shall personally take his life. Time passed quietly, and that evening, the moon shone brilliantly. Qin Han placed the renowned blade, Moon Shadow, upon the rooftop to bask in the moonlight. After a night had elapsed, the unlocking progress astonishingly reached 97%. Merely a whisper away from complete revelation. On the following day, the high priest did not return, yet news circulated that the wedding ceremony would take place that very night, and the high priest would arrive as anticipated. The entire Black Village was aware of the tidings. Regardless of their inclinations, every household adorned their doorways with festive decorations. The altar of the Black Village had also been prepared early, with a crimson carpet laid out and offerings arranged. At last, the night arrived. The moon hung high in the sky, and nearly all the villagers gathered in the square before the altar, a sea of heads densely packed together. In this instance, Qin Han dispensed with his disguise, donning an ancient ensemble, standing in the shadows, seamlessly merging with the night. Beside him, Li Yang and others maintained their guise as protectors. Remember, when I make my move, you must position yourselves near Lan Xian. Should she exhibit any self-destructive tendencies, do not hesitate, immediately restrain her. Understood. Go now. You need not concern yourselves with me. Atop a secluded treetop, Qin Han drew forth the renowned blade, Moon Shadow, continuing to absorb the moonlight. Before long, The progress reached 98%. At that moment, the crowd parted, revealing the sword enthusiast wife, resplendent in crimson attire, her gown trailing behind her, as she approached the altar, accompanied by a throng of guards and handmaidens. However, upon reaching the altar and waiting for a time, the high priest had yet to arrive. As time slipped away once more, the progress of the famed blade, Moonshadow, astonishingly reached 99%, mere moments away from complete unlocking. As the night deepened, some commoners whispered that the high priest might not return. Suddenly, from the northern Yuntian lake, thunder erupted, bolts of lightning cascading like rain, illuminating the night sky as if it were day. In an instant, a middle-aged man clad in opulent garments, a violet staff affixed to his waist, appeared amidst the tempest, striding forth on the thunderous air, step by step, toward the altar. As he drew nearer, the crowd discerned his visage, and someone shouted, "It is the high priest! The high priest has returned!" Instantly, the square was filled with kneeling figures. Lan Xin, atop the altar, gazed expectantly, her face adorned with a touch of bashfulness. From the treetop, observing the scene, Qin Han felt a peculiar sensation, recalling the peculiar events from the previous afternoon by Yuntian Lake, the strange behavior of the thunder beasts. Could it be that this individual was the cause? Meanwhile, as the high priest approached, the thunder surrounding him gradually dissipated. By the time he reached the altar, his aura was instantly concealed, appearing no different from an ordinary person. Lan Xin, her face aglow with joy, approached him, teasingly remarking, "I thought you would not return." The high priest replied gently, "How could I not? This is the day of my grand wedding. I must be here. After a long wait, let us commence." With a wave of his hand, the officiating elder, who had been waiting on the sidelines, stepped forward. Addressing the assembled crowd, he proclaimed, "On this joyous night, heavenly beings rejoice together. Not only is it the day of our esteemed high priest's wedding, but it is also the day he assumes the role of island lord. In this auspicious moment, the high priest has decided to bestow upon all present a gift. Each household shall receive 1 or 2 gold pieces and 10 pounds of fine meat. Let us, the people of our clan, unite with our new island lord to create the glory of Thunder Poison Island." Upon hearing this, the gathered populace erupted in cheers for the benevolence of the high priest. Even the high priest himself wore a broad smile, reveling in the moment. Observing this, the officiant continued, "Now, let us formally commence the wedding ceremony. I invite the newlyweds to present themselves before the heavens." However, just as these words were uttered, a voice pierced through the air, declaring, "I oppose this union." The voice, though not loud, resonated clearly among the crowd, causing many to recoil in fear. Who was this audacious individual daring to disrupt the high priest's wedding? On the platform, upon hearing the familiar voice, Lan Xion's expression shifted to one of dismay. She had never anticipated that this person, after a brief respite, would dare to appear at such a moment. She was but a step away from becoming the true lady of the island. The high priest's countenance darkened as well. He had deliberately made a grand entrance to intimidate any dissenters, yet even after showcasing his strength, someone still dared to challenge his authority. The officiant surveyed the crowd, loudly demanding, "Who dares to confront us? Step forward if you possess the courage." From the treetop, a figure bearing a long sword rose quietly, bathed in moonlight, exuding an air of mystery. Qin Han disregarded everything, his gaze solely fixed on the high priest. "Tonight marks your demise." Having uttered these words, the god-slaying bow was summoned in an instant. He drew the bowstring and launched a fierce attack. The speed was so swift that it afforded the high priest no chance to evade. Whoosh, whoosh. Several energy arrows pierced through his chest. Although these strikes did not target vital spots, each arrow inflicted over 4,000 points of damage upon the high priest. In the next moment, the high priest's information was revealed. The mysterious shape-shifting demon, a level 30 beast, its suffix adorned with a golden skull. Its health astonishingly reached 90 million. Faced with this sight, Qin Han could not help but shudder. Ordinary monsters were mere beasts, and only after surpassing the novice village could one encounter such entities as demons. The mysterious, shape-shifting demon indicated that this high priest was a transformed creature. However, the specific type of demon had yet to reveal itself. Even the weakest of demons could rival an elite monster. Yet this demon bore a golden skull, signifying that the high priest was likely a level 30 boss creature. Truly, this was a hellish difficulty dungeon during the novice phase, with its hidden boss being so formidable. Such monsters had few weaknesses, lacking lethal damage. One would need to unleash more than 20,000 arrows to defeat it. While this may not seem excessive, it is crucial to remember that there are only 3,600 seconds in an hour. Even if he shot 5 arrows per second, it would not suffice. On the altar, as Qin Han launched his assault, the high priest's expression instantly turned cold. A descendant? Your archery damage is so immense that even my bodily defenses cannot withstand it. Could it be a treasured artifact? The high priest's gaze flickered. Treasures possess spirit. Though I cannot acquire it, slaying a descendant wielding such a treasure is quite commendable. As he spoke, the high priest soared into the air, rushing toward Qin Han with alarming speed. Beneath the moonlight, Qin Han lightly touched the ground with his toes, propelling himself toward the nearby beach. Yet the high priest was evidently faster. As Qin Han's toes barely grazed the sand, the high priest was already less than 10 meters away. The opponent raised his hand, unleashing a force imbued with thunder. In that critical moment, nightmare. With a whoosh, a steed seemingly born from the realm of darkness materialized, crashing into the palm strike with a loud thud. Another mount. But what of it? Mortal steeds cannot withstand my blow. Yet, almost immediately, the high priest's eyes widened in disbelief as Nightmare, having endured the strike, kicked backward with its hooves in dissatisfaction and then charged toward Qin Han. It emerged unscathed? The high priest was momentarily stunned, then exclaimed in astonishment. Could this be another treasure-level steed? Qin Han remained silent as he swiftly mounted Nightmare, responding to the high priest with a flurry of arrows slicing through the air, accompanied by a myriad of voodoo skills, each more malevolent than the last. Deadly poison, health reduction, neurotoxin, paralysis of the opponent's reactions, toxic aura, deceleration. Alas, it was unfortunate that the high priest's true form was that of a creature with immense resistance. Even under the influence of potent toxins, he could not diminish the opponent's strength by more than 10%. Instead, the effects of the poisons merely painted the high priest in a garish display of red and green, inciting his fury and accelerating his rate of attack. Fortunately, at that moment, Nightmare's speed had vastly improved compared to its pre-upgrade state. Nightmare, the only mount capable of growth. Treasure, the most aloof of steeds. Loyal to a single master throughout its life, upon the master's death, it would pursue self-destruction. Its base speed increased in tandem with its master-S progression. Speed enhancement, 100. Infinite stamina, able to traverse water. Death could only come through self-detonation. The faster Qin Han's base speed became, the swifter Nightmare would gallop. Previously, the high priest had outpaced him. However, once mounted on Nightmare, Qin Han's speed surged dramatically, surpassing that of the high priest by a considerable margin. The expansive beach provided ample room for maneuvering, alleviating any concerns of being caught by the high priest. With a swift motion, he began to retaliate, releasing arrows as if they were of no consequence. The high priest's health began to dwindle gradually. On the shores of Thunder Lake, the high priest was repeatedly struck by arrows, each hit igniting his fury further. Did he think that shooting from afar rendered him incapable of retaliation? Today, he would witness the power of thunder. As he spoke, the high priest suddenly raised his hand, and under the moonlight, a mass of dark clouds began to form, crackling with hidden lightning. In an instant, a bolt of thunder descended upon Qin Han. The lightning was as thick as a small tree, and as it struck, the spot where Qin Han stood was engulfed in a blinding violet light, leaving a massive crater in its wake. At the altar, countless onlookers held their breath in anticipation. The high priest's display elicited gasps of awe from the crowd. Truly, the high priest was formidable, capable of summoning lightning, akin to a deity. Indeed, the challenger was utterly overestimating his own abilities, daring to oppose the high priest. Surely, this bolt of thunder would reduce him to ashes. Lei Laohu and his companion wore expressions of deep concern. While they had been aware of the high priest's strength, they had not anticipated it to be this overwhelming. Could that young hero, who dispatched guards with such ease, possibly endure this? Li Yang's gaze flickered, instinctively glancing towards Lei Lao and his companion, as if contemplating something profound. Suddenly, a voice cried out in astonishment. He is not dead. He is completely unharmed. There, on the beach, a distance of several meters from where the lightning had struck, Qin Han sat astride Nightmare, his expression betraying not a hint of surprise. The high priest exclaimed, "You have managed to evade my wrath of thunder? How can a mere mortal outrun lightning? Not even a treasure can accomplish such a feat." Qin Han offered no explanation, raising his hand to continue shooting. Internally, he couldn't help but smirk at the absurdity of the so-called thunderous wrath. It was merely a mid-level lightning spell. As a seasoned player, if he couldn't evade such a trivial incantation, he might as well resign himself to a fatal collision. Since you can evade the thunderous wrath, I refuse to believe you can escape the subsequent assault. Embrace your demise. The high priest, undeterred by the oncoming rain of arrows, raised his hands high as dark clouds once again gathered ominously overhead, completely obscuring even the moon. The colossal storm clouds stretched beyond a radius of 1,000 meters. Soon, flickers of electricity danced within the menacing clouds. Countless bolts, the size of fingertips, cascaded down like a torrential rain. If you could dodge a single heavy strike, could you truly evade an endless barrage of lightning? Embrace your demise. The air crackled as innumerable small bolts of lightning pummeled the ground, their intensity resembling a curtain of rain. From the moment they began to form, they sealed off Qin Han's escape route. Indeed, in an instant, several small bolts struck him. Subsequently, a purple lightning damage of -10 points erupted from above his head. Upon witnessing the scene, Qin Han became so disinterested that he neglected to consume any healing potions, effortlessly regenerating his health at a remarkable rate of 14 points per second, swiftly restoring his vitality. His impressive resistance to lightning, soaring to 2,676 points, granted him an extraordinary capacity to withstand electrical assaults. To effectively contend with someone possessing such formidable lightning resistance, one would need to employ high-tier lightning spells. Otherwise, the inflicted damage would merely serve as a trivial annoyance. Casting a glance at the diminishing health of the high priest, he continued to shoot with unperturbed composure. The arrows whizzed through the air, and the high priest's health steadily dwindled. Not far off, the extensive spells being cast rendered the high priest's complexion ashen. After a brief while, he struggled to endure the onslaught. Yet, seeing Qin Han appear unaffected ignited a furious indignation within the high priest. Suddenly, a thought seemed to strike him, and he turned, making a beeline towards the Thunder Lake. Observing this, Qin Han's gaze sharpened. If the high priest were to submerge himself in the water, it would spell trouble. Thus, he swiftly unleashed several arrows towards the high priest's rear, one of which struck the back of his head with precision. In an instant, a staggering yellow damaged figure of 40,000 soared into the air. The high priest's body momentarily stiffened, and Qin Han felt a surge of exhilaration. He had discovered the vulnerability of his foe. How fortuitous that all this time. His weak point lay at the back of his head. Recognizing the critical target, Qin Han's attack power surged tenfold, and he no longer held back. He retrieved a rare potion of Hua Ke and consumed a vial. Immediately, a verdant glow enveloped him, and he felt an unprecedented surge of unique energy coursing through his body. In that moment, he perceived himself as an immortal being, the very embodiment of malevolence. Without delay, he knocked an arrow and unleashed an array of lethal techniques: the deadly venom, the neurotoxin, and the toxic barrier. A massive toxic veil unfurled from his position, its noxious fumes roiling ominously, instilling dread in all who beheld it. The high priest, ensnared within this miasma, found his speed diminished by 50%. In the next heartbeat, an arrow imbued with magnificent might was shot towards the back of the high priest's head, dealing a staggering 40,000 points of damage. The paralyzing toxin took full effect, rendering the high priest's body rigid as he began to topple towards the ground. Concurrently, a trio of horrifying toxic damage figures, each inflicting over 100,000 points per second, emerged relentlessly. Qin Han, astonished, marveled at the prowess of the malevolent healer Hua Quebec. During their time in the Peach Blossom Spring, Hua Ke's strength had seemed diminished, but now, with the use of the potion, he had harnessed 50% of her true power, and that mere fraction was overwhelmingly potent. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Han charged forth, relentlessly shooting at the high priest's vulnerable spot, interspersing his attacks with toxic skills, releasing a flurry of arrows that inflicted lethal damage with each strike. His cumulative damage per second surpassed 300,000. In a mere 2 minutes, the high priest's health plummeted to half. Suddenly, the world around the high priest began to shift ominously, as if the very heavens were changing hue. Countless bolts of lightning surged forth from the Thunder Lake, and the ground beneath him swelled ominously. The high priest's form began to expand, revealing a hideous, crocodile-like exterior. With a resounding crack, his original guise disintegrated like paper, and a creature resembling the thunderous beast from the lake emerged, a monstrous entity that began to grow exponentially upon contact with electricity. In mere moments, it transformed into a 10-meter-tall, humanoid beast with the head of a lightning demon. As this transpired, the creature's information updated. Thunder Beast King Level 30, Elite Beast. Health, 90 million, half health. In the face of this transformation, Qin Han remained unfazed, accustomed to dealing with monstrous beings. He merely marveled at the spectacle without further thought. However, the throng of commoners gathered at the altar was utterly horrified. The high priest was a monster. How could he be a creature? He bore an uncanny resemblance to the beast in the Thunder Lake. Had they been governed by a monster for the past 2 years? Lon Xin was incredulous, adamantly refusing to believe it, declaring that even if it were true, she would stand by him. Nearby guards exchanged incredulous glances, finding the high priestess's taste rather peculiar. Conversely, Lei Lao and others, aware of the situation, stood vigilant, keeping a close watch. The towering beast loomed over the sandy shores of the Thunder Lake, seemingly exposed before the public eye, unable to confront their gazes. A flicker of apprehension crossed the high priest's eyes, but it was swiftly eclipsed by an overwhelming rage. Towering over Qin Han, who appeared diminutive as an ant, he spat, "You have forced me into this position. I shall ensure your demise will be without a grave." Qin Han rarely spoke, and when he did, he believed that boasting required genuine strength. As for the monstrous beasts, he had certainly slain his share before. With that thought, he drew his bow and released an arrow. However, the high priest, having revealed his true form, appeared significantly more resilient. Previously, he had dealt over 100,000 points of poison damage per second, but now it had alarmingly diminished to around 20,000. Moreover, facing him directly, the target's nape was difficult to strike, and to his dismay, the high priest seemed to be developing an immunity to the paralyzing toxin. Even under the weight of numerous buffs, the creature managed to move, a clear indication that the situation was dire. Should the beast escape into the water, it would be impossible to vanquish it today. He even contemplated whether to employ his 10-time amplification card, usable only 10 times a day, to enhance the toxin's potency. After all, the high priest was no fool. When cornered, it would undoubtedly flee. Fortunately, at that moment, the high priest showed no signs of retreat. A potent purple light suddenly emanated from its eyes, coalescing into a complex magical formation before him. Almost instantaneously, the entire Thunder Lake began to tremble, as if countless entities were preparing to burst forth from the earth. The high priest continued, "Had I encountered you 2 days prior, I would have fled as far as possible. But now, meeting me is your misfortune. Since you have discovered my true form, your demise is inevitable. As for the ants on the island, anyone who has seen my true self must perish." As the high priest's words echoed, the sounds of tumultuous water splashing erupted from Thunder Lake. Qin Han focused his gaze, and a chill ran down his spine. Thunder beasts. An unending swarm of them. These beasts, lined up along the lakeshore for miles, began to ascend in droves. In no time, they occupied the entire beach, with countless more scrambling up from behind. When space ran out, they climbed atop their companions, creating a dense mass that seemed to exceed tens of millions. Qin Han pondered, had the entirety of Thunder Lake's beasts been summoned? No, that was not correct. Something felt profoundly amiss. Though he was assessing the situation, his bow and arrows remained unceasing. Ever since the high priest's magical formation had manifested, the creature's health seemed immune to decline, regardless of his relentless efforts. Moreover, he noticed a peculiar change. The original thunder beasts had gleaming eyes, brimming with intelligence, yet now they appeared vacant, glowing with a purple hue. Their forms seeming somewhat ethereal and unreal. Could it be? A sudden chill enveloped Qin Han's eyes. This was the puppeteer blood spirit. Have you truly refined all the thunder beasts in the Thunder Lake? No wonder a level 30 boss-type beast has appeared in a level 20 map. You are sacrificing the lives of your entire clan to fulfill your ambition. Upon hearing this, the high priest's eyes flickered with a strange light. Such insight. You actually comprehend the puppeteer blood spirit. Having been exposed, the high priest no longer concealed the truth. Indeed, as you descend into this world, we, the monsters, are destined to become your sustenance. To speak candidly, in your terms, I was merely a level 20 elite monster. Were it not for my refining abilities, I would not possess such strength now. The growth rate of your kind is astonishing. In just a matter of days, you have forced me into such a predicament. Had I encountered you 2 days ago, I would likely have perished with little resistance. However, this is where your journey ends. Since you are aware of the puppeteer blood spirit, you must understand that these thunder beasts have now become lifeless puppets, serving as my nourishment. Unless you can slay all these millions of thunder beasts, you will not harm me in the slightest. You ought to know that the puppeteer blood spirit is inherently immune to poison. Your toxic barrier is indeed formidable, yet it is naturally countered by the puppeteer blood spirit. So, what will you do now? Upon hearing this, Qin Han felt a wave of headache wash over him. The process of crafting blood puppets is a particularly sinister art, fundamentally involving the refinement of the essence, spirit, and energy of beings or creatures with a blood relation to the target, ultimately transforming the soulless shells into impervious puppets. Even more repugnant is the fact that these blood puppets become intrinsically linked to the caster's bloodline. With tens of millions of thunder beasts, their collective vitality likely surpasses billions. His sole area of effect poison barrier is countered by a natural nemesis, and relying solely on archery, even if the enemy stood still for him to shoot. He could scarcely draw a drop of blood. Had he known, he would have sought alternative area attack methods before arriving. Yet, who could have anticipated that such a terrifying overlord beast existed on Thunder Poison Island? Even with foresight, one must have perused a strategy guide in his previous life. The High Priest of Thunder Poison Island seemingly never clashed with players. What could be done now? It seems you are out of options. Now it is my turn to strike. The High Priest smirked with satisfaction, raising his claws high and sweeping them towards Qin Han and the civilians behind him. Children, kill. Annihilate everyone in sight. Leave no trace of Thunder Poison Island. With the High Priest's command, the coastline teemed with thunder beasts, advancing ominously forward. A sight so terrifying it left the civilians on the altar trembling and paralyzed with fear. Upon witnessing the imminent threat, Qin Han felt a surge of urgency. While he possessed the ability to flee, even forcibly carrying away his beloved swordsmith wife, abandoning the situation would mean losing the invaluable staff. As the puppet blood spirits drew closer, an unexpected tremor resonated from the renowned blade, Moonshadow, at his back. Simultaneously, the moonlight above tore through the ominous clouds, cascading directly into Moonshadow. Upon this revelation, Qin Han swiftly drew the famed blade, and his entire being froze in astonishment. Moonshadow, divine weapon, complete form, attack, infinite defense penetration, infinite attack range, supreme technique of one realm, ultimate skill, moonlight / under the moonlight, all are mere ants. With a mere thought, none shall escape my blade. Overwhelmed by the terrifying attributes, Qin Han trembled, his hands quivering. In both his past and present lives, this marked his inaugural encounter with a complete form divine weapon. Its attributes were simply dreadful. Taking a deep breath, he gripped the hilt of Moonshadow with determination. While the celestial moonlight continuously enveloped him, bathing him in an endless glow. Suddenly, his gaze turned towards the moon. At the altar, those who had initially sought to flee now fixated their eyes on Qin Han. Among them, the High Priest exhibited a flicker of dread in the face of the unknown. This invader unleashed a plethora of techniques, leaving them uncertain of what lethal moves remained unutilized. On the beach, bathed in moonlight, Qin Han gradually ascended, his speed increasing until he appeared to stand upon the moon itself. To the astonishment of all, a silhouette wielding a long blade was discernible amidst the celestial white jade disk above. Suddenly, a voice resonated as if from the heavens, declaring, "Moonlight /." As the proclamation echoed, an unimaginably splendid blade light descended from the sky. This strike seemed capable of cleaving through the fabric of space, potentially bisecting the very world before him. Even if a deity stood in its path, it appeared as though it could be slain in a single stroke. At the altar, Lan Xin sensed the impending life and death crisis facing her beloved, and an expression of profound sorrow crossed her face. "Wherever you go, I shall follow," she declared, pulling a hairpin from her hair and thrusting it toward her neck. This unexpected turn of events caught even Lei Lao and Hu Zi, who were closest to her, off guard. Their attention was captivated by the brilliance of Qin Han's blade, leaving them little time to intervene. Just as they realized the gravity of the situation, a large hand seized Lan Xion's wrist, snatching the hairpin away. "Why are you standing there in a daze? Quickly bind her. If she succeeds in taking her own life, we will have much to answer for," exclaimed Li Yong. Upon hearing this, Lei Lao promptly came to his senses, rushing forward with pre-prepared ropes to secure her tightly. The surrounding guards, however, hesitated, daunted by the transformation of the High Priest into a monstrous being, leaving them disinterested in meddling with personal affairs. With Lan Xion bound, Lei Lao sighed in relief, turning to Li Yong with admiration. "You did well. I will commend you to the young hero." Li Yong also felt a weight lift from his shoulders. It was nothing. Initially, when the High Priest had gained the upper hand, he had contemplated switching allegiances. However, with Qin Han now prevailing, his thoughts had reverted, constantly considering Qin Han's directives. On the beach, the High Priest gazed at the descending blade light, and an unprecedented sense of despair enveloped him. He could not withstand this onslaught. No, how could such a formidable weapon exist in this world? It was impossible. With millions of blood spirits at his command, no one could kill him, absolutely no one. Suddenly, the blade light in the sky shifted mid-flight, splintering into an endless array of radiant beams, sweeping across the earth like moonlight. It enveloped the High Priest and the countless thunder beasts on the beach. To his horror, a lunar insignia appeared above the heads of the High Priest and all the thunder beasts. As despair clawed at his heart, the High Priest felt an unprecedented crisis of death, compelling him to flee towards the Thunder Lake, believing that if he submerged himself in its depths, he could evade his fatal fate. Yet, the instant he took a single step, a multitude of terrifying blade lights erupted from the void above. The blade light sliced through the high priest's massive form and all the thunder beasts surrounding him, silent and without a trace of disturbance. In the next instant, the high priest's towering body, over 10 meters in height, was cleaved in half, crashing to the ground with a clean, symmetrical wound. The millions of thunder beasts also met the same fate. In an instant, the beach was littered with scattered corpses. Amidst the celestial expanse, Qin Han descended. Empowered by the moonlight, resembling a celestial being gracing the mortal realm, instilling awe in all who beheld him. You have slain the leader-class monster, the Thunder Beast King. Experience gained. 503, 026 points. Sufficient experience gained. Would you like to level up? Use the tenfold amplification card to level up. On the beach, a radiant light enveloped Qin Han as he ascended from level 7 to 8, then to 9, and ultimately to 10. Yet, he felt a tinge of frustration. Though the puppet blood spirits were numerous, the experience only counted towards the controller. Otherwise, he would have easily reached level 20. For him, leveling up was merely a side benefit. He could achieve that whenever he desired. The most crucial aspect was the harvest, the true key to future victories. At this moment, announcements continuously flashed before the players from the two villages. Congratulations to player Qin Han for slaying the leader-class monster, the Thunder Beast King. Reward, 10 stamina points. As the first player from this village to slay a leader-class monster, you receive an additional 10 stamina points. Congratulations to player Qin Han for being the first to reach level 10, earning the captain's token. In the depths of the novice village 110755, Li Fei, leveraging his exceptional abilities, was diligently battling against a level 15 monster to level up. After days of intense struggle and countless narrow escapes, his experience steadily grew. However, just as he was on the cusp of reaching level 7, an announcement shattered his hopes. A leader-class monster? If elite-level monsters were already formidable, how powerful could a leader class be? He was now level 10 and had secured a captaincy. Could it be? At that moment, Li Fei confronted the reality of his situation. Recalling a notion that had once seemed utterly impossible, was the individual mentioned in the world announcement truly him? For so long, he had prided himself as the foremost player from both novice villages, harboring an innate arrogance that belittled others. Yet, now, he realized that in comparison to Qin Han, he was merely a foolish jester, a pathetic clown devoid of intelligence. Faced with such a formidable adversary, how could they still mock others in the diplomatic chat group? Were they courting their own demise? The celestial game connected the two villages, and even he, despite his foolishness, could surmise that a confrontation was inevitable. Yet, even before the battle commenced, his heart quaked with trepidation. In the chat area, Lin Dong continued to boast shamelessly, claiming that potential game issues could be attributed to Qin Han's actions in other villages, unfairly reflected upon their own. Rest assured, everything is fine. Besides Qin Han, our overall strength far outweighs theirs. The advantage lies with us. Meanwhile, in Novice Village 688, the shockwaves incited by Qin Han had become a recurring phenomenon, transitioning from disbelief to skepticism among the players. Now, we have returned to the starting point, and this time, the tone seems more resolute. You ask, if this Qin Han from our village is indeed the one mentioned in the global announcements, what then? What can we possibly do? He is formidable. What does that have to do with me? Are you foolish? This game is a competition among myriad realms, and we will inevitably clash with the celestial races. In the past, I believed we would perish even against the neighboring village. But now, with such a powerful ally in our village, who also happens to be our captain, how far do you think we can go? Brother, I seem to struggle to comprehend your words. Your understanding is truly lacking. Let me explain. In the past, when Liu Bang rose to power in Pei Stian, after he became emperor, his followers were all granted noble titles. Similarly, when Lu Xiao emerged from Nanyang, which of his old subordinates did not bask in glory? Many officials and royal relatives emerged from Nanyang's populace. Qin Han is akin to those historic figures, and we are his loyal subjects. Your words sound familiar. Oh, I recall, you once cursed Lu Kuang, and shortly thereafter, misfortune befell him. Then you cursed Lu Lu. And I heard that Lu Lu had a confrontation with the barbarian chief this afternoon on the prairie, resulting in numerous fractures and a near-fatal encounter. It would be wise for you to remain silent. Our village has finally produced a genuine powerhouse, and we cannot allow you to bring misfortune upon him. This individual is merely a charlatan. A suggestion to silence him is in order. Indeed, let us dispel superstitions and protect our esteemed Qin Han. Let the backlash commence. I willingly accept the consequences on behalf of Qin Han. Let all ill fortune befall me. On the sandy shore, Qin Han swiftly approached the corpse of the high priest, effortlessly absorbing the massive body into his possession. A level 30 elite beast, its worth is not insignificant, and it may prove useful in the future. Once the body was secured, his eyes were drawn to a pile of gleaming gold coins, 10,000 pieces, to be precise. Among the coins lay two objects radiating purple and red light, quietly resting. The purple object was unmistakably a staff, which Qin Han quickly picked up to examine. Purple Soul Thunder Staff, incomplete artifact. Lightning damage 1000 skill. Thunderbolt, calls down a bolt of lightning to strike an enemy within a kilometer, dealing 500% lightning damage. Mana cost, 100 points. Thunderstorm, inflicts 100% lightning damage on enemies within a 100-meter radius. Mana cost, 300 points per second. Passive, mind response, your every word and action seem to earn the complete trust of others. Facilitating smooth interpersonal interactions, effective only on NPCs and indigenous beings. This item appears to be a fragment of a legendary artifact. If another piece can be found, the staff's full potential can be unleashed. Indeed, it is a relic component, and it seems worthwhile to retain this, as acquiring the crystal atop the staff could render him invincible in terms of lightning damage. Yet, one is not invincible. Without the renowned blade, Moonshadow, I would not have been able to slay the high priest. As we progress, the prevalence of immune creatures increases, and without some means of protection, our path will become exceedingly limited. His gaze shifted to another piece of equipment emanating a crimson glow, a suit of armor, dark red in hue, with two sharp spikes jutting from its shoulders. The heart guard bore the head of a menacing dragon, seemingly bursting forth from the armor, which was covered in intricate runes, with purple lightning coursing through them. Crimson Dragon Demon Armor, Epic Level Defense, 2,300 Lightning Element Resistance, 5,000 Health Increase, 10,000 Health Regeneration, 110 per second Constitution Requirement, 500 Passive, Thunderpool, continuously absorbs lightning energy, storing it within the armor, 49 Charged. Note, usable after reaching 50 charge. Skill, Thunder Domain, releases the stored thunder from the armor, drawing in all within a 10,000-meter radius into the Thunderpool, with damage determined by the stored lightning power. This armor appears to be crafted from the scales of a dragon infused with the bloodline of ancient magical dragons, hinting at some terrifying power within. An epic-level armor, such a rare find. In my previous life, aside from a select few fortunate individuals who wielded legendary weapons, most could only aspire to possess epic-level armor as their ultimate gear. In my past existence, as a top-tier class, I had two pieces of epic-level equipment before my rebirth, which enabled me to defeat most peers of equal rank. The attributes of epic-level equipment can evolve alongside their wielder, albeit slightly superior to standard dark gold gear. Yet, the true strength of epic-level gear lies in the skills it possesses. When deployed at a critical moment, such skills can alter the tide of battle. Thus, many in my past life dubbed epic equipment as minor legendary artifacts. The Thunder Domain, such charge-based skills are relatively rare and somewhat cumbersome to utilize. However, the greater the challenge, the more potent the skill becomes. Since I am presently at the Thunder Lake, I shall charge it now in preparation for future exigencies. Qin Han picked up the red Jiao demon armor and gathered all the gold coins scattered on the ground. Subsequently, he retrieved a sturdy rope from his backpack, fastening one end to the armor and the other end to the leg of the nightmarish steed. Nightmare, he commanded, I entrust you with a task. Take this armor to the Thunder Lake and allow it to absorb the power of the thunder as thoroughly as possible. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, the nightmarish steed's red eyes glimmered with palpable discontent, snorting disdainfully. It seemed to convey its thoughts, as a noble steed from beyond the realms. Am I to be seen parading such a lowly piece of equipment? Is this not beneath my dignity? Qin Han, well done. I'll treat you to some braised beef when we meet again. Oh, you have no idea how fragrant it is. Just as he finished speaking, he noticed Nightmare sprinting away, seemingly fearful that he might change his mind if he delayed. Qin Han touched his nose, gave a dry chuckle, and then adopted a dignified demeanor as he turned to walk towards the altar. Upon his approach, the commoners began to panic. After all, he was someone capable of vanquishing the high priest. They were merely insignificant in comparison. Countless individuals turned to flee, but at that moment, Elder Lei Aotian removed his helmet, wiped away the disguise from his face, and called out from a height, fellow villagers. I am Elder Lei Aotion of our clan, and many of you have seen me before. I have long known that this high priest was a beast in disguise, intent on poisoning the foundation of Lei Poison Island. Thus, I sought the aid of the valiant Qin Xiaoxia. Now that the high priest has been vanquished, peace has returned to Lei Poison Island. Shall we not now welcome our great hero, Qin Xiaoxia? Nearby, Li Yang, witnessing this, clenched his fists and raised them high, leading the chant, "Long live Qin Xiaoxia! Long live Qin Xiaoxia!" The commoners, seemingly possessed, echoed the refrain, "Long live Qin Xiaoxia!" As Qin Han approached the crowd, somewhat socially anxious, he steeled himself and advanced. With a wave of his hand, silence fell over the crowd. He cast a sidelong glance at Li Yang, who still had his fists raised, and remarked, "You always manage to conjure up something new." Li Yang, misinterpreting Qin Han's comment as praise, felt a surge of delight and thought to himself, perhaps he should come up with more phrases to please Lord Qin in the future. Qin Han cast a sweeping glance at the crowd, addressing Elder Lei and Lon Xian to remain, while bidding the others to depart. In the hearts of the residents of Lei Du Island, his words held more sway than any imperial decree. In a matter of moments, the altar was left utterly deserted, save for the mistress of the Sword Dao Pavilion and Elder Lei. At this juncture, Lon Xian had been freed from her bindings. With the death of the high priest, the psychological burden on her spirit had been lifted. Yet, reflecting upon the absurdities of recent days filled her with an overwhelming sense of shame, rendering her almost unable to bear her own presence. "Qin, Sir Qin," she implored, "is it possible for me to avoid returning? After such deeds, how could I possibly face my husband?" "Qin Han, you find yourself ensnared by the machinations of the mind, rendered powerless to act on your own volition. Yet, you must not bear the brunt of blame. Your husband will come to understand. Moreover, the high priest is no more, leaving you bereft of any support in this place. It is inevitable that you shall vacate that gilded abode. Those who once attended to your needs are no longer at your service. Do you truly wish to accompany these individuals into the mountains for hunting, or would you prefer to wed a rough-handed hunter, bearing children and washing garments?" Upon hearing the grim prospects laid before her, Lon Xian's countenance paled, and her mind was inundated with a myriad of terrifying visions. "Very well then," she replied. "I shall accompany you back." "Qin Han, that is precisely correct. Very well, you may return to the Golden House for the night. And when the time comes for your departure, I shall certainly seek you out." Lon Xian departed, leaving only Elder Lei at the altar. "Qin Han, the matter has come to a conclusion. With the death of the high priest, his influence is bound to dissipate like scattered monkeys when the tree falls. This evening, I have helped you maintain your standing, and I trust that no one will dare to provoke you again. It is only a matter of time before you assume control of Thunder Poison Island. Now, may we speak of the whereabouts of the precious orb?" Old Lei clasped his fist towards Qin Han, sincerely bowing in gratitude. "I am profoundly thankful to you, young hero Qin, for saving the lives of my entire family. Such kindness is unforgettable." He continued, "In the past, that white four-legged serpent sought out my ancestor and said, if we wish to reclaim the orb, we should muster the courage to venture into the Thunder Realm and the abyss of fallen gods to find it. It also mentioned that as long as a member of my clan brought the staff, it would come forth to meet us. The Thunder Realm? The abyss of fallen gods?" Upon hearing these two names, Qin Han's gaze sharpened. The Thunder Realm is renowned as the gathering place of the world's thunder, teeming with apocalyptic thunder seeds, making it a notorious den of peril among the realms. The abyss of fallen gods is even more treacherous, containing countless ancient demons imprisoned within. Even in the late stages of the game, few players dared to venture there. What a formidable location. At present, I do not even dare to entertain the thought of entering, despite possessing considerable resistance to thunder. I fear that even the weakest of lightning strikes in the Thunder Realm would be insurmountable. Moreover, even with full thunder resistance gear, without the Celestial Weaver, passage through is impossible. I shall wait a while longer. Once I acquire the Celestial Weaver, life will flourish. Once I return the sword-obsessed wife and obtain the Celestial Stone, I will be closer to combining it into the true Celestial Weaver. I recall that during the novice phase, opportunities to acquire the remaining weaves and core were plentiful. Old Lei, perceptive to the nuances, cautiously inquired, "Young hero Qin, could it be that this place poses significant challenges for you as well?" Upon hearing these words, Qin Han regained his composure and waved his hand dismissively. "It is but a trifling matter. Since you have provided me with the information, we are even now. Attend to your own affairs." With that, he turned and made his way towards the Golden House. That night, Qin Han sat atop the roof with the famed blade, Moonshadow, allowing it to continue absorbing the power of the moonlight. It was a lamentable situation, although the blade's might was formidable once fully unlocked. It would once again fall into a state of confinement once its energy was expended, necessitating a fresh absorption of lunar power. This weapon was currently his most potent secret, and thus, it was imperative to prioritize its recharging. With the blade in hand, during this novice phase, he could cleave through any adversity that confronted him. If only this extraordinary technique could be wielded without limit, he could reign supreme over the realm. A thought struck him, if memory served. There was an advanced map known as the Moon God Palace where moon essence was rumored to be found. Would nourishing the blade with moon essence expedite its unlocking process? Unbeknownst to him, the night deepened gradually. Qin Han closed his eyes and drifted into slumber, the dew beginning to cling to him. As dawn approached, a proud rooster perched upon a nearby eaves raised its neck and crowed to the heavens. At Yunlei Lake, a majestic steed seemed tireless as it towed a rope, galloping back and forth across the surface of the water. Suddenly, it appeared that the submerged equipment had undergone some change. The horse's crimson eyes glimmered with intensity as it swiftly turned its head and charged towards the black stronghold. Qin Han found himself ensnared within a vivid dream, where he felt as though he were trapped beneath a colossal mountain, struggling to breathe. Despite his desperate attempts to flee, his efforts proved futile, and the overwhelming sensation of suffocation left him profoundly unsettled. Abruptly, he awoke with a start, his eyes fluttering open to reveal a heavy suit of armor draped across him. Beside the armor, a nightmare creature with piercing red eyes curiously observed him. In such a scenario, one might easily succumb to fear, yet Qin Han possessed remarkable mental fortitude. Quickly regaining his composure, he marveled at the absurdity of the situation, questioning how he had ended up atop the roof and whether the armor had been fully charged. His gaze fell upon the red Jiao demon armor, noting that its passive ability had astonishingly reached 100%. Pleased with this revelation, Qin Han carefully stored the armor away, summoning both the nightmare creature and the famed sword, Moon Shadow, into his possession. With these matters resolved, his expedition to Thunder Poison Island was drawing to a close. It was time to pay a visit to the master of the swordsmanship hall. Upon returning to his quarters, he found Lan Xin had already gathered her belongings, patiently awaiting his return. Are we to depart? He wondered. Qin Han cast a glance at the burden behind her, noting the luminous yellow emblem of the purple crystal puppet, which clearly indicated that it was filled with treasures of gold. It seemed that even in the absence of the high priest, certain desires, once ignited, would not easily fade away. Upon her return, it was likely that the swordsmanship pavilion would undergo a transformation. Perhaps she should wait a little longer. Before departing, she intended to meet with Elder Lei once more. Lan Xin nodded gently in response, shouldering the burden as she returned to the opulent vanity. Gazing at the golden adornments, her eyes reflected a sense of reluctance. As Qin Han pushed open the door, preparing to descend the stairs, he encountered Elder Lei approaching him. Upon their meeting, the elder exclaimed with great joy, "Young hero Qin, it is indeed a pleasure to see you here. I was genuinely concerned that you might depart without a word. I have a few items to present to you on behalf of the entire Thunder Poison Island." Qin Han was somewhat taken aback. "What is it? Is it of great importance?" Old Lei chuckled warmly, guiding the way. "You will understand once you take a look." With that, he led the descent down the stairs. Behind them, Lan Xin, observing the situation, casually hoisted her backpack and followed suit. The trio made their way down, ultimately arriving in the grand hall on the first floor. Upon entering, Qin Han was astounded by the sight before him. The hall was filled with large boxes, all of which stood open, revealing gleaming bars of gold within. These yellow-white treasures are abundant on the island and serve no purpose remaining with us. In the spirit of utilization, please feel free to take what you need. Lan Xin gazed at the room overflowing with gold bricks, her face brimming with envy. She had surreptitiously taken a small amount for herself, yet here, without uttering a single word, others were generously offering such a bounty of gold bricks. Qin Han, however, paid no heed to Lan Xin's expression. Gold, in this context, is exceedingly valuable. It serves as a universal currency within the game, and its applications are boundless. The more he possesses, the more beneficial it becomes. Without a hint of hesitation, he swept his hand, collecting all the gold, and upon its dissolution, his inventory swelled by a staggering 1 million coins. Old Lei observed Qin Han's acquisition of the gold, and a smile creased his aged face, resembling a withered chrysanthemum. This was indeed a fortuitous gain. Young hero Qin, possessing formidable strength and a clear sense of justice, accepting the gold effectively forged a bond of goodwill between them. In the future, should there be matters concerning Thunder Poison Island, it would be reasonable to expect that, In light of this past generosity, young hero Qin might lend his assistance. With such a powerful ally in their midst, even the gravest of issues would soon diminish to mere trifles. Very well, it is time for me to depart. Take care of yourselves. Having secured the gold, Qin Han waved his hand. He had already spent a considerable amount of time on Thunder Poison Island, and there were far more pressing matters awaiting him in the novice village. Old Lei replied, "Young hero Qin, I wish you a prosperous journey ahead. May the days to come be smooth and fortuitous." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Without a backward glance, Qin Han left a remark and entered through the door. "No need to kill," he had asserted. Gazing at the vanishing portal, Elder Lei echoed Qin Han's words, nodding in agreement. Leading the way, Li Yang sought information, a means of atonement. While saving lives in times of crisis would be deemed meritorious, yet this individual was cunning and treacherous, his intentions inscrutable, should he be utilized. It would likely lead to repercussions, thus it was best to refrain from involvement. Indeed, granting him a grand residence as a wealthy gentleman would not be unjust. In the novice village, within the villa, Qin Han and Lan Xin returned. Subsequently, he bypassed the village chief's abode, mounting his steed, Nightmare, and tirelessly rode to the swordsmanship pavilion with Lan Xin. At that moment, the bustling area for job transitions was deserted, the once lively locale now void of players. Two disciples of the swordsmanship pavilion languidly guarded the entrance, occasionally stifling yawns. Suddenly, the sound of hooves resonated as a horse and its riders approached with a rush. The two disciples were instantly roused, and upon catching sight of the riders, they exclaimed in astonishment, "Madam! It is Madam!" Immediately, one stepped forward to assist, while the other hastened inside to relay the news. As Qin Han and his companion dismounted and approached the entrance, they were met by a group of over 10 disciples emerging from within. At the forefront stood one bearing a tray, upon which rested a gem radiating with a kaleidoscope of colors, resembling a drill bit, alongside an ancient token inscribed with the word Sword Lodge. He approached Qin Han and spoke, "Mr. Qin, our pavilion master is already aware of your request. The pavilion master departed for a journey 3 days ago, leaving us here to await your arrival. He stated that if you could return with Madam, we are to present the Breaking Sky Stone to you. It is here now, and you may take it at your convenience." Upon witnessing this, Qin Han gently lifted the celestial stone from the tray. The weight of it in his hand left him momentarily dazed. He had anticipated a formidable challenge in acquiring such a treasure. He had even prepared for a battle of wits and eloquence, yet, unexpectedly, this object had come into his possession so effortlessly. The celestial stone, a remnant of a precious artifact. It is crafted from 7 colored gemstones, rendering all spatial barriers before it utterly ineffective. Legend has it that a formidable individual utilized this stone as a foundation to sift through extraordinarily rare materials, creating a vessel capable of traversing boundless realms, a superlative treasure. Should he acquire the remaining components, perhaps he could restore its former glory. Gazing at the celestial stone, Qin Han felt an uncontrollable surge of excitement. A treasure that had never been claimed in his previous life was now truly his. With it, the dream of assembling a genuine celestial shuttle was drawing near. Beside him, upon witnessing Qin Han secure the celestial stone, the disciple spoke again. "Sir, our esteemed curator has mentioned that if you're interested, you may procure another token. In the future, you could visit the Sword Pavilion, where a grand opportunity awaits you." A grand opportunity? The Sword Pavilion? Astonished, Qin Han realized that the Sword Pavilion was a setting encountered after the novice phase. He recalled from his previous life that it was a place devoid of any NPCs. Players merely regarded it as an ordinary locale. However, based on the disciple's words, possessing this token would bestow unforeseen opportunities upon the seemingly unremarkable Sword Pavilion. The disciple had notably emphasized a particular character, igniting Qin Han's anticipation. Perhaps a significant benefit awaited him in due course. With this thought in mind, Qin Han promptly grasped the token in his hand. Observing him accept the 2 treasures, the disciple nodded and remarked, "Sir, I shall not disturb you further." With that, he led the group, escorting Lan Xin back to their quarters. Outside the door, the area soon became deserted. Qin Han rubbed his nose, pondering the peculiar conduct of the Sword Pavilion's personnel. Meanwhile, a world announcement materialized, congratulating player Qin Han for completing an epic quest, rewarding him with 1 point of heavenly Dao value. As the first player to accomplish this epic quest, he received an additional point of heavenly Tao value as a bonus. Qin Han cast a glance at the notice, and aside from the heavenly Tao points, he nodded lightly, having just received an additional 2 points. Quite commendable. It is worth mentioning that players capable of accomplishing epic-level quests during the novice phase are indeed a rarity. To illustrate, the formidable strength of the High Priest is such that without the renowned sword, Moonshadow, or other extraordinary artifacts of high caliber, one would find it nearly impossible to prevail. Even if others were fortunate enough to undertake an epic quest, they likely lack the requisite prowess to complete it. As these thoughts flitted through his mind, he mounted his nightmare steed and swiftly turned towards the village chief's abode. However, upon reaching the northern part of the village, he spotted the chief leaning on his cane, waiting at a distance. Upon their meeting, the chief revealed a countenance he deemed benevolent, inquiring, "Child, have you managed to accomplish the task this time?" Qin Han remarked. Isn't this a blatant case of asking a question with an already known answer? If the village chief were unaware of the news, he would not be so eager to rush to the northern part of the village to await him. It is worth noting that this northern area, aside from a few days during the job transition period, is currently deserted. Not even a dog wanders there. Exercising patience, Qin Han continued, I have accomplished the task. I have secured the sky-breaking stone. When shall we proceed to the Blackstone domain? I shall dismantle the temporal barrier for you, allowing you to rescue your granddaughter. However, you must act swiftly regarding the timing. I can only afford you a maximum of 2 hours, beyond which I shall be unable to extricate myself. Upon hearing this, the village chief appeared somewhat troubled, exclaiming, this child, to be honest, the timing for our journey to the Blackstone domain may need to be postponed. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota, status, resource exhausted, Qin Han mused. What an extraordinary quest this is. Is it not to be compensated with gold? Where has the promised scarcity gone? Nevertheless, despite the allure of this epic endeavor, he harbored no intention of undertaking it. Having reached level 10 and successfully obtained the captain's token, he was entirely poised to embark on the competition for nobility. He had lingered on Thunder Poison Island for several days, and based on his previous life's timeline, he surmised that the tasks associated with the nobility competition would commence around noon today. This undertaking, the second grand event following his class transition, was renowned throughout the realms. It not only promised a prestigious high-ranking title, but also an impressive reward of 10,000 vitality points. This task was an indispensable part of Qin Han's strategic plan, thus, even in exchange for a treasured artifact, he would never acquiesce to participating in an epic quest. Qin Han, is your son not the master of the Sword Pavilion? Is he not immensely powerful? Why then does he seek external aid? Is he truly unable to contend with a mere traveler? Observing Qin Han's reluctance to accept the task, the village chief grew somewhat anxious. To be candid, from what I have gathered, the strength of that traveler is not particularly formidable. However, the master of that traveler is an extraordinarily powerful entity. With just my son and the individuals from the Sword Pavilion, they are simply no match. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Qin Han observed that the village chief's stinginess had escalated to an entirely new level. It was astounding, the master of the Swordsmanship Academy, for the same epic quest, not only provided a superlative treasure component, but also bestowed a significant opportunity. In stark contrast, the village chief seemed to leave his words unfinished, clearly intent on luring him in, likely with the intention of offering nothing in the end. This individual, driven by trivial gains, appeared to have completely forgotten past grievances. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Upon hearing this, Qin Han pondered, the demon god sacred land? Yet another obscure term. It seems I have not encountered a similar guide in my previous life. However, judging by the name, it must be an advanced map. Perhaps there are treasures to be found. Since the village chief suggested there was no hurry, he decided to accept the quest and would explore it further when time permitted. Nevertheless, the chief's miserly demeanor was quite irksome. With a determined resolve, he suppressed his temptation and firmly declared, I decline. Upon witnessing Qin Han's outright refusal, the village chief furrowed his brow in dismay. Yet, a sudden thought struck him. With the remaining 100 gold coins, a flicker of joy crossed his countenance. But then, recalling his precious granddaughter, his expression transformed back into one of despair. Observing the chief's erratic behavior filled Qin Han with discomfort. This old man was rather eccentric. Eventually, the village chief seemed to realize that his granddaughter was of greater value than material possessions. Taking a deep breath, he appeared to make a significant decision, his expression suggesting he intended to extract a portion of flesh from Qin Han. Reluctantly, he proposed, "Child, how about this? I will offer you 1,000 gold coins, along with a piece of dark gold-grade equipment. This is all I can muster. Beyond this, I have nothing left. Please, have a heart for this old man and assist me just this once." Despite the chief's theatrical display of distress, Qin Han remained unimpressed. "Is that all?" he retorted. "Even a few scraps from Thunder Poison Island would yield more than this paltry sum. This amount is hardly worth my time. However, if you could provide something akin to the advanced enhancement decree from last time, I might consider it. Yet, judging by the chief's demeanor, it seems he is barely able to part with 1,000 gold coins and a piece of dark gold-grade equipment, so I doubt any better offerings will emerge today." Having been previously manipulated by the chief, Qin Han resolved to turn the tables this time. He was curious to see if he could extract something of value from this old man. Rubbing his nose thoughtfully, he suggested, "Chief, why not reconsider? Time is of the essence for me. How about you grant me the captain's benefits? I have other matters to attend to." The village chief, upon hearing this, seemed to have an idea. Could the captain's benefits be a means to leverage? Yet, Qin Han provided no opportunity for negotiation. "If you choose not to give it, that is your decision. I shall not force you." The captain's decree had long been awarded to him, and his position was not insignificant compared to the village chiefess. The so-called benefits were merely perks such as villa usage rights and monthly salary, trivial matters that did not concern him greatly. As long as he possessed the captain's decree, he could contend for nobility. The rest were mere trifles. As Qin Han turned to mount his steed, the village chief, suddenly coming to his senses, realized the gravity of the moment. "I cannot be stingy at this juncture. Child, I shall provide you with the captain's benefits at once, and we can still negotiate the matter of the task's rewards. You must return quickly." Yet this time, Qin Han acted with unwavering resolve, entirely disregarding the village chief's pleas. In the swift, ethereal flight of the nightmare, he swiftly vanished from the chief's sight, leaving behind a disheartened leader who stomped his feet in frustration, lamenting, "What is wrong with me? Why am I once again being miserly? For the sake of my granddaughter, I cannot afford to be stingy any longer." He pondered deeply, contemplating what rewards he could offer, regretting the dwindling savings he had painstakingly accumulated. Meanwhile, Qin Han rode the nightmare southward towards a destination known as Qing'an Peak. Located within a level 10 wilderness area, fortuitously situated just beyond the archer's assessment point. As he traversed the wild bull prairie, he noted its eerie stillness, no players in sight. An idea struck him, prompting him to send a private message to Li Ran. "Where are you three?" "In the sheep tribe tomb." Li Ran's eyes welled with tears upon receiving the message. "Boss, you finally reached out. If you have a moment, could you come rescue us?" On the prairie, Qin Han, upon reading Li Ran's lament, could only smile wryly. Since the bull leader's appearance, it had been a constant threat on the prairie. Positioned precisely at the entrance of the sheep tomb, where a multitude of players had gathered at the time of its spawn. Once these players attempted to leave the tomb, they faced relentless attacks, resulting in several unfortunate deaths that instilled fear in those remaining. Days turned into an agonizing slog, with players subsisting on sheep's blood and raw meat. Their plight akin to that of cavemen. "Boss, and then there's Lu. He's in dire straits, barely clinging to life after the bull leader's assault. If it weren't for Lu Kuang assisting me in rescuing him, he would have likely become the bull leader's next meal. However, due to his injuries and lack of timely treatment, Lu's bones have become deformed. Even if he recovers, he may never return to his former state." On the nightmare, Qin Han replied, "Understood. I will arrive in approximately 5 minutes. Hurry and get ready. I have matters to discuss." Li Ran was overjoyed. "Ah, boss, you truly are coming. We're saved." Closing the message, Qin Han urged the nightmare forward. And what would ordinarily be a vast expanse of prairie now felt diminished beneath the accelerated hooves of his steed. In the blink of an eye, he reached the central area, where he spotted the bull leader, its massive form ominously dominating the landscape. At that moment, the bull leader noticed Qin Han, its eyes narrowing with murderous intent. These bipedal creatures had not learned their lesson. Having slain so many, they dared to approach once more. "Very well," it thought. "I shall make this one my lunch." With a thunderous roar, the bull leader charged towards Qin Han, intent on crushing him into oblivion. Based on previous encounters, the bull leader expected the usual reaction. The players would scatter in fear. It envisioned the scene of their desperate flight, treating the hunt of these bipedal creatures as mere pre-lunch entertainment. However, to its astonishment, Qin Han did not flinch. Instead, he raised his longbow, taking aim from a distance. The bull leader scoffed inwardly, having seen the futility of such weapons against its tough hide. To shoot at it during a charge was an act of folly. Yet, in the next moment, it witnessed the bowstring release an energy arrow that soared forth with incredible speed. The trajectory of the arrow shimmered in the bull leader's vision. In a split second, an arrow pierced its left eye, inflicting a staggering damage of 60,000. The bull leader's health bar plummeted to 0, and its enormous body collapsed to the ground with a deafening thud. You have slain the bull leader. Experience gained, 7,861 points. Simultaneously, the chat channels of the two villages erupted with announcements. Congratulations to player Qin Han for slaying the bull leader. Reward, 1 constitution point. Upon hearing this news, the neighboring village fell into a state of despair. Previously, they could dismiss Qin Han's prowess against elite monsters and boss creatures as the result of some special method. However, the bull leader, a tyrant of the prairie, had remained unbeatable. The villagers had exhausted all means to defeat it without success. The harsh reality struck hard. The once feared elite monster had fallen to none other than Qin Han. This revelation extinguished any remaining hope. If Qin Han could vanquish the bull leader, what did that imply for their village? The chat in the 11075 novice village descended into an eerie silence, an unprecedented terror enveloping every heart. In stark contrast, the 688 novice village erupted with jubilation. The menace of the bull leader had been eradicated by the illustrious Qin Han. The low-level players could now venture forth to gain experience on the wild bull prairie. Who witnessed such a pivotal moment? They pondered. There are so many players trapped in the sheep tomb nearby. They should have seen Qin Han's valiant fight against the bull leader. In the sheep tomb, players lamented. How unfortunate. We missed it. You're all useless. You didn't dare step outside for such an important moment. Wait, since the announcement was just triggered, does that mean Qin Han is currently on the prairie, perhaps even near the sheep tomb? This notion sent the players in the sheep tomb into a frenzy. Surging towards the exit, the bull leader's demise signified their return to the village, and the chance to witness the grandeur of Qin Han was an irresistible allure. Moments later, nearly all players from the sheep tomb rushed out, leaving only the gravely injured Lulu behind, desperately reaching out with despair etched upon his face, muttering, "Why is no one here to save me?" Outside, as the crowd poured forth, Qin Han had already collected the bull leader's remains, and the loot it had dropped. Advancing a short distance before dismounting the nightmare, he concealed himself behind a patch of tall grass, effectively shrouding his presence. Soon, 3 scruffy individuals appeared before him, their faces lighting up with excitement upon seeing the distinguished Qin Han. Li Ran exclaimed, "It has been days since we last met. Boss, your radiance surpasses all previous encounters. I am genuinely delighted for you." Li Hao added, "I recall that only a few minutes have passed since we set out. Yet you managed to defeat the bull leader in that time. Your strength is truly extraordinary." Lu Kuang, eager to contribute, attempted to formulate a response but found himself at a loss for words. Finally, he managed to utter, "Greetings, boss. API call failed with status code 429. Error, code 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, Qin Han. Alright, I await your good news. Also, remember to divide these items among yourselves. Once you have acquired them, you must surpass everyone from the neighboring village in terms of rank." As he spoke, a wave of his hand revealed a pile of colorful equipment on the ground, causing the 3 to gaze in astonishment. "Boss, are these for us?" They observed that the least among the items were blue in quality, with even some golden ornaments present. Even more astonishingly, there lay 500 gold coins beside a complete set of golden armor. The attributes were simply tantalizing. The Barbarian Bull set. This golden ensemble consisted of a helmet, armor, knee guards, boots, and a weapon. The entire set boasted exceptionally alluring attributes: attack, 50, defense, 300, health, 500, health regeneration, 10 per second, and a 10 increase in movement speed along with a 20 increase in attack speed. The physical requirement stood at 50. To Qin Han, these items were akin to mere trash. Given the current strength of players, this equipment was nothing short of overwhelming. A player with merely 10 in physical strength possessed a scant measure of attack power, while typically, a level 5 player could muster only a paltry 5 points. Standard weapons yielded attack values typically below 10, blue equipment hovered around 20, and golden gear generally reached around 50. For the unfortunate, some players even found golden equipment with attack values falling short of 30. This set, however, represented the pinnacle achievable by level 5 golden equipment. And considering the brutal drop rates in the game, it could be deemed exceptional even among the average players post-beginner phase. Nevertheless, for Qin Han, as the quantity of valuable items increased, his storage space became increasingly inadequate. Ultimately, these items would become redundant. So fortifying a few subordinate strength would enable them to work more effectively. Keep this money for gathering materials. Choose your equipment wisely. I've provided you with these items, and now I expect you to carry out your tasks diligently. With that, Qin Han summoned his nightmare steed, leaping onto it and galloping deep into the wilderness. Watching Qin Han's retreating figure, Li Ran sighed. The boss is truly busy. It seems like he always has matters to attend to. Lu Kuang replied, of course. Otherwise, how could he be so formidable? The affairs of the old are beyond our wildest conjectures. Li Hao interjected, so how do we divide these items? There's only one golden set. Who will use it? Lu Kuang suggested, shall we draw lots? Whoever draws the winning lot gets to use it. Li Hao agreed. That sounds good. I have excellent luck. Lu Kuang chuckled. My Lu family has enjoyed centuries of fortune. How could my luck be poor? My ancestors will surely bless me. Li Ran then remarked, it doesn't matter. After all, the three of us level up together, so experience will be nearly evenly distributed. Whoever wears the gear will act as the frontline shield. Lu Kuang added, I think we should take turns using it so that everyone can experience the role of a shield. Li Hao concurred. Brother Lu is right. On the other side, while riding his horse, Qin Han suddenly recalled that he possessed 2 high-level enhancement tokens. He initially planned to recruit 2 new subordinates when time permitted, yet amidst his busyness, he had forgotten about it. Forget it. I'll leave it to fate. After all, these enhancement tokens can be utilized even in the later stages. For now, having 3 subordinates is sufficient. In the wilderness, Qin Han traversed several monster spawning areas, encountering players in level 2, 3, 4, and even 5 zones. Although each monster kill proved arduous for the players, requiring careful attention to avoid injury or death, they continued to fight tenaciously. This reminded him of the novice days of his previous life. Humanity's adaptability is indeed remarkable. In a modern society where many had never even touched a single grain of rice, now they could confront ferocious beasts. As he ventured deeper into the wild, the monsters' levels increased, and the presence of players gradually diminished. Eventually, he arrived at the hillside where he had undergone the initial assessment upon entering the game. The archery training ground remained, yet the archery instructor was nowhere to be found, leaving the surroundings desolate and devoid of life. Having completed their assessments, the instructors had likely moved on to more advanced maps. As a fleeting thought crossed his mind, Qin Han continued onward, but just a few steps later, he noticed an inscription on a nearby stone. Do not forget the promise. We shall surely meet again in the future. A subtle smile curled at the corners of Qin Han's lips, indicating that the mentor was aware of my impending arrival. Rest assured, I, Qin Han, shall not abandon the task at hand. In due time, I shall ensure a reunion for you both. After all, you are destined to become my subordinate in the future. Riding the nightmarish steed, I approached the welcoming pine. The sky was clear, and the air was refreshing. Ahead, the mountains stretched endlessly. Among them, the peak designated for the archery assessment appeared rather modest, yet directly ahead loomed a mountain that pierced the clouds, standing proudly amidst the range, a true standout. That must be the location for the noble title contest. Typically, when a player attains the captaincy, the village chief bestows upon them certain benefits while also providing insights into the contest for noble titles and its location. However, having been reborn, I require no such guidance from the village chief. This place has gathered the captains of formidable villages who have reached level 10 ahead of others. One could say that any of these individuals would be a rare elite among thousands. In my previous life, I ranked around 90 million upon entering, but in this life, my aim is to secure the top position. The noble titles in the eternal game include Emperor, Duke, Marquis, Earl, and Baron. For this contest, 3 tiers of noble titles are available: Earl, Count, and Baron. The first tier, Earl, with only 1 position available, granted to the top-ranked participant. The second tier, Count, comprising 10 positions for those ranked 2nd to 11th. The third tier, Baron, offering 50 positions according to rank. In total, this contest presents a mere 61 noble titles, signifying their extreme rarity. Yet, the more scarce they are, the more they underscore the significance of such titles. As the saying goes, village baron, town duke, city earl. This not only pertains to power, but also to territory. Even the lowest-ranked baron is granted a parcel of land in a higher dimensional space, an absolutely secure territory. Such territories are remarkably safe. Within them, even the most formidable deities cannot intrude. A baron's territory is roughly the size of an ordinary village. Despite its smallness, this seemingly insignificant land is beyond the reach of those who would barter with treasures for it. In terms of authority, even a humble baron can command respect within the realms of the eternal game, while a village chief is rendered insignificant in their presence, akin to an ant. The disparity only grows when considering counts and earls. Ascending in noble rank not only expands territory but also enhances power and benefits, which are incomparable. Additionally, an essential aspect is that once one possesses a noble title, it signifies acknowledgement by the game, granting independent rights. For instance, even if all players from Blue Star were to perish, including the destruction of Village 688, as long as one holds a noble title, they would not face any punitive repercussions. This effectively isolates the title holder, allowing them to establish their own faction. Nevertheless, one must tread alongside the majority of players to reap greater rewards. Thus, even upon acquiring a noble title, I shall refrain from prematurely exercising my independent rights. Casting a glance at the distant Qingyun Peak, I reined in the nightmarish steed and leaped down the mountainside. Qingyun Peak rose majestically, piercing the heavens, appearing insurmountable from its base. Fortunately, a spiral path wound upward from the foot of the mountain, allowing for traversal. However, glancing around, one could spot a bullman wielding a spiked club every few steps along the way. These bullmen were not particularly large, standing merely 10 centimeters taller than an average person. Yet their muscular physiques made them appear formidable. These bullmen were level 10 monsters, characterized by their high health and thick defenses. In my previous life, I foolishly thought there might be some advantage in confronting them head-on, wielding a blade as I ascended. However, the peak was far higher than I had anticipated. That day, I fought from dawn until dusk, barely reaching the summit. Although the experience gained was substantial, elevating me by a level and a half, the relentless and mechanical slaughter left me on the brink of despair. In this life, I shall not repeat such foolishness. Looking up at the vast sky, I sprinted, leaping high into the air, akin to a cannonball, soaring 20 meters upward. Using my momentum, I propelled myself another 20 meters higher. In no time, I reached the mountainside, where wisps of mist began to swirl around me and the air grew thinner. Turning to glance downward, the earth appeared diminutive beneath me. Taking a deep breath, I continued my ascent, drawing closer to the summit. Suddenly, I flipped and landed on the platform at the peak. This circular platform, spanning 100 meters, lacked any guardrails. In its center stood a nearly 3-meter-tall bullman, clad in silver armor and sporting 2 prominent braids. A thick iron chain bound him, tethered to an iron clasp at the center of the platform. At that moment, he gripped a stone axe, his bovine eyes curiously fixed on me. At last, someone has arrived. I've grown weary of waiting here. Come, let us engage in battle. Either I shall vanquish you, or you shall defeat me. With that proclamation, the old bullman charged forward. His speed was astonishing, showing no inclination to halt, protected by the iron chain that prevented him from tumbling off the edge. Yet, I had no such safety tether. Should he collide with me, I would surely plummet from this towering height, even with my current health. A fall from such an altitude would likely result in severe injury or even the triggering of a catastrophic class passive. In a moment of urgency, I swiftly dodged to the side. The bullman, missing his strike, grinned widely and remarked, "Heh, you dodge quite swiftly. But can you evade the first strike, only to escape the 15th? Qin Han mused, this creature is a certified contender in the struggle for nobility. Only by vanquishing it can one formally enter the assessment. Its rank is not high, merely a level 10 elite monster, easily dispatched by top-tier professional players of the same caliber. However, the most treacherous aspect of this situation is the lack of protective platforms. One misstep could lead to a perilous fall. In my previous life, I suffered numerous setbacks at the hands of this old bull, narrowly escaping death several times before finally achieving victory. But now, the circumstances have changed. With narrowed eyes, Qin Han gazed with keen interest at the iron chains. What would happen if I were to sever your chains? The Minotaur, emboldened, retorted, "Ha! These chains are forged from 1,000-year-old dark iron. No offense, but with your flimsy weapons, you would struggle to leave even a mark." As it spoke, the beast charged forward once more. Is that so? In an instant, Qin Han drew his bow and released an arrow. The god-slaying bow, indeed a divine weapon, struck true. With a resounding clang, the so-called thousand-year-old dark iron shattered as if it were mere paper. The charging Minotaur, upon witnessing this, was struck with terror, its soul seemingly departing as it collapsed to the ground, sliding forward in an oddly contorted manner. It came to a halt at the very edge of the towering platform, no longer exuding its prior arrogance. With eyes tightly shut, the entire creature trembled uncontrollably. Behind it, Qin Han chuckled. What happened to your bravado? Where is the might you displayed moments ago? Rise, I've heard tales of your kind being fearless warriors. Have you become paralyzed with fright? Or should I give you a gentle nudge off the edge? At these words, the Minotaur frantically waved its hands. No, no, no. I was wrong. I was wrong. Please, don't push me. As it spoke, its body began to inch toward the center of the platform, muttering under its breath. Let me reach a safe zone before I deal with you. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Qin Han. Then it will depend on your sincerity. Minotaur, I can offer you a treasure I obtained by chance. I am certain it will meet your satisfaction. As he spoke, the Minotaur rummaged through his belongings. Finally, he produced a token in a dark, glossy orb. Take it. Take it. Upon witnessing the situation, Qin Han swiftly advanced, seizing the two items in his grasp. The token was a teleportation pass, granting direct access to the realm of rank contention, while the dark, glossy orb was a precious artifact known as the water-repelling pearl. This extraordinary item allowed its possessor to traverse the vast waters with the same ease as walking on solid ground. Merely placing it in one's inventory would activate its powers. Observing the pearl, Qin Han nodded in satisfaction. The Minotaur, in truth, was integral to the rank contest, a significant juncture. Slaying it would yield, at most, a single teleportation pass. However, severing its chains to instill fear, followed by incapacitating it to compel surrender, would result in acquiring a water-repelling pearl, which held immense importance during the assessment phase. It could bestow a critical advantage at decisive moments. Noticing that Qin Han lingered with his newfound possessions, the Minotaur anxiously inquired, I have given you the items. Why do you not depart? Do you intend to renege on our agreement? Qin Han cast a fleeting glance at him before shattering the token in his grasp, causing a bronze door to materialize before him. Without hesitation, he stepped through it. This Minotaur was merely a quest creature. He had already acquired the necessary item, and slaying it would yield little more than experience points, hardly worth the effort. The crux of the matter, however, lay in the Minotaur's true identity as a pivotal NPC within a mid to late game map of the Beast Clan. By sparing it today, he would have the opportunity to encounter it again in the future, potentially unlocking a hidden map replete with numerous rewards. It was said that the precious water pearl was obtained from that very secretive domain. Upon traversing the teleportation portal, Qin Han found himself in a familiar corridor, measuring 200 meters in width and extending 5 kilometers in length. As he gazed down the expanse, he spotted an array of monsters scattered about, wielding various weapons, minotaurs, gomen, centaurs, dog-headed beings, and countless others, approximately 1,000 in total. At that moment, a small screen appeared in the upper right corner of his vision, indicating that the contest for ranks had commenced for 15 minutes. By vanquishing monsters, acquiring treasures, and passing trials, players could earn points. The event spanned 10 days, culminating in a final ranking. The higher the placement, the greater the likelihood of being awarded a title. He was urged to strive for points and secure a title successfully. Subsequently, the screen shifted to display a ranking chart, showcasing the points accumulated by all players in this realm, according to the knowledge he had gleaned from his previous life. Only the top 61 players would be eligible for title rewards after the final tally. Presently, the player in first place was known as Jin Xiaoxi, with a staggering 900 points. Qin Han recognized him as one of the 6 pinnacle forces in the universe, a prodigy born with a sword body of a sacred profession, wielding a divine sword of unparalleled power. In the ultimate battleground, he had outshone numerous seasoned veterans, ascending to the status of a supreme deity. In second place was Jiang Ningshui, with 899 points, while the third position was held by Selena, who had amassed 898 points. She hailed from a prestigious magical family in the universe, endowed with an innate affinity for magic, rumored to be the reincarnation of a divine sorcerer. Her trajectory in the previous life had also been remarkably impressive. As Qin Han scanned the rankings, He noted that those occupying the top positions were primarily individuals of the saint-level profession and those who had acquired hidden careers, bearing a striking resemblance to the previous life. However, the 30th position caught his eye. Feng Qianjue. It appeared that this individual had not graced the rankings in his past life. He seemed to fade into obscurity towards the end of the game. The only reason he had garnered any fame was due to his father, the Demon Emperor, who later ascended to become one of the supreme gods. In those days, after the Demon Emperor became a supreme god, he had sought out the Ancient Witch for a fierce confrontation, a battle that darkened the skies and shook the earth, yet ultimately, neither party emerged victorious. Rumor had it that the Demon Emperor's quarrel with the Ancient Witch stemmed from the fact that Feng Qianjue had allegedly met his demise at her hands in the novice village. Now it made sense. Qin Han suddenly realized that it must have been his actions in this life that led to the Ancient Witch's downfall, thereby preventing her from gaining strength and allowing Feng Qianjue to escape his fate. It seemed he had inadvertently saved him. Perhaps he could consider himself a benefactor? If fate were to bring them together, would it be unreasonable to request a token of gratitude for his protection? Narrowing his eyes, Qin Han continued to peruse the rankings. Presently, with a score of 0, he found himself languishing beyond the billionth place. It was time to make his move. Delaying any further would only worsen his standing. Summoning his nightmarish steed, he charged forth with great speed, slicing through the ranks of monsters in his path. Thud, thud, thud. Each creature he encountered fell before him, none able to withstand even a single arrow. The rank assessment dungeon comprised 9 challenges, each representing a distinct map. At this moment, he was in the first stage, populated solely by ordinary monsters, each yielding a single point upon defeat. Clearing the initial map theoretically allowed for the accumulation of 1,000 points. And this stage was the simplest of all. Provided one had adequate vision and could spot the monsters, nearly all participants could achieve a perfect score. With the combined velocity of the nightmarish steed and Qin Han's shooting speed, the monsters fell like wheat before the scythe. Aside from a few unique items and equipment, the creatures here rarely dropped any gear. Nonetheless, the experience gained was substantial, and combined with the experience acquired from slaying the bull commander, Qin Han found himself reaching level 11 halfway through. The carnage continued, and his ranking steadily ascended. Billionth, 100 million, 10 million, 1 million. By the time he reached the end of the stage, his ranking astonishingly placed him within the top 10,000. His score stabilized at 1,000 points. Remarkably, the first 10,000 rankings shared the same score, all aligning at 1,000. This phenomenon was a distinctive feature of the rank points. Those who reached the score first were prioritized. In his previous life, many had their scores nearly overlapping at the time the rankings were established. Ahead lay a luminous gateway. Upon entering, he would transition into the second stage. After confirming his perfect score of 1,000 points, Qin Han mounted his nightmarish steed and charged into the second realm. This new landscape unfolded as an endless desert, where a stone creature lay sprawled on the ground, resembling a heap of shattered rock. Qin Han raised his hand, releasing an arrow that inflicted approximately 6,700 points of crimson damage. On the ground, what was once a puddle of shattered stones suddenly began to coalesce, gradually taking the form of a towering stone creature, 5 stories high, its body a dull gray. Its flattened head bore eyes resembling green beans, fixated intently on Qin Han. With a resounding thud, 2 colossal hands, akin to massive hammers, came crashing together, bearing down ferociously towards Qin Han. Qin Han maneuvered skillfully on horseback, drawing his bow to unleash a relentless barrage of arrows, each inflicting over 700 points of damage. The Stone Crystal Commander, an elite creature of level 11, boasted a staggering health pool of 360,000. In contrast to typical elite monsters, which possess health in the mere hundreds of thousands, these dungeon adversaries dynamically augment their strength in response to the player's prowess. With his Divine Class Profession's passive abilities, this creature's strength was likely enhanced by approximately 30-fold. The Stone Crystal creature was immune to poison damage and significantly mitigated physical attacks. However, Qin Han wielded the Godlayer Bow, which disregarded defenses, rendering the encounter manageable. The sole vulnerability of the Stone Crystal Commander resided in the core located at its rear. Only by targeting this spot could one inflict critical damage. With agility, Qin Han circled around, taking advantage of the creature's sluggishness. By the time he positioned himself behind the stone crystal monster, it had barely managed to turn halfway. Behind the creature, a circular crystal emanated a ghostly blue luminescence. "Now is the moment," he exclaimed, raising his hand to unleash a flurry of arrows, each moving with such speed that they seemed to blur. Swiftly, he released a sequence of arrows, each striking the crystal with a resounding impact, inflicting approximately 67,000 points of horrifying yellow damage. The creature's health plummeted rapidly. In a fit of pain, the stone crystal monster attempted to retaliate, but under the overwhelming velocity of Nightmare, it was utterly defenseless. With the God Layer Bao's ability to bypass defenses, combined with Nightmare's extraordinary speed and Qin Han's formidable attack power, the creature succumbed within less than a minute, its anguished cries echoing as it collapsed in a cacophony of destruction. In its wake, it left behind 1,000 gold coins and a core radiating an ethereal blue glow. You have slain the level 11 elite creature, the Stone Crystal Commander. Experience gained, 18. 623 points. Points earned, 1,000. The generous experience brought him tantalizingly close to reaching level 20 with the Golden Eagle. Coupled with the experience awarded from the initial stage, he ascended another level. Experience is sufficient. Shall I upgrade? Utilizing a tenfold enhancement card to level up. Concurrently, Qin Han's ranking on the leaderboard surged to the illustrious first position. Qin Han, 2,000 points. Below him, the highest score of all others barely reaches 1,000 points. At this moment, his name once again shone brightly before the prodigies from various factions across the cosmos. Congratulations to player Qin Han for being the first to elevate his level to 11, rewarded with an increase of 1 in physical strength. Congratulations to player Qin Han for achieving the first kill of the elite monster, the Crystal Leader, rewarded with an additional point in physical strength. Congratulations to player Qin Han for being the first to elevate his level to 12, rewarded with yet another point in physical strength. In the chat areas of the two villages, Qin Han's announcements rang out in succession. In Village 688, the players were increasingly exhilarated, yet they felt it was only natural. Qin Han's existence had established him as an extraordinary role model, gradually uplifting their spirits, even though they had never truly seen his face. His stature in the hearts of the players from Village 688 continued to rise. A brief episode occurred when Li Ran and his companions, after receiving the equipment from Qin Han, passed by the sheep grave and happened upon Lulu, whom they decided to bring back to the village. This act moved Lulu to tears, and he promised that once he healed, he would take the three of them to level up. They laughed it off, not taking it seriously. With their high-level enhancement orders and the golden gear bestowed by their leader, Lulu's joining would only complicate matters. Delays for them were inconsequential. But if it affected their leader's affairs, that would be disastrous. After their adjustments, the trio returned to the wild. Particularly, Lu Kuang, who had been concealing his name. Donned the golden gear given by Qin Han in the wilderness, his ostentatious appearance led several passing players to mistake him for Qin Han, eagerly surrounding him for autographs. Despite Lu Kuang's repeated explanations, they remained adamant, reasoning that with his equipment, he could undoubtedly stand tall in the entire novice village and with his name hidden. There was no one else but the esteemed Qin Han capable of such prowess. Lu Kuang, fearing exposure, could only sneak away and, once in private, promptly removed the golden gear, vowing never to wear it again. In the novice village 110755, since Qin Han began leveling up, the momentum had been unstoppable. He had now far surpassed the former leader, Li Fei. The once arrogant individuals had fallen into obscurity, and the village chat area had lost its previous vibrancy. Nonetheless, these people were inherently proud, hailing from a martial civilization, and many began to fervently grind for levels, even staying overnight in the wilderness. This resulted in an increasing gap in levels on the leaderboard, aside from Qin Han and his three subordinates, along with a few professionals. The disparity among the remaining players continued to widen. In the rank contention dungeon, countless dungeons witnessed a sudden change in expressions at the sight of Qin Han's name on the leaderboard. Chen Xiaoxi had already entered the second stage, and after a fierce battle, he finally slew the Crystal Leader. With my strength and the enhancement of treasures, I should still be ranked first in this second stage. If this continues, I will undoubtedly outshine all other prodigies and claim the top position. For this rank contention, I have invested heavily in acquiring NPCs, gaining valuable information. Once I secure first place, the rewards will be beyond imagination. Yet, I wonder if Qin Han has entered at this moment. He had long been discontented with the name that appeared most frequently in world announcements, even though the other party had obtained a unique profession. He yearned for a genuine confrontation. Upon passing the first stage, he had specifically noted the names of the top 100, recognizing many familiar names. But Qin Han was not among them. Qin Han, should you miss this contention, you shall surely regret it for a lifetime. Muttering to himself, Chen Xiaoxi summoned the points leaderboard, only to be stunned. It was Qin Han. He had actually claimed first place in points? He had clearly entered later yet ascended to the top so swiftly. It seemed the godly profession was indeed not to be underestimated. The surprise in Chen Xiaoxi's eyes quickly transformed into fervor. Since the beginning, this marked my first true contest against the other prodigies. The arrival of Qin Han has finally instilled a sense of pressure within me. Let us battle and see who can secure first place first. Collecting the dropped items, Chen Xiaoxi proceeded to the next stage. Following him, those prodigies swiftly defeated the crystal leader, with Jiang Ningxue claiming third place and Selena fourth. Aside from the variable of Qin Han, their rankings saw a collective decrease by one, but unfortunately, due to the enhanced dynamics of the monsters, those who were inherently strong lost their edge. The only factors that mattered were professional enhancements, equipment boosts, and combat experience. Even though Feng Qianjue had entered early and recklessly charged through the first stage, the relatively weak monsters had allowed him to fortuitously rise to the forefront. However, in this instance, when faced with elite monsters, he faltered. Despite possessing the finest equipment from the entire novice village, confronting the formidable crystal leader proved overwhelming, causing his ranking to plummet to over 130. Damn it, how embarrassing. I'm a descendant of the Demon Emperor. If this gets out, my father is sure to kill me. It was all due to those foolish lower-level demons. Had they exerted a little effort, this prince could have at least achieved a holy-level profession. As the ranks of holy-level professionals continued to eliminate the crystal monsters and points reached 2,000, the remaining players began to exert themselves. Starting with Feng Qianjue, top-tier professional players engaged in drawn-out battles to defeat the crystal monsters. However, life was not as kind to advanced professionals. Those who managed to come here were all prodigies far exceeding their peers in their home worlds, endowed with innate physical attributes superior to those of other players. Yet, due to the dynamic enhancements of the monsters here, their innate strengths became irrelevant. In the eternal game, within dynamic dungeons, novice players could hold their own against elite monsters, possessing the capability to single-handedly defeat monsters of the same level. For ordinary advanced players, overcoming elite monsters required risking their lives for a chance at victory. Thus, from this point onward, advanced players began to encounter fatalities. However, a greater number of players, in dire straits, managed to just barely vanquish the crystal leader. After this batch of players passed, another group faced the terrifying crystal leader, akin to confronting an insurmountable chasm. These individuals were all intermediate professionals. Outside, they could rely on their superior innate talents and some high-level equipment, even seeking assistance from others to struggle against elite monsters. Yet here, their innate talents were rendered useless, and without aid, they faced the crystal leader as if confronting an unbridgeable divide. This battle could no longer be deemed a mere struggle. It resembled a world-class boxing champion facing a first-grade student unarmed in the ring, with the probability of passing being almost non-existent among a billion. 99.9% of intermediate professional players halted here, choosing to abandon the contest. Their scores remained stagnant at 1,000 points. Only a handful of fortunate souls, having exhausted their lifetime's worth of luck, narrowly dodged countless attacks to grind down the crystal leader. Yet even so, their journey had reached a definitive end, as the third stage revealed yet another boss, a leader-level boss. Another boss dynamically enhanced to match the player's levels and strengths. Before him stood a golden centaur upon an expansive verdant prairie, gracefully wielding a silver bow and arrow. This centaur, though not particularly large, was merely 2 or 3 sizes larger than an average human. At that moment, it strolled leisurely across the grassland, exuding an air of harmlessness. Yet, when Qin Han beheld it, a rare flicker of subtle trepidation glimmered in his gaze. In his previous life, armed with an elite profession, he had boldly confronted this challenge. The centaur, with its swiftness and ranged attacks, proved to be exceedingly formidable. In a one-on-one scenario, it was the kind of boss monster that players dreaded facing the most. He had poured forth all his efforts, battling tirelessly for an entire day and night, before barely managing to vanquish this creature. However, in the process of defeating the centaur, he sustained grave injuries, depleting his last healing potion and forcing him to retreat in solitude, marking the end of his journey. His ranking had languished at a mere 90 million. That battle remained one of the most vivid memories etched in his mind. At that time, he had only recently embarked on his gaming odyssey, his combat experience pale in comparison to the titans of the realm, and his equipment inferior to theirs. Countless times, he had faced life and death crises under the relentless assaults of the centaur. Yet this time, the path that had once seemed impassable would be traversed to its very end. With a piercing gaze, Qin Han fixed his attention on the distant centaur, who seemed drawn to the murderous intent emanating from his eyes, turning to meet his stare. In an instant, both adversaries instinctively launched their assaults, arrows whistling through the air, intertwining in a deadly dance. This time, Shin Han opted for a direct confrontation. His body resolutely unyielding, his gaze sharp, and his fingers deftly manipulating his weapon. In contrast, the centaur, having sustained multiple severe injuries, began to exhibit a flicker of fear in its eyes, retreating in evasion. Yet, Shin Han remained steadfast, his assault unrelenting. The more chaotic the enemy became, the more openings were presented, granting him ample opportunity to strike at vital points. Across the prairie, bursts of lethal yellow damage erupted as the centaur dodged left and right, its health depleting rapidly. Before long, the centaur's vitality diminished to half, collapsing thunderously onto the ground. In an instant, its form began to mutate, radiating a fierce blaze, igniting a substantial area of the surrounding grassland. Subsequently, its body swelled, limbs protruding grotesquely, culminating in the astonishing manifestation of 3 heads and 6 arms. Each hand wielded a distinct weapon: a wolf fang club, a war hammer, a battle knife, a great sword, a scythe, and a short gun. While the previously discarded bow and arrows were abandoned entirely, now transformed, the centaur, engulfed in flames, resembled a lava creature emerging from the inferno, charging swiftly toward Shin Han. Shin Han stood motionless, not even blinking, observing the foolishness of the centaur's second phase. Although its defenses had been augmented, it had sacrificed its range for melee combat, thereby limiting its strength. With such a cumbersome form, it could only be kited by others. In his previous life, had it not transformed into its second form, which was considerably easier to deal with, he would have struggled immensely to defeat it. Raising the god-slaying bow, he relentlessly aimed at the robust joints of the centaur. As the creature charged towards him, closing the distance to approximately 50 meters, he heard a sharp crack. In an instant, the centaur's body became weightless, and it crashed to the ground in a disheveled manner. Seizing the opportunity, he swiftly redirected the bow's aim towards the centaur's critical head area and continued to shoot. Before long, the centaur's health bar was entirely depleted, culminating in a final, unwilling cry before it collapsed thunderously. You have slain the leader-level boss, the Great Bow Centaur, and earned 123,396 experience points. Simultaneously, Shin Han's score increased by another 1,000, reaching a total of 3,000 points, allowing him to maintain his position at the top. The death of the centaur left behind a bounty of 10,000 gold coins and a red crystal, resembling the blue crystal that had erupted from the stone. Fire Spirit Crystal, quest item attributes? It is said that this serves as the key to unlocking the door to unknown realms. Guard it well, for it may yield great benefits. The blue crystal that had emerged from the stone was, indeed, the Water Spirit Crystal. Shin Han collected the spoils, including gold coins and the remains of the equine and human bodies. He pressed on. After the death of the horses and men, a portal materialized ahead. As Shin Han stepped inside, he found himself in the 4th level. Upon entry, a sudden drop in temperature enveloped him in a world blanketed by thick snow, with drifts reaching up to the knees of nightmares. This realm was unfamiliar to him from his past life, leaving him to glean insights solely from strategies he had encountered. The 4th level marked the true crossroads of life and death. From his observations on the strategies regarding the contest for ranks, he understood that the dungeon comprised a total of 9 stages, with the first 4 serving as combat trials designed to cull the weaker players. The first stage acted as a transitional phase for acclimatization, while the second introduced an elite-level boss, filtering out those below advanced players. The third stage presented a chief-level boss, weeding out all but the top-tier players. Even the most skilled professional players faced perilous battles in the third stage. This 4th level would likely eliminate nearly all advanced players, as it featured 2 chief-level bosses. Even if top-tier professional players managed to overcome the third stage, many would be left exhausted, rendering it nearly impossible to continue battling the 2 formidable bosses. Consequently, in his previous life, the number of individuals who could successfully navigate this level was exceedingly small, consisting primarily of elite professional players, with many saint-level players who lacked combat prowess likely falling short here. Thus, the genuine contenders capable of passing this stage might number fewer than a few hundred. Amidst the swirling snow, visibility was limited. Yet Shin Han discerned a snow-laden pine tree several hundred meters to his left. To his right, obscured under a thick layer of snow, loomed a mound-like figure, its features indistinguishable. Drawing an arrow, he swiftly released it, only to hear a chilling scream emerge from the depths of the snow. A massive and grotesque clay monster shook off the snow that clung to its form and rose to its feet, emitting an eerie cackle, keek-keek. The clay monster gazed at the diminutive figure before it, its maw leaking a viscous fluid. You have disturbed the slumber of Grandpa Clay, and it seems you must compensate with your life. Although the sin of humanity was far from appealing, it would suffice as a meager feast. Keek keek. Chin Han cast a fleeting glance at him, then raised his bow and shot an arrow towards the right once more. Instantly, the pine tree creature stirred from its slumber, revealing a pair of crescent-shaped eyes and a mouth resembling a half-moon, emitting a strange and piercing sound. Keek keek. You have disturbed the slumber of the old pine tree. It seems you must compensate me with your life. Although the taste of humans is rather unpalatable, it shall serve as a banquet for my teeth. Keek keek. Listening to the taunting voices echoing from both sides, Chin Han scratched his ear. Enough chatter. I have little time to waste. Come at me together. After a short while, Chin Han emerged unscathed, effortlessly slaying the 2 leader-level monsters. This time, he secured 1,000 points, bringing his total to an impressive 4,000. He continued to hold the top position on the leaderboard, and his level increased once more, reaching level 13. Apart from him, the second-ranked player still languished at 2,000 points, meaning they had yet to defeat a single centaur. Good luck with that. Defeating a centaur will only lead to greater challenges ahead, he murmured to himself as he collected the corpses of the 2 leader-level monsters. Also acquiring 2 spirit crystals, Earth Spirit Crystal and Wood Spirit Crystal. Now, he possessed 4 spirit crystals, wood, water, fire, and earth. Any player familiar with the theory of the 5 elements would recognize that only a gold spirit crystal remained, and they might speculate that gathering all 5 elemental spirit crystals would yield unforeseen benefits. However, in reality, this was a trap meticulously laid out by the gang. The competition for ranks demanded more than mere strength. A competent lord must embody martial prowess, courage, perseverance, fortune, compassion, wisdom, and decisiveness all at once. The presence of the 5 elemental spirit crystals served to test the player's decisiveness. Indeed, the 5th spirit crystal existed, and acquiring it could unlock a hidden map with rewards of great treasures. Yet, the probability of obtaining it was pitifully low. Once the desire for it took root, players would be ensnared in an endless quest, hindering their point accumulation and potentially costing them their lives. However, this was merely a concern for ordinary players, armed with strategies. He had no fear of such pitfalls. Mounting his nightmare steed, Chin Han pressed onward. After traversing a portal, the scene shifted once again, bringing him to the 5th level. Here lay a platform, its hues a dull grayish-yellow, measuring 10 meters aside. Gazing upwards, he found himself surrounded by an endless expanse of black water, with a distant island faintly visible to the north. Standing on the platform, he sensed that it was slowly shifting, seemingly moving toward the island. Yet, upon closer inspection, it appeared stationary, remaining firmly in place. Observing intently, he discovered a depiction etched at the southern edge of the platform, a golden crystal, with an arrow pointing directly into the water, seemingly beckoning explorers to descend. This level tested patience. If a player could endure a day and night upon the platform, they would safely reach the island and advance to the next stage. However, should a player be lured by the golden crystal and leap into the water, they would be met with a terrifying nightmare. The black water was highly toxic, and not even a feather would float upon its surface. Once submerged, they would face relentless toxicity, never to surface again, and encounter the horrifying denizens lurking beneath, where a moment's inattention could spell doom. A wealthy scion does not sit idly. The reckless are unworthy of lordship. Taking a deep breath, Chin Han leaped into the water in the direction indicated by the arrow. There was no splash, no ripple. His body plunged straight down as if weightless. The toxins in the water began to infiltrate his body, but the voodoo pearl activated, detecting the poison and automatically absorbing it. The voodoo pearl underwent a transformation. Voodoo pearl, unique treasure. Feeds on curses, the bane of all voodoo in existence. Attack imbues with 200 points of poison per second, lasting 10 seconds. Skill, weak water domain, area damage, pulls all within a kilometer into weak water, rendering enemies incapable of resistance. With a damage reduction for elite bosses and above, damage of 500 per second, lasting 1 minute. Skill, soul absorption, voodoo, absorbs the resentment of slain beings, which can be unleashed during attacks. Skill, fatal malice, area damage, reduces enemy life by 500 per second, with 35 life leech counter, lasting 10 seconds. Skill, paralytic toxin. Attack carries nerve toxins, capable of paralyzing opponents, dealing 320 damage per second, lasting 10 seconds. Passive skill, toxic barrier aura, when activated. Enemies within a 100-meter radius suffer continuous poison damage of 100 points per second, and their movement speed is reduced by 50%. Simultaneously, the water shield pearl in his backpack activated, enveloping his body in a circular barrier, halting his descent. Visibility in the black water was abysmal. He could see no direction. He refrained from flailing about, focusing solely on sinking deeper. Gradually, he descended further, passing 100 meters, 1,000, 5,000, and approximately 10,000 meters, until he finally reached the ground, where aquatic plants and luminescent flora flourished. The water quality was significantly clearer, resembling that of a normal water source, allowing him to see clearly for about 100 meters. Suddenly, a shadow darted past him, reaching his side in the blink of an eye. It was a creature resembling a mermaid, with a black tail and a pair of black tentacles sprouting from its head. As it came to a halt, a massive bubble enveloped both Qin Han and itself, and remarkably, air filled the bubble. The creature flashed a wicked smile. "I presume you are here in search of the gold spirit crystal? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Qin Han generously produced the money, and upon seeing it, the monster's face instantly lit up with excitement. With money in hand, it said, "You hold on to my tail, and I shall guide you across." Qin Han complied with the instructions provided by the other party. In an instant, a powerful current enveloped the creature, and the two were swiftly propelled through the water as if on a rapid river journey. Half an hour later, they arrived beside an underwater dwelling. From the exterior, the house radiated light, and upon the central table lay a golden-hued crystal orb. "Go ahead. It is right there for you to retrieve. However, before you do, you must first hand me 100 gold coins." Qin Han remarked, "That won't do. I'll speak once I've obtained it. Who can ascertain the authenticity of such an item?" The creature narrowed its eyes. "You are quite cautious. Very well. I shall acquiesce to your request. Off you go." Everything appeared to progress smoothly, with the only expenditure being 100 gold coins, seemingly devoid of any hindrances. Qin Han, seemingly unperturbed, stepped into the room. However, upon touching the golden crystal ball, it suddenly erupted, releasing countless vengeful spirits that surged forth. A tempest swept through the room, slamming shut the doors and windows, leaving behind a multitude of ghastly visages of the spirits lunging towards Qin Han. Outside, the creature's mouth watered at the sight. It had been a long time since it had tasted human flesh, and this time it was determined to feast heartily. Inside the room, Qin Han temporarily concealed the protective function of the voodoo pearl. Instead, he drew the god-slaying bow and relentlessly fired arrows at the surrounding spirits. Yet, even the arrows that disregarded defenses inflicted no harm upon these ethereal entities. The creature outside cackled, "Futile. How could physical attacks possibly harm spirit forms? You truly are a fool. Don't bother. Surrender swiftly and hand over your life to me." Inside, Qin Han maintained an air of calm. He merely sought to test whether the current god-slaying bow could inflict damage on these spirits. After all, a perfected treasure typically disregards all attributes and obliterates everything in its path. Yet, from his recent experiment, it was evident that the current dark gold tier god-slaying bow posed no threat to these spirits. It appeared that specialized matters required specialized tools. Unhurriedly, he reactivated the voodoo pearl. With a resounding boom, a luminous shield materialized before him, disintegrating all spirits that came into contact with it, while automatically absorbing the detected spirit energy. A prompt appeared: 2 complementary witchcraft skills detected, fusion and upgrade possible. Would you like to proceed? Upon hearing this, Qin Han promptly declared, "Confirm the upgrade." The skill fusion upgrade was underway, and the voodoo pearl was being updated. Soon, the attributes of the voodoo pearl underwent another transformation. Voodoo pearl, a unique treasure. It feeds on voodoo and is the nemesis of all voodoo in the world. It inflicts an additional 200 points of toxic damage per second for a duration of 10 seconds. Skill: Weak Water Domain. Area damage pulls all within 1,000 meters into weak water, rendering enemies incapable of resistance with a damage reduction ratio against elite bosses and above. Inflicts 500 damage per second for 1 minute. Skill: Soul Control Technique. Upon defeating elite bosses or higher, one can absorb vengeful spirits, releasing them upon attack. These spirits can actively devour other entities to strengthen themselves. Skill: Fatal Malice. Area damage reduces enemy health by 500 points per second, with a 35 lifesteal countermeasure, lasting for 10 seconds. Skill: Paralytic Toxin. Attacks inflict neurotoxin that can incapacitate the opponent's movements. dealing 320 damage per second for 10 seconds. Passive skill, Toxic Barrier Aura. When activated, enemies within 100 meters will suffer ongoing toxic damage of 100 points per second, while their movement speed is reduced by 50 within the barrier. Outside, the monster was seething with rage upon witnessing the presence of entities that could counter the vengeful spirits, stamping its feet in frustration. This was the accumulation of years of vengeful souls, and now so many had perished. "I shall make you pay in blood," it roared. Yet it commanded the remaining spirits to flee, fearing being obliterated by the opponent's methods. Inside, Qin Han remarked, "Now you wish to escape? It is far too late." Soul Control Technique. With a thunderous boom, all the souls of the bosses he had defeated in recent days surged forth: the High Priest, Centaur, Tree Demon, Clay Monster, and the Barbarian Bull Leader, among others. The more formidable the creature in life, the stronger the resentment of its soul, resulting in a more potent spiritual entity. These terrifying beings rushed forward in a frenzy, quickly consuming the enemy's spirit. Even the High Priest's vengeful spirit targeted the creature, clawing its soul from its body, letting out a roar as it swallowed it whole, savoring each bite. Remarkable. This soul control technique is astonishingly powerful. However, after a moment's contemplation, Qin Han found solace in the realization that in his previous life, he had observed players wielding voodoo spells. Mid-tier players could manage to store a single boss soul, while the better ones could hold 2 or 3. Yet, the voodoo pearl, a treasure of 2 points of heavenly Dao value, could store an almost limitless number of boss souls, and it was incredibly convenient, automatically absorbing the souls of defeated monsters without requiring any effort on his part. If this development continued, it would surely become a formidable weapon at a critical moment. Nodding in satisfaction, Qin Han collected the bosses. He cast a glance at the corpse of the mermaid monster lying on the ground, standing still in quiet anticipation. Before long, another mermaid swam over from a distance, resembling the previous one, save for its white tail and white antennae. The white mermaid bore a gentle visage, exuding trustworthiness. Approaching Qin Han, it expressed concern. "I heard that the little black one was luring enemies into the house to prepare for an ambush, so I hurried over. Alas, I arrived too late. However, I am relieved to see you are unharmed. That is truly wonderful." Qin Han remained silent. The other party continued, "You may find it hard to believe me, especially after recently enduring a calamity. Who would easily trust another? However, rest assured, I am indeed a good person. My name is Stalbai, and we belong to a race residing beneath the black water, guardians of a golden crystal for generations. Xiaohai is a traitor within our ranks. He has mastered insidious sorcery. Not only does he lure outsiders, but he also stealthily slaughters our kin. Should you eliminate him, our people would be eternally grateful." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Qin Han. Then please take me there. Xiaobai, certainly. Our village is just ahead. Welcome to my home. I would be delighted to offer you a taste of my culinary creations. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Qin Han contemplated the situation before him. Despite having studied the strategy guides, he found himself experiencing a degree of physiological discomfort upon encountering these phantoms. In his previous life, no one had successfully navigated this treacherous place. Those who stumbled in either succumbed to the toxic black waters or fell victim to the traps set by these ethereal beings. The official game guide designated this location with a name that was strikingly ironic: the Land of Hypocrisy. According to the lore, a tribe of merfolk once inhabited this realm, only to be invaded and displaced by the phantoms, who usurped their territory and corrupted their waters. These phantoms spoke not a word of truth. Even if their outward appearance seemed benevolent, their hearts were, in reality, drenched in bloodlust. All who dared to enter would meet a grim fate. Qin Han and Xiaobai returned to each other's abode, a realm illuminated by azure light, teeming with coral formations and rare treasures scattered throughout. The houses, resembling exquisite shells, were a sight to behold. Upon entering, they beheld 2 rows of shell-like dwellings from which emerged the residents. An elderly woman approached, carrying a basket brimming with plump red fruits, her face radiating warmth and kindness. "Ah, you must be the children from outside," she said. "We are deeply grateful for your bravery in vanquishing the little black creature. As a token of our appreciation, dear children, please indulge in these luscious fruits. They are sweet and utterly delightful." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Qin Han waved his hand once more, declining. No, I'm not hungry at the moment. If you wish to repay me, please inform me of the whereabouts of the golden spirit crystal. Upon his utterance, all the onlookers present were momentarily taken aback, a fleeting expression of impatience crossing their faces. Yet, ultimately, they managed to suppress their reactions. An elderly gentleman chuckled amiably. No need to rush, no need to rush. The golden spirit crystal is in the hands of the great elder, who is currently away on matters. He may not return until tomorrow. Why don't you come to my home to rest a while, allowing me the opportunity to express my gratitude? No, I shall wait here for the great elder's return. Qin Han replied gently, shaking his head slightly. He then sought out a secluded spot and sat down cross-legged, promptly closing his eyes. Observing Qin Han, who seemed impervious to outside distractions, the individuals behind him finally revealed their grotesque and contorted visages. They communicated in hushed tones, audible only to their kind. What should we do? This person appears exceedingly cautious. It's all Xiao Hei's fault. His lackluster deception has led him to be the first to engage. Now, not only has he lost his life, but he has also aroused the vigilance of others. What should we do? This person neither eats nor drinks, and possesses the strength to easily slay Xiao Hei. Even if we band together, it seems we cannot overpower him. Humph. While his spiritual entity is formidable, there exists a place where such entities can be easily dispatched. Are you referring to the Abyssal Cave? Indeed. You must be mad. That is the very place where that wretched creature is imprisoned. If we truly take him there, do you not fear it may backfire? Aside from that individual, I cannot conceive of anyone capable of dealing with him. Moreover, the entrance is exceedingly sturdy, even if that wretched creature cannot defeat him. We can simply seal the door from the outside and let him starve. Yet, if we imprison him within the Abyssal Cave, even if he perishes from hunger, we shall not partake of his exquisite form. What a pity, such a delectable physique. At this juncture, you still contemplate feasting? This person's temperament is inscrutable and exceedingly troublesome. He must be eliminated swiftly. Very well, we shall entice him for a day. As long as he remains unhooked, we will lead him to the Abyssal Cave. It seemed they had reached a consensus, and one by one, they dispersed. Time passed gradually, as numerous individuals brought forth food and placed it before Qin Han. All the while, countless eyes covertly watched him. That evening, a young maiden, transformed into a member of the human race, approached Qin Han to engage him in conversation, yet he remained indifferent to her advances. At dawn the following day, Qin Han sensed the presence of many around him. He opened his eyes to see an elderly man with white hair and beard approaching, accompanied by the people he had encountered the previous day. Child, are you seeking me? Qin Han, indeed, I desire the golden spirit crystal. The elder hesitated for a moment. For this artifact is a legacy of my kin, traditionally reserved for our own. However, since you have vanquished the black beast and liberated us from a great peril, I shall relent. After all, this object serves little purpose remaining with us. If you wish to utilize it, then it is yours. My sincere gratitude, esteemed elder. It is of no consequence. The elder waved his hand dismissively, dispersing the onlookers and leading Qin Han out of the village. Once more, they ventured into the boundless expanse of water. This time, they traversed for a full hour before finally arriving at the base of an underwater mountain peak, where they discovered an imposing iron door, crafted entirely from a deep brown metal, appearing exceedingly weighty. The door bore no seams, sealing whatever lay beyond tightly. The elder produced a key and exerted considerable effort to push open the door. A dark, profound cavern loomed before them, seemingly endless from the outside. Child, this is the ancestral ground of my clan. The treasures lie within. Come, I shall escort you down. However, upon hearing this, Qin Han replied, no need. The elder, puzzled, inquired why? Do you not wish to enter? Before the elder could finish his sentence, he was met with a swift and lethal strike, as quick as lightning. With a resounding thud, the blade of the moon shadow, sharp and lethal, combined with Qin Han's formidable strength, triggered a decapitation effect. The elder's head tumbled to the ground. Yet, in the next instant, a grotesque, translucent spirit erupted from the elder's body. The elder's face contorted with terror. Who are you? Did you already know our true identities? With a chilling voice, Qin Han declared, who I am is not for you to know. You merely need to understand that your demise is imminent. He had awaited this moment for an eternity. Although the strategy indicated the location of the golden spirit crystal, the underwater realm was vast and without navigation. He feared that searching on his own would lead to certain death. His arduous efforts to accompany them in their charade were solely to lure them to this very spot. Spirit summoning technique. A thunderous roar erupted. The high priest, along with the spirits of the Treant, clay golem, and centaur bosses, made their grand reappearance. They rushed towards the Grand Elder in a frenzy. Ultimately, it was the high priest who outshone the rest, devouring the Grand Elder with gluttonous delight. You shall wait here. Whoever comes will be consumed. Guard the entrance well. Not even a single water bear is permitted to slip through. These spirits, devoid of physical forms, retained only their primal instincts and could not comprehend human speech. Observing this, Qin Han summoned a nightmarish creature to reiterate his commands. Remarkably, this nightmarish being displayed intelligence. Its eyes glinted with red light, and it nodded slightly. Then, with a powerful kick of its hooves, it struck the spirits, muttering a series of incomprehensible words, seemingly delivering instructions. Astonishingly, the other spirits complied, sitting obediently like loyal hounds at the cave's entrance, appearing exceedingly docile. Meanwhile, the nightmarish creature positioned itself squarely in the middle of the entrance, head held high, awaiting praise. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Qin Han once again patted the head of the nightmare and turned to venture deeper into the cavern. The passage was exceedingly convoluted, meandering both downward and upward in a bewildering fashion. Suddenly, a glimmer of light appeared before him. Upon closer inspection, he beheld a pedestal upon which rested a resplendent golden spirit crystal, precisely what he had been seeking. The chamber spanned approximately 500 square feet, with the ceiling adorned by a crystal emitting a soft, ethereal white glow. Below, on a stone table, lay the golden spirit crystal. The two crystals radiated their brilliance in a harmonious interplay. Nearby, on the frigid ground, sat a blue-haired maiden, curled up with her knees drawn to her chest, utterly motionless. As Qin Han approached the room, his footsteps seemed to startle the girl, causing her to swiftly pivot, gripping a short dagger adorned with a blue gemstone. Her face etched with vigilance as she directed her gaze towards him. However, upon recognizing Qin Han's features, a flicker of astonishment crossed her countenance. A human? How could a human possibly be present in such a place? No, you must have transformed into a villain. Humph, I shall not be deceived by you. You ethereal beings are most fearful of the solar essence above my head. As long as it shines upon you, you will undoubtedly dissipate into thin air. If you possess any courage, step inside. The girl's words, though fierce in tone, belied a hint of trepidation. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Qin Han gazed at the girl, and in the interest of safety, he employed a gentle probing of friendliness. The mermaid princess, Duo, exhibited a degree of astonishment towards him. She perceived him as a human yet harbored fears of his potential malevolence, her heart filled with trepidation. Observing this, Qin Han's expression finally softened somewhat. It appeared that they had lured him into their midst, likely with the ulterior motive of inciting mutual destruction, ultimately allowing them to reap the spoils. The girl appeared somewhat uncertain. His strength was not formidable, for otherwise, he would not have permitted those ethereal beings to invade his sanctuary. He was unable to protect his kin. As if struck by a realization, the girl exclaimed in surprise, "Could it be that your abilities are also of a spectral nature? Here, my sun essence specifically counters ethereal entities. Should any spirit be exposed to the sunlight, it would endure relentless searing until reduced to nothingness." Qin Han glanced at the radiant essence of the ceiling above, a substance known as solar gold essence, a rather rare treasure. Weapons forged from it possess the ability to vanquish spiritual beings. It would indeed be a valuable asset. Duo remarked, however. If you are aware that they intend to deceive you, why did you still choose to enter? The entrance to this abyssal cave was forged from a millennium's worth of mystic iron, rendering it not only robust but also impenetrable to spiritual entities. Now that you have entered, they have undoubtedly sealed the door. As a mere human, without sustenance, you will soon perish from hunger. Oh dear, how could you be so reckless? Qin Han, do you truly think me so foolish? I entered merely to retrieve the golden spirit crystal, not to seek my demise. The golden spirit crystal? You wish to possess the golden spirit crystal? Are you perhaps a celestial descendant? Duo's face was etched with astonishment. This golden spirit crystal had suddenly manifested in our clan's territory, accompanied by a decree that it must be surrendered to any celestial descendant who arrives. However, shortly after the crystal's arrival, our clan was besieged by phantom spirits. They slaughtered our kin, masquerading as our own, striking from the shadows, leaving us with no means to resist. Were it not for my timely concealment with the golden spirit crystal, I too would have surely met a grim fate. I earnestly implore the celestial descendant to come forth and vanquish the phantom spirits, restoring our clan's dominion. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Qin Han cast a glance and was immediately captivated by the sight before him. The Domain Emperor's leather armor, an epic level set, fragmented. It comprises 5 components: a helmet, leather armor, leggings, boots, and gauntlets. Defense, 1500, water element resistance, 6000, health increase, 6000, health regeneration per second, 130, constitution requirement, 300. Skill, swift swimming. Upon activation, the player can move underwater at 5 times the normal running speed. Duo remarked, "It is truly unfortunate that this equipment's heart-protecting mirror originally housed a water-repelling pearl. If one could locate and insert the pearl, its effects would undoubtedly be significantly enhanced." Upon hearing this, Qin Han's expression became somewhat peculiar. He promptly produced the water-dispelling pearl, pressing it against the heart protector with a crisp snap. Immediately, the entire set of equipment radiated a brilliant light, with the surrounding blue glow becoming even more resplendent. At this moment, the attributes of the equipment underwent another transformation. Domain Emperor leather armor, epic set defense, 1800, 3600 underwater, water element resistance, 7000, 15,000 underwater. Health increase, 7,000, 15,000 underwater, health regeneration per second, 150, 300 underwater, constitution requirement, 300 passive, underwater sovereign. Grants the ability to navigate perilous aquatic environments and breathe effortlessly in any body of water. Passive, underwater speed increase of 200. Skill, divine speed swimming. Upon activation, allows movement underwater at 10 times the player's running speed. Passive, underwater water element damage increase of 100. Passive, underwater vision range increase of 1 kilometer. Gazing at such commendable attributes, Qin Han's face brimmed with joy. This set of equipment was unequivocally tailored for underwater combat. Although it lacked a powerful ultimate skill, the passives alone rendered him nearly invincible in water. To put it bluntly, even with his god-class profession, donning this epic gear would more than double his combat prowess beneath the waves. With a mere thought, Qin Han adorned himself with the epic equipment. The flowing armor, accentuated by the azure glow, made him appear as a deity traversing the ocean depths. "I didn't expect you to possess the water-dispelling pearl as well. It seems this equipment is quite fated for you. Furthermore, you wear this ensemble splendidly, far more so than when my father donned it." Duo praised enthusiastically, eager to divert Qin Han's attention from the sun essence. However, she underestimated Qin Han's character. While the sun essence was rare, it was not unattainable, and he would not destroy bridges for its sake. Besides, with the voodoo pearl in hand, the absence of sun essence mattered little to him. "Let us depart. Time is of the essence." After eliminating the phantom spirit, "I must take my leave." With a wave of his hand, Qin Han turned to exit. Having lingered in this place for a day, others, if quick, should have progressed beyond the 5th challenge and into the 6th. As he traversed the shadowy cave, upon reaching the entrance of the abyssal cave, his face was instantly filled with astonishment. What is happening here? Lying outside the abyssal cave was a pile of corpses, all unmistakably merfolk. The spirit entities, led by the high priest, were smacking their lips, seemingly relishing the aftermath. Only the bull commander drooled, his eyes filled with envy. "Oh, these are all our kin whose bodies were overtaken by the phantom spirits. Have you already vanquished these villains?" Duo ventured outside, her small face reflecting sheer astonishment. 1, 2, 3, 9, 10. "I remember there were 98 of my kin. We are still missing one." Qin Han's expression was tinged with surprise. Observing the scene within the arena, it seemed that he and the Grand Elder had arrived just before the phantoms followed closely behind, only to be ensnared by the nightmare. Despite the devious methods employed by these phantoms, lacking any means to counter them, they posed a considerable challenge to the players. However, in the hands of the High Priest, a 30-level boss beast spirit, they were not formidable at all. This was fortuitous. Since they had perished, it spared him the time and effort of returning to eliminate them. Additionally, one had already fallen to my blade. If you can ascertain that there are merely 98 phantoms remaining, then I deem my assistance complete. Duo nodded affirmatively. I remember each of my kin distinctly. I cannot be mistaken. Thank you. Thank you for helping me reclaim my homeland. From this moment forth, I shall devote my life to safeguarding these waters, ensuring that invaders never trespass again. Duo's voice suddenly turned melancholic as she approached the lifeless body of an elder. She quietly knelt, cradling the visage of the deceased in her hands, succumbing to silence. Meanwhile, Qin Han observed her without uttering a word. He directly gathered the spirit and the nightmare, then propelled himself upward, his body soaring like an arrow. Each individual has their own path to traverse. Duo must protect her homeland, while he must persist toward his predetermined objective. In the depths of the abyss, where even a feather could not float, a blue figure soon broke the surface, leaping high into the air. Just as he was about to plunge back into the water, an extraordinary steed appeared directly beneath him. With a swift motion, he mounted the horse, standing resolutely upon the treacherous waters, a man and his steed united in balance amidst the perilous expanse. Qin Han surveyed his surroundings, pinpointing the location of the island, and swiftly rode his nightmare steed towards it. Before long, the silhouette of both horse and rider gradually faded from view. Meanwhile, as a day elapsed, several individuals had ascended to the island via the platform, resulting in changes to the leaderboard. The first position reverted to Qin Shishu, boasting a score of 5,000 points, followed closely by Jiang Ningxue, also with 5,000 points. Qin Han, with a score of 4,000, secured third place. At this moment, Qin Xiaoshu wandered the island, his eyes tinged with disappointment. Upon reaching the platform, he detected the presence of potent toxins in the water, rendering it impossible to float, prompting him to adopt a stance of patience. As a pinnacle elite among myriad realms, he could infer the choices of his competitors merely by observing the fluctuations in the rankings. Throughout his day of vigilant observation from the platform, he noted that many players who had once ranked above him had vanished from the leaderboard. It was evident that these individuals had ventured into the water and met with misfortune. Previously, Qin Han's speed in overcoming challenges was significantly swifter than his current pace. He ought to have reached the platform long before now, having arrived at the island ahead of others. Presently, he has successfully passed the fifth test and has reached the small island. However, his score remains unchanged, indicating that Qin Han has undoubtedly plunged into the water as well. Composure and wisdom are fundamental attributes of a true warrior. To dare leap into the terrifying unknown waters reveals a certain character. Even if he escapes this peril by sheer luck, he will inevitably find himself ensnared in other dire predicaments in the future. It is indeed lamentable that someone who once held a significant advantage now finds himself ranked beyond the 100th place. Fortune may favor an individual, bestowing upon them numerous benefits. Yet if their virtue does not align with their position, even the grandest wealth cannot sustain them. Luck has its limits. Only by discerning the circumstances and being both astute and courageous can one hope to journey further. With a slight shake of his head, Qin Xiaoshi took a deep breath and ventured further into the island. The entire isle was cloaked in dense forest, with no place to set foot except for a winding stone path leading deeper within. Following the stone road, he pressed on until he soon arrived at a stone gate, where a young man clad in azure robes, bearing a long sword and adorned with an embroidered character for void, awaited him eagerly. Upon spotting Qin Xiaoshi, the youth promptly approached, exclaiming, "At last, a newcomer to our sect. Please, follow me." Qin Xiaoshi's gaze flickered as he silently accompanied the young man to the stone gate. The youth gestured towards the winding path beyond the gate, saying, "Proceed along this route. After 10 miles, you will reach the entrance of our Taishu sect. If you successfully arrive at the mountain gate, your assessment will be complete." Contemplating this, Qin Xiaoshi considered the solitary path on the island. Could this be the essence of the sixth challenge to enter the sect? Might I inquire, dear friend, if there are any particular precautions I should heed? The young man's expression shifted momentarily, yet he pretended to shake his head. That may pertain to the sect's regulations, which I cannot disclose." Sensing the young man's tone, Qin Xiaoshi promptly retrieved 10 gold coins from his storage bag and offered them. "As a newcomer, I fear I may inadvertently breach the rules. I kindly ask for your guidance." The young man, discreetly accepting the gold coins, then led Qin Xiaoshi aside, whispering, "The assessment is overseen by Elder Bai of our sect. He possesses a fiery temperament and cannot tolerate deceit, yet he harbors a kind heart. Once you pass through this gate, all your actions will be scrutinized through a telescope by Elder Bai, so tread carefully." After hearing this, Qin Xiaoshi felt reassured and smiled gratefully at the young man before stepping through the stone gate. Meanwhile, a considerable distance away, at the Taishu sect's entrance, An elderly man with snow-white hair had overheard their conversation, and his anger compelled him to stomp his feet. What a schemer! The decay of this world stems from such individuals who corrupt the spirit of society, utterly disgraceful. The elder scribbled furiously on a small notebook. Unbeknownst to Chen Xiaoxi, who remained absorbed in pondering the young man's words, a heavy rain suddenly began to pour. This rain appeared toxic, causing his vitality to dwindle rapidly, prompting him to flee in alarm. Fortunately, he soon spotted a dilapidated temple and swiftly took refuge inside. Inside the temple, 5 or 6 individuals of various ages, all clad in tattered clothing resembling beggars, lay huddled among straw, their emaciated forms clutching broken bowls. Upon Chen Xiaoxi's entrance, they swiftly opened their eyes, a glint of cunning flashing within, and without hesitation, they extended their bowls, pleading, "Please, kind sir, have mercy on this old beggar, grant me a morsel to eat." "Indeed. Kind sir, have pity on us." Chen Xiaoxi's gaze shifted, discerning that these beggars might very well be part of the assessment. Was this an evaluation of his compassion? With a change of heart, he produced a handful of fresh fruits, tossing them into their bowls. Unsatisfied, he then retrieved a dozen gold coins, distributing them generously. At the mountain gate, Elder Bai, observing this scene through his telescope, seethed with indignation. What hypocrisy! This is clearly a performance for my benefit. Yet he failed to consider that in this desolate wilderness, no true beggar would venture to such a place, nor would they dare accept such a lavish sum. Did he not comprehend the notion of discretion in wealth? Furthermore, even if they were genuine beggars, such a sum could incite them to turn against each other in a violent frenzy once he departed, leading to a gruesome tragedy. Poor judgment. At this juncture, as Chen Xiaoxi grappled with his assessment, Qin Han had also arrived at the 6th island. Congratulations on passing the 5th challenge. Your score has increased by 1,000. Glancing briefly at the leaderboard, Qin Han remained silent and swiftly proceeded deeper into the island. The forthcoming assessment was of utmost significance, transcending the mere evaluation of rank. Gaining the complete approval of the evaluators would yield immense opportunities, promising boundless benefits in the future. With a calm resolve, he ventured inward, only to encounter a young man. Much like Chen Xiaoxi, at long last, a newcomer to our sect. Please, follow me. The young man guided Qin Han towards the stone gate, instructing him to traverse the 10-mile journey to reach the mountain gate and complete his assessment. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. With a countenance full of righteousness, Qin Han waved his hand and strode forward. 10 miles away, at the Taishu sect, the same white-haired elder, this time stroking his beard with a smile upon his face, remarked, "This child is remarkable. His character is commendable, and his resolve unwavering. He is indeed a promising talent. I eagerly anticipate his forthcoming performance." After continuing on for a while, a torrential rain suddenly descended. Qin Han arrived at a dilapidated temple and encountered a group of beggars. "Kind sir, have mercy and do us a favor. We have not eaten for 3 days." Qin Han cast a glance at the assembly of beggars, retrieving 2 pounds of beef from his spatial ring and tossing it into their bowls. He then retreated to a corner of the room, settling down in a meditative posture. The beggars devoured the beef ravenously, yet their appetites remained insatiable as they turned to Qin Han, pleading, "Sir, we are still a bit hungry. Could you possibly spare us some more?" "Indeed, just a little more would suffice," they implored. "Since you are a kind-hearted person, why not extend your kindness to its fullest?" Qin Han's gaze turned icy, greedy. "Return and stay out of my way. Do not disturb me." As he spoke, the renowned sword, Moon Shadow, was swiftly unsheathed with a clang and plunged into the hard earth beside him. With his eyes closed, he assumed an air of detachment, as if to ward off any intruders. The beggars, witnessing this, were filled with terror, shrinking into the corners, afraid to make a move. Elder Bai of the Taishu sect nodded repeatedly, feeling a sense of relief. Possessing a kind heart yet not overly indulgent, he could effectively intimidate the beggars in crucial moments, dispelling their unease. Such temperament was truly rare. It seemed this young lad was indeed of a divine profession. Indeed, this mindset alone was worthy of his achievements. Remarkable. On the other hand, Chen Xiaoxi, having given money and food, found several beggars, now sated, gazing at him with greedy eyes, all crowding around him. "Sir, do you have any more money?" One of them pleaded. "This little bit is hardly enough for us all." Another chimed in, "Indeed, sir, you seem affluent. Why not spare us a little more? Look at us. None of us have wives. Why not help us out so we can afford to marry and live well?" Chen Xiaoxi's eyes turned cold. Had this been any other day, he would have swiftly dealt with such impertinence. Yet today was a test, and the young man recalled Elder Bai's upright and kind nature. If he were to kill them, would that not incite discontent? But what if he chose not to? Elder Bai loathed evil, which would also likely lead to dissatisfaction. Torn in thought, Chen Xiaoxi's expression showed his conflict. Just then, the rain outside ceased, and he forcefully pushed past the beggars, fleeing in disarray. After running for a while, he encountered a woodcutter hurrying towards him. Upon seeing Chen, the woodcutter rushed forward. Urgency evident in his tone. "Young lad, by your direction, are you heading to the Taishu sect? I'm responsible for delivering firewood to them. My wife is about to give birth, and I must return home quickly. Could you assist me by delivering this bundle of firewood to the sect?" Chen Xiaoxi furrowed his brows. Was this yet another part of the test? Delivering firewood seemed trivial. Thus, he decided to oblige. "Very well, I will help." The woodcutter gratefully left the firewood, expressing his thanks profusely. The firewood precariously balanced an iron axe atop it. After a moment of hesitation, Chen Xiaoxi hoisted the bundle onto his back and continued forward. Before long, he reached a wooden bridge. Strangely, as he stepped onto the middle of the bridge, the axe slipped from the firewood and fell into the water. Was this yet another part of the test? Did it require him to dive into the water to retrieve the axe? As he pondered, the water surged, and a golden-scaled dragon emerged, radiating brilliance. Its large eyes fixed on Chen Xiaoxi. "Young woodcutter, did you drop an axe in the water?" Chen Xiaoxi nodded. "Yes." "Is this the golden axe?" The dragon swayed the brilliant axe in its hand. Chen Xiaoxi glanced at it, his mind shaken. This was indeed an epic great axe. Despite not being as exceptional as the treasured weapon in his possession, it was undoubtedly a coveted prize. Should he obtain it, his strength would undoubtedly advance. Yet recalling that this might be a component of the test, he bit his lip and replied, "No." "Oh, is it this silver axe?" The dragon flipped its hand over, revealing another axe, this one a dark gold grade. Chen Xiaoxi steadied himself and firmly stated, "No." The dragon blinked its large eyes. "Since neither of those is yours, could it be this iron axe?" As the dragon spoke, the water stirred slightly, and an iron axe rose from the depths. Seeing this, Chen Xiaoxi nodded decisively, proclaiming, "This is indeed the axe I lost." The dragon, upon hearing this, placed all three axes together. "Young woodcutter, your honesty has moved me. As a reward, I shall gift you both the golden and silver axes." Chen Xiaoxi felt a surge of excitement. Fortunately, he had not chosen earlier. This situation was indeed a test of his honesty. Had he selected either the golden or silver axe, he would have likely walked away with nothing. Truly, gifting that young man 10 gold coins was worth it. "Thank you for your generous gifts." Chen Xiaoxi extended his hands to receive the offerings. However, just as his hands brushed against the golden and silver axes, a tempest arose upon the river's surface, engulfing him in golden light, and the dragon's form expanded dramatically, its massive jaws snapping towards him. "Greedy woodcutter, you shall pay the price for your desires." At the Taishu sect, Elder Bai scoffed, his face twisted in mockery. "Fool! In this world, such fortuitous events do not occur. Speaking a few honest words does not yield great rewards. Disappointing." Meanwhile, with the rain having ceased, Qin Han also encountered the woodcutter and similarly accepted the task. To prevent any mishaps, he even secured the axe firmly onto the firewood before continuing on his way. On the same bridge, despite Qin Han's axe being tightly bound, as he walked across, it felt as though it had been yanked away, and with a plop, it fell into the river. Soon after, the golden dragon made its appearance. "Young woodcutter, did you drop an axe in the water?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Qin Han did not blink, nor did he even glance at the attributes of the axe. He casually remarked, "No, let us look at something else. Is this the silver one? Oh, this axe? No. Oh, is this the axe then? Yes, indeed it is. Please give it to me. Thank you." Upon hearing this, Jiaolong narrowed his eyes, acknowledging, "You are truly an honest woodcutter, not taking advantage of my inability to discern the colors to deceive me. For your rare honesty, I shall gift you all 3 axes." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted, Qin Han. No merit, no reward. I only desire my axe. If you give it to me, I shall depart. Jiaolong, are you truly not interested? Suddenly, a chill swept through Qin Han's gaze. In broad daylight, amidst the desolate mountains and wilderness, an unexpected creature appeared, offering 2 treasures. Would you accept? Bold and audacious, I can see at a glance that you harbor ill intentions. Speak. Are you here solely to deceive wayfarers? Witnessing the opponent's rising morale, the creature resembling a dragon began to wilt, retracting its head as though preparing to flee. Thinking of escaping? Not a chance. Spirit summoning technique. With a thunderous roar, several formidable bosses emerged onto the scene, and upon seeing the creature, they rushed forward eagerly. Before long, a diminutive golden serpent, no thicker than a thumb, crawled at Qin Han's feet, accompanied by 3 axes laid beside it. The serpent recoiled, trembling in fear. Please, do not kill me. I am merely sent by the sect to test your abilities. I bear no malicious intent. Qin Han squinted his eyes. This little serpent was known as the Serpent of Desire, a rare entity across the realms, thriving solely on the desires of individuals. Whenever a person harbored such cravings, this serpent's power would burgeon. Conversely, if it encountered someone of unwavering righteousness, devoid of any greed, the serpent would diminish in size and lose its strength. In essence, this creature exemplified a unique malevolence that thrived on the vices of others. When weak, it could be easily subdued by ordinary people, yet when strong, even the most formidable beings across the realms would find it challenging to contend with. Judging by its appearance, it was likely still immature, not yet fully grown, but adept at exploiting the weaknesses of powerful individuals. This serpent could potentially prove invaluable at crucial moments. However, it was evident that this serpent belonged to the Taishu sect, and any intentions of seizing it might result in a lower evaluation. With a flicker of thought, Qin Han declared, "All right, you may depart now. Take your axe with you." With that, he left without a trace of reluctance. At that moment, within the Taishu sect, Elder Bai stroked his beard repeatedly, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction. Splendid. It is truly enlightening to witness a person who embodies caution, decisiveness, insight, and integrity. Such a rare talent is hard to come by. Excellent. I shall ensure he receives the highest rating. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaoxi found himself in a dire predicament. He had never anticipated that this seemingly insignificant dragon would prove to be so tenacious. From the very first encounter, he suffered losses and gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. He could only feign vulnerability, sustaining injuries to make a hasty escape. Fortunately, after traveling several miles, the dragon did not pursue him further. Just as he was tending to his wounds and cautiously moving forward, a carriage suddenly approached. However, as it reached him, one of its wheels unexpectedly fell off. Subsequently, a young man, dressed in the same attire as the Taishu sect disciples, descended from the carriage. Upon seeing Chen Xiaoxi, he quickly approached and inquired, "Might you be a participant in the sect's entrance examination?" Chen Xiaoxi scrutinized the young man cautiously before responding, "Yes." The young disciple exclaimed, "That is wonderful. Since you have made it this far, you are likely to be one of our sect's disciples. Surely you have noticed that one of the carriage's wheels has fallen off, and it is transporting supplies for the sect. How about this? I will return to fetch someone to repair it, and you could stay here to keep watch." Chen Xiaoxi hesitated. "All right. Excellent," replied the young disciple. "You have done well. Once you are accepted into the sect, I shall take care of you." With that, he hurriedly departed. Chen Xiaoxi sat down, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Surely, this wouldn't lead to another mishap? He had encountered enough troubles along his journey. Just then, he heard a chorus of cries echoing through the forest. "Is there a disciple of the Taishu sect present? I am a senior sister from the inner sect, beset by thieves. Please save me. Please save me." "Huh, young lady. Even if you scream until your throat is raw, no one will come to your aid. You might as well surrender." Chen Xiaoxi's expression twisted in conflict. Should he intervene or not? If he chose to save her, would he have to forfeit his belongings? Yet, if he did not assist, what if it were genuine? Gradually, the forest filled with the woman's pitiful cries, sending shivers down Chen Xiaoxi's spine. Remembering previous encounters, he ultimately clenched his teeth, closed his eyes, and decided to ignore it as if nothing had transpired. At the sect, Elder Bai was incensed, berating the decision to neglect a plea for help from a sect disciple in favor of lingering by a pile of debris. How utterly hopeless! He scoffed. A poor evaluation. On the other side, Qin Han encountered a similar scene. However, he instructed the nightmare to keep the high priest and other spirits nearby while he swiftly made his way towards the source of the commotion. Upon arrival, He was taken aback to find the previously released serpent of desire dangling from a branch, theatrically pretending to be in distress. "Help me! Help me! Oh no!" Their eyes met, and an awkward silence ensued. "Did you not leave?" questioned the serpent, awkwardly spreading its claws. "It is part of my task. I had no choice. Had you not disrupted my form earlier, I would have sensed your approach and avoided you altogether." After Qin Han returned to collect the nightmare and the others, the disciple returned with reinforcements, swiftly repairing the carriage before heading back to the sect. Coincidentally, Qin Han was traveling the same route, and they proceeded together. Soon, they arrived at the sect's entrance, which presented a winding staircase seemingly comprising 1,000 steps. At the foot of the stairs sat a robust elder in a reclining chair, flanked by 2 attendants who were straining to lift him. Perhaps due to the elder's weight, one attendant collapsed, nearly toppling the chair. "What is going on? Have you not eaten?" Lacking such strength will lead others to believe this elder is quite portly. "How embarrassing," the burly elder grumbled. And then his gaze fell upon Qin Han. "You too, switch with them and carry me up." The disciple beside Qin Han whispered, "This is the sect's affairs elder. He wields significant power. Offending him could have dire consequences. The stairs are not steep. With a bit of effort, we can manage." The affairs elder urged, "Hurry up. Delay will not do. I still need to return to the sect to meet the sect leader." Beside him, Qin Han feigned ignorance, striding up the stairs without acknowledging the elder's demand. Infuriated, the affairs elder sputtered, "Who is he? What is his name? I shall ensure he regrets entering the sect." Suddenly, Qin Han turned around, a smile gracing his lips. "It has been a while since I last took a life. Perhaps you could be my first." The affairs elder trembled with rage. "You dare? Do you know who I am? I am the affairs elder, your fortune deity. Do you understand? Qin Han, regardless of who you are, I am not a member of your sect, so it is of no concern to me." The elder, who had been fuming for quite some time, finally uttered, "Oh, since you are not from our sect, then it is of no matter. I cannot exert my influence over you. You may leave now." Qin Han stepped away, but after a while, the elder was momentarily stunned. He pondered, why was this individual, who was not a disciple of our sect, able to ascend the mountain gate, quickly stop him? Unfortunately, at that moment, Qin Han had already reached the platform halfway up Tai Su's sect, where the elder with white hair was there to greet him. He stroked his beard and laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Ah, fearless of authority and unafraid of difficulties, you are truly a remarkable child. I hereby announce that you have passed the assessment." Upon this declaration, the leaderboard underwent yet another transformation, with Qin Han's score prominently rising to 6,000 points, reclaiming the top position. In response to the elder's praise, Qin Han humbly replied, "I have merely done what I ought to do, and it does not warrant commendation." The elder nodded again, his eyes shining brightly like light bulbs. "Excellent, excellent. You remain unperturbed by flattery or disparagement, which is truly commendable. Child, let me not hide from you. I am the supreme elder of Tai Su sect among the myriad sects of the heavens. I have come to assess the temperament of you newcomers. Thus far, you are the most satisfying child to me. Were it a different circumstance, I would certainly take you as my close disciple. Alas, today's situation is unique, and your identity as an outsider compels me to suppress my inner impulse. Child, if you are not in a hurry to depart, might you spare some time to converse with me? It has been long since I encountered a junior who brings me such delight." The elder gazed at Qin Han, finding him increasingly pleasing to the eye. Qin Han nodded, "I am honored by the elder's generosity." The elder chuckled warmly, "Do not worry, my child. Engaging in conversation with me will surely be a rewarding experience." He continued, "You newcomers from different realms likely lack a clear understanding of the myriad worlds, but I possess a wealth of knowledge on the subject. Ask whatever you wish, and I shall fulfill your curiosity." At that moment, while Qin Han was engrossed in a heartfelt dialogue with Elder Bai, Qin Shaoxi had arrived at the sect. When he encountered the elder of miscellaneous affairs at the foot of the mountain, he decisively refused assistance, thus missing the welcoming smile of Elder Bai when they finally met. However, Elder Bai's demeanor was icy. He showed no intention of conversing, brusquely stating, "You have passed. Depart quickly. You are a nuisance." With a wave of his hand, a portal materialized in the distance. Confused, Qin Shaoxi wondered where he had displeased Elder Bai. He had made every effort to follow the advice given by the youth, striving to make commendable choices. Yet, upon reaching Elder Bai, the atmosphere had shifted entirely, akin to copying answers only to receive the lowest score. The next moment, with the update of the leaderboard, he was stunned to see his score, 5,300 points. It struck him like a thunderbolt. He could hardly fathom such a score. The previous 5 trials had granted full marks, meaning this challenge had awarded a mere 300 points. This was utterly unacceptable. He wished to return and inquire of Elder by regarding his mistakes, but upon turning back, he heard the Elder's sharp reprimand. What a damper. Why do you not leave? Do you wish for me to escort you out? With a heavy heart, Chun Chaoshi stepped into the portal. What awaited him was a scene that felt eerily familiar. A small island, a stone pathway, it was strikingly similar to the 6th trial. Driven by curiosity, he advanced, and as time slipped away, day turned to night. Stars shifted in the sky, and the two, one old, one young, lost themselves in joyful conversation. Before long, the next morning arrived. At this moment, Elder Bai's gaze towards Qin Han had transformed from admiration to astonishment over the course of a single day and night. Although most of the time it was the Elder who spoke, whenever Qin Han made a crucial point, it consistently brought a spark of enlightenment to the Elder's eyes. This young man possesses not only commendable character but also exceptional talent. Meanwhile, Qin Han gained immensely from their discussions. The vastness of the heavens and the mysteries they contained were far beyond what he had encountered in his previous life, even during his time on the ultimate battlefield, where he had perused countless strategies. What he understood was merely the surface of an expansive reality. Elder Bai's insights opened his eyes to new horizons. Well, my young friend, Elder Bai finally said, the time has come for you to undertake your assessment. But before you depart, I have a parting gift for you. With that, he produced a white jade pendant, shaped like a piece from the Tai Chi Yin Yang symbol. This pendant is a valuable item when you are able to traverse the realms. Remember to bring it to Tai Su Sect to seek me out. A grand opportunity awaits you then. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Qin Han fell into silence for a moment, then quietly set down the axe. He turned around, ready to step through the luminous portal, when the old man continued, should you manage to obtain the shadow fish from the hands of that ancient being, your future may be beyond even my imagination. However, the trial set by that old creature may not suit you, given your virtuous nature. It is likely you would struggle to commit to such deeds. Ah, never mind, forget I spoke of it. Qin Han, with a face full of sincerity, expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Elder Xie, for your guidance. I shall make every effort to obtain the fish. Elder Bai replied, foolish child, although you possess intelligence, integrity, and resilience, your heart remains too kind. In certain matters, even if you know the right course of action, your benevolent nature may hinder you from taking decisive action. Regardless, you are someone I hold in high regard. No matter the outcome, you must come to the Taishu sect to find me in the future. Take this axe with you. For you, it is indeed a treasure. Seemingly reluctant to see Qin Han depart, Elder Bai produced the epic axe that he had previously used to deceive Qin Han with the Serpent of Desire. Qin Han accepted the gift bestowed by Elder Xie. Shall I take my leave now? He inquired. Oh, wait a moment, Elder Bai said, his expression filled with reluctance. Qin Han was puzzled. Is there something else the Elder wishes to command? Elder Bai hesitated for a moment before responding. All right, you should take this serpent with you. This creature is cunning and treacherous. As a kind-hearted child, having it by your side could serve as a valuable ally in critical moments. Elder Bai produced the Desire Serpent and also retrieved a pale purple crystal, handing both to Qin Han. If you crush this control crystal, you will gain dominion over the serpent, and it shall remain eternally loyal to you. Should it dare to betray you, it will face utter annihilation. The Desire Serpent blinked its large eyes innocently, taken aback by the sudden shift in allegiance. So, I am to follow this person henceforth? Yet, it seems to me that this individual is not as easily deceived as Elder Bai. Thank you, esteemed Elder, for your generous gift. Qin Han solemnly accepted the item and, as instructed, crushed it before bidding farewell to Elder Bai once more. This time, he truly departed. Elder Bai gazed at the vanishing portal, feeling a sense of loss. What a promising talent! A flash of white light enveloped Qin Han as he arrived at the 7th challenge, holding the jade-like young fish in his hand. Finally letting out a sigh of relief. The competition for rank, particularly in the 6th and 7th challenges, tested players' quick thinking and moral integrity. The overseeing authorities were none other than the esteemed elders of the two super sects that would emerge later in the game, the Taisu Palace and the Taiyin sect. Countless ages ago, these two sects were united, but due to differing philosophies, they parted ways, taking with them the supreme artifacts of their sects. the Een fish and the Yang fish. Each sect possessed one, and it was said that if the Een fish and Yang fish were combined, it would unlock the mysterious location known as the Tian Dao Palace, which held the promise of unparalleled inheritance. To acquire these two treasures, players must achieve full marks in both the 6th and 7th challenges. While it may sound simple, the reality is as daunting as scaling a mountain. The two elders have opposing temperaments, and without the knowledge of strategies, players are bound to fall into traps. If either elder harbors even the slightest dissatisfaction, the hope for full marks dissipates. Moreover, there is only one artifact, even if one were to miraculously achieve full marks. They would still have to wait for the other players to complete their assessments, ensuring no one else has attained full marks before claiming it. Throughout this process, a single misstep in conversation could render one devoid of the Een and Yang fish for a lifetime. The reason he had waited an entire day and night was to see the other players complete their evaluations. Now, all players had arrived at the 7th challenge, and those at the front must have already entered the 8th challenge. However, the 8th challenge had a unique condition. It could only commence once the last player entered. So there was no rush, let them wait. Glancing at the path leading to the island, Qin Han strolled leisurely while opening the leaderboard. At this moment, his score had remarkably reached 7,000 points, firmly securing the top position, even though he had yet to complete the 7th challenge. This score surpassed the 2nd place by 500 points. The extra 1,000 points were the reward for acquiring the Yang fish. The rank assessment allowed for 3 scenarios to earn points: defeating monsters, obtaining treasures, and completing challenges. Treasures referred to significant artifacts like the Een and Yang fish, as well as the invaluable items hidden in secret levels. Epic-grade gear, in this context, was not considered a treasure and did not yield points. Speaking of epic equipment, Qin Han promptly retrieved his newly acquired epic-grade axe, the Lucky Golden Axe, epic-grade weapon, attack power, 2,000, armor penetration, 1,500, elemental weakening, 2,000, and critical strike. Against enemies below half health, attack power is doubled. Physical requirement, 500. Active skill, maximum luck. Upon use, luck increases tenfold for 10 minutes, with a cooldown of 1 day. This axe was impressive. Although it lacked overly extraordinary attack skills, the ability to actively increase luck tenfold was incredibly useful. In the game of Eternal Life, the drop rate or certain lottery probabilities could be as low as 1 in 10,000 or even 1 in 100 million. Even with a tenfold luck boost, achieving hundreds of times luck was still unlikely. However, in a smaller probability range, such as 1 in a few hundred, once stacked, the odds became much more favorable. If utilized wisely, this could be a divine skill. Narrowing his eyes, Qin Han ambled along. Suddenly, the serpent of desire that had been coiling on his shoulder peeked out, its eyes gleaming. "Master, I sense a peculiar aroma ahead. It seems to be the sin of desire." Qin Han's gaze subtly shifted, and as he glanced around, he could vaguely discern the stone gate of the 7th trial in the distance. Yet, the disciples who were supposed to be on guard were nowhere to be seen. "Master, to the left in the grass, I can see a man and a woman engaging in some indecorous activities." The serpent of desire gleamed with a golden light in its eyes, and suddenly, a mirror-like vision appeared before Qin Han. He beheld a young man clad in a black robe adorned with the character Farine, engaged in an unspeakable act with a woman dressed similarly. The serpent of desire's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Master, I have heard that the rules of the Tian sect strictly prohibit disciples from forming romantic partnerships, let alone indulging in such lewd conduct. If discovered, they face severe consequences ranging from the forfeiture of their cultivation and expulsion from the sect to utter annihilation of both body and spirit. I have recorded these images. Perhaps we should consider extorting them." Upon hearing these words, Qin Han felt a flicker of interest. According to the strategy in the 6th trial, Elder Bai favored those who were kind and upright, while in the 7th trial, Elder He appreciated cunning and unscrupulous individuals. This imminent threat was an opportunity not to be wasted. Moreover, it was undoubtedly part of the assessment. With a sudden thought, Qin Han pretended to be perplexed and took a step toward the stone door. At this moment, in the 7th trial, at the mountainside of the Tian sect, Elder He held a shadow fish in his hand, his face filled with melancholy. The newcomers were all utterly useless, either too rigid or foolish. Whether still undergoing the assessment or having completed it, not one individual met his expectations. He had hoped to witness the talents of the future from across the realms and find a suitable candidate. However, it now seemed unlikely. Only one person remained, who appeared to possess the greatest potential among the group. Yet, this young man had yet to arrive. He was either overly cautious or simply a foolish, luckless pig. It seemed that the treasure in his hands would remain unbestowed. As the elder muttered to himself, he suddenly saw in the mirror before him a strikingly handsome young man in blue armor approaching the stone door. The young man's appearance was quite impressive, reminiscent of the elder's own youth, though it remained uncertain whether his disposition would align. When Qin Han reached closer to the stone door, he noticed a young man who had just pulled up his trousers, hurriedly running towards him. In the distance, he could faintly see the visage of a woman hidden among the grass. "You are here for the assessment, are you not? Walk 10 miles straight ahead to reach the mountain gate, and you will pass." Adopting a role, the young man's demeanor became arrogant, his head held high, as if his words were exhaled through his nostrils. "However, I must inform you that this assessment is exceedingly challenging. If you wish to glean some information, then show some sincerity. My lord, look at this person's arrogance. I cannot endure it any longer. Allow me to take action, and I shall ensure he loses his trousers." The serpent of desire whispered from within Qin Han's armor, urging him on. Yet, Qin Han paid it no heed. He cheerfully produced 100 gold coins and handed them to the cloaked disciple. "I am new here and still learning. I would greatly appreciate any guidance from my senior." The black-clad disciple glanced at the coins, his lips twitching slightly as he casually replied, "You may encounter assessments along the way. Take care of yourself and ponder your actions well. This will be beneficial for you. Go on." This statement bore little difference from silence. Nevertheless, Qin Han remained unfazed, retrieving a small pouch filled with 1,000 gold coins and offering it again. "Senior, I may be somewhat dim-witted. I kindly ask you to share a bit more information." The black-clad disciple observed the coins, his expression warming as a smile broke across his face. "You are quite perceptive. I shall not keep things from you." The one presiding over this sex assessment is Elder He, who possesses an eccentric temperament but has a penchant for cunning schemes. When you undertake your tasks, do not be overly rigid. The more ruthless you are, the more pleased he will be. Remember, once you pass through this stone door, you will enter the realm of scrutiny, and your fate will rest in your own hands. Go forth. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Qin Han chuckled heartily, saying, "Senior brother, you jest. A mere 10,000 gold coins is nothing to me. My intention in offering this sum is simply to cultivate a good rapport with you. I wish to familiarize myself with our sect and, in the process, seek a sturdy ally like you. If you doubt my words, take a look at this." With that, Qin Han nonchalantly revealed the quantity of gold coins he possessed, prompting the cloaked disciple to gaze in astonishment. The sight of the gold coins resembled a small mountain. He had never encountered such wealth in his lifetime. Were it not for the current examination setting, he might have been tempted to seize the opportunity. However, considering the vast fortune Qin Han possessed, perhaps he truly lacked any pressing needs and was simply a fool with an abundance of wealth. As his gaze shifted, the cloaked disciple regarded Qin Han as if he were a long-lost kin. "Brother, you truly regard me as one of your own. In that case, I shall not hold back. Feel free to inquire about anything. I am here to share all my knowledge without reservation." Qin Han chuckled. "I indeed have a few inquiries to pose to my senior brother. Could you please enlighten me about the regulations of our sect? It would be beneficial for me to be prepared in advance. Additionally, I would appreciate it if you could elaborate on the demeanor of the elder in black. Although the disciples in black attire appear amiable on the surface, they remain vigilant within. However, upon hearing my inquiries, which are rather superficial, their wariness seems to diminish somewhat. Let us converse at ease. Whatever you wish to know, I shall share with you." Meanwhile, the elder in black, observing this scene from 10 miles away through a mirror, stroked his beard and pondered, "There is a semblance of cleverness here. He understands the value of monetary persuasion. This approach may indeed grant him some advanced knowledge, facilitating a smoother journey ahead. Yet, this alone is insufficient." Qin Han, unaware of the disciple's true nature, continually raises the stakes, flaunting his wealth. One must understand that it is unwise to reveal one's riches. The more one offers, the more it incites the other's avarice, which is detrimental to oneself. Furthermore, to offer such a substantial sum merely to glean trivial information, knowledge that could be easily acquired from any individual within the sect, is rather imprudent. A person of his disposition is unlikely to survive long in the treacherous realms of the multiverse. Based on this performance, I can only grant a passing grade, nothing more. After some time, at the stone gate, the disciple in black wore a smile. Yet, his words were limited to mere superficialities, and as he spoke, he cast a glance towards Qin Han's hands, indicating a desire for further benefits. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. Qin Han cast a glance at the expression of his opponent, silently stepping towards the stone door. With an air of confidence, he declared, I may not possess many virtues, but I have an excellent memory. Events I have witnessed or heard of are indelibly etched in my mind. Allow me to recite a rule for you, senior brother, within the sect. One must not engage in private dealings. Failure to adhere will result in the lightest punishment of demotion and expulsion, or in severe cases, a heavy penalty leading to annihilation of both body and spirit. What do you think of my memory? The heart of the cloaked disciple grew increasingly cold as he realized that this individual had been plotting against him from the very beginning, having witnessed his disgraceful acts, then cunningly drawing him into conversation only to threaten him. Such a deep-seated cunning. In a different setting, he would have annihilated this person on the spot. However, the other stood at the stone door. Any reckless move could lead to unpredictable consequences. A fleeting glimmer of murderous intent crossed his eyes as he forcefully suppressed the urge to kill and said in a low voice, Speak. What is it that you truly desire? Qin Han displayed a benevolent smile, still pondering his next move. Perhaps, senior brother, you could decide? The cloaked disciple narrowed his eyes, sensing the implication of a potential benefit. If that were the case, there might still be room for maneuvering. As long as he could keep this young man in check, an opportunity to eliminate him later would ensure the secret remained safeguarded. Contemplating this, the cloaked disciple retrieved his spatial backpack and returned the money Qin Han had previously given him. Subsequently, he rummaged through his storage pouch, seemingly deliberating on what item might be suitable to offer. At that moment, Qin Han's words nearly choked him. Your storage pouch is quite impressive, senior brother. I don't have one yet, so why not simply give me its contents? Upon hearing this, the cloaked disciple gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with a murderous glare directed at Qin Han. Ultimately, he sighed in defeat, stealing his resolve. He unclipped the storage pouch from his waist and handed it directly to Qin Han, uttering the most insincere words of his life. Since you like it, consider this storage pouch a gift from me. He had never imagined that a disciple of the esteemed Tain sect, once solely known for his cunning, would now find himself outmaneuvered by a mere novice undergoing a trial. Qin Han chuckled as he took it over, feeling somewhat embarrassed. The space of this storage bag is quite ample, roughly equivalent to 7 or 8 rooms, capable of holding a multitude of items. However, the contents are rather few. Merely a collection of jars and bottles, the purpose of which remains unclear. After rummaging for quite some time, he suddenly looked up and, without courtesy, inquired, Senior brother, is there anything else? The disciple in black gritted his teeth and replied, This is all I possess. It comprises my entire belongings. One must leave a thread of goodwill for future encounters. Junior brother, one should not be overly ruthless in their endeavors. Qin Han, however, feigned ignorance. Senior brother, why don't we continue our previous discussion? I have countless inquiries to make. The cloaked disciple's fist clenched tightly, the sound of his knuckles cracking reverberating in the air, his expression shifting with tumultuous emotion. In that fleeting moment, he was beset by a myriad of thoughts about ending his counterpart's life. Yet, ultimately, he cast a glance at the stone door, gritted his teeth, and fled into the thicket. Soon after, he returned, holding a jade rui that gleamed like white jade. This is a spirit-concealing rui, enabling even mortals to wield spells. It is the most precious item I can offer. Should my junior brother remain dissatisfied, feel free to report me. In any case, I possess nothing further to offer. Qin Han tucked the jade talisman into his pocket, casting a scrutinizing gaze at the cloaked disciple. Is it truly gone? Do not deceive me. Upon hearing these words, the disciple in black nearly succumbed to despair, on the verge of resorting to violence. Even the woman who had been concealed in the nearby bushes could no longer contain herself, her face aflame with rage. Killing is merely a matter of striking the head. Do not push us too far. Within the sect, the elder in black witnessed this unfolding scene, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets. Was this truly the same fool who had only recently been throwing money around? Filled with admiration, he realized that from the onset, he should have discerned the leverage held over the two disciples, feigning innocence while cunningly drawing closer to extract information. Once he seized upon their weaknesses, he promptly turned against them. This level of cunning resembled that of a seasoned old fox who had navigated the realms for countless years. More alarmingly, this youth, who could squeeze a frog for its urine, had the audacity to push others to their limits without relenting. He exhibited a certain flair reminiscent of our kind. Indeed, Indeed, he is a promising talent. At the stone gate, the Serpent of Desire discreetly transmitted a message. Master, I observe their emotions teetering on the brink of collapse. It may prove exceedingly difficult to extract further advantages. Should we truly force these two to a dead end, it could backfire spectacularly. Perhaps we should reconsider? Qin Han pondered deeply. The storage bag given by that man contained merely bottles and jars, all of which were items for tasks. This indicated that obtaining the other party's storage bag was indeed part of the assessment. These items would presumably be useful later on, and achieving this would merely be a pass. However, the subsequent gift of the spirit-infusing artifact was an epic-grade item. Such an evaluation stage would unlikely present treasures of a more exalted nature. Acquiring an epic-grade item should signify the ultimate achievement. The scoring for this phase should reach full marks. Nevertheless, to be prudent, he felt compelled to take further action. With an innocent expression, Qin Han remarked, I trust in your sincerity, yet the heart is a concealed chamber. Who can ascertain whether you harbor ulterior motives? Moreover, having accepted your benefits, you must harbor resentment towards me. What if you seek to trouble me in the shadows? As he spoke, he leaned against the stone door pillar, always prepared to flee. Upon hearing this, the woman, her teeth clicking, ultimately swore to the heavens, I, Xiao Yu, thou to the venerable ancestor of the Taiying sect that I hold no secrets and shall never trouble you in the future. Should I utter a single falsehood? May the heavens strike me down. Within the armor, the little serpent narrowed its eyes, saying, Master, this is the highest oath of the disciples of the Taiying sect. If violated, one will surely be tormented by inner demons and will not survive 3 days. Her words should be genuine. Qin Han nodded subtly, his gaze shifting back to the man in black. What about you, senior brother? The black-clad man, witnessing the one he cherished make a solemn vow, felt a palpable surge of murderous intent welling up in his eyes, his body trembling with rage. Finally, he clenched his fists and enunciated his oath with unwavering resolve. As the two completed their oaths, Qin Han beamed with joy. Well, we are all from the same sect. Why speak such formalities? Of course, I trust both of you. He added, all right, you two carry on. I shall take my leave first. Upon hearing this, the two felt their anger nearly dissipate, yet bound by their vows. They refrained from taking action, resembling forlorn lovers in distress. The woman said, You may go, and I hope you will keep your lips sealed in the future. Just as Qin Han was about to step through the stone door, he halted at her words, squinting his eyes and smiling amiably. That is assured. I may lack many virtues, but my discretion is steadfast. He continued, Besides, this secret of yours is something I intend to savor for a lifetime. With that, he left them with an innocent, radiant smile and walked away. Behind him, the woman, upon hearing his final remark, could no longer contain herself, bursting into tears with a heart-wrenching wail. At the mountain gate, Elder He was filled with excitement. A genius indeed. Most would seize the advantage and retreat when pushed to such extremes, yet this lad boldly compelled the other party to take an oath, eliminating any future repercussions. This boy is undoubtedly a prodigious miscreant, the kind whose wickedness runs deep. My legacy is in sight. The Taiying sect has a promising future ahead. On the desolate mountain path, a small snake peeked out from its armor, its tiny claws gripping the edge as it gazed with wide, innocent eyes. Master, why do I have the impression that your previous kindness and righteousness were merely a facade? You seem inherently suited for villainy. But how could you be so certain they would ultimately swear an oath? Qin Han's expression was calm, a stark contrast to his previous demeanor. Are you not aware of the concept of sunk cost? The more one invests, the lower their baseline becomes. They have already sacrificed a storage bag and an epic-grade treasure. Making an oath is hardly a significant matter. As he spoke, he immediately took out the epic-grade item, examining it closely. His gaze fixated on the attributes of the jade auspiciousness, and he felt immense joy within. Spirit-infused auspiciousness, epic-grade item. Mana, 100,000 points. Mana recovery, 2 per second. It activates simply by being placed in the backpack. Mana is a property that only comes into play after the novice stage, for instance. The lightning spell cast by the high priest required mana to execute. Even the few skills carried by the incomplete supreme artifact, the purple soul staff, demanded mana for their use, and recovering mana can be quite troublesome. It can vanish in an instant. Given the high priest's prowess, it is impossible to maintain a constant output of spells. Thus, despite its seemingly simple attributes, by the late stages of the game, this item could very well be valued akin to 2 epic-grade weapons. After stowing away the spirit-infused auspiciousness, Qin Han continued on his path. Before long, a toxic rain began to fall from the sky. Not far ahead stood a dilapidated Taoist temple, almost identical to the one from the previous level. However, this time, he chose not to enter recklessly. Instead, he opted to hide by the window outside, observing cautiously. Inside the temple, 6 burly men sat cross-legged, one of whom, sporting a goatee, squinted his eyes. Brothers, just ahead lies the residence of Wang Yuanwei. It is said that he possesses a treasure that renders one impervious to blades and fire. The black market has placed an exorbitant bounty on this item. Are you all interested in taking a shot at it? The other's eyes sparkled at his words. Why even ask? Let us do it. Very well, then. Here's to a prosperous venture. After a brief discussion as the rain outside ceased, they each picked up their weapons and left with enthusiasm. Observing this, Qin Han trailed behind them slowly. Before long, the group arrived at a residence, the doors slightly ajar, with Wang Mansion inscribed above. These men were indeed reckless, brazenly pushing the door open. Yet as they stepped into the courtyard, the sight before them left them dumbfounded. The expansive yard was filled with 2 rows of long tables, around which sat 2 or 3 dozen guests. Each individual bore a fierce countenance and was armed with various weapons, clearly not to be trifled with. Wang Yuanwei was seated directly opposite the entrance. Upon seeing the newcomers, Wang Yuanwei appeared unfazed, rising to greet them. Have you come for my treasure as well? Please, take a seat. You will soon witness what I have to offer. The group was momentarily bewildered. One of the younger members whispered, What do we do now, boss? The goateed man, with a cautious expression, replied, There are many here. Let us hold our ground for now and follow his lead. Consequently, they took their seats, perfectly filling the remaining spaces. From a tall, dense tree outside, Qin Han observed the situation within the courtyard, contemplating that this must be the second assessment site set by the Black Elder. These individuals appeared to be nefarious treasure seekers, and a significant upheaval was bound to occur soon. Yet, Wang Yuanwei, facing such a large crowd, maintained his composure and engaged in lively conversation, clearly possessing a sense of confidence. How should he approach this? Since the Black Elder established this checkpoint, there must be a genuine purpose behind it. Wang Yuanwei possesses a treasure that makes him impervious to weapons and fire. Given the Black Elder's character, he likely desires the assessors to attempt to seize it. Should he merely sit back and watch the chaos unfold, waiting for them to inflict mutual harm, only to reap the benefits in the end? Qin Han pondered for a moment, and suddenly recalled the various bottles and jars within his storage bag. Since they were labeled as mission items, they were likely intended to guide him in their subsequent use. He opened the storage bag and examined the contents closely. Each bottle and jar bore meticulous labels, detailing even their applications. Bone-dissolving powder. Merely 3 drops can transform both person and object into a pool of blood. Universal venom, colorless and odorless. It can be mixed into any food, ensuring death within half an hour, beyond the reach of even divine intervention. Antidote pills, capable of neutralizing all poisons. They should be taken in advance to avoid injury. Gazing intently at the poisons, Qin Han's eyes flickered with understanding. With such an abundance of toxins, the elder with the dark robes was undoubtedly urging him to take the initiative and strike first. If that was the case, he would gladly oblige. With a swift motion, he leapt down from the tree, circled around to the back of the estate, and stealthily entered, evading any watchful eyes. He arrived at the expansive kitchen, its grand doors wide open, revealing an array of dishes meticulously arranged upon the counters, while a bubbling pot of rich meat broth simmered away. Several chefs awaited nearby, poised to serve the meals. At that moment, an elderly man resembling a steward entered, shooing the chefs away, forbidding them to approach within half a step of the kitchen door. With a creaking sound, he shut the door behind him. Upon witnessing the scene, Qin Han swiftly leaped to the upper kitchen area, peering through the skylight. He observed the butler extracting a large gourd filled with a pale liquid, which he evenly sprinkled over the dishes. Once all the dishes were doused, the butler sighed in relief, wiped his brow, and exited the kitchen. Seizing this pivotal moment, Qin Han decisively donned his ancient attire, gracefully descended, and stealthily entered the kitchen. At that very moment, the butler had only just taken a few steps away from the door. He entered the kitchen and retrieved a carefully selected poison, hastily pouring it into the meat broth and other soups. Following a swift maneuver, he slipped out of the kitchen and concealed himself among the dense branches of a fragrant osmanthus tree in the courtyard. Meanwhile, the butler had just called the chefs back, instructing them, remember, do not speak or ask anything. Once the dishes are served, return to the inner courtyard. Regardless of any commotion outside, act as if you're unaware. Otherwise, do not blame me for my strict household rules. The chefs all nodded obediently, fully compliant. The courtyard was adorned with an array of exquisite dishes, causing many to swallow hard, yearning to indulge immediately. Yet, those seasoned travelers refrained from touching their chopsticks, their gazes fixed upon Wang Yuanwei. Noticing this, Wang Yuanwei chuckled and, picking up his chopsticks, proclaimed, "Come, come. These fine wines and dishes must be savored while hot. Eat to your heart's content, and we shall discuss matters afterward." As he spoke, he unreservedly helped himself to the food, carelessly mixing the wine around. Gradually, the guests lowered their guard and began to enjoy the feast, the atmosphere becoming increasingly lively. When the merriment reached its peak, Wang Yuanwei stood, raising his cup. "Ladies and gentlemen, I humbly ask for your attention. After this meal, I shall present each of you with 10 taels of silver. Henceforth, let us not entertain any thoughts regarding my precious treasure. What do you say?" Upon hearing this, someone scoffed. "Wang Yuanwei, are you truly so calculating? You think a mere meal and 10 taels can dismiss us? Where in the world does such a good deal exist?" Another chimed in. "Indeed, with so many of us, you ought to offer at least 1,000 taels. Otherwise, this matter is far from settled." 1,000 taels? How could an old man like me afford such a sum? Wang Yuanwei's expression darkened at this retort. "You are demanding my life. Beware. You may have the means, but lack the life to spend it." At this, the sound of numerous blades being drawn echoed through the hall. "What, old fool? Can you not contain yourself? I thought you were like a tortoise, capable of enduring," one shouted. "Mark my words. Today, if the treasure is not surrendered, this entire estate shall be left desolate." Wang Yuanwei's face grew even darker as he slammed his hand on the table. "Then let us see how capable you truly are. Brothers, why waste words? Let us take the treasure by force." As they charged forward, several drew their blades, but after just a few steps, their bodies began to sway. Ultimately, with a thud, they collapsed, unconscious. "Old man, you poisoned the food," one cried. "I shall drag you down with me." The remaining individuals, enraged, rose with weapons in hand, ready to fight to the death. Many, however, followed the fate of their fallen comrades, while some with stronger resistance managed to advance, raising their weapons toward Wang Yuanwei. Yet, as their blades neared within a meter of him, they were abruptly halted by a shimmering barrier, shattering their weapons with a resounding clang. "Is this your treasure?" Wang Yuanwei coldly regarded the few remaining challengers. "You are not worthy to seize my possessions. If it were not for your numbers, I would not have resorted to poison. Killing you all would suffice to deter any future threats to my treasure." As these words left his lips, the remaining individuals succumbed to their injuries, one by one. Wang Yuanwei surveyed the scene of fallen bodies, methodically retrieving a handkerchief to wipe his hands before turning to return indoors. Just then, a voice interrupted. "Do not be hasty, Wang Yuanwei. I too am quite interested in your treasure." Upon hearing this, Wang Yuanwei turned to see a mysterious figure clad in leather armor, their face obscured by a hood, standing a mere few meters away. Yet, emboldened by the protection of his treasure, Wang Yuanwei felt no fear. "You, I doubt, possess the capability to challenge me. Even if I remained seated, you could not prevail. Qin Han, it seems your treasure is quite formidable. I am even more eager to behold it. However, I must inquire. If a person meets their demise, can your treasure continue to offer protection? What a jest. You cannot even breach my defenses. What gives you the audacity to kill me?" Wang Yuanwei wore a mocking expression, ready to retort, yet suddenly his body convulsed, and blood began to seep from his mouth. "Poison? Have you poisoned me?" Wang Yuanwei's complexion turned ashen, as if he had aged 20 years in an instant. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. "Little did I expect that I, who spent my days hunting geese, would be pecked in the eye by one. Who are you? Reveal your identity, so that I may die with my eyes closed." Upon hearing this, Qin Han resolutely declared, "Remember this, the one who seeks to kill you is Qin Chaoshi. Qin Chaoshi, good, good, good." Wang Yuanwei repeated the word thrice, seemingly intent on etching the name Qin Chaoshi into his memory, before ultimately succumbing to death. Gazing upon the courtyard littered with corpses, Qin Han swiftly searched the bodies and discovered a storage pouch on Wang Yuanwei. Inside, he found not only several tens of thousands of gold coins, but also a collection of clothing and miscellaneous items, among which lay a particularly striking jade disc. Blood Fiend Protection Array, an epic-grade artifact. An ancient and arcane formation passed down through the ages. Once activated, it establishes a Blood Fiend grade array within 1,000 meters, feasting upon flesh and blood to incessantly absorb energy. The more flesh and blood it consumes, the greater the strength of the formation and its protective capabilities. As long as the array remains intact, the body remains unharmed. Current defensive value, 5090. This value can negate all elemental and physical damage. With just a glance at the array disk, Qin Han's eyes sparkled with delight. In his previous life, there was a well-known adage regarding epic-grade artifacts. The more singular the attribute, the more potent the effect. The more specialized the attribute, the more extraordinary it becomes. It appears that this old saying holds true. Such a specific formation, once it accumulates sufficient defensive value, can prove invaluable in critical moments. However, this formation does have a drawback. Once the defensive value is depleted, it becomes nothing more than a paper tiger. Wang Yuanwei must have had ulterior motives in orchestrating such a grand scheme to poison these individuals. It is highly probable that he intended to charge this artifact. The news of the treasure reaching these individuals might very well have been disseminated by Wang Yuanwei himself. After securing the array disk and the gold coins into his storage ring, Qin Han turned to depart. Yet, just before leaving, his gaze shifted. This phase of the trial should be complete. However, he was wary that Elder He might still be lurking here, laying further traps. With a swift glance, he hastily collected the bodies of the 5 individuals he encountered in the dilapidated Taoist temple, then quickly made his exit. Upon reaching the dense woods, he discarded the 5 corpses and took out a dissolving powder, reducing them to nothingness. He even tossed Wang Yuanwei's storage pouch into a nearby river, along with the array disk and the gold coins. Having completed these tasks, he cautiously returned to the pathway. As he walked along the road, suddenly, a dozen black-robed disciples approached with swords drawn. Upon spotting Qin Han, the leading disciple immediately interrogated him. Halt. What are you doing here? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Qin Han was taken aback. What is the Wangfu? I do not know. The leading disciple scoffed. Whether you genuinely do not know or feign ignorance, we shall discuss it further once we return. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 129. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Qin Han expressed his gratitude. Thank you, senior brother. He hurriedly departed, putting some distance between himself and the scene, finally allowing a sigh of relief to escape his lips. That was close. It seemed the Black Elder indeed had a contingency plan. As soon as he left, the hunt for the murderer commenced, clearly designed to complicate his predicament. Fortunately, he had escaped unscathed. On the mountainside, the Black Elder wore a satisfied smile, relishing the moment. This was precisely the sentiment his master had imparted to him when encountering treasures. One must possess the ambition to seize them. In a world where survival is arduous, gathering more treasures equates to a deeper foundation, enabling one to venture further in the future. Furthermore, this young man displayed remarkable cunning. Even in the face of imminent danger, he remained vigilant, cleverly adopting a pseudonym to mislead others. Ultimately, he had even deduced the old man's hidden scheme, orchestrating a clever ploy to turn the tables. Those foolish disciples were undeniably led by the nose. Excellent. Excellent. The old man was thoroughly pleased. Meanwhile, Qin Han pressed onward when suddenly, a blood-soaked disciple in black robes burst forth from the roadside. Upon seeing Qin Han, he cried out desperately, "Save me! Save me!" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Qin Han remained oblivious, poised to depart with haste, when suddenly the curtain of the palanquin was drawn aside, revealing an elderly gentleman with a kind and affable countenance. The old man gestured warmly, his face adorned with a benevolent smile. "Young friend, come over and have a word." Upon hearing this, Qin Han could only step forward and sincerely say, "Greetings, esteemed elder." The old man replied, "Noticing the direction you are headed, are you making your way to the Taoist sect?" Qin Han, "Indeed, it is the sect entrance examination." The elder, at such a tender age, being selected by the Taoist sect, your future is boundless. Seeing you reminds me of my nephew, Zhang Chong, who entered the sect at a similar age. In the blink of an eye, 10 years have passed. Those were the days. The elder began to reminisce, predominantly recounting the affection he held for his nephew, Zhang Chong, as they walked together, making their way to the Taoist sect, up the mountainside. Qin Han remained a diligent listener, refraining from uttering a single word regarding Zhang Chong. Once the law enforcement elder had departed, a mysterious figure in black approached. His demeanor peculiar. "Young one, if you were to reveal to him that Zhang Chong met his demise at the hands of his fellow disciples, It would surely endear you to him. This could be immensely advantageous for you. With such an opportunity before you, to forego it would be quite foolish. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Chin Han cast a glance at the leaderboard, noting that the scores had yet to change, indicating that everything before him was still under assessment. The forthcoming responses could very well determine his final score in the 7th challenge. With a subtle shift in his gaze, he articulated, Elder. It is indeed true that one should seize opportunities when they arise. However, to pursue every opportunity blindly is the mark of a fool. Just as a ferocious beast must discern between traps and prey, one must not act impulsively, lest one hastens their own demise. The Black Elder's expression brightened. Oh, I am eager to hear more. Positioned halfway up the mountain, Chin Han faced the Black Elder with neither subservience nor arrogance and continued, Who is Zhang Chong? He is the nephew of the Elder from the Law Enforcement Hall. With such a connection, how could anyone dare to attack him? This implies either that the assailant possesses a far greater backing and is unafraid of Zhang Chong, or that the relationship between Zhang Chong and the Elder of the Law Enforcement Hall is not as harmonious as it appears on the surface. It is even possible that this attack was orchestrated by the Elder themselves. Let us entertain a hypothesis. If Zhang Chong were to uncover the Elder's secrets, the latter might feel compelled to eliminate his nephew to safeguard their own interests. Another possibility could be that there has been a familial upheaval, such as the revelation that Zhang Chong is not the biological child of his father, having been mistakenly swapped at birth. The Elder, constrained by public appearances, could only resort to sending someone to carry out the assassination, fortuitously allowing Zhang Chong to escape. Thus, regardless of which scenario one considers, my fate would be grim. Why should I entangle myself in this matter? Upon hearing these words, the Black Elder laughed heartily while internally astonished. Goodness! The intricacies of Zhang Chong's predicament were crafted by my own hand, and I indeed incorporated the backstory of the swapped children. Such a clever deduction, made by this young man in an instant. One wonders if it is sheer luck or an extraordinary intellect bordering on the supernatural. As thoughts swirled in his mind, he posed one final question. You, young one, possess a surprisingly profound mind. In that fleeting moment, you managed to conceive so much. Yet, have you not considered that if this matter were indeed true, you might be missing an opportunity to ally yourself with a powerful figure? Our existence is already fraught with challenges. Can you truly afford to shy away from such a significant gamble? Chin Han, I dare not claim otherwise. A miserable existence is preferable to a noble death. As long as one persists in living, all possibilities remain. Once life ceases, all hope is lost. Upon finishing his words, he fell silent, awaiting the final verdict. Was it truly better to endure life than to succumb to death? The Black Elder, upon hearing this, contemplated deeply. His expression suddenly tinged with melancholy. Had his master possessed such a mindset in the past, perhaps he would have averted great calamity. He gazed intently at Chin Han before finally stating, Indeed, you have passed. At this proclamation, Chin Han swiftly turned his gaze to the leaderboard, and in an instant, he saw his score surge by a remarkable 1,000 points, reaching a total of 8,000. He still held the coveted first position. A wave of relief washed over him. After toiling for most of the day, he had finally succeeded. He bowed respectfully to the Black Elder, adhering to the customs of the cultivation realm. Thank you, esteemed Elder, for your generosity. The Black Elder waved his hand dismissively. I have not gone easy on you. This is what you rightfully earned. Suddenly, the Black Elder's demeanor shifted to one of grave seriousness. Young man, I ask you, if a tremendous opportunity were to present itself before you, would you seize it? Chin Han's expression shifted with a jolt. It had arrived. He promptly inquired, Might I request your esteemed guidance, senior? The Black Elder flipped his hand, revealing a pitch-black jade stone. This artifact was the key to the Celestial Palace. A missing piece of the yin-yang fish. It would bestow upon you unimaginable benefits throughout your lifetime. Possessing it would guarantee a remarkably bright future. However, to obtain it, you must agree to one condition of mine. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Chin Han's mind sharpened. The ulterior motive of the Black Elder was revealed. The Titan sect, as one of the most esteemed sects within the game, wielded power comparable to the 6 paramount forces. Should he assume the role of their leader, it would instantaneously augment his influence with a formidable backing. As for safeguarding the sect, he would manage whatever affairs he could. If confronted with an insurmountable adversary, Retreating to avoid confrontation would be a prudent course, a decision that could hardly be deemed a loss. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Han stated, "Esteemed elder, I am willing to accept this promise." Upon hearing this, the Black Elder promptly placed the fish into his hand and erupted into hearty laughter. "Huh. I have long perceived that gluttonous serpent upon you was nurtured by that old fool from the previous realm. His willingness to part with this artifact signifies that you must have acquired the young fish. Now, with my fish added, the fusion of yin and yang shall occur. When the time comes, a visit to the heavenly Tao Palace will surely lead to your resounding achievements that will echo throughout the universe. Moreover, by agreeing to become the leader of my Tine sect, I have triumphed in this game. If that old fool were to learn of this, he would likely be driven to madness." Qin Han found himself ensnared in the trap set by the Elder Black. Caught off guard by the allure of the treasure before him, the Elder, brimming with uncontainable delight, patted Qin Han on the shoulder and warmly exclaimed, "Ah, young Han. As the esteemed elder of the Tine sect, I hold a high position. When you eventually join our sect, I shall personally take you under my wing as my disciple. At that time, even the current sect leader will refer to you as junior brother. I will ensure that you are provided with the finest place for cultivation. Rest assured, it will be no less than that of the present leader. With my protection, you will be able to navigate the sect with ease, and should anyone cross your path, you need only to confront them boldly, for no one will dare to utter a word against you." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Qin Han rubbed his hands together and stepped into the portal. Suddenly, the scene before him transformed, and he found himself in an extraordinarily lavish and expansive hall. Within the hall, a small river shimmered with light, gently meandering around the central area, where, every few seconds, countless fountains would erupt with a dazzling display. A magnificent arch bridge, seemingly crafted from solid gold, extended towards the center. At this moment, Qin Han stood atop the arch bridge. The Serpent of Greed remarked, "Master, that old man is truly miserly. He may seem generous in words, yet upon your departure, he offered you not even a single strand of hair. How dare he aspire to be your mentor? Bah! Such shamelessness. Respect for the elderly is but a facade." Qin Han paid no heed to him, instead directing his gaze toward the center of the grand hall. At that moment, over 300 players stood gathered in the central expanse, unmistakably the contenders for the noble titles. He had previously mentioned that the 8th trial was unique, as it no longer followed the individual dungeon model. Rather, it assembled all players for a fair competition. Successfully navigating this challenge would bring clarity to the struggle for titles, marking a pivotal juncture between triumph and defeat. In the heart of the hall, the congregation of players was intriguing. Prominent figures from the previous life, including about 20 to 30 elite class professionals, had gathered, alongside over 90 hidden class players, with the remainder comprising top-tier classes. The positioning of these individuals was particularly noteworthy. Qin Chaos, Jiang Ningxue, and Selena occupied the central positions, each accompanied by 3 to 5 players, their loyal subordinates. In this realm, influence was intrinsically linked to combat power. The stronger the faction, the mightier the prowess of its denizens, resulting in a higher likelihood of producing top-tier or even divine class professionals. This demonstrated the formidable strength of these apex factions. Standing at parity with them was Feng Qianjue, the prince of the demon clan, who was flanked by a divine class professional and 9 top-tier professionals. The demon race, renowned for its innate combat physique, battle consciousness, and martial lineage, excelled in physical combat, overshadowing all other races. In terms of overall strength present, Feng Qianjue's faction could be deemed the most formidable. However, due to his hasty level up and job change upon entering the game without gathering adequate information, he found himself at a disadvantage in terms of class, instinctively positioning himself outside the core circle, seemingly reluctant to engage with the others. Beyond the 6 premier factions, nearly 270 players hailed from various other factions, most of whom were strangers akin to Qin Han, lone wanderers. Nonetheless, seizing this opportunity, several players began to congregate, exchanging insights. Elites sought elites, hidden classes sought hidden classes, and it appeared that small circles of camaraderie were forming. In the core area, Qin Chaos frequently glanced at the leaderboard. His typically stable demeanor was now tinged with agitation. As the first to arrive at the 8th trial, he found himself unable to leverage his speed for an advantage, instead forced to wait idly for the other players. To compound his frustration, a miscalculation in the 6th trial and hesitance in the 7th had left him with a mere 5,700 points, placing him in the lower ranks. Should his score fail to improve, his chances of obtaining a title were bleak. More disheartening was the sight of Qin Han leading with an overwhelming score of 9,000, a solitary figure towering above the rest, which tormented Qin Chaos, who had previously surpassed Qin Han on several occasions. With a hint of impatience, Qin Chaos inquired of those around him, "Are all the players not yet gathered?" The response came, "Young master, one player has yet to arrive." However, judging by the leaderboard, it appears that the first-ranked Qin Han's score has just changed. He must have completed the assessment and will soon enter. As soon as the words left his lips, a stir erupted in the hall. With many eyes drawn to the entrance archway, there stood a mysterious figure clad in ancient garb and a hood, whose exposed features suggested a strikingly handsome young man. Qin Han has arrived. The curiosity in the crowd was palpable for the player who had amassed the most treasures since the game's inception, frequently appearing in global announcements and notably claiming the singular divine class. As he approached, Qin Han instinctively straightened his posture, resolutely striding toward the center. Yet, as he drew near, an incongruous voice suddenly pierced the air. Feng Qianjue interjected, "Qin Han, have you been cheating? We have all completed 7 trials, each worth 1,000 points. Even if you scored perfectly on each trial, your total could only reach 7,000 points. Yet, you have 9,000. Something is amiss." This inquiry resonated with the crowd's curiosity, prompting them to wonder what extraordinary feats Qin Han had accomplished to attain such a remarkable score. At this moment, Qin Han cast a rather unfriendly glance at Feng Qianjue, who appeared rather foolish. "After all, I indirectly saved your life, and this is how you repay me? What one acquires is a personal secret. Is it appropriate to disclose such matters in a setting like this? The individuals present will, at the very least, become the backbone of various factions in the future. To put it bluntly, they represent half of the celestial realms. If secrets were to be revealed, it could lead to future targeting, which would be a self-inflicted predicament. Yet, facing hundreds of elite figures, remaining utterly silent would be equally awkward." After briefly gathering his thoughts, Qin Han smiled and said, "Isn't it stated in the rules for the trials that besides defeating monsters, acquiring treasures can also increase one's points? I've been fortunate enough to obtain some treasures. As for what these treasures are, that remains a matter of personal privacy and is not something I can disclose." Upon hearing this, many nodded in agreement. After all, each person present possessed their own classified equipment to varying degrees, which served as crucial trump cards in critical moments. No one would be foolish enough to divulge such information. Qin Han did not need to speak. His companions understood him well enough. Feng Qianjue inquired, "Even if you possess a treasure, how did you achieve full marks in the 6th and 7th trials?" Without hesitation, Qin Han replied, "Who told you I scored full marks in those 2 trials? The scores in those challenges are entirely a matter of fate. I refuse to believe that anyone could attain perfection in those deceptive tests. The full marks in the 6th and 7th trials pertain to the secrets of the yin-yang fish and the heavenly Tao Palace, and he would not divulge a single detail. Nevertheless, given the intelligence of these individuals, most would likely remain skeptical. However, this was merely a means to smooth over the conversation. If someone were to dig deeper, it would ultimately be the questioner who would be left embarrassed. Zhang Ningxue even interjected, "You are correct. After passing the trials, I meticulously reflected on the 2 guardians. One favors honesty, while the other revels in cunning. Achieving full marks in those 2 trials is impossible unless one knows the answers in advance. If I am not mistaken, the sum of your scores in those trials should amount to 1,000. And the place where you obtained the treasure must be within the poisonous waters of the 5th trial. Am I right?" Upon hearing these words, Qin Han smiled faintly. It was evident that this was an attempt to bolster his image. Such overtures were clearly a sign of goodwill. However, he understood that although the peak forces were formidable, they were not immutable. In this unprecedented upheaval that had not been witnessed in the cosmos for billions of years, aligning oneself with a unique divine profession was indeed a sagacious strategy. Just as he was about to respond, the surroundings of the grand hall began to shift dramatically, transforming in an instant into a celestial starry sky, making everyone feel as though they stood amidst the stars beneath the Milky Way. Simultaneously, a gigantic light screen appeared to one side, displaying the rules of this stage. The screen showcased an elegant script: "The heavenly way is constant. All things operate under the principle of fate." This stage consisted of 2 segments, the first being a gamble of fortune. Every 5 minutes, An opportunity for score betting would arise, allowing all players to wager some of their points. Once the deadline passed, a lucky individual would be drawn, and that person would receive all the wagered points. The minimum bet was 50 points, with no upper limit. The higher the stake, the greater the probability of being selected as the fortunate winner. There would be a total of 5 opportunities to gamble on fortune. As the rules unfolded, many players were captivated, and Feng Qianjue exclaimed joyfully, "As the son of the Demon Emperor, I am naturally endowed with great fortune. On the day of my birth, dragons and phoenixes heralded my arrival, and everything I undertook has met with success. Even when casually purchasing a mere broken sword, it is a legendary artifact. This gamble on luck is merely a means to bestow points upon me." Initially, Qin Han believed his 9,000 points to be substantial, yet at this moment, Feng Qianjue grasped the adage that good things come to those who wait. He confidently proclaimed that he would surely emerge as the ultimate victor. Selena interjected, "What does the fortune of the Demon Emperor's son amount to? On the day of my birth, heaven and earth celebrated in unison. During my time at the Magic Academy, any book I chanced upon was of divine quality. When it comes to fortune, can you truly compare to me? Moreover, this is merely a game. What qualifications do you possess to speak of luck as a mere top-tier profession?" Upon hearing this, Feng Qianjue felt somewhat stifled. Indeed, in the presence of a holy-tier profession, his top-tier status lacked the necessary confidence. He retorted with a hint of envy, "The outcome remains uncertain. Shall we wager against one another?" Demonstrating his prowess, he promptly staked all his points, an impressive 6,000. Selena, however, did not follow suit blindly. Despite her quick tongue, her points were not insignificant, ranking within the top 20, allowing her to remain composed. Yet, some of the lower-ranked players could hardly contain themselves. After all, anyone who had reached this stage was not without their share of fortune, and they had never bowed to the whims of luck. Furthermore, given their current scores, achieving nobility seemed futile. Thus, they chose to gamble. The screen quickly filled with player bets, ranging from 50 to several hundred, but Feng Qianjue remained in the lead. When the deadline arrived, 93 players had participated, accumulating a staggering 13,000 points. The screen then transformed, inscribing all participants' names into a circular roulette. Players with higher scores occupied larger segments, and Feng Qianjue, with his 6,000 points, commanded half the wheel, while the remaining players occupied the rest. As the pointer began to spin, all hearts were ensnared in anticipation. Clack, clack, clack. The pointer slowed and ultimately halted in Feng Qianjue's segment. Congratulations to player Feng Qianjue for becoming the lucky one and acquiring all the points. In the next moment, the score ranking shifted, with Feng Qianjue now perched atop with 13,000 points, 4,000 points clear of Qin Han. Faced with this scene, every gaze turned toward Feng Qianjue, many filled with astonishment. How had this typically foolish prince of the demon race become so astute? Was this mere luck, or was there a clever strategy at play? This left everyone perplexed. After all, if Feng Qianjue were truly clever, with his talent, he would not simply be a top-tier profession. Perhaps there was someone guiding him from behind the scenes. Indeed, just as speculation ran rampant, Feng Qianjue arrogantly declared, "See, I told you my fortune was exceptional. I effortlessly ascended to the top." He then patted the shoulder of his holy-tier subordinate, praising, "Your suggestion was commendable, far superior to those fools in our village. I shall ensure your advancement henceforth." "Thank you for your recognition, Your Highness," the subordinate replied with humility. This statement drew the attention of many toward the holy-tier professional. Even Qin Han displayed a hint of admiration. Feng Qianjue's points had originally positioned him in the middle ranks, and under normal circumstances, he would not have secured nobility. Yet, this individual had decisively urged Feng Qianjue to utilize his superfluous points, thereby securing a 50% chance. The second round of fortune betting commenced. With Feng Qianjue as a precedent, players fully grasped the rules, and this time, the enthusiasm for betting surged. Many raised their wagering amounts. However, those already occupying the higher ranks refrained from betting. Even the low-scoring player Chen Xiaoshu could not be tempted. Before long, the results of the second round were announced. A hidden profession player named Jiang Qi emerged as the lucky one, surpassing Feng Qianjue with a remarkable score of 23,000, seizing the top position. Such exhilarating scenes clearly incited greater participation. In the third round, a player named Dao Feng claimed the title of lucky one with a score of 31,000. In the fourth round, a player named Qin Yi became the fortunate one with 39,000 points, reclaiming the lead yet again. Shortly thereafter, the first segment approached its final round. At this moment, many players had yet to place their bets. As the final moments approached, Numerous previously hesitant lower-scoring players could no longer remain passive, with some wagering just hundreds while others risked everything. As the deadline drew near, the accumulated points astonishingly reached 50,000. Just as the roulette was about to close, a name suddenly flashed on the screen: Qin Han, with a wager of 9,000 points. In light of this development, Qin Han once again became the focal point of attention. Many gazes were filled with confusion, doubt, and even pity. Selena exclaimed in disbelief, "Qin Han, have you lost your mind? 5 rounds of fortune can at most yield 5 high-scoring players. The frenzy of other players stems from their low rankings, devoid of hopes for nobility. But you are different. With 9,000 points, even if you did nothing, you would conservatively rank 6th. By wagering 9,000 points, you have merely a 1/6 chance of becoming the lucky one." Shincheshu further admonished. The destined ones do not court danger. True strength never relinquishes its fate to mere chance. Those who achieve great things must strategize and consider the grand scheme. Your impulsive actions have greatly disappointed me. Beside him, Jiang Ningxue gazed contemplatively at the suddenly manifested axe in Qin Han's hand. At this moment, Qin Han wielded the lucky axe, secretly activating a tenfold luck enhancement, and, to mitigate any unforeseen circumstances, he layered it with another tenfold amplification card to further augment his fortune. He remained non-committal to the remarks of the crowd, offering no response. Meanwhile, the colossal will began to spin rapidly. In the central hall, all eyes were fixated on the screen, hearts racing with anticipation as the pointer whirled incessantly. Click, click, click. Finally, the pointer came to an abrupt halt precisely at the center of the area designated for Qin Han's name, without a hint of deviation. Congratulations to player Qin Han for becoming the fortunate one, garnering all the points. Subsequently, the leaderboard underwent another transformation as Qin Han's score soared to an astounding 59,000 points, securing the top position. A considerable lead. At this moment, the gazes directed towards Qin Han were infused with astonishment, envy, and even a touch of fear. Chen Xiaoxi furrowed his brow. My reasoning is sound. A child of destiny does not venture into perilous territories. Gambling on luck may yield fleeting triumphs, yet both success and failure hinge on fortune. No one can navigate this smoothly. Eventually, a gambler's reckless nature will lead to their downfall. Beside him, Jiang Ningxue shook her head, asserting that the principles of heaven are evident. Her words held merit, yet what grounds do you have to presume that Qin Han is gambling? Nearby, Selena's delicate features betrayed a flicker of fear. Your Majesty, do you imply that Qin Han possesses absolute confidence? Jiang Ningxue replied, I cannot guarantee it. But considering Qin Han's journey thus far, do you believe we can fathom matters that he cannot? Do not underestimate the world. What he has acquired now surpasses what all of us have combined. At this moment, Qin Han exhaled a sigh of relief. Even though he knew that with 100-fold luck enhancement, no one could rival him, he still felt a twinge of anxiety. Fortunately, the outcome was predetermined. Greetings, Brother Qin. I am Qin Yi, a direct descendant of the Chonghen Tian Qin family. Since you share the same surname, are you also a member of the Qin clan? The young man named Qin Yi, currently second on the leaderboard, approached Qin Han with a warm demeanor, as if basking in the gentle spring breeze. Chonghen Tian Qin family? Qin Han's expression shifted slightly. The eternal longing heaven is a relatively prosperous dimensional realm among the myriad worlds, vast in territory and teeming with an endless population, where formidable beings emerge in abundance. The Qin family stands out as one of the leading clans, recognized as one of the top 10 families within the entirety of eternal longing heaven. Although the Qin family's strength may not rival that of the pinnacle races, they still command considerable respect among the myriad realms, representing a force not to be underestimated. In his previous life, the family was notably famous for the saint-level practitioner Qin Yi and their ancestor Qin Yong. However, the Qin family had a notable quirk. They were fiercely protective of their own. Regardless of the origins or backgrounds of those sharing their surname, they treated them as kin. Once, a player bearing the Qin surname was bullied by a prominent figure. Even though Qin Yong and Qin Yi had no connection to the individual in question, they boldly approached the aggressor's residence, insisting on an explanation. Ultimately, the bully, left with no other options, had to concede and apologize. From that incident, the reputation of the Qin family's protective nature became renowned. Regrettably, in his past life, Qin Han devoted himself entirely to cultivation, missing the opportunity to engage with them. Later, when he sought to foster connections, he learned that the Qin family had discovered a map to a magnificent ancient tomb. However, during their expedition, they inadvertently leaked information. attracting the attention of a greedy powerhouse, resulting in significant casualties within the family and the loss of their treasures. Subsequently, that avaricious individual ascended to become a supreme deity, with rumors suggesting that their extraordinary achievements stemmed from the immense benefits derived from that ancient tomb. As the final battle of his previous life approached, he heard whispers that Qin Yi was rallying their forces to seek vengeance. With his thoughts stirring, Qin Han remarked with a smile, to speak candidly. Though I share the surname Qin, I have never heard of this eternal longing heaven. I suspect there is no connection to your esteemed family. The Chinese surnames of Blue Star predominantly trace back to the 8 ancient surnames, which have diversified over time. When one traces the lineage of the myriad surnames, they ultimately converge upon a select few. Thus, his Qin surname bore no relation to that of the Qin family in eternal longing heaven. He had no intention of forging a connection merely based on a shared surname. He preferred to let things unfold naturally. Upon hearing this, Qin Yi's expression not only failed to reflect disappointment, but rather brimmed with exhilaration. The surname Qin unites us as one family. After all, my venerable ancestor once journeyed from realms beyond to establish the Qin lineage in Chang'an heaven. Thus, it is entirely possible that we are kin from ages past. Qin brother, putting aside all else, let us cultivate our friendship, especially considering our shared identities. Observing Qin Yi's bold demeanor, Qin Han nodded in agreement. Very well. I shall seek you out whenever opportunity arises. Indeed, when you visit me, I shall ensure you are treated with the finest wine and the most delectable delicacies. Qin Yi thumped his chest, laughing heartily. Just as the two engaged in lively conversation, a melodious and delicate voice rang out, Qin Han, when the chance presents itself. We two must connect more frequently. Both turned to see a woman of unparalleled grace approaching, her radiant beauty captivating all who beheld her. Upon sighting her, Qin Yi recoiled slightly, whispering to Qin Han, brother Qin, that lady is the newly appointed empress of the great Xia dynasty from a prestigious family. In reality, even if our ancestor were to pay her a visit in person, it is unlikely he would gain an audience with her. She is not to be trifled with. So do not let her charm ensnare you. With that, he shrank back once more, offering a respectful bow towards Jiang Ningxue before hastily retreating. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Qin Han. What should my reaction be? Upon hearing this, Jiang Ningxue's delicate face suddenly broke into a smile. While others tremble in fear at the mention of the great Xia dynasty, you, Qin Han, appear unfazed in my presence.